The old beggar waved his fingers in a mystical gesture and called out, "Draw forth." Suddenly, a spurt of blood erupted from his back, and a bloody spine shot out from his flesh, transforming into a streak of white light that darted into the woods. Bai Xiaoyi stood there, dumbfounded. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Chapter 1. I am the Night Watchman. In an era marked by the decay of the dynasty, the realm teetered on the brink of collapse. Bandits roamed freely, society was in disarray, and human lives were as inconsequential as weeds. The air was filled with wails of despair, corpses littered the ground, painting a picture of a hell on earth, a scene too grim to behold. Whispers circulated that heaven had perished and a new order was to rise. The natural order showed no mercy, treating all beings as mere fodder. As the principles of the Tao diminished, dark forces grew stronger, and malevolent spirits began to manifest, wreaking havoc upon the world. Qingmiao Town, a remote settlement on the southwestern frontier of the Great Qian dynasty, had long been a lawless land, beset by chaos and strife. That a gust of wind swept through the desolate streets, where various shops, despite their dilapidated state, were forced to open for business, though they remained eerily empty. In a forge, a muscular man, glistening with sweat and bare-chested, hammered a piece of iron with rhythmic precision. The sound of the bellows punctuated the air, creating a semblance of melody amidst the desolation. Meanwhile, the proprietor of a tavern slumped over a table, fighting off sleep, gazing at the vacant seats with a furrowed brow. "Stop. Don't run." At that moment, two bandits chased after a scholar. The scholar, gaunt and weary, wore a long, tattered robe that had faded and was stained with mildew. Panic-stricken, he fled, but his frail body soon succumbed, and he was captured. "Let me go. I am a scholar on my way to take the imperial examination," he pleaded, struggling with all his might, yet the bandits restrained his hands behind his back, rendering him powerless to escape. The bandits chuckled derisively. "A scholar, you say? Just the sort we need. Our general is in need of a bookkeeper. Come with us. You cannot act without the law. Release me at once." "Huh? The law?" In this chaotic world, the one with the strongest fist wields the law. Impatient with the scholar's protests, one bandit stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth and dragged him away like a lifeless dog toward the garrison. The tavern owner, filled with trepidation, cautiously peeked from beneath the table. Once the soldiers had departed, he shook his head and sighed, "Alas. In this time of turmoil, securing a safe existence is already a challenge. Who has the luxury to pursue the examinations?" With that, he fell silent. Not far from the tavern, a small, dilapidated shack stood wedged between two shops, appearing particularly inconspicuous. To the unknowing eye, it might resemble a privy. Bai Xiaoyi resided within this cramped, thatched hut. He had been here for a week since his arrival in this chaotic world. He had witnessed the recent events unfold through the window. Such incidents of conscription occurred daily. Any unfamiliar traveler passing through would be seized by these bandits to serve in the military. He had grown accustomed to it. Had it not been for the local populace that the warlords required to maintain order, he too would have likely been swept away by now. The identity he inhabited upon his arrival was that of a night watchman. Orphaned at a tender age of 13 due to a famine, he had no other means of survival but to inherit this vocation from his parents. Each month, he received a meager salary of 121 from the military camp, a sum insufficient for lavish feasts, but sufficient to provide 2 meals of steamed buns and pickles. In this world, where starvation loomed, such a meager benefit was indeed a rarity. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but lament his misfortune. A mere attempt to download an antivirus software, 361, had resulted in his unintentional crossing into this disorderly realm. Within his consciousness, the 361 logo perpetually spun, displaying, scanning for viruses. Could it be that the 361 antivirus software has downloaded itself into my mind? Yet, no matter how he tried, no amount of wishing for a magical guide or calling upon an elder yielded any clarity regarding its purpose. He could neither control it nor receive any guidance. It felt like a burden of utter futility, and he even began to suspect he was hallucinating. Ultimately, he decided to leave it be and pay it no further mind. Glancing at the sun, which had begun its descent, he reckoned it was time for dinner. Bai Xiaoyi fetched a scoop of water from the large vat behind his hut, rinsed his mouth, and washed his face with his hands, deeming that sufficient for his cleansing. Before stepping out, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings for any signs of conflict before slipping out the door. In the depths of the nearby alley, beneath an ancient locust tree, stood an old man's stall selling coarse, steamed buns. At that moment, 3 or 4 local residents were already seated on the worn-out benches in front of the stall, indulging in their meals. The old man, over 50 years of age and without children, toiled from dawn till dusk, burdened by the thought of having no one to rely on in his later years. He often entertained the idea of adopting a son. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi arrive as he did every day, the old man greeted him with a broad smile. "Young man, you're here? Come sit here. I'll get you a little stool." Bai Xiaoyi confidently sat down on the stool beside the stall. Point 2 buns for me, please, he requested, coming right up. The old man, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly wrapped 2 large buns in coarse paper and poured a bowl of rice soup, presenting it to Bai Xiaoyi. I'll give you a bowl of soup. Drink it while it's hot. It's good for your health. Nearby, someone teased. I say, old man Zhang, why do you treat Bai Xiaoyi like your wife? I come here for food, and you've never shown me such warmth. Old man Zhang chuckled. Now, I treat all my customers like ancestors. Another chimed in. You don't see it, do you? Old man Zhang wants to adopt Bai Xiaoyi as his son. One is a widower, the other an orphan. They make a perfect pair. Ha ha. Realizing his intentions had been exposed, old man Zhang cast a furtive glance at Bai Xiaoyi, who appeared unfazed as he continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to the banter. In truth, he hoped for some reaction from Bai Xiaoyi, to gauge whether he was amenable to the idea or not, as it would be more informative than the current ambiguity. Embarrassed, he could only awkwardly reply, just joking. Just joking. Bai Xiaoyi, however, paid no mind to the matter. He had no interest in finding a father figure. After leisurely finishing his meal, he placed 2 copper coins on the table. I'm done. Thank you. With a wipe of his mouth, he turned and left. As the hour grew late and darkness enveloped the night, the wind howled outside, causing the tattered curtains to flutter violently. The streets were devoid of life, with every door locked tight. In these times, venturing out at night was fraught with danger. Yet, for the sake of sustenance, Bai Xiaoyi had no choice but to patrol the streets at night, announcing the time. He glanced at the water clock behind his hut. With a thud, the bamboo tube tilted, spilling water into the basin below, reaching a marked line. Bai Xiaoyi knew it was time. He had to set out on his watch. Dressing in the uniform of a night watchman, he picked up his bamboo staff and pushed the door open. Toot, 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 toot. He struck the staff against the ground with force 4 times and called out, "The air is dry. Beware of fire hazards." Surprisingly, this act of striking and shouting did bolster his courage, making the eerie, desolate street feel a little less sinister. Beep, 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 beep. The weather is arid. Be cautious of fire. Passing by the military camp within the town, one could see flickering torches and brightly lit tents, faintly echoing with sounds of playful revelry. Ah, no. Little girl, don't run. The 2 guards stationed at the camp entrance shot a fierce glare at Bai Xiaoyi, barking, "You little brat. What are you staring at? Scram." Suppressing his curiosity, Bai Xiaoyi hastily distanced himself as he traversed a dilapidated alley in the western part of the town. A chilling breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He tightened his robe and was about to knock on a bamboo door when he heard a peculiar sound, akin to a beast gnawing. Not one to be overly curious, a sense of unease prompted him to quietly retreat. However, it seemed the creature had sensed his presence. It abruptly ceased its gnawing, and a shadow slowly emerged from around the corner. The distortion of light made it difficult for Bai Xiaoyi to discern the creature's identity. Was it a dog? Or perhaps a wolf? He halted, afraid to move, fearing that any sudden motion would attract the creature's attention, leading to a frenzied chase. With bated breath, he focused intently on the dark corner, planning his actions. If it was a wild dog, he would shout to scare it off. If it was a wolf or some ferocious beast, he would flee. Suddenly, a wrinkled human face emerged from around the corner, disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes creating a terrifying visage. Human? Ghost? Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. He began to slowly back away. The face grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, letting out guttural sounds as it fixed its gaze on Bai Xiaoyi, as if spotting its prey. A hairy claw extended from the shadows. Bai Xiaoyi's heart raced. He realized the head was attached to the body of a beast. Holy mother! He couldn't restrain a cry, turning on his heel and sprinting, cursing his lack of speed. The creature's claws scraped against the ground, leaving gouges as it lunged after him. Breathless and terrified, Bai Xiaoyi dared not pause, glancing back to see the creature was indeed in pursuit. Muttering curses under his breath, in a moment of desperation, he flung the bamboo stick in his hand backward. It struck the creature's grotesque face with a thud, causing it to falter momentarily, giving Bai Xiaoyi the chance to dash ahead. Thanks to his quick wits and familiarity with the terrain, he turned a corner and vanished from the creature's line of sight, rolling into a walled courtyard. As he fell from the wall, disregarding the pain, he quickly covered his mouth and nose. Fearing that his ragged breathing might alert the beast, he strained to listen for any sounds outside. Creak, creak. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Bai Xiaoyi surmised the creature had moved on, letting out a sigh of relief as he slumped down, gasping for air. Creak. A window in the courtyard opened. Who's there? A disheveled woman with an unkempt bun and disarrayed clothing leaned out, peering curiously. Seeing the empty surroundings, Bai Xiaoyi noticed her, and she noticed him. Bai Xiaogur, you. Before she could finish, Bai Xiaoyi quickly gestured for silence. This woman, known as Matzi Shishir, had a notorious reputation in the town. she often attracted rough men for late-night rendezvous. However, her reputation was not one of virtue but rather of promiscuity. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi, she assumed he was yet another conquest, pondering whether he was perhaps overly eager given his youth. Was he unusually gifted? She thought she would enjoy this youthful boy. Her thoughts ignited a fervent desire, and with a flirtatious smile, she beckoned softly, "Come in. No one's around." Bai Xiaoyi inwardly cursed, confirming the rumors. She was indeed a wanton woman. Not wishing to become entangled with Matzi Shishir, he considered the dangers outside, uncertain if the creature still lurked nearby. Leaving now felt unsafe, so he decided to wait until dawn to depart. Resolved, he climbed through the window into the room. Matzi Shishir initially assisted him, seizing the opportunity to take liberties, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you, Bai Xiaoyi, to possess such assets at your young age." Bai Xiaoyi pulled away from her grasp, gently closing the window and securing it before taking stock of the room's furnishings. Matzi Shishir, clearly elated, asked, "Would you like to bathe first?" Bai Xiaoyi replied smoothly, "Yes, you go prepare the water." Meanwhile, he scanned the room for any useful items, but found nothing suitable. Seizing a long bench, he struck it against the back of her head as she turned. The next day, Matzi Shishir awoke groggily, feeling a dull ache at the back of her head. Touching it, she discovered a significant bump. "What happened to me? I dreamt of Bai Xiaoyi last night. Why was I so indiscriminate? Why does my head hurt so?" Bai Xiaoyi quietly slipped away from Matzi Shishir's abode at dawn, and as he walked through the streets, he spotted a few figures, either hauling buckets of dung or preparing to leave the town to gather firewood, which reassured him as he hurried home. Chapter 2. The Custom Iron Umbrella Sword. Passing by the military camp in the town, Bai Xiaoyi noticed a large crowd gathered, pointing and chattering. Intrigued, he approached and was taken aback. Before him hung a grotesque creature with a human head and a wolf-dog body, ensnared in a net and suspended from the gate, its body riddled with several spears, blood dripping steadily to form a sizable pool, exuding a foul stench. That wasn't this the monster he had encountered the previous night, for soldiers stood guard nearby, boasting of their valor. Last night, this beast was ferocious, having killed 5 people. Fortunately, our general was brave, charging forth alone and impaling it with a single spear, allowing us to swarm and slay the creature. Had it escaped, who knows how many more would have perished. The crowd gasped in horror, praising the general for his heroism, safeguarding the citizens, and achieving great merit. I've heard that in recent days, fearsome beasts and spirits have been roaming outside the town. Most traveling merchants have met with disaster, and those who managed to escape returned in disarray. Truly, these are chaotic times filled with monsters. An old man in a felt hat lamented. Next to him, a plump woman chimed in, "It's terrifying. Our neighbor, Ma Lu, went out to gather firewood 6 days ago and hasn't returned. He's likely met a grim fate. Look at this creature. Neither human nor ghost. It must have come from the wilds beyond the town." Others echoed her sentiments. How are we to survive in these times? With monsters rampant outside, we can neither enter nor leave. We're bound to be trapped in this town. As the crowd murmured anxiously, the soldier raised his hand and declared loudly, "Fellow villagers, do not worry. Our general has decided to march outside the city in 3 days to rid us of these demons and monsters. We shall restore peace to our land." The crowd erupted in cheers. The general is wise and valiant. Bai Xiaoyi had no desire to linger, turning to leave. He thought to himself, in these chaotic times filled with monsters, he needed to devise means for self-preservation. In a flurry of thoughts, he headed straight to the blacksmith's shop in the town. It was early in the morning, and Lu Daong, the blacksmith, had yet to stoke the furnace, instead sitting by the stove, sipping liquor with dry pancakes. "Good morning, Brother Lu," Bai Xiaoyi greeted cheerfully as he entered. Lu Daong turned to see Bai Xiaoyi, a familiar face. Young Bai, what brings you here this morning? Have you eaten? Care for a drink?" He raised his liquor flask. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head. "I'll pass on the drink. I've come to purchase something from you." Lu Daong, unfazed, inquired, "What do you wish to buy? A cooking pot or a kitchen knife? A sword?" Bai Xiaoyi declared earnestly. Lu Daong was taken aback. Spitting a mouthful of liquor into the air, he quickly wiped his mouth, set down the flask, and pulled Bai Xiaoyi closer, glancing outside to ensure no one was watching, before lowering his voice with a serious expression. "You work for the government. Surely you're aware that common folk cannot possess weapons such as swords? I cannot sell you one." Bai Xiaoyi was well aware of this regulation and had anticipated the challenge in obtaining one. "Brother Lu, are you aware of the events that transpired at the barracks this morning?" Lu Daong replied. "Indeed, I saw it myself. A terrifying creature. How could it possess a human head?" He took another sip from the flask. Bai Xiaoyi continued, "Last night while I was on watch, I encountered that monster. Had I not been quick-witted enough to hide in a neighbor's yard, I would have surely met a grim fate." Lu Daong was greatly alarmed. "Is that so? I believe that creature is no ordinary beast. It's likely of some malevolent nature. I've heard tales of many wild creatures howling in the woods outside the city." I fear they might invade the city again as they did last night. If I encounter that creature again while on watch, my life may be in peril." Upon hearing this, Lu Daong felt a wave of unease wash over him. He was no fool. He looked at Bai Xiaoyi and said, "So you wish to forge a sword for self-defense?" Seeing Bai Xiaoyi nod in agreement, he pondered for a moment. A sword may not be suitable. How about crafting a sickle? A sickle can also serve for protection. Bai Xiaoyi considered this, but shook his head. A sickle is difficult to wield and could injure oneself. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "What if we create an iron umbrella, concealing a slender sword within its ribs? It would be both defensive and discreet." Lu Daong could not help but slap his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Brilliant! An umbrella that conceals a sword would serve well for protection without drawing attention. Splendid. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Lu. Please let me know the cost so I can retrieve the funds," Bai Xiaoyi said, bowing slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Daong extended 2 fingers for the iron sword, iron rod, iron fittings, palm leaves, and tung oil, along with labor costs. It will amount to approximately 2 taels of silver. Bai Xiaoyi's heart sank at the price. He had anticipated the custom item would be costly, but not so exorbitantly. 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 cash, and his monthly wage, if he refrained from eating or drinking, was only 120 cash. How could he manage? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he thought of a plan and said, "Brother Lu, please wait a moment. I will return shortly with the silver." Lu Daong, recognizing Bai Xiaoyi's predicament, did not press the issue further, merely saying, "Very well, go fetch the money. I shall prepare the furnace. Once the silver arrives, I will commence work." While he spoke cheerfully, he would not begin until he had the silver in hand. After parting from Lu Daong, Bai Xiaoyi did not head home, but made a beeline for Old Man Zhang's bun shop. He could not possibly unearth a tael of silver from his meager home, so he might as well seek a godfather. It was a matter of self-preservation, after all, and not something to be ashamed of. Old Man Zhang's house was located behind the large locust tree where he usually set up his stall. The sun was high, and the tree's shade fell lightly upon the courtyard. A dilapidated mud brick house comprised 3 rooms, with the kitchen on the right, where smoke was billowing from the chimney. It was daytime, and the courtyard door was wide open. Bai Xiaoyi walked straight in, finding Old Man Zhang busy kneading dough for buns. Due to his advanced age and frail health, he had to pause frequently to stretch and relieve his weary limbs. "Uncle Zhang, good morning," Bai Xiaoyi greeted with a grin. Old Man Zhang, upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi, couldn't help but beam with joy. "Ah, young Bai, what brings you here?" "I come seeking your assistance," Bai Xiaoyi stated directly. Old Man Zhang, while continuing his work, asked, "What is it? I fear you may not be pleased if I tell you." "Do share, I'm curious." Old Man Zhang thought silently, pleased that Bai Xiaoyi had come to him instead of avoiding him. Bai Xiaoyi feigned hesitation before saying, "I would like to borrow 2 taels of silver to tea this." Old Man Zhang paused, his expression turning serious as his hands slowed. 2 taels of silver? That is quite a sum. What do you need it for?" Bai Xiaoyi recounted the events of the previous night, and Old Man Zhang's expression shifted from tension to astonishment. "So, I assure you, this request for 2 taels is not for frivolous spending. It is to purchase a means of self-defense, such as a pole, axe, or shield." He refrained from mentioning the sword, as weapons were forbidden, and the fewer people who knew, the better. The arrangement with Lu Daong was already delicate, and as the craftsman, he was also cautious about spreading word of it. Old Man Zhang nodded in agreement, but hesitated at the thought of lending such a significant amount, considering their lack of relationship. What if he never saw the money again? He muttered, "This wretched world, where the common people struggle to survive, there's no security for anyone. Who knows when disaster may strike? I've heard of several acquaintances who have mysteriously disappeared, never to be seen again, with some claiming they went to visit relatives, while others say they were conscripted into the army." He rambled on without addressing the matter at hand. Bai Xiaoyi recognized Old Man Zhang's concerns and decided to be direct, calling out, "Father." Old Man Zhang was momentarily stunned, his expression dazed as he asked, "What did you just say?" Bai Xiaoyi boldly declared, "Father, I wish to adopt you as my father and care for you in your old age." Old Man Zhang was overjoyed, dropping the dough and embracing Bai Xiaoyi with laughter. "Good child. Splendid. From this day forth, you are my son, and I am your father. Is it not just 2 taels of silver? I have it." With the silver given by Old Man Zhang, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the blacksmith shop. Under Lu Daong's incredulous gaze, he paid a tael as a deposit, stating that the remaining balance would be settled upon completion of the goods. Lu Daong had no objections. Once he received the silver, he eagerly set to work. Bai Xiaoyi then took the opportunity to retrieve the bamboo pole he had discarded the previous night. The pole had been picked up by a passerby that morning, and after some inquiry, he discovered it had been taken by Aunt Kai from the tofu shop. After much negotiation, he finally managed to retrieve it by threatening that it was public property not to be hoarded for personal use. Returning to his dilapidated abode, he gathered some daily necessities and moved into Old Man Zhang's courtyard. "Old Man Zhang, overjoyed and eager to have him, arranged for him to stay in the left room. But will you still continue your watchman duties? He asked while preparing Bai Xiaoyi's bedding. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head and said, I shall assist you in making steamed buns. The night is fraught with strange occurrences and peril, so I intend to resign from my duties as a night watchman at the military camp and government office after handing in my bamboo staff and uniform. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. That is indeed wise. Any reduction in danger is welcome. Moreover, the walls of our courtyard are rather low. I plan to mix some mud tomorrow to raise them a bit higher. Bai Xiaoyi glanced at the wall outside, which barely reached a person's height, feeling a twinge of concern. Old Zhang had no objections that in the afternoon, Bai Xiaoyi resigned from his position as a night watchman, only to have his wages for the month withheld and to receive a stern reprimand from the authorities. The following day, Bai Xiaoyi assisted Old Zhang in making steamed buns and setting up their stall. Old Zhang appeared particularly joyful, proudly proclaiming to passers-by, the old man now has a son. Look, there he is, mixing mud to build the wall. By nightfall, Bai Xiaoyi was weary and sore from the day's labor. Just after soaking his feet in warm water, he heard faint cries for help emanating from outside. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Another incident had occurred. Old Zhang hastily secured the door and whispered, let us ascend to the second-floor compartment and observe from the ventilation hole. It offers a distant view. The second-floor compartment was merely a rudimentary structure of wooden planks, designated for storing food and miscellaneous items, safeguarding against dampness and rodents. The two climbed the ladder to the second-floor compartment and peered through a hole the size of a bamboo basket. Unbeknownst to them, a mist had begun to envelop the surroundings, and through the haze, they glimpsed a figure stumbling down the street in a panic. Though indistinct, the person limped, glancing back every few steps, their voice hoarse and filled with terror. Within the fog, a long, dark shadow writhed and twisted, darting to and fro, its two glowing red eyes trailing behind it, creating an eerie and chilling atmosphere. After toying with the figure for a moment, the creature lunged, and a blood-curdling scream ensued, followed by an ominous silence. Then came a series of disturbing, crunching sounds. Bai Xiaoyi and Old Zhang dared not make a sound, scarcely breathing, as they cautiously withdrew their heads, maintaining a vigilant watch with their peripheral vision. After approximately 15 minutes, the monstrous entity vanished into the thick fog, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Bai Xiaoyi whispered, Father, perhaps we should spend the night in this compartment. We can pull up the ladder. Even if some ferocious beast were to enter the house, it would be unable to find us. Old Zhang eagerly nodded in agreement, equally shaken by fear. Observing that the creature was 4 to 5 meters long, with numerous limbs and a bloated body, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary centipede spirit, though the mist obscured any certainty. After a night filled with dread, they finally endured until dawn. Emerging unscathed, they waited until the sun had risen above the treetops, at which point, a few pedestrians began to appear on the street, allowing the two to open the door and prepare their stall for business. Chapter 3. The old beggar Bai Xiaoyi opened the courtyard door and was immediately met with a throng of onlookers gathered at the site of last night's incident. Their clamorous chatter interspersed with gasps and retching sounds. Curiosity piqued. Bai Xiaoyi approached to catch a glimpse and was confronted with a gruesome sight. A pool of mangled flesh scattered about, with exposed bones adorned with severed limbs, and a head that had been gnawed beyond recognition, revealing shattered teeth and nasal cavities. Struggling to suppress his nausea, he quickly turned away. An old beggar, his beard unkempt and hair a wild white tangle, clad in tattered garments and stooped over, shuffled behind Bai Xiaoyi, leaning on a bamboo staff that was comically taller than himself, and sang in a slow, mournful tune, How tragic, how tragic. They say the world is good. Yet hunger leaves us longing till our last breath. They claim life is a marvel, but demons and specters only mock our plight, not swaying in the mundane. How will the clouds of despair ever dissipate? I call upon the mountains and rivers, toasting and singing, seeking the utmost freedom. Intrigued, Bai Xiaoyi paused and turned to scrutinize the old man, pondering, is he a recluse of profound wisdom, or merely a madman with a desire to engage? He clasped his hands in greeting and said, Greetings, old sir. The beggar was taken aback by the salutation, responding with slight astonishment, Young lad, you have caught the attention of this old man. What wisdom do you seek? What is your esteemed name, sir? I find myself perplexed and would like to seek your counsel, if you would permit me. The old beggar chuckled heartily, revealing his uneven, sparse teeth. I am but a mere beggar, with no grand name to speak of. Should you have matters to discuss, feel free to share. Though whether I can impart knowledge is another question entirely. Bai Xiaoyi continued, before we delve into matters, may I inquire if you have had your morning meal? The beggar patted his emaciated stomach and sighed. I have gone 3 days and nights without sustenance, surviving only on dew and wild fruits, barely clinging to life. Dining on wind and dew. Could he truly be a sage? Bai Xiaoyi thought, a flicker of compassion crossing his face as he remarked, as the saying goes, timing is more favorable than mere haste. I happen to have a morning meal prepared at my home. Why not accompany me, old sir, as my guest? The beggar regarded Bai Xiaoyi with keen interest, bursting into laughter. Ah, splendid. Lead the way, young lad. Bai Xiaoyi guided the old beggar back to the courtyard, where Zhang Laohan, his father, looked on in bewilderment. Before he could voice his questions, Bai Xiaoyi spoke first. Father, do we have any surplus food? I wish to offer it to this venerable elder and seek his wisdom. Zhang Laohan thought it peculiar how his son spoke, as he himself sold food for a living. Surely there was enough? Yes. I shall fetch 2 buns from the kitchen for you. He was wise to feign ignorance, knowing the trivialities of the matter could be overlooked. Moments later, Zhang Laohan returned with a small bamboo tray holding 2 steaming buns, along with a ladle of water for drinking. Bai Xiaoyi invited the old beggar to sit on a wooden stump designated for chopping wood, facilitating the meal, while he settled himself on a nearby pile of firewood. Zhang Laohan, unconcerned, busied himself with his own tasks and left them to their discourse. The old beggar devoured the food ravenously, abandoning any semblance of a sage, almost choking in his haste, but fortunately managed to wash it down with a ladle of well water. As the meal drew to a close, the old beggar, noticing that Bai Xiaoyi had not inquired about anything, rested his chin on his hand and stared at him, inwardly cursing. You little rascal, quite patient, aren't you? Speak up, what do you wish to ask me? He decided to take the initiative. Bai Xiaoyi grinned widely and asked, Good sir, do you know whether there truly exist demons and monsters in this world? The old beggar smacked his lips, eventually licking the crumbs off his fingers, and replied, Of course. Demons and monsters are real. Just the other day, didn't the military capture one? And that unfortunate soul who just died outside most likely fell victim to such a fiend. His demise was truly gruesome. He shook his head in lamentation. Pray tell, do you possess any methods for subduing demons or protecting oneself from harm? I would be honored to take you as my master. Bai Xiaoyi understood that he must not be vague when the moment called for clarity, and he pretended to kneel in reverence. The old beggar hastily raised a hand to stop him, exclaiming, No, don't do that. Bai Xiaoyi had no choice but to abandon his act, and continued to listen as the old beggar sighed deeply, reflecting, I, the old beggar, have faced many hardships in my life, destined to live in solitude without family or children, and I have never taken on a disciple. I fear that adding a burden may lead to mutual misfortune. However, seeing that you are quite clever and have discerned my true nature, I shall not deceive you any longer, yet I cannot accept you as my disciple. Instead, let this be so. As he spoke, he retrieved a tattered cloth bundle from his robe, approximately 2 fingers in length, the contents a mystery. Here, I possess a rudimentary sword technique. Though it is not a secret martial art, with diligence and practice, you could grasp some martial skills and easily subdue a couple of ruffians. I shall give it to you, as a token of our fateful encounter. Just as Bai Xiaoyi reached out to accept the bundle, the old beggar suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted, There's a pig in the sky. Bai Xiaoyi instinctively glanced upward, seeing nothing, and upon returning to his senses, realized it was merely a ruse. When he looked down again, the old beggar had vanished. What the, he thought, feeling a torrent of exasperation. By midday, Zhang Laohan set up his stall to conduct business, and Bai Xiaoyi sat beside him, engrossed in studying the sword manual gifted by the old beggar. The tattered cloth bundle unfolded to reveal a collection of scriptures woven from palm leaves, complete with illustrations and text, detailing a method of sword training known as the flying sword technique of the serpent. As the name suggests, this swordplay mimics the agile movements of serpents and insects, with the sword executing light, unpredictable maneuvers, delivering lethal strikes from angles and methods that catch adversaries off guard. To Bai Xiaoyi, this technique appeared profoundly enigmatic. Unbeknownst to him, he became so captivated that he could not help but pick up a twig to practice. As he trained, he realized that both his offensive and defensive moves needed to be synchronized with the special breathing techniques recorded in the manual to channel his energy effectively. Additionally, he had to coordinate his footwork while attuning his consciousness to the rhythm of a serpent, embodying its essence and moving with its grace. This was complex and intricate. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bai Xiaoyi found understanding the practice quite challenging, yet he grasped it to some extent. What on earth is this boy doing? Asked a passerby. Munching on a steamed bun while curiously observing Bai Xiaoyi, Zhang Laohan glanced at Bai Xiaoyi and chuckled. The child is merely amusing himself. The man shook his head and remarked, I find it hard to believe. It resembles a well-rehearsed performance. Just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the main street, shattering the usual tranquility. What could be happening? People began to gather, drawn by curiosity, and someone shouted, General Zheng is leading his troops out of the city to exterminate the monsters. Although obscured by a row of shops, the thunderous sound of galloping horses reverberated, creating a cloud of dust that surged towards the city gates. Let us hope that General Zheng's expedition to vanquish the beasts is successful, ensuring our safety, sighed the old man Zhang. Bai Xiaoyi, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of the commotion, returned his focus to honing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, a series of notifications burst forth in his mind, leaving Bai Xiaoyi astounded. The 361 antivirus software, which had resided in his consciousness since his arrival in this world, finally exhibited signs of activity. He hastily attempted to summon it through his thoughts, yet there was no response, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that this 361 could only activate passively, autonomously eliminating viruses? But what toxins could it possibly eradicate, and from whence did they originate? Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to set it aside for the moment and resumed practicing the flying insect sword technique. To avoid drawing attention, he retreated to his courtyard, closing the door behind him to train in solitude. With each repetition, his skill flourished, and the withered branch in his hand transformed into a sinuous serpent, weaving and darting with an uncanny rhythm. In harmony with his steps and breathing, Bai Xiaoyi gradually sensed a warmth radiating from his spine. Initially dismissing it as a mere consequence of exertion, he soon found the heat intensifying, becoming an unbearable blaze, akin to a pillar of fire. Once again, the notifications flooded his consciousness, and the scorching sensation in his spine abruptly subsided, returning to normalcy. Startled, Bai Xiaoyi dropped the stick, his heart racing. This sword technique is toxic. After a considerable interval, he steadied his emotions and contemplated seriously. This technique must harbor some hidden peril, but fortunately, his 361 could eliminate the harmful unknown element. This world was fraught with danger, and he needed to cultivate some means of self-defense. He resolved to practice cautiously, halting at the slightest sign of excessive heat in his back, waiting for the 361 to cleanse the toxins before resuming his training. Firm in his decision, Bai Xiaoyi picked up the branch once more and continued his practice. As before, after reaching a certain level in his training, the heat radiated from his spine, compelling him to cease his practice and take a moment to rest. As anticipated, the 361 system promptly initiated its antivirus mode, eradicating 213 viruses. Once he had cooled down, he resumed his training, entering a cycle of repetition. Another day passed. On this particular day, while he practiced swordplay in the courtyard, he overheard a commotion outside the walls, where a crowd was discussing alarming news. Trouble is afoot. General Zheng has been devoured by a monster. Out of 3,000 soldiers, only 200 or 300 have returned. Good heavens, this spells our doom. The voices were filled with sorrow, resonating with a deep sense of despair. What? How can this be? He thought, incredulous. When did such monsters emerge from the wilds beyond the city? The losses were indeed catastrophic. The few who had returned bore grievous injuries and were currently gathered in the town's barracks for urgent medical aid. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xiaoyi lost all desire to train and pushed open the door. Father, I must go and see, he exclaimed, addressing Zhang Laoan. The old man, equally troubled, urged him hurry back. Bai Xiaoyi was not the only one heeding the news. People from all directions were flocking to ascertain the truth. Upon arriving at the barracks, he found it teeming with people. There were no smiles to be found on any face. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air, steeped in anxiety and unrest. The crowd was a cacophony of grief, with some weeping for lost loved ones, others lamenting the state of the world, and many appearing lost and bewildered. From a distance, Bai Xiaoyi confirmed the rumors to be true and promptly turned back. This matter was of grave importance, and he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. The safety of the city now seemed precarious. Upon returning to Zhang Laoan, he quickly urged, Father, we must close the stall. Let us return home without delay. Zhang Laoan, momentarily bewildered, inquired, what is happening? Bai Xiaoyi articulated his concerns. Father, you must understand. The town is already rife with danger. And now that we have lost the military's protection, various calamities may soon strike. If those monsters from outside the city were to invade, who could withstand them? Zhang Laohan's eyes widened in alarm, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. Surely that cannot be the case. We still have the city walls to shield us. And the monsters cannot breach our defenses. Have you forgotten about the 2 monsters from a few days ago? Bai Xiaoyi reminded him. Zhang Laohan was taken aback. No time for hesitation. Quickly pack up the stall, check if we have any spare funds, and gather some provisions. He urged. I will go to Lu Daiyong's shop and see if my order is ready. With no alternative plan, Zhang Laohan complied with his son's directives. After tidying up the stall, he took the silver and rushed to the grain store, purchasing 2 baskets of coarse rice to stockpile at home. Chapter 4. The monster assault. Upon arriving at Lu Daiyong's blacksmith shop, he found the door ajar, with the sounds of hammering echoing from within. Bai Xiaoyi stepped inside. Brother Lu. Upon hearing someone enter, Lu Daiyong looked up and, without halting his work, responded, Ah, Bai Xiaoyi, you've come at just the right time. I worked through the night on your order, and it was completed this morning. as if you had timed your visit perfectly. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Liu. I initially came here just to take a look, but I did not expect your remarkable craftsmanship to be complete. I shall take it with me then. I shall leave the items on that shelf. Feel free to take a look and see if they meet your satisfaction. He gestured towards a nearby shelf displaying wrought iron products. Following his gaze, Bai Xiaoyi beheld a towering wooden rack, approximately 7 to 8 feet high. Nestled in the corner, adorned with an array of items, iron pans, hose, shovels, kitchen knives, and notably, a lustrous black umbrella. As Bai Xiaoyi reached for it, he was taken aback by its weight, an impressive 40 to 50 pounds. Had he not been practicing the toxic flying sword technique of the insect, which had inexplicably enhanced his strength, he would have struggled to lift it with one hand. This umbrella measured about 4 feet in length, with a handle as thick as 2 fingers, forged from black iron. The canopy, crafted from palm leaves soaked in tung oil, was impervious to water. With a swift motion, he opened the umbrella, revealing a rib structure made of fine steel, which contributed to its exquisite craftsmanship. Bai Xiaoyi was thoroughly pleased, and, after closing the umbrella, he experimented with the handle. After a few attempts, he twisted it, revealing a finely crafted, folded steel sword. This blade, slender as a finger and 3 feet long, gleamed with a silvery light, emanating a chilling aura. Indeed, it was a superb sword. After a few glances, he sheathed the sword. Brother Liu, I am exceedingly satisfied. You are truly a master craftsman. As long as you are satisfied. To create this, I nearly exhausted all my finest materials. Bai Xiaoyi, clutching the iron umbrella, extracted silver coins for payment and took his leave. From that day forth, Bai Xiaoyi practiced the techniques of the iron umbrella in the courtyard daily, integrating them with the flying sword technique he had learned. At times, he would open the umbrella for defense, creating an impenetrable barrier, and at other times, he would draw the long sword, skillfully dancing like petals in the wind. After 5 days of this routine, eerie howls and shrieks echoed through the city at night, instilling fear and anxiety among the populace. With the dawn, they discovered that some had perished, while others had faced destruction. As night fell on this particular day, dark clouds loomed ominously and fierce winds howled, signaling an impending storm. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the depths of the wilderness, revealing countless shadowy figures rushing towards Qingniu town, accompanied by numerous crimson glimmers. Father, please bar the door. We shall sleep in the upstairs partition tonight. Bai Xiaoyi called out to old Zhang. All right, old Zhang replied. As the two lay down on the makeshift straw mat on the second floor, they began to hear screams for help emanating from the city once more, uncertain of who would suffer this night. Old Zhang was understandably anxious, fearing that it would be their household's turn, and he closed his eyes, fervently praying for divine protection. Bai Xiaoyi, however, felt little fear. His recent practice had greatly enhanced his capabilities, and his strength had surged to the equivalent of 2 bulls. He believed that if he were to encounter the man-faced dog demon again, he could easily turn the tables. Yet, the cacophony of screams grew increasingly unsettling. Tonight, the cries seemed more numerous than ever, some distant, faint like a mosquito's buzz, while others sounded as if they were right next door. Restless and unable to find solace in sleep, he rose from his bed and leaned against the ventilation hole to gaze outside. The sight that met his eyes was so terrifying that he nearly screamed aloud. A monstrous creature, stretching approximately 10 yards in length and as thick as a water barrel, was scaling the wall of the neighboring house, reaching through the window to seize the elderly Mrs. Mo. What he beheld was undeniably vivid. The creature sported a human head, its body a grotesque assembly of over 20 human torsos, with 2 rows of limbs comprised entirely of human arms. It moved with the agility of a centipede, though it was a horrifying amalgamation of human form and appendages. Mrs. Mo was ensnared by 4 arms on either side, and with a ghastly tearing sound, she was violently ripped apart, her blood and entrails spilling forth, leaving her lifeless. The abomination seemed to sense Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, abruptly turning its head to fix its eerily glowing red eyes upon him. Alarmed, Bai Xiaoyi's heart nearly stopped. He felt an overwhelming dread and quickly withdrew to hide behind the wall. He could only hope that the creature was merely glancing this way, obscured by the night's darkness. After several breaths without further reaction, curiosity overcame Bai Xiaoyi, and he turned to observe the scene again, only to be met by the grotesque visage of the human centipede. The face bore remnants of sparse hair, blood-red eyes the size of eggs protruding from its skull, a nose reduced to a foul-smelling orifice, and a gaping maw devoid of lips, revealing jagged teeth that extended to its ears, with a forked tongue trembling in the air. This monster had already caught the scent of humanity, positioned upon his wall, peering through the hole. Bai Xiaoyi's heart raced dangerously, and in a moment of panic, he seized an iron umbrella beside him and thrust it towards the hideous face. With a sickening sound, he pierced one of its eyes. The creature let out a horrific shriek and recoiled in pain. Observing its sudden disappearance from the hole, Bai Xiaoyi surmised it had merely shifted to the side, not truly departed. He flicked the umbrella to rid it of the eye, then turned to urgently rouse the elderly Zhang, exclaiming, "Father, stop your prayers and get up quickly." Zhang, lost in his chanting, remained oblivious to the imminent danger. In a daze, he was dragged to the wall's edge. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the monster broke through the roof, descending with the ferocity of a maddened beast, its numerous limbs moving swiftly like oars on a dragon boat, closing in on Bai Xiaoyi. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoyi had already pulled Zhang to safety. Otherwise, they would have been caught by the creature's fall. In a split second, Bai Xiaoyi summoned his strength, snapping open the iron umbrella, turning it to brace against the monster's onslaught, and deftly redirected its momentum aside. As he slid along the ground, he rotated his fingers, drawing forth the sword concealed within the umbrella, and aimed to strike at the creature's midsection. Though the slender sword was diminutive, it was remarkably sharp. Wielded with the strength of 2 oxen, cleaving through metal and stone as effortlessly as slicing through ripe vegetables. In an instant, a flash of cold light revealed the creature severed in two. As it writhed in its final throes, blood gushed from the jagged edges of its body. Bai Xiaoyi hastily raised his iron umbrella for cover, deftly maneuvering, and with a powerful kick against the wall, he leapt into the air, retracting the umbrella to deliver another strike, severing the creature's head. Thud! The head rolled onto the floor, and the body collapsed, lifeless. Observing the demise of the beast, Bai Xiaoyi quickly assisted the elderly Zhang, saying, "This creature's death cries may attract others. We cannot remain here. We must flee at once." Zhang, already in a state of shock and fear, merely nodded, relying entirely on Bai Xiaoyi's guidance. The pair descended the ladder, burst through the door, and escaped into the street. Bai Xiaoyi listened intently, hearing anguished cries for help echoing throughout the city, and his heart sank. Were the monsters mounting a full-scale assault? After running a short distance, Zhang gasped, trembling, "Son, I can no longer move." "Father, I will carry you." Bai Xiaoyi, having taken Zhang as a surrogate father, felt deeply grateful for the man's sincere kindness and care, treating him as a true son without ever reprimanding him. Bai Xiaoyi, often moved by this bond, decided to carry Zhang on his back, finding it no burden with his robust strength. As they dashed through the shadows, Zhang, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Son, where are we fleeing to?" Bai Xiaoyi replied while running, "Let us seek refuge in the Yunin mountain to the west of the city." After a few more steps, they turned a corner, and just as Bai Xiaoyi took 2 steps forward, he quickly retreated, seeking shelter behind a nearby haystack, unfurling the iron umbrella to conceal their forms. "Father, silence," he whispered urgently. Upon turning the corner, he had caught sight of 4 or 5 monsters pursuing a woman approaching their direction. With little time to contemplate, he hurriedly concealed himself, peering through a narrow slit in the umbrella. "Help! Help!" A disheveled woman, bloodied and battered, limped into Bai Xiaoyi's view. The girl with the pockmarked face? Bai Xiaoyi felt a flicker of surprise, but remained motionless, harboring no intention to intervene. While he possessed some skills, confronting 4 or 5 foes was a daunting prospect, fraught with the risk of unforeseen peril. The pursuing monsters soon came into view. One was a grotesque, corpulent creature, its body a mass of flabby white flesh, with limbs that resembled those of a human, yet upon closer inspection, 2 heads dangled ominously from its neck and groin, far from resembling a human being. Another creature ran in a bizarre manner, with legs sprouting from its shoulders and arms from its backside, presenting an utterly strange sight. Another creature appeared, with a person at the front and another person inexplicably attached to its back, as if the two were fused together back to back, with 4 limbs and 2 heads. Their movements were unimpeded, gliding like the wind. There was yet another monstrosity, its limbs extraordinarily elongated, its body crawling along the ground, dragging a long mane like a spider. Bai Xiaoyi had never encountered such terrifying and bizarre creatures, and, uncertain of their nature, he remained motionless. The pockmarked beauty had not fled far before being overwhelmed and torn apart by the horde of monsters, her screams fading into silence. After the creatures departed, Bai Xiaoyi rose and continued his escape, only to encounter a solitary monster, sporting a human face with tusks and the body of a wild boar. With a few swift strokes of his sword, he successfully dispatched the beast and pressed on. In this manner, he evaded, hid, and fought, ultimately managing to reach the western city gate with great difficulty. Along the way, he encountered many others who also sought to flee the city, each paying no mind to one another as they raced for their lives. Upon seeing the city gate wide open, without a moment's hesitation, everyone dashed through, fleeing towards the distant, perpetually mist-shrouded Mount Yunin. The monsters had emerged from the wild woods to the east of the city, and now that they had escaped to the west, the area was devoid of any sign of the creatures, allowing the crowd to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh, please set me down." The old man Zhang, seeing that they were temporarily safe and surrounded by others also fleeing, some of whom he recognized, requested to be let down so as not to burden his foster son too much. Bai Xiaoyi had no objection, gently lowering Zhang and assisting him to walk, allowing himself a moment to catch his breath. Those who had escaped the city streamed out one after another, scattering in all directions once outside. It was difficult to determine how many had fled, but among those who had gathered together, there were at least a dozen. Is that not old Zhang? You two have managed to escape? Bai Xiaoyi turned at the sound, discovering it was Master Kai, the tavern keeper from town, who usually adorned himself with a lace hat. In this moment, however, the hat was missing, and his gray hair was tousled and whipping in the wind, rendering him quite disheveled. Old Zhang recognized him as well, gasping for breath as he stammered. Why, it is Master Kai. In this great calamity, my survival is entirely thanks to my son's rescue. He patted Bai Xiaoyi, a look of gratitude on his face. Such fortune. Poor old man, my entire family has suffered disaster. As he spoke, he squatted by the roadside, wiping away tears lost in memories, and the more he thought, the more his tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing his distress, old Zhang stepped forward to lift him up and offered comfort. Alas, do not dwell on it. Overthinking is of no use. We must hasten our escape to the mountains. Master Kai dried his tears and, with faltering steps, continued onward with the others. Chapter 5. The rainy night at the ancient temple. After a series of flashes of lightning and the thunderous roars of nature, the long-anticipated torrential rain finally poured down in sheets. The crowd hurriedly sought shelter from the deluge. It was unclear who cried out, "There's a house over there." Following the direction indicated, Bai Xiaoyi indeed spotted, not far away on the mountainside, the eaves of a building peeking through the dense thicket. The crowd, in their eagerness, pushed through the branches and thickets, drawing closer to discover an abandoned ancient temple. This temple, with its crumbling tiles and leaky roof, bore walls marred by time, overgrown with wild grass and thick spider webs. A half-decayed plaque hung askew above the door, inscribed with the words "Great Hero." The rain continued to pour unabated, and despite their reservations, everyone hastily entered the temple seeking refuge. Bai Xiaoyi felt an unsettling apprehension. A remote mountain temple at midnight was hardly a harbinger of good fortune. He turned to the old man Zhang, expressing, "Father, I sense something amiss about this place. Perhaps we should seek another refuge?" Having already exhausted himself from the arduous climb, Zhang's legs trembled, and he was disinclined to venture further. He waved his hand dismissively, panting as he replied, "My child, outside the torrential rain rages, and the wilderness surrounds us. Where else could we find safety? Moreover, with 10 or so of us together, the likelihood of misfortune is minimal. Even if something were to occur, we can look out for each other, which is far better than facing danger alone." Kai, the shopkeeper, chimed in. "Indeed, I believe this place will suffice for now. Let us take shelter here until the rain ceases tomorrow, and then we shall venture out to assess the situation." Seeing his pleas unheeded, Bai Xiaoyi silently prayed for no further ominous occurrences. "Very well. I shall step outside to keep watch. If anything seems amiss, I will be able to respond accordingly." Yet Zhang's concern lingered, but it is pouring so heavily. Bai Xiaoyi raised the iron umbrella in his hand. "Fear not, for I have an umbrella." "Then do take care. If you grow weary, come back in, and we shall find someone to relieve you." "Understood." Turning back to the temple's entrance, he spotted the ancient trees outside, with no thunder accompanying the rain. He chose the sturdiest and densest tree, skillfully climbing up to a branch that offered both concealment and a vantage point to survey his surroundings. To prevent himself from dozing off and falling, he unfastened his belt and secured himself to the trunk of the tree. Perhaps due to the fatigue of recent days and the restless nights, he soon relaxed and succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, his bleary eyes opened to find the downpour had ceased, and the remaining droplets from the leaves dripped rhythmically. A thin mist wafted through the forest. As he glanced down at the temple, he was horrified to see a multitude of peculiar creatures encircling it. Panic seized him. Inside, the others were sprawled around a fire, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. Maintaining his composure, Bai Xiaoyi quickly unfastened his belt from the tree and reattached it to himself. Scanning the branches, he noticed some wild fruits and reached to pluck a few, hurling them at the nearest creatures. His intention was to lure them away one by one. Yet he was astounded to see the monsters remain unmoved by the force of his projectiles. That little rascal is quite adept at hiding. If not for your actions, I would have never noticed you." A mysterious hand suddenly appeared, resting firmly on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Bai Xiaoyi was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if a colossal entity loomed over him, exuding a suffocating aura that rendered him immobile. "I advise you to refrain from futile efforts. Those monsters are mere puppets, devoid of pain, only to be slain," a voice murmured, gradually retracting the terrifying presence. Feeling a slight alleviation, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly recognized the voice. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was the old beggar who had imparted to him the flying sword technique of the insect. The beggar's face, waxen and riddled with wrinkles, broke into a grin, revealing a set of uneven, yellowed teeth. "Ah, young lad, we meet again." The foul odor nearly suffocated Bai Xiaoyi. "It's you." The beggar's expression darkened, and in a grave whisper, he cautioned, "Be vigilant. He is coming. Do not act recklessly." Bai Xiaoyi, filled with confusion, inquired, "Who is coming?" His eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. From the depths of the misty forest, a faint sound reminiscent of shattered copper bells emerged, accompanied by two flickering crimson lights. A tall shadow became vaguely discernible within the fog, gradually approaching, a grotesque creature resembling a giant spider with 8 limbs. As the creature neared the temple, Bai Xiaoyi could see it clearly. It was a being clad in tattered, flowing garments, with a headless human body. Its 8 abnormally elongated limbs towered over 2 yards when braced against the ground, and the foremost pair cradled a severed head. The head incessantly clacked its jaws, emitting a chilling sound, its eyes darting wildly. It was a living human head. Bai Xiaoyi's heart raced. He had never encountered such a bizarre monster. Far more grotesque and terrifying than any he had previously witnessed. Could the head it bore be its own? Was there truly such a strange phenomenon in the world? Finally, a man in the temple, having heard the eerie sounds, ventured outside. The moment he set foot over the threshold and laid eyes upon the monstrous figure, he was seized by terror, collapsing in a heap. "A demon! A demon!" he stammered, scrambling back into the temple in a frantic attempt to escape. The creature flicked a finger, letting out a derisive laugh, and from its neck's severed end, an array of blood tendrils erupted, ensnaring the man in an instant, enveloping him like a cocoon. "Gagaga! Who would have thought there were still a few stragglers?" The creature mused in a hoarse voice akin to a dying crow. The commotion had awakened everyone in the temple. Panic ensued, and screams filled the air. A young man, dressed as a soldier, took a deep breath and shouted, drawing his knife, charging forth to confront the beast. Alas, in the creature's eyes, he was but an insignificant insect to be crushed at will. Before he could close the distance, he was ensnared by countless blood tendrils, which pierced his heart like a spear. The monster manipulated the worm-like blood strands, merging the man's lifeless body into the previously formed blood cocoon. Moments later, the cocoon began to pulsate, as if nurturing a new life, while the multitude of blood strands retreated like a receding tide back into the creature's neck. From the blood cocoon, a creature emerged, adorned with 2 heads and 4 arms. The head of a deceased individual clicked its teeth twice in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Not bad, not bad. You may join the others over there." The newly born monstrosity staggered into the throng of creatures. Bai Xiaoyi felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Realizing that these creatures were all fabricated in such a manner, the old beggar wore a grave expression and whispered in Bai Xiaoyi's ear, "This is the infamous creator of malevolent beings in the realm of spiritual energy, who employs the arcane blood spirit silk to conjure various bizarre forms of physical existence, using them as puppets. Even 2 or 3 practitioners of the same realm would find themselves in considerable trouble against his horde of monsters." Bai Xiaoyi took note of 2 key phrases: physical existence and realm of spiritual energy. Were these the hierarchies of cultivation in this world? What level did this enigmatic old beggar possess? And what about his own standing? The ominous creator, with its 4 arms and legs, ambled into the temple at a leisurely pace, savoring the terrified screams and shivers of the mortals within, deriving immense joy from their fear. "Scream. Fear. The more you cry out, the more exhilarated I become." It cackled. The creator extended a long arm, seizing an individual and drawing him closer, suggesting, "Let us engage in a game. I shall pose a question, and if you answer correctly, I will release you. If not, your life shall end. How does that sound?" The terrified individual trembled uncontrollably, his body betraying him as he struggled to respond affirmatively, yet his lips would not part. The creator continued, "Ah, your silence shall be taken as consent. Now, tell me, how many hands and feet do I possess?" The man stuttered and quaked, managing to stammer out, "4," but could not complete a coherent sentence. Clearly losing patience, the creator tightened its grip, snapping the man's neck and discarding his body like refuse. Truly useless. Next, with a swift motion, it plucked another trembling soul from the crowd. "How many hands and feet do I have?" This new individual fared somewhat better, managing to struggle and speak, his life hanging by a thread. In a rush, he exclaimed, "For hands, for feet." Alas, the creator had no intention of granting mercy. From its neck, blood surged forth, morphing into an arm that swiftly extracted the man's heart with a wet sound, devouring the still beating organ. After finishing, it feigned disappointment, regrettably. "You were mistaken. I have 5 hands." With a dismissive flick, the creator cast the lifeless body aside. As the temple echoed with the anguished cries of despair, Bai Xiaoyi's heart quaked in tandem. He resigned himself to the grim reality that his estranged father was unlikely to survive. It was not a matter of being unfeeling. Rather, he recognized his own limitations. Even if he descended to rescue him, it would merely amount to offering another dish to the feast. This self-awareness he possessed. Father, may you rest easy and be reborn. Bai Xiaoyi whispered a prayer, clasping his hands together. Fortunately, in this fleeting moment of waning daylight and fleeting emotions, there is little sorrow to be spoken of. The old beggar, perplexed by the unfolding events, mistakenly believed that Bai Xiaoyi had truly lost his father. With a wry smile, he remarked, "You possess remarkable patience. If you truly could not contain yourself and leapt down, even 10 of you would not suffice to fill the gaps. Indeed, indeed, you are a seed of cultivation." Bai Xiaoyi, regaining his composure, inquired, "What shall we do now? Shall we remain perched in this tree indefinitely?" "No matter, let us observe further to discern his intentions," replied the old beggar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the temple. "You two little rodents perched in that tree, have you gossiped enough? Come down at once." A colossal, fragmented stone statue of a Buddha, the size of a water tank, shattered the roof and hurtled towards the two. Bai Xiaoyi felt a sudden tug on his collar, and in an instant, his body felt weightless, as if caught in a whirlwind. Still thinking of fleeing? The creator charged forth from the temple door like a bolt of black lightning, hot on their heels, with a throng of monstrous puppets in pursuit, trampling the foliage and sending rocks flying. The old beggar grasped Bai Xiaoyi and soared through the thickets of towering trees. Glancing back at the pursuing fiend, he decided to confront it. With the grace of a crane alighting on flat ground, he landed steadily upon a rocky outcrop, setting Bai Xiaoyi down. "He is closing in. Allow me to teach him a lesson. If any minions approach, you are free to strike." Bai Xiaoyi, quick-witted, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. The old beggar formed a gesture with his fingers and called out, "Unleash." Blood erupted from his back as a bloody spine shot forth from his flesh, transforming into a streak of white light that darted into the forest. Bai Xiaoyi stood by, astonished. Is that the worm sword technique? Truly, it bears poison. Meanwhile, the creator, leaping forward, encountered the white streak of light. Time was of the essence, and he had no choice but to twist his body, narrowly evading it. The white streak severed a giant tree in its path with a resounding crack. The old beggar, controlling it from afar, twirled his fingers, and the spine soared, imbued with spirit, spun back toward him. As the creator landed firmly on the ground, torrents of blood erupted from his neck, entwining into a long whip that lashed out against the white streak. In an instant, the whip's shadow multiplied, swirling into countless red lights. The two forces clashed midair, their radiance intertwining like a tangled web, neither yielding. Chapter 6. The bone sword immortal. As the two engaged in their fierce struggle, a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger, the body of a man, and the tail of a scorpion surged ahead, breaking free from the throng of beasts and racing toward Bai Xiaoyi. Prepared with his umbrella and sword, Bai Xiaoyi awaited the creature's advance. As it lunged, he deftly opened his umbrella, concealing himself, and unexpectedly darted to the side, striking the creature with his sword. The creature, oblivious to pain, missed its mark, and as the enemy vanished from sight, the large black umbrella continued to whirl chaotically before it. The scorpion tail instinctively lunged, attempting to pierce the umbrella's surface. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Xiaoyi discarded his iron umbrella, swiftly gliding close to the ground and leaping to the other side of the monster. With the sword's blade skimming the muddy earth for leverage, he propelled himself into the air, executing a swift spinning motion akin to a flying wheel, and in a timely manner, cleaved the beast with a tiger's head and a human's body in twain. "Excellent," the old beggar exclaimed, momentarily distracted by the spectacle. In just a week's time, without any guidance, Bai Xiaoyi had mastered the flying sword technique to such an extraordinary level, truly a prodigious talent. It is feared that before long, he would transcend into a being of pure sword essence. In any path of cultivation, there exists a price to pay. Whether it be the transformation of one's body, the madness of the mind, or various unspeakable horrors manifesting, calamities inevitably befall all, with none escaping unscathed. The cost of his particular practice was to have his spine transformed into a white-boned sword. However, unbeknownst to the old beggar, Bai Xiaoyi had already surpassed the spine-to-sword stage, having eradicated the sources of various aberrant infections through the 360 extermination method, thus sparing himself from this cost. As more monsters surged forth, Bai Xiaoyi initially managed to dispatch a few with ease, but as the numbers swelled, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed, struggling to keep up. Observing the dire situation, the old beggar, embodying the wisdom of a seasoned warrior, feigned an attack with his flying sword aimed at the creator's essence. The creator, alarmed, hastily defended himself, conjuring a blood whip that formed a protective cage around him. Seizing the opportunity, the old beggar recalled the white-boned sword. With a leap, the old beggar grasped Bai Xiaoyi by the collar, exclaiming, "Let us depart." In an instant, the white-boned sword swirled around them, enveloping the two in a radiant light. lifting them skyward like a tornado ascending into the azure heavens. Bai Xiaoyi clutched his iron umbrella tightly, feeling as if the world were spinning and his head was in a whirl, while his stomach churned tumultuously. He gritted his teeth, enduring the tumult. Several miles away, nestled in an unremarkable hollow, a beam of light descended from the sky. The old beggar set Bai Xiaoyi down, allowing him to collapse onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. The white-bone sword circled a few times in the air before diving into the old beggar's back, like a sparrow returning to its nest. Blood splattered, and the flesh tendrils wriggled, quickly restoring to their original state. Nearby, a few rudimentary thatched huts were built alongside the water, from which 3 youths emerged in haste, 2 boys and a girl, all appearing around 15 or 16 years of age. "Master, you have returned," they greeted, bowing deeply. The old beggar stroked his white beard and nodded, saying, "First, arrange a place for your junior disciple." With that, he disregarded the 4 and made his way toward the smallest and simplest dwelling. "Farewell, master." Bai Xiaoyi expelled the contents of his stomach, feeling much relieved. If anyone were to boast of the elegance of flying with a sword in the future, he would be compelled to deliver a resounding slap. Such utter nonsense. From the context, it seemed the old beggar intended to take him as a disciple. It made sense that he had previously tossed him a sword manual without guidance. As a means of assessing his aptitude, a rugged youth clad in coarse garments cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaoyi. Disdain etched on his face as he bluntly stated, "You can come with us." The 3 turned and walked away, leaving Bai Xiaoyi no choice but to follow in their wake. Upon reaching the grandest and most recent abode, the youth clad in coarse garments turned to declare, "You shall reside here. Henceforth, you must heed my words without fail, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Bai Xiaoyi maintained an unruffled exterior, yet internally he simmered with dissatisfaction. By what authority? Who is to say who will listen to whom in the future? Another slender youth, pale as wax, piped up in a high-pitched voice, "This is our senior brother, Pang Fei. I am Chao Jian, honored to be the 2nd disciple. And this is Su Jinjin." The final figure, a girl, appeared pallid, her long-term malnourishment evident in her tattered, patched dress. Bai Xiaoyi inwardly scoffed. Have I unwittingly stumbled into a beggar's sect? He had encountered the senior brother, the 2nd disciple, and the 3rd sister. He clasped his hands in greeting. Pang Fei, displaying evident impatience, cast a warning glance at Bai Xiaoyi before turning on his heel and departing. As Pang Fei entered his modest chamber and shut the door, Chao Jian offered a faint smile and remarked, "Junior brother, do not take it to heart. That is simply our senior brother's disposition. Su sister, please fetch our junior brother a mat and blanket while I return to my training." "Of course, 2nd brother," Su Jinjin replied. The 2 departed, leaving Bai Xiaoyi to push open the door and step inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a bamboo bed, a low table, and a straw mat. While he surveyed his surroundings, Su Jinjin entered, cradling a rolled bamboo mat and an old, moldy quilt. "Do you not yet know our junior brother's name?" she inquired with a smile as she spread out the bedding. The sight of this handsome junior brother only endeared him to her further, causing her face to light up with joy. "Bai Xiaoyi," he replied. "Bai Xiaoyi," she repeated, determined to remember the name for future calls. Noticing her amiable demeanor, he seized the opportunity to voice a lingering question. "May I ask you a matter of curiosity, sister?" With 100 welcomes, Su Jinjin nodded, smiling. "Ask away, and I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. I find it rather puzzling why our master resides in the smallest dwelling while my senior brothers also inhabit modest rooms, leaving the largest house for me. Such an unusual arrangement is truly perplexing." Upon hearing this, Su Jinjin burst into laughter, saying, "It is no wonder you are bewildered. This is merely the custom of our sect, a reflection of our master's teachings. Our master, known as the White-Bone Sword Immortal, places great value on simplicity. To please him, my senior brothers specifically chose smaller abodes, yet they could not select quarters smaller than our masteress, lest they appear presumptuous. Thus, the largest dwelling remained vacant." "Ah, I see," Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Merely a matter of adhering to subtle social conventions. He then inquired further about various details, such as his master's name, which was Hunyuan Dao, and learned that they were all disciples taken in by the old beggar over the past few months. Having just begun to enter the realm of spiritual energy, the stages of their cultivation were as follows: the mortal body realm, which focuses solely on honing the physical form, allowing it to undergo mutations and master extraordinary strength while remaining comprehensible to mortals. The spiritual energy realm, where, upon initial enhancement of the body, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilizing it to manifest various extraordinary abilities that transcend mortal understanding. Beyond that realm lies the enigmatic domain of the divine soul, a realm shrouded in mystery, of which Su Jinjin has only heard whispers and possesses scant understanding. However, from its nomenclature, one can surmise that it pertains to matters of the divine spirit. The following day, As the morning sun ascended and the cold dew glistened, the old beggar, the bone sword immortal, finally emerged from his abode and gathered his disciples upon the grassy expanse outside. Observing that all had brought forth their mats to sit cross-legged, Bai Xiaoyi mimicked the gesture, retrieving his own mat from his quarters and casting it upon the ground before seating himself. With a gentle tap of his bamboo staff upon Bai Xiaoyi's head, the immortal inquired, "Young lad, may I ask your name?" The others turned to gaze at him expectantly. Bai Xiaoyi, with neither humility nor arrogance, replied, "I am Bai Xiaoyi, with Bai as in white, and E as in the second of the alphabet. Previously, when you first encountered me in Qingyo town and expressed your desire to become my disciple, I was not averse to accepting you. However, I wished to ascertain your innate capabilities. Thus, I entrusted you with the foundational technique of our sect, the Yinchong Feijianju, for self-practice. If you had achieved nothing, it would have been indicative of insufficient talent and a lack of destiny with the celestial. Now that you have made some progress, it is evident that your comprehension and aptitude are commendable. Do you still wish to become my disciple?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi hastily knelt and bowed, declaring, "I am willing." In truth, he had little choice. Having traversed from another realm, his sole desire was to survive in this world replete with deities and demons. Cultivating his strength would enable him to confront and navigate various perils, thus enhancing his chances of survival. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Excellent, excellent. Hu Nandao beamed with satisfaction, continuing, "Thus, you shall be my fourth disciple. I shall now impart to you the fundamental teachings of our sect, the Baigu Jianjing. You must practice diligently. And should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." With that, he produced an ancient palm leaf scripture from his sleeve and handed it to Bai Xiaoyi, who accepted it with the utmost reverence. "I shall now elucidate it for you. Listen attentively." Yes, Hu Nandao began to unveil the secrets of cultivation, how to breathe and absorb the ethereal energies of the universe, how to circulate this energy, how to form hand seals, and how to wield the flying bone sword, among other techniques. The four listeners were entranced. However, as the lesson progressed, Bai Xiaoyi discerned an inconsistency. According to the standard procedure of their sect, one first practiced swordplay to refine the body, followed by the transformation of one's spine into a sword. At that juncture, the spine sword could be manipulated by the hands, exhibiting a remarkable agility and angles that were difficult to defend against, thereby signifying the completion of the physical realm. Subsequently, through breath meditation, one would absorb the celestial energies into the body, advancing to the spiritual energy realm, which would allow the practitioner to invoke secret techniques to refine the spine into a flying sword, enabling it to traverse the heavens and earth with extraordinary powers. All of the sect's miraculous abilities were predicated upon this spine sword. Given that he had become immune to the transformation due to the 361 virus, the spine could not morph into a sword, leaving him uncertain of whether this was advantageous or detrimental. Without the spine sword, could he still cultivate the art of flying swords? After much contemplation, he resolved to inquire, "Master, may I ask if it is possible to utilize other swords or weapons in place of the spine sword to transform into a flying sword?" Hu Nandao regarded his young disciple with curiosity, questioning the nature of his inquiry. "In our sect, we typically do not encounter such dilemmas, as we transform the spine into the flying sword." Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and decided it would not harm to speak of this matter. He said, "To be honest, whenever I practice swordsmanship, my back becomes unusually warm to a certain extent before rapidly cooling down. However, I have never experienced the sensation of my spine emerging." Hunyido, intrigued, responded, "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to see your back." Bai Xiaoyi turned and removed his outer garment, revealing his back to Hunyido. Upon examination, Hunyido contemplated, "Your spine resembles a dragon, and your muscles are robust. It is evident that your physical form is complete. Logically, your spine should manifest as a sword. Yet, since this has not occurred, it seems you possess an innate constitution that is quite rare among the billions of souls in the world. Such peculiarities are not altogether surprising." He stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued, "However, in the realm of cultivation, there is always a price to pay. Our esteemed ancestors possessed the extraordinary talent to transform costs into advantages, converting bones into flying swords, allowing for an effortless connection between mind and blade. Should you attempt to forge other swords, it may prove challenging. I beseech you, Master, please impart to me the secrets of sword forging." Bai Xiaoyi implored earnestly. Hunyido sighed. "Very well. Given your unique situation, this is the only approach available. But heed this warning. With any form of cultivation, there is a price, and no one is exempt. While your spine remains dormant now, there may come a day when a more severe calamity arises, and if you are unprepared, you may meet a tragic end." Bai Xiaoyi acknowledged with respect, "I shall take heed." Although others might not understand his predicament, he was acutely aware of it himself. The notion of a price? Calamity? He had already eradicated such concerns like a virus. Hunito casually tossed an ancient tome with chewed edges toward him. Bai Xiaoyi received it carefully. Noticing the title, The 100 Paths of Artifact Refinement. It seemed to be a manual on the art of forging. I found this in an ancient cave. I cannot guarantee its usefulness, but take it and explore for yourself, Hunito remarked nonchalantly. Despite his casual demeanor, if it were a trivial item, he would not have preserved it until now. Bai Xiaoyi cherished it, tucking it safely away with intentions to study it in due course. Expressing gratitude to his master for the imparted knowledge. Nearby, the senior disciple, Pang Fei, scoffed dismissively. Chapter 7. The Lotus Lantern for several consecutive days, under Hunito's guidance. The disciples made significant progress in their cultivation, with Bai Xiaoyi achieving the most advancement. He had successfully absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, elevating himself to the realm of spiritual energy. At times, he found himself pondering why someone as powerful as Hunito remained in the realm of spiritual energy, while the 4 junior disciples advanced so swiftly to attain the same level in such a short time. Hunito laughed heartily and explained, the concept of realms is not merely a matter of superiority or inferiority, but rather an endeavor toward enlightenment, a choice. In ancient times, there were shamans who focused solely on the physical realm, possessing the strength to obliterate the heavens and alter the earth. Who would dare say they were not formidable? The term realm pertains more to capability, encompassing those who absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This includes those who extract the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, as well as those who practice various other methods. With a confident smile, he continued, as your master, I have cultivated for many years, and with a single sword. I can cleave mountains. Can you do the same? Bai Xiaoyi shook his head and replied, I cannot. Beginning to comprehend the true essence of realms. The corporeal realm merely cultivates the physical body, while the spiritual realm allows the absorption of spiritual energy. However, the strength of the physical body and the profundity of one's magical prowess are matters of separate consideration. Ascending realms merely grants one the qualification to embark on this path of cultivation. Several days passed, and on this particular day, Huan Dao announced his departure. Soaring into the azure sky on a beam of sword light, disappearing from sight, the disciples practiced by the stream in front of the dwelling. Bai Xiaoyi was seated cross-legged on a mat, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, when suddenly a streak of sword light whizzed past, grazing his scalp. Senior brother, you have gone too far. You nearly struck down junior brother. Su Jinjin exclaimed in indignation. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes, reached up to touch his head, discovering a patch of hair missing. He then noticed a white bone-flying sword darting chaotically in the air, and he comprehended the situation, his heart ablaze with fury. Endure it just this once. Circumstances dictate that I must tolerate him. Pang Fei has forged his flying sword. I am not yet his match. But when I surpass him one day, I shall make him remember this for eternity. Pang Fei, wholly unconcerned, continued to practice with his flying sword, coldly retorting, he deserved it for standing in the path of my sword. It is already a stroke of luck that I did not sever his head. With no recourse, Su Jinjin approached Bai Xiaoyi to offer consolation. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Bai Xiaoyi shook his head, brushing away the loose strands of hair. I'm fine. I suppose I shall return to trim my hair shortly. Otherwise, I look rather unsightly, resembling a kappa. He stood, gathered his mat, and prepared to retreat to his quarters for cultivation. I may not provoke him, but I certainly can evade him. Hey, who said you could leave? Pang Fei imperiously commanded. Fetch me a bucket of water and heat it up. I shall bathe shortly. Su Jinjin stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, Senior brother, how can you behave this way? He is still our junior brother. How can you impose such burdens upon him? Pang Fei smirked. Who told him to be the youngest? If I do not task him, shall I task you instead? Bai Xiaoyi's anger flared. He slammed the mat to the ground and strode toward the kitchen, observing Bai Xiaoyi obediently fetching water. Pang Fei let out a disdainful chuckle. As night fell, each returned to their quarters to rest. Bai Xiaoyi had his hair shorn to a short style, and then retrieved the tome titled Methods of Crafting Artifacts for study. He had perused this book multiple times, finding its myriad of artifact crafting techniques to be quite enlightening. Yet, to fully harness his acquired knowledge, he needed to forge a flying sword. The text also contained a method for refining a flying sword, but the process required spiritual fire, which posed a significant challenge for him. This spiritual fire, a rare and extraordinary phenomenon of nature, was elusive and difficult to procure. Not even his master, he surmised, had likely encountered it. Later, he discovered a record within the book detailing the forging method for a particular artifact, which, once completed, would enable the wielder to summon true fire. This artifact was named the Samadhi True Fire Lotus Lamp. Thus, he began to delve into the crafting of this artifact, only to find himself once again ensnared by the complexities of the process. To forge this precious treasure, one must utilize their own skeletal remains to refine the bone fire, their own blood to nurture the blood fire, and their own vital essence to cultivate the qi fire. These three flames correspond to the three realms of existence: solid, liquid, and gas. Only when these three are unified can one attain the true fire of the three mysteries. While the blood fire and qi fire are relatively easier to cultivate, the bone fire, which necessitates the use of one's own skeletal remains, poses a dire dilemma. Must one resort to self-mutilation to procure the necessary bones? Would this not lead to one's demise? Even a mere amputation of a limb would result in a lifelong disability. Later, he stumbled upon a passage in another ritual that suggested using the bones and blood of a close relative as a substitute for one's own. This revelation ignited a spark of inspiration within him. His original parents, who had perished long ago, left behind remains that might serve as a sacrificial substitute. Although such an act could be deemed disrespectful, the reality of death renders the physical body as mere dust. If he could use their remains to forge a treasure that would safeguard his current existence, surely they would understand from beyond the grave. In this chaotic era, where life hangs by a thread, he felt compelled to take this desperate measure. After contemplating various possibilities, he began his preparations. He first inquired about the geographical layout of the vicinity and then procured a hoe. Although he initially intended to wait for his mentor's return to inform him of his plans, 2 days passed without a sign of the elder. Upon inquiring with Su Jinjin, he learned that the old man typically did not return for 10 days to half a month when he ventured out. Thus, Bai Xiaoyi entrusted Su Jinjin with a request. The day after tomorrow marks the memorial for my parents. As their son, I feel compelled to pay my respects. Though the distance is not great, should master return, please convey my intentions to him. Su Jinjin readily agreed, saying, "You may go without worry, junior brother. Such filial piety will surely bring joy to master should he learn of it. However, exercise caution. I have heard that Qingyou town has become a den for demons and should be avoided at all costs. Rest assured, sister. My parents' resting place lies a few miles from Qingyou town. I shall be careful to avoid any misfortune." After this exchange, Bai Xiaoyi set off with his hoe in hand. He soared through the forest, leaping vast distances with ease, marveling at the boundless potential of spiritual energy, which had evidently amplified his abilities beyond measure. In no time at all, he arrived at the secluded resting place of his parents, a desolate, seldom trodden hill surrounded by wild grasses and ancient trees. Surveying the area to ensure it was deserted, he set to work. Since his parents were interred together, he needed only to excavate a single grave. With swift efficiency, he unearthed 2 fragmented remains. Lacking a coffin, they had been buried merely wrapped in straw matting, and years of decay had reduced them to disarray. He gathered the remains meticulously and whispered a prayer. "Father, Mother, if you are aware from the afterlife, please protect your child and understand my plight. I now borrow your remains to forge a treasure that shall accompany me, safeguarding me as I traverse the world and vanquish demons. In the future, when I achieve success, I shall return your remains to a new resting place, erecting a fresh tablet to honor you, and I will pay homage annually. I earnestly seek your blessing." In the absence of any onlookers, he decided to refine treasures in this secluded spot. He settled cross-legged upon the grass, directing his focus towards a heap of bones, and began to cast numerous ritualistic seals in succession. To his astonishment, the pile of bones began to stir and levitate, spinning rapidly in midair. Despite the sweat pouring from his brow, Bai Xiaoyi remained vigilant, adhering meticulously to the secret methods at hand. He first unleashed 3,600 mystical seals, grinding the bones into a fine powder, and then, employing an arcane technique, he coaxed forth the bone fire, which blazed with fervor. Before him, the bone fire, unlike ordinary flames, emanated a bizarre emerald hue. Bai Xiaoyi's hands moved incessantly as he continued the refining process. After enduring countless hardships for several hours, the bone powder finally transformed into a primordial liquid. Exhausted in both body and spirit, he had no choice but to persevere, for the critical moment was at hand. He could not afford to relax. Urgently, he executed the incantations to mold the primordial liquid precisely according to the treasure refining diagram, ensuring no error, however minute, could occur. As hours passed, the sun dipped in the west while the moon ascended in the east. At last, the emerald bone fire drew inward, forming a lotus lantern about a foot tall, resplendent in its jade green hue, particularly the 12 petals of the lamp's head, which appeared vividly lush. Overjoyed, Bai Xiaoyi beckoned, and the lotus lantern, as if animated, zipped into his hand. Thus, he had achieved half of his goal. Weary and drained, he could only pause to recuperate and gather his strength for the morrow. That night, he found a crevice in the rocks, moved a massive stone to block the entrance, and concealed himself within to meditate and recover his spiritual energy. The night passed uneventfully. When dawn broke over the eastern mountains, bathing the land in a violet glow, Bai Xiaoyi, having regained his optimal condition through a night of cultivation, retrieved the lotus lantern and placed it upon the ground. He intended to continue the refining of this treasure within the stone crevice. Drawing forth the iron umbrella sword, he gripped the blade with his left hand, steeled himself, and made a decisive cut, blood flowing forth in a crimson stream. Hastily, he cast aside the sword, allowing his blood to nourish the lotus lantern, while his right hand danced through intricate gestures, casting a series of spiritual incantations that flitted into the lantern like glowing fireflies. The petals of the lantern opened and closed as if alive, absorbing Bai Xiaoyi's lifeblood until the 12 petals were suffused with a deep red, as if satiated. Bai Xiaoyi felt as though half of his blood had been expended. Fortunately, the vitality of a cultivator far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, allowing him to endure. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness. With his right hand, he executed the final seal, summoning forth the fiery spirit from his blood, and beheld as the 12 petals of the lotus lantern erupted into a brilliant orange flame. The entire lantern was enveloped in the emerald fire, a truly supernatural spectacle of duality. Thus, he progressed to another stage, and as a day drew to a close, Bai Xiaoyi continued to cultivate throughout the night, preparing for the next day's endeavors. This third flame was the fire of vital essence and spiritual energy, emanating from the 7 orifices and 9 apertures of a person. Bai Xiaoyi, adhering to the laws of his craft, released his essence through the 9 orifices, eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and the pathways of energy and matter, channeling his spiritual energy into rhythmic incantations. Like wisps of ethereal smoke, these energies gracefully descended upon the precious lotus lamp. After several hours, the essence transformed into a flickering white flame, dancing within the heart of the lamp, signifying the completion of another stage. Thus passed another day. On the 4th day, only the final step remained. He needed merely to unify the 3 flames to achieve his grand design. Bai Xiaoyi, already well prepared, naturally performed the ritual with precision. As he executed the final incantations and exclaimed, "Unite!" the blue, red, and white flames blazed intensely, emitting an extraordinary heat that crystallized the surrounding rock. Had he not been in perfect harmony with the divine lamp, he would have surely been reduced to ashes. Ultimately, the 3 flames merged into one, forming a small blue flicker that quietly burned at the lamp's wick. Bai Xiaoyi was overwhelmed with joy. His monumental task was finally complete. As the saying goes, great joy often begets sorrow. Just as Bai Xiaoyi reached out to grasp the lamp of Samadhi true fire, an immense and mysterious force enveloped him from the realm beyond. He felt as if the world had turned upside down, time itself warped, and he found himself in a void where myriad visions rapidly flickered like dying stars. He was struck with alarm. What was happening? Where was he? Vivid colors surged past him, akin to traversing the vast corridors of time and space, leaving him dizzy and weightless. In the depths of his consciousness, at the terminus of this luminous tunnel, an immense mountain loomed, towering above any he had ever known. The formidable presence of the mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile, his very thoughts frozen. It seemed a great force propelled his awareness toward the mountain, gradually guiding him through its essence into a cavern within. Inside the cave stood a colossal figure emanating blinding brilliance, radiating an endless luminosity that obscured her form. For chains descended from the heavens, binding her limbs and rendering her helpless. 7 ominous creatures, steeped in a dense, malevolent aura, clawed at her, incessantly gnawing and devouring. As Bai Xiaoyi sensed the presence of these fiends, a chilling dread engulfed him, inundating his mind with whispers of madness. As countless strange eyes erupted across his body, his awareness began to blur and dissipate. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi's spirit surged back to life. His consciousness reawakened, and he faintly heard a sorrowful cry, "My child, come save your mother." With a jolt, he opened his eyes, finding himself still seated in the rocky crevice, as if all that he had witnessed was but an illusion. A foreign object suddenly leapt onto his leg, and upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that the 3 mystical true fire lotus lamp had sprouted 3 small, dancing tentacles. In shock, his instinctive reaction was to swat it away, sending it tumbling into a corner. The lamp, resembling a startled scallop, tightly closed its lotus petals, transforming into a flower bud, while the 3 tentacle-like legs retracted into the base of the lamp, lying still on the ground. Chapter 8. The Valley of the Void. Celestial. Bai Xiaoyi frowned deeply, contemplating whether the lamp had been altered by the mysterious phenomenon they had just witnessed. He possessed the ability to resist pollution and transformation, yet this newly refined lamp had not escaped unscathed. He wondered if it could still be useful. Rather than merely pondering, he decided to test it. He focused his energy and performed a hand gesture to summon the lamp. As it lay on the ground, the lamp transformed into a green light and flew into his palm. Upon grasping the treasure, Bai Xiaoyi sensed that it possessed a genuine life force, creating an intimate connection between them. He could feel the little creature's emotions of both fear and attachment. Is it truly alive? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim. He tentatively thought, "Open the lotus lamp." To his delight, the lamp obediently unfurled its 12 petals, blooming magnificently, revealing a delicate azure flame that danced gently in the breeze. Eager to test its power, he covertly channeled his energy and exhaled a breath of spiritual essence towards the lamp. The essence ignited upon contact with the blue flame, transforming into a massive wave of fire that cascaded down upon the boulder blocking the cave entrance. The boulder cracked and crumbled into fragments, scattering across the ground in a cacophony. Sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating the crystalline walls that sparkled and shimmered. Bai Xiaoyi felt immense satisfaction. His efforts in refining this treasure had not been in vain. It was indeed extraordinary and remarkably powerful, although he had encountered a minor mishap during the process. Having experienced the earlier bizarre event, he felt reassured by his immunity to such strange viral contaminations and chose not to dwell on it. Now that he had successfully crafted the 3 mystical true fire lotus lamp, with its divine fire at his disposal, he thought it was the perfect moment to refine a flying sword as well. Turning to the iron umbrella resting nearby, he realized it was the only weapon he had. He had no time to search through the vast sea of humanity for superior materials. Never mind, it will do. It has accompanied me through life and death situations, so I shall make do with it. With that thought, he seized the iron umbrella and tossed it into the air, where it automatically unfurled and hovered in place. Bai Xiaoyi performed the necessary hand gesture and directed a breath of spiritual essence towards the lotus lamp, transforming it into a spiritual flame that coiled around the iron umbrella like a fiery dragon. After a night of rest and refinement, Bai Xiaoyi felt rejuvenated and brimming with energy. With all matters accomplished, he resolved to return to his dojo that very day. No longer hesitating, he slung the treasured umbrella upon his back and secured the precious lotus lamp at his waist. With a flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Draw forth." From the iron rod of the umbrella, a beam of white light erupted, spiraling twice through the air before enveloping him, lifting him skyward in a whirling ascent. He anticipated a splendid flight, yet soon found himself disoriented and dizzy, akin to a headless fly, and swiftly collided with a mountain peak. A cry of despair escaped his lips, followed by a cascade of shattered stones and a cloud of dust. Bai Xiaoyi, spitting out fragments of rock, brushed off the dust from his clothes while muttering, "What manner of sword flight is this? Whose invention is it? Utterly inhumane. I might as well have walked." Had it not been for the protective sword enveloping him, this collision would have likely rendered him a mere pancake. Unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged atop the mountain, standing at 4 feet tall with an elderly visage, adorned with 2 youthful topknots and a sprout resembling ginseng atop his head, clutching a medicinal hoe. The peculiar figure shouted at Bai Xiaoyi, "Who dares trespass upon my Huanshu immortal valley and damage my sacred mountain?" Upon hearing the voice, Bai Xiaoyi raised his eyes, surmised the speaker was the local master, and offered a respectful salute. "I stumbled in by accident and sincerely apologize for the disturbance. To damage my sacred mountain, do you think you can leave so easily? What do you intend to do?" It appeared negotiations would yield no fruit. Bai Xiaoyi, no longer inclined to be courteous, retorted, "You claim this is your sacred mountain, but what proof do you possess? This desolate area is devoid of life. It is, in essence, unclaimed territory." The strange figure, incensed, sneered with a sharp-toothed grin, "Ah, a cunning rogue. I shall capture you and compel you to cultivate medicinal herbs to atone for your transgression." With a swift motion, he hurled the medicinal hoe, which spun in a cross pattern as it descended. A chill ran down Bai Xiaoyi's spine as he discerned that this hoe was indeed a magical artifact, not an ordinary implement. This was a practitioner. At that moment, he dared not be complacent and drew forth his iron umbrella, channeling energy from below to strike upward. The iron umbrella struck the medicinal hoe precisely, producing a sharp clang and scattering sparks, sending the hoe flying back. The strange figure, known as the Ginseng Boy of Huanshu Immortal Valley, typically tended to the cultivation of spiritual herbs and had little experience in combat with practitioners. He had assumed he faced a mere mortal and thought that a simple strike with his hoe would suffice to incapacitate him. To his astonishment, the magical hoe was easily deflected. Furthermore, the hoe possessed the force to shatter mountains and rocks, far beyond what an ordinary warrior could withstand, let alone be repelled. Realizing he was facing a fellow practitioner, he initially underestimated Bai Xiaoyi, attributing his earlier failure to a lack of preparation. This time, he resolved to exert greater effort in his technique. Forming a hand seal, he whistled, and the medicinal hoe in midair surged with power, transforming into a spinning disc that whirled toward Bai Xiaoyi in an unpredictable trajectory. Bai Xiaoyi, however, remained unfazed. He had discerned that the hoe was merely a rudimentarily refined magical artifact, its spiritual aura faint and barely perceptible. It was significantly inferior to his own treasured umbrella, which had been crafted through the refining process of his Samadhi true fire. With deft hands, he cast the iron umbrella into the air, where it unfurled above him, spinning gracefully and scattering a cascade of luminous threads like a curtain of pearls, enveloping him in its protective embrace. The formidable herb hoe, upon striking the precious canopy, was swiftly dislodged by the buzzing momentum of the umbrella, crashing against the rocky wall with a thunderous roar, shattering stones in a chaotic explosion. The ginseng boy, taken aback, regretted his hasty actions. Realizing that all his efforts had yielded no results, he turned and fled. Was that all? He had yet to exert himself. With a desire to pursue and uncover the mystery, he leaped gracefully, retracting the umbrella into his grasp, his toes lightly touching the sheer cliff like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The forest was filled with towering ancient trees, lush and sprawling. Coupled with the techniques from the white bone sword manual that Bai Xiaoyi had mastered, he possessed a unique serpentine lightness of foot, moving silently and with dexterous agility, enabling him to pursue without the ginseng boy detecting his presence. Winding through the terrain, he soon passed through a stone arch into a concealed gorge. Inside, cascades flowed and the sky was painted with vibrant clouds, revealing several rustic dwellings and a patch of cultivated medicinal herbs. A youth with a head resembling a lingji mushroom was busy in the herb field. Upon spotting his flustered senior rushing back, glancing over his shoulder anxiously, curiosity compelled him to call out, "Senior brother, what troubles you?" The ginseng boy, relieved to find no one in pursuit, approached the lingji youth, breathless, and exclaimed, "Oh, don't even mention it. Today's mountain patrol was sheer misfortune. I encountered a cultivator and met a dead end at the first reach. Thankfully, I had the wit to flee before it escalated." The lingji youth replied, "Master mentioned attending the Ulambana festival. It has been 10 days without his return. We must exercise caution. All right, junior brother, allow me to assist you in cultivating the herbs." "Thank you, senior brother." Bai Xiaoyi observed from a distance as the two peculiar youths, crowned with their mystical flora, engaged in conversation. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that beneath their feet lay rows of human heads planted in the ground. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Such malevolence existed in this world. He watched as the lingji youth wielded a hoe, striking the ground upon one head, prying open the skull. The unfortunate soul, seemingly buried and motionless, revealed only their head. Already in a state of unconsciousness, they let out a few agonizing cries upon suffering such injury before falling silent, leaving uncertain whether they had perished or merely lapsed back into oblivion. The ginseng boy extracted a seed from a cloth pouch and sprinkled it into the brain matter of the victim. Bai Xiaoyi glanced again at the rows of flourishing herbs, all sprouted from the heads beneath the soil. Some, long since decayed, had transformed into bleached skulls, while others, partially rotted, were infested with writhing maggots. A profound revulsion gripped his heart. What nefarious cultivator would cultivate herbs from humans? Such wickedness was unparalleled. Yet, he pondered, while he had no fear of the two youths, he dreaded the possibility of others lurking within the dwellings, unaware of their intent. Disturbing them might attract formidable foes, leading to dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to circumvent the herb field and cautiously investigate the houses ahead. With a swift turn of his foot, he stealthily circled around to the exterior of several houses. He crouched down beside each dwelling, straining to hear any sounds within. Upon confirming there was no movement, he peered through the window gaps, ensuring no one was present before proceeding to the next structure. After meticulously investigating all the houses to ascertain they were devoid of human presence, he finally lowered his guard. Among the 7 or 8 buildings, most served as storage rooms or kitchens, but one particularly grand brick house stood out. Inside, shelves lined with medicinal cabinets filled the space, while at the center, a massive alchemical furnace was prominently displayed. The ground was adorned with a mystical arrangement of the 8 trigrams, and 4 bronze dragons coiled around it. 2 dragons, one from the east and one from the west, breathed fire towards the base of the furnace, while the other 2, one from the north and one from the south, sprayed water from the top. The interplay of fire and water created a magnificent steam that ascended into the sky, a truly spectacular sight. Observing that the surroundings were clear of any witnesses, Bai Xiaoyi swiftly entered the alchemical room. He casually opened the medicinal cabinets to find an assortment of unrecognizable herbs. After rummaging around, he eventually discovered dozens of vials containing various elixirs hidden in a secret compartment. Unfamiliar with their effects, he, driven by a mischievous intent to trouble the owner, took a piece of cloth and wrapped up the entire collection. Additionally, he noticed a treasure box atop a beam, which contained a hefty tome titled The Golden Elixir Manual, and he decided to take that as well. After a thorough search yielded no further finds, his attention turned to the alchemical furnace itself. As he examined it closely, he unexpectedly discovered that by manipulating the tail of a dragon, he could halt the fiery and watery emissions from the 4 bronze dragons. With the cessation of these elements, the steam would also cease to rise. Realizing this would inevitably alert the 2 young apprentices outside, He acted quickly. Channeling his energy, he struck the furnace lid with great force, sending it flying off due to his ignorance of the proper methods to open the alchemical furnace. A deafening clang reverberated through the room, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling, and the sound echoed throughout the valley. The lid soared into the air before crashing onto the floor with another resounding bang. Outside, in the medicinal fields, the two apprentices, the ginseng boy and the Lingji boy, were startled by the thunderous noise, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed, "Oh no! It seems the elixir that Master has been refining for decades has exploded." They hurriedly raced towards the alchemical room. Chapter 9. The little rascal of fragrant aroma burst forth from the furnace, intoxicating and delightful. Within the furnace, a radiant red glow emanated, enticing curiosity to delve deeper. Due to the towering height of the furnace, Bai Xiaoyi had to leap atop it to peer inside. Just as he was about to look in, a plump, bare-bottomed child suddenly leaped out, wrapping his arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck and calling out, "Daddy! Daddy!" Taken by surprise, Bai Xiaoyi lost his balance and tumbled down from the furnace. The child, refusing to let go, clung to his face, incessantly shouting "Daddy." Bai Xiaoyi was momentarily at a loss, utterly bewildered. How could a child possibly be inside an alchemical furnace? Could it be that a malevolent practitioner was using children for alchemical experiments? Such a heinous act. Bai Xiaoyi seized the child, feigning anger, and exclaimed, "I say, little rascal, I am not your father. What is your name, and where do you hail from?" The child merely shook his head, his innocent, wide eyes fixed upon him, extending his delicate, lily-white arms, yearning for a hug, calling out, "Father! Father!" Bai Xiaoyi slapped his forehead, berating himself for his folly. This was merely a 1-year-old infant, likely yet to speak. He tossed the child onto his back, but the little one clung tightly to his neck, making it difficult for him to dislodge him. "Well, I cannot leave him here to fall prey to wicked individuals. I must take him away," resolving in his heart. He secured the bag filled with items around his waist and rushed out the door with the iron umbrella in hand. To his dismay, he collided head-on with two individuals, the ginseng boy and the Lingji boy, who had come to investigate. Upon recognizing him as a thief, they erupted in fury. "Thief! Where do you think you are going?" The Lingji boy brandished a medicinal spade, soaring into the air to cleave him in two. Bai Xiaoyi reacted swiftly, raising the iron umbrella to block the blow. The spade was jolted back with such force that it nearly slipped from the Lingji boy's grasp, landing several paces away. Bai felt a tingling sensation in his palm, astonished by the immense strength of his opponent. The ginseng boy, standing guard nearby, expressed his anger. "This is the one entangled with us. I did not expect him to stealthily follow us in. Be cautious, my junior brother. That iron umbrella is indeed a formidable artifact." The Lingji boy's expression turned grave, chastising the ginseng boy for his reckless actions. "How could you allow such a thief to follow us and then return to the valley without ensuring we had shaken him off?" Faced with these two nefarious characters, Bai Xiaoyi was disinclined to engage in idle conversation. Previously, when they had first crossed paths outside the valley, he had restrained himself despite their provocations. After all, with his abilities, the boy would never have had the chance to escape. Now, witnessing the horrific scene within the valley, he felt it was indeed time for retribution. He ceased to hold back, swiftly closing the distance, unfurling the iron umbrella to confront them. The two were deep in thought, strategizing, when they suddenly saw Bai Xiaoyi charging at them without hesitation. They quickly separated, retreating a dozen steps in fear of confrontation. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiaoyi snapped the umbrella shut, determined to target the more vulnerable ginseng boy, spinning sideways and pursuing him with relentless intent. "Be careful, brother." Before the Lingji boy could finish his warning, the iron umbrella had already gathered momentum, sweeping horizontally and striking the ginseng boy's head with devastating force, splattering blood everywhere, leaving a headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The Lingji boy, stunned by the swiftness of the event, turned and fled in terror. Bai Xiaoyi glanced back, seeing him retreating over 100 meters away, and decided against the chase, opting instead to summon his flying sword. "Exit!" With a mere gesture, a beam of white light erupted from the tip of the umbrella, resembling a rainbow bridge casting a semi-arc through the air. It silently pierced through the head of the Lingji boy, then traced several curves before returning to its origin, merging back into the umbrella. The Lingji boy collapsed into the muddy ground, lifeless. Bai Xiaoyi, no longer hesitating, turned and fled swiftly from the valley, fearing that delay could lead to unforeseen complications. The old adage of encountering an elder after a younger one would truly be disheartening. Thus, retreat was the wisest course. Fortunately, he exited the Huanshu Immortal Valley without incident, traversing through the forest until he returned to his secluded sanctuary, where nothing further transpired. Days later, a thunderous roar reverberated from within the valley. "Who dares to steal my elixir and slay my immortal child? I, the alchemist of the valley, vow to shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces." Just as Bai Xiaoyi stepped into the encampment, he was greeted with unbridled joy by Su Jinjin, who was practicing her swordplay on the grass. "Junior brother, you have returned. I was beginning to fear you had met with some misfortune outside." Her face was filled with concern until she noticed a bare-bottomed child clinging to Bai Xiaoyi's back. "Oh, why do you have a child with you?" As he walked, Bai Xiaoyi replied, "I found him by the roadside. Do you like him? If so, he is yours." Observing Su Jinjin's motherly expression, he handed the child over into her arms. "Daddy, Daddy." The child squirmed in her embrace, kicking and thrashing about restlessly. "Are you certain this isn't your son?" Su Jinjin questioned, puzzled, before attempting to soothe the child. "We don't need Daddy. Annie will take you to wash and make you a lovely red belly band. All right? Do as you please." Bai Xiaoyi waved dismissively as he headed toward his quarters. Upon entering his room, he unwrapped his package, carefully storing away the unfamiliar bottles and jars along with the tome titled Golden Elixir Cannon, when suddenly, he heard Pang Fei's thunderous voice from outside. "Bai Xiaoyi, come out." Bai Xiaoyi felt a surge of displeasure. Ever since his arrival, he had been subjected to Pang Fei's oppressive demeanor. Now that he had successfully forged a flying sword, it was the perfect opportunity to confront him. Resolutely, he grasped the iron umbrella and stepped outside. Pang Fei stood outside, his expression menacing. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi emerge, he barked, "Where have you been these past few days?" "I was left without anyone to heat my bathwater." Bai Xiaoyi smirked coldly and retorted, "I go wherever I please. It's none of your concern." "What?" Pang Fei could scarcely believe his ears. Had the usually obedient Bai Xiaoyi dared to speak to him in such a manner? Enraged yet amused, he exclaimed, "So, you've gained some audacity in my absence. Let me see just how capable you have become." With that, he spread his legs into a stance, gesturing with his hands towards the sky, commanding drawl. A bone erupted from his back, tearing through flesh to transform into a streak of white light, hurtling toward Bai Xiaoyi. Intent on testing the defensive capabilities of the iron umbrella, which had been refined by the 3 mystical fires, Bai Xiaoyi chose to delay summoning his flying sword and instead opened the umbrella to shield himself. After the activation of psychic energy, the umbrella's canopy shimmered with a layer of golden brilliance. Even after several relentless strikes from the skeletal flying sword, it remained unscathed. Pang Fei was greatly astonished, indeed. It seemed his opponent possessed considerable skill. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he commanded the flying sword to dance around Bai Xiaoyi, weaving through the air like a tangled mass, launching sudden assaults from both the left and right, each angle crafted to be nearly impossible to defend against. Any lapse in defense could result in grievous injury. Bai Xiaoyi, however, wielded the iron umbrella with remarkable finesse, executing an array of techniques such as Galloping Steed, Heavenly Blessing, and Fairy S-Bloom, creating a mesmerizing display that rendered him impervious to attacks from all directions. The spectacle was truly captivating. Chao Jian, the second disciple, and Su Jinjin, the third disciple, had long been drawn out by the commotion to observe the battle. Chao Jian, with a look of astonishment, noted that his junior disciple had only recently joined yet was able to hold his ground against the elder brother, an impressive feat indeed. Meanwhile, Su Jinjin appeared anxious, fearing that Bai Xiaoyi might slip up and suffer a setback. Is the elder brother being excessively harsh? Why is he always targeting the junior disciple? What madness possesses him? Chao Jian mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps it is jealousy, a desire for favor, or merely a dislike. Who can say? In the midst of the fray, Bai Xiaoyi shouted, "To come without reciprocation is impolite. Elder brother, witness my flying sword, unsheathed." The onlookers perked up, and as Bai Xiaoyi pointed, a dazzling silver beam erupted from the umbrella, streaking through the air to pursue Pang Fei's skeletal flying sword. The 2 beams of light chased and entangled one another like a chaotic ball of yarn, tearing through the arena and leaving the ground in disarray. The 2 combatants were evenly matched, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Pang Fei, astonished and filled with concealed resentment, realized that even the flying sword had joined the fray. As the saying goes, the youngest is often the most favored. Indeed, the master seemed to show bias. Despite exerting all his strength in his techniques, he found little advantage, and soon he was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling from the effort. Bai Xiaoyi, though equally challenged, had trained for a shorter duration than Pang Fei, and merely holding his ground was a testament to his exceptional talent. He did possess a hidden ace, the Samadhi True Fire Lotus Lamp, which, if utilized, would guarantee a decisive blow to Pang Fei. Yet, he wished to continue his training here and could not afford to end matters so definitively. After all, they were still brothers in arms, without any deep-rooted grievances or enmity. Just as the 2 found themselves in a stalemate, a sudden white figure leapt from Su Jinjin's embrace and landed squarely on Pang Fei's nape. "Daddy, Daddy!" It was the small infant from the alchemical furnace, unable to bear the sight of Bai Xiaoyi being bullied. With a flurry of grabs and scratches, the child began to tug at Pang Fei's hair with remarkable force, yanking out several tufts in the process. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Pang Fei momentarily forgot to control his flying sword. Infuriated, he seized the child and brought him closer to his face, his rage boiling over as he bellowed. Where did this little brat come from? In a fit of anger, he hurled the child to the ground, wishing to crush him into a pulp. Elder brother, what are you doing? Yes, just a child. Su Jinjin cried out in alarm. The child fell to the ground like a rubber ball, bouncing a few times before rolling to Bai Xiaoyi's feet. Showing no signs of injury, with remarkable agility, he climbed onto Bai Xiaoyi's back, draped himself around his neck, and securely settled down, murmuring, "Daddy, Daddy." Bai Xiaoyi pondered to himself. Indeed, this is no ordinary child. Yet, what could he possibly be? He turned back to glance at the Golden Elixir Classic, hoping to uncover some answers. Pang Fei touched the back of his head, and, noticing several bald patches, grew even angrier, his face turning a shade of iron. Clenching his fists, he glared at Bai Xiaoyi and shouted furiously, "Bai Xiaoyi, this is the wretched offspring you brought into this world." Bai Xiaoyi, with a mischievous smile, refrained from retorting and instead mocked, "Master brother, he is but a child. Why bother arguing with a mere little one?" Pang Fei, pointing a finger as if to say more, suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed, unconscious on the ground. "Master brother." Chao Jian rushed over to check on him. At that moment, Hunyeto appeared nearby, hands behind his back, approaching with an air of calmness. He stated, "Enough? He merely exhausted his magic and has temporarily fainted. It is of no consequence." Master, when did you return?" Su Jinjin inquired with a hint of surprise. On the ground, Pang Fei's spirit sword crawled around like a centipede, soon making its way to Pang Fei's body. It burrowed into the flesh at the back of his neck and, after a brief moment of wriggling, restored itself to its original state. Bai Xiaoyi gestured and recalled his flying sword from the sky, then bowed respectfully to Hunyeto. "Master, you have returned." Hunyeto smiled faintly and nodded in approval. "Well done, young one. You have refined your flying sword so swiftly, commendable indeed. But what is this creature?" He pointed at the child. Bai Xiaoyi broke into a cold sweat and replied, "I found a little child." Hunyeto, showing mild interest, glanced around but could not discern anything unusual, pondering aloud, "It does not seem so. Never mind, keep an eye on him. Should anything go awry, cast him into the wilds to fend for himself. I will be cautious." Hunyeto turned back to the others and proclaimed, "When Pang Fei awakens tonight, all of you must come to my quarters. I have matters to discuss." "Yes, master." Chapter 10. Schemes. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Bai Xiaoyi, deep in meditation and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was astonished to find the rate of energy absorption remarkably accelerated, several times faster than usual. He opened his eyes, bewildered. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that this spot is particularly special, gathering spiritual energy? Thus, he stepped outside, wandered to the riverbank, and chose a random spot to lay down his mat, continuing his meditation. The outcome remained unchanged. His progress in cultivation was exceptionally rapid, filling him with doubt. Could it be that the world has undergone some great transformation, elevating the spiritual energy? He sought out Su Jinjin for confirmation. "Sister, have you sensed any changes in the absorption of spiritual energy?" Su Jinjin, perplexed by the question, replied, "Not at all. Everything remains as usual." "What is the matter?" "Nothing much." With a face full of unanswered questions, he returned to his quarters, deciding to set aside this conundrum and resume his meditation. "Daddy, Daddy." The little one clung tightly to his back, a true shadow that followed him everywhere. He had secretly named this little rascal Little Dot. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes wide, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be due to Little Dot? He turned around and hurriedly sought out Su Jinjin, thrusting Little Dot into her arms with urgency, saying, "Sister, please look after Little Dot for me. I need to use the restroom." "Oh, then go quickly." Su Jinjin, without suspicion, readily accepted, soothingly cooing to Little Dot. "We don't need your daddy. He is going to be stinky. Ugh, so disgusting. Come here. Annie will make you a little belly band." Returning alone to his room, Bai Xiaoyi sat cross-legged on the mat and resumed his cultivation. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy had reverted to its previously sluggish pace. Indeed, it was due to Little Dot. He could actually enhance the speed of cultivation, and not just a little, but 3 to 4 times faster. This was a matter that must remain undisclosed to others. Resolutely, he rushed to Su Jinjin's room and saw that she had fashioned a small red belly band for Little Dot. At last, he had some clothing, though it still left his little backside exposed. "Sister, I'm ready," Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed as he took Little Dot and slung him onto his back. "I made him a belly band. What do you think?" "Very nice, thank you, sister." Once more returning to his own room, he continued his meditation, channeling the energies of heaven and earth into magical power, and indeed, the speed was astonishingly more than 3 times faster than usual. This was truly a delightful surprise. He had initially thought Little Dot to be a burden, yet unexpectedly, He had turned out to be a treasure. After a while, Su Jinjin came to inform him that Pang Fei had awakened, and they were preparing to meet their master. Bai Xiaoyi had no objections. He stood up, tidied his appearance slightly, and stepped outside. Chao Jian and Pang Fei were already waiting outside. Pang Fei, having lost patches of hair, had taken to shaving his head entirely, looking rather glum as he stared out at the mountains. Bai Xiaoyi stifled a laugh, thinking how he had once been forced to keep a buzz cut because of Pang Fei's actions, and now it seemed the scales had balanced. Second senior brother. He greeted Chao Jian with a respectful gesture, pointedly ignoring Pang Fei. Chao Jian smiled. Little junior brother, junior sister, let us go. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Arriving at the dilapidated, low-straw hut of Hunyedo, Chao Jian led the way and announced, Master, we have arrived. A hoarse, ancient voice drifted from within. Come in. As the first disciple, Pang Fei pushed the door open first, and the others followed in single file. Inside, the space felt even more cramped. A dim yellow oil lamp flickered on a small wooden table, swaying as if it might extinguish at any moment. Hunyedo sat cross-legged on a mat in the center, hands forming seals, immovable, with his bamboo staff leaning against the wall beside him. The group entered the room, forming a semicircle around the elder, performing a respectful greeting and calling out, Master. Hunyedo slowly opened his eyes, nodded, and then spoke. I summoned you here for one reason. Not far from here lies a town called Qingyou, where the entire population of tens of thousands has been mercilessly slaughtered by a great demon. Your junior disciple was rescued from that town. Everyone turned their gaze towards Bai Xiaoyi, who, undeterred by the attention, redirected their focus by asking, does he have some ulterior motive? Indeed, Hunyuan Dao affirmed with certainty, continuing, this great demon is known as the Creator, adept at crafting bizarre puppets from humans and beasts alike. He usually secludes himself in the depths of the mountains, preying on passers-by and wild animals to commit his atrocities. Having practiced for over 2 centuries, his physical form has long since mutated beyond that of a human, and his spiritual energy is overflowing yet stagnant. Thus, he seeks a means to ascend to the realm of the soul. The realm of the soul? Everyone listened intently, unable to divert their attention. They all considered themselves novices in the realm of spiritual energy, still far from achieving complete mastery. Moreover, while absorbing and refining spiritual energy to generate magical power, one's physical form can also be tempered and strengthened, allowing for specialization in either path or progress in both concurrently without conflict. Bai Xiaoyi chose to cultivate both, occasionally refining the insect flight sword technique to enhance his physical body, and at other times delving into the bone sword scripture to accumulate spiritual energy and magical power. It is not to say that the two paths are unrelated. In fact, they often complement each other. A robust physical body naturally fosters vitality, making it easier to enter a meditative state and absorb magical power, thereby enhancing focus. Ultimately, this is merely a choice without a hierarchy of superiority. Hunyuan Dao elaborated on the mysteries of the soul. To enter the realm of the soul, one must cultivate their abilities to profound depths, nurturing the soul over many years until it becomes robust enough to traverse the spiritual realm without harm. Only then does one qualify. The spiritual realm is vast and unfathomable, encompassing 36 heavens, 18 hells, and numerous sacred lands, including the realms of various saints and their countless sanctuaries. To enter the spiritual realm, one must possess a key to be drawn into a specific domain, where they may pay homage to their ancestors, receive teachings, or enter into pacts or vows, depending on the tradition. Without this key, one would merely wander aimlessly through the infinite expanse of the spiritual realm, ultimately losing their soul. The crowd was deeply shaken as the secrets of the realm of the soul were unveiled to them for the first time. What is this key? Chao Jian could not help but inquire. The answer is complex. It typically involves a set of rituals passed down by the ancestors, containing special incantations and meditative techniques, along with unique tools or artifacts. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly realized that he had encountered similar content in the bone sword scripture before, lacking understanding of its significance. He had thought it merely pertained to exorcising spirits. Now, with Hunyuan Dao's explanation, he grasped that it was a key passed down from the ancestors, akin to a password. Only by providing the correct password could one be granted access. Without it, one would be ignored. This illustrates the distinction between having a lineage and lacking one. Curiosity piqued, Bai Xiaoyi could not refrain from asking, who is our esteemed ancestor? Hunyuan Dao's expression became solemn as he performed a respectful gesture towards the void, declaring earnestly, to let you know, our esteemed ancestor is the goddess Nuwa. What? It is she. Bai Xiaoyi was both astonished and somewhat delighted. In contrast, the other three remained composed, albeit bewildered, likely mere rustic folk of limited experience. Unaware of the divine, Bai Xiaoyi, emulating the demeanor of his master, respectfully bowed to the void, silently praying. O revered Enhua. May you bestow your blessings upon your disciple Bai Xiaoyi, granting him peace, health, and success in all endeavors, fulfilling his heart's desires. In the depths of his mind, Bai Xiaoyi faintly perceived a benevolent presence, dismissing it as mere imagination. Could this malevolent creator's actions be connected to this key? Inquired Chao Jian. Indeed. Huan Dao stroked his white beard. This fiend has somehow procured a scroll of infernal melodies, requiring the sacrifice of countless souls to set the stage and invoke spirits, enabling him to traverse the netherworld and pay homage to Yama, thus attaining divine enlightenment. I have calculated that the day of great darkness will arrive in 5 days. He will surely ascend then. At that moment, while his spirit ventures into the ethereal realm, we shall strike down his corporeal form, ensuring his demise. It shall be an act of celestial justice. Huan Dao concluded with a sigh. Bai Xiaoyi contemplated the neighbors of Qingyou town, presuming they had all perished. Should the Master's plan succeed, it would indeed be an act of vengeance. The creator will be dealt with by me. Yet he still possesses numerous bizarre puppets that require your assistance to eliminate. Huan Dao surveyed his 4 disciples. Such a multitude. Su Zhenjin gasped, pondering whether the master held them in too high regard. Against hundreds, a single foe could easily overwhelm them. Huan Dao produced a yellowed scroll from his robe and handed it to Pang Fei. Here is a formation of the 4 symbols to vanquish demons, perfectly suited for your quartet. When the formation is activated, harness the might of the 4 symbols to ensure an unceasing flow of power, thereby aiding you significantly. Time is of the essence. You must diligently cooperate to master this formation. He turned to Pang Fei, advising, Pang Fei, I know there has been some friction among you and your junior siblings. Such is the nature of familial bickering. I do not impose strict oversight, as such interactions may indeed foster camaraderie. However, with grave matters approaching, as the eldest brother, you must embody the grace and magnanimity required to guide your juniors in accomplishing this task. Tell me, can you fulfill this responsibility? Pang Fei, being the first disciple accepted by Huan Dao, was no ordinary individual. He was a rare gem among millions, having passed numerous trials to earn his master's favor. He was taken aback by his master's heartfelt counsel, his eyes welling with tears, deeply moved. Rest assured, master, I will lead my junior siblings to perfect the formation, aiding you in vanquishing demons and upholding justice. Pang Fei grasped the scroll tightly, vowing fervently, Have no worry, we shall surely succeed. Echoed the others. On the 5th day, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, heavy with oppressive energy, marking the day Huan Dao had predicted for the creator's ascension. As evening descended, the 4, Pang Fei, Chao Jian, Su Zhenjin, and Bai Xiaoyi, who had meticulously rehearsed the 4 symbols formation, eagerly awaited in the open space outside. Each of them was adorned with mysterious blood-red runes etched across their bodies. This rune is essential for the formation, requiring the blood of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and black tortoises for its inscription. Naturally, they could not procure such divine substances and instead resorted to substitutes of snake blood, chicken blood, cat blood, and turtle blood. Although the efficacy was diminished, it was still somewhat usable, allowing them to successfully invoke the 4 sacred beasts of the 4 cardinal directions for divine assistance. Unlike the other 3, who were solitary, Bai Xiaoyi was adorned with an array of items. On his back, he carried a bamboo basket with a small figure peeking out, curiously observing the surroundings. In his hand, he wielded a large, glossy black umbrella, and at his waist hung a lotus lamp of inked jade glaze. Unbeknownst to others, beneath the bottom of his bamboo basket was a hidden compartment containing his scrolls and various vials. At times, he genuinely lamented the growing burden of his luggage, often wishing for a storage artifact to alleviate his troubles. Unfortunately, after consulting with his master, he learned that such items were unknown to Hui Dao, who merely stated that any artifact capable of storage pertained to the Dao of space, far beyond mundane possessions. He had only heard of such things in legends, remaining uncertain of their veracity. Thus, he extinguished that thought. This led him to realize the paramount importance of a secure residence or sanctuary, often signifying abundant resources. A wandering cultivator, by contrast, would inevitably lack resource accumulation, as it was impractical to meander with heavy baggage. For instance, their master, the bone sword immortal, Hui Dao, was a destitute vagabond, possessing little more than a few texts on scriptures and techniques, truly impoverished, just as everyone was lost in their own musings. A creaking sound heralded Hui Dao's emergence from the room, supported by his slender bamboo staff. Master, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Hui Dao surveyed the group, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and nodded affirmatively. Good, let us depart. With that, he took the lead, leaping into the forest like a bird soaring through the sky or a fish swimming in the ocean. The disciples followed closely, each showcasing their skills. Chapter 11. The Hellish Symphony. At this moment, Qingyou town had long ceased to resemble its former self, now a scene of collapse and desolation, devoid of human presence, shrouded in a chilling and abandoned atmosphere. The former military encampment in the town had transformed into a lair for monsters and demons. 700 to 800 grotesque creatures of various shapes encircled a vast open space, measuring several acres. Within this area were constructed 18 hellish tortures, including tongue-pulling hell, scissor hell, iron tree hell, lotus mirror hell, steamer hell, copper pillar hell, knife mountain hell, ice mountain hell, oil pot hell, bull pit hell, stone press hell, spring white hell, blood pool hell, wrongful death hell, disc torture hell, volcano hell, stone mill hell, and saw knife hell. Around each torturous site, pillars bound several individuals, awaiting the commencement of the sacrificial rites, ready to undergo torment, thereby reenacting the terrors of hell. In the center of the area stood a gruesome 9-tiered altar constructed of twisted wood, adorned with severed heads, intestines, and other horrific remnants. Upon this altar sat the great evil being, the creator of malevolence, gnawing on a severed human arm with evident delight. Upon a newly erected altar, 10 soul banners fluttered, and suspended in the air was a black scroll, measuring approximately 7 to 8 feet in length and 2 feet in width, descending from the heavens. The incense burner and candles atop the altar flickered, casting a ghastly green glow, while human hearts, livers, and lungs lay on a platter, offered as grim tributes. The entire scene unfolded like a chaotic dance of demons, a hellish tableau of unspeakable cruelty, rendering the world devoid of color and light. Bai Xiaoyi and his 4 disciples lay concealed on the dilapidated roof of an abandoned loft, gazing at the horrific spectacle from afar. Anticipating the impending battle, Bai Xiaoyi had already hidden the bamboo basket containing the small child atop a massive tree outside the city. Initially, the child had cried out in distress, but Bai Xiaoyi silenced him with a radish, sealing the basket and securing it to the tree. At this moment, the disciples' expressions were grave, tinged with anxiety. The presence of the living still offered a glimmer of hope for salvation. Su Jinjin, upon seeing the dozens of bound captives, felt a pang of compassion. Huan Yi's face reflected sorrow as he lamented, "It is difficult. It is difficult. Should we descend to rescue them now, we possess no assurance of success. By the time the malevolent souls descend into the underworld, these individuals will surely be lost. Life, life." The group awaited the stroke of midnight, the cold wind howling fiercely. Atop the altar, the 8-armed creator of evil rose, cradling his own head aloft, and proclaimed, "On this e'en day, at this e'en hour, the gates of hell shall open. I offer countless souls to Yama. 1 bow to the king of ghosts for my spirit, 2 bows to the lord of ghosts for my soul. Today, I establish the 18 hells among the living, invoking the hellish hymns to guide me reverently toward the underworld, to pay homage to my ancestor, King Yama." After reciting a lengthy incantation, he turned and commanded, "Offer the sacrifice. Unleash the tortures of the 18 hells." Demons seized the wailing captives, casting them into the cruelest torments of hell. Some were plunged into boiling oil, emerging as charred, crispy remnants. Others were thrust beneath colossal grinding stones, crushed into a gruesome pulp. Still others were bisected by great saws, a sight too horrific to behold, reflecting the very essence of hell itself. Bai Xiaoyi lowered his gaze, unable to witness the horror. Su Jinjin stole a glance, then discreetly retreated below, retching uncontrollably. Fortunately, their distance kept them hidden from the malevolent forces. The others fared no better, their faces pale, fists clenched in rage. True demons. Such wickedness is intolerable. Chao Jian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he turned away. Huan Yi sighed deeply, having long grown accustomed to the brutal realities of their chaotic world, where lives were treated as mere chaff, and countless tragedies unfolded across the land. Upon the altar, the creator of evil began a rhythmic sacrificial dance, murmuring incantations. The city's atmosphere thickened with a palpable malevolence, as dense fog surged from all directions, accompanied by the anguished wails of tormented souls. Countless tendrils of dark, malevolent energy spiraled upward, merging into the suspended black scroll. As the scroll absorbed the essence of the vengeful spirits, it darkened and shimmered, revealing the horrific scenes of the 18 hells. The creator, witnessing this transformation, rejoiced, knowing that the hellish hymns had materialized, the culmination of his meticulous preparations spanning over a decade, having nurtured thousands of souls, and now, at last, his desires were fulfilled. Subsequently, one may utilize this image to transcend into the underworld and pay homage to the Lord Yin, inscribing one's name and loyalty, thus attaining the path of divine souls. Traversing the realms of the ethereal, commanding myriad spirits, and anticipating the manifestation of countless laws. Sensing that the opportune moment had arrived, one deemed it unwise to delay any further. He prostrated himself upon the ground, closed his eyes, and fell into deep meditation, vividly envisioning the scenes of the 18 hells recurring in his mind. In an ethereal state, a spirit-like essence detached from his body, as if being drawn into the hell's melody, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the leader abruptly called out loudly, rising to his feet and commanding, "Disciples, protect me." The 4 disciples, aware of the urgency, leapt into action, each taking a position to guard the 4 cardinal directions, safeguarding the towering edifice. Initiate the formation. The 4 disciples, stepping in a rhythmic dance, formed seals with their hands, reciting divine incantations, their thoughts drifting into an indistinct connection with an unfathomable and mysterious realm, summoning an uncanny force to possess them. The runes inscribed upon their bodies began to glow faintly, radiating a crimson light, as an overwhelming force materialized from thin air, seemingly boundless. Is this formation tainted? Pondered Bai Xiaoyi, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized that in this world of cultivation, one could hardly escape the presence of such corruptions, and thus chose not to dwell on it further. Regardless of the contamination, it held no bearing on him. Since they had formed this array, time had been of the essence, prompting only a cursory attempt rather than a formal invocation of the divine. The pollution was likely minimal, which was why the antivirus had not been activated, leading him to just now uncover the extent of the contamination. Though he remained uncertain of the potential mutations or costs of a deeper invocation, a twinge of unease crept into his heart, a flicker of concern for Su Jinjin and the others. But now, caught in a precarious situation, he could not afford to be overly cautious. From his vantage point atop the tower, he observed his eldest disciple, Pang Fei, with the ethereal shadow of a green dragon emerging from him, the second disciple, Chao Jian, with the white tiger's shadow, the third disciple, Su Jinjin, adorned with the vermilion bird's shadow, while the fourth disciple, Bai Xiaoyi, astonishingly bore no such manifestation. This left him bewildered and perplexed. Could it be that his youngest disciple, having practiced for a shorter duration, lacked sufficient cultivation, rendering his allure feeble, and thus the black turtle's shadow too faint for the naked eye to discern? Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted the runes upon Bai Xiaoyi's form radiating a red glow, affirming that the 4 symbols formation was indeed complete, further solidifying his suspicions and allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze towards the distant 8-tiered altar, he observed the malevolent creator lying motionless upon the sacrificial platform, certain that he must possess some clandestine means to protect his corporeal form. Nonetheless, it was imperative to take action, and so he resolved to test the waters with his flying sword. With an upward gesture, he commanded, "Unsheath." The spine sword erupted from his back like a white rainbow, hurtling directly towards the creator. Just as victory seemed imminent, a resounding voice echoed forth, "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." A powerful gust of wind tore through the altar, and a figure emerged. The sight was most peculiar. Clad in an attire resembling the yellow path 8 trigrams, the figure's head was not human, but rather a gargantuan yellow gourd, larger than its shoulders. The gourd bore eyebrows, eyes, a nose, and a mouth, all features intact. In its hand, it wielded a terrifying object resembling a whisk, yet crafted from the bones of a skull. Upon the skull, wisps of white hair fluttered, serving as an ethereal beard. The figure soared into the air, wielding a skeletal whisk with fervor, akin to a dragon tumultuously thrashing in the sea, engaging in a fierce duel with the flying bone sword. The sage, Gu Dan, immediately discerned the identity of the intruder, feeling a sharp pang of dread. This ancient sorcerer had long concealed himself within the depths of the Hanshu Immortal Valley, indulging in the alchemical arts to enhance his cultivation. Possessing an unparalleled mastery of spiritual energy, his powers were unfathomably profound, and his methods were notoriously enigmatic. How had he entangled himself with this creator? This predicament was dire indeed. Suddenly, the hand of the sage transformed the sealing gesture, muttering the incantation, "Bind." In an instant, the flying sword metamorphosed, shifting from a fierce blade into a supple rope, curling around the opponent's whisk arm, extending infinitely as it wound around him. Caught off guard, Gu Dan was swiftly ensnared, bound tightly in a multitude of loops, immobilized. Meanwhile, the horde of grotesque creatures, sensing the arrival of foes, surged forth, charging toward the small building with frenzied abandon. The scene resembled a cacophony of demons unleashed, a horde of malevolent spirits, their claws poised and bloodied mouths agape. A truly terrifying sight. "Junior brother, junior sister, they are upon us," Pang Fei shouted anxiously, both a warning and a means of bolstering his own courage. At their core, they were merely adolescents, and their bravery was commendable for their age. As the adage goes, the first strike prevails, while the delayed response meets defeat. Before the monstrous tide could engulf them, the 4 swiftly summoned their flying swords, aiming to diminish the front line. Drawl, 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 4 beams of sword light erupted, weaving through the air like meteors traversing the cosmos, swiftly striking amidst the monstrous wave. The swords pierced through the ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, eviscerating foes with unparalleled ferocity. In mere moments, a dozen of the vile creatures fell to their blades. They maneuvered their swords backward, executing acrobatic flips and leaps like nimble fish in water, leaving no adversaries in their wake. In a fleeting moment, flesh and blood flew. Severed limbs scattered like ingredients tossed in a pot, filling the sky with remnants of battle. Just as they believed they could effortlessly eliminate the remaining creatures, the dismembered bodies began to sprout numerous blood tendrils, resembling bloodworms in a drainage ditch, densely clustering and coalescing into a grotesque, misshapen entity, which unsteadily rose to join the tide of monsters once more. What? These creatures can regenerate, Qiao Jian exclaimed in alarm, sensing the gravity of their plight. Master brother, what do we do now? These monsters cannot be killed. Su Jinjin cried out in desperation. It seems that only by vanquishing that demonic creator will these puppets truly perish. Bai Xiaoyi speculated. For now, we must delay. The outcome hinges upon our master. We must protect this place and prevent the monsters from disturbing the duel, Pang Fei proposed. In that moment, the monstrous army surged closer, compelling the four to consolidate their defenses. The four swords whirled in a rapid spiral, forming a silver ring that encircled the small building. Yet, as any creature drew near and made contact, they were swiftly dismembered, showcasing a fearsome might. Regrettably, those monstrous entities are oblivious to pain, eagerly hurling themselves into self-destruction, sliced and ground by the silver blades into a pulpy mass, creating a chasm filled with a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. From this pulp, endless strands of blood emerge, intertwining and coalescing into a new abomination. This cycle of relentless rebirth renders them insatiable. They cannot be vanquished. Bai Xiaoyi, for the first time, truly comprehended the tenacity of a master in the realm of spiritual energy, realizing that these creatures were a far cry from the ones he had previously slain. It was evident that the Creator had bestowed upon them a unique capability, likely infusing them with the infinite strands of blood within him, granting them the power of endless reconstitution. Meanwhile, Gu Danxian found himself ensnared by the binding rope of the bone sword, yet displayed no sign of trepidation. Drawing a deep breath and bracing himself, his gourd turned crimson as he puffed up his cheeks, his head swelling alarmingly. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the gourd's head exploded, resembling a peeled banana splitting into 4 segments, from which emerged a red gourd that landed on the ground, sprouting limbs, an ingenious escape akin to the cicada shedding its shell. Freed from his bonds, Gu Danxian's hands danced with swift gestures as he chanted incantations, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the remnants. Instantly, the remnants were reduced to ash, scattering like embers across the sky. The bone-binding ropes suffered similarly under this fiery assault, their divine radiance dimming considerably. Hui Dao, undeterred, released a blood arrow from his mouth, his power surging as he swiftly altered his hand gestures. The bone rope stiffened and transformed into a flying sword, soaring out from the inferno. Seeing his initial advantage in this confrontation, Gu Danxian laughed heartily, delaying his counterattack. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned back the skeletal whisk, performing a flourish reminiscent of water rippling through willows, and called out, "Bone Sword Immortal, I trust you are faring well." Hui Dao, stabilizing his injuries, chose not to retrieve his flying sword immediately, allowing it to hover in the air like a dragon poised for flight, ever vigilant. He then replied, "Gu Danxian, why ally yourself with this malevolent force, aiding its guardianship? What benefit does it bring you? I urge you to step aside and allow me to vanquish this fiend, thereby earning you a share of merit. Would that not be preferable?" Gu Danxian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest in the world. Once his mirth subsided, he declared, "Others may be unaware of your true nature, but I am not. Speaking such disingenuous words to me is futile. I instead advise you to cease this pursuit and depart swiftly. We have no grievances with one another." Unfazed, Hu Dao retorted, "Words are of no consequence. Today, I shall slay this demon. We have both cultivated for centuries. My mastery of alchemy grants me an advantage and power over you. What have you to counter me? Prepare yourself for battle. Enough of this idle chatter." Seating himself cross-legged, Hu Dao pressed his finger to his brow, secretly channeling his techniques. Above, the bone-flying sword pivoted, plunging towards the ground with a forceful descent, vanishing into the earth in an instant. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed, seemingly emanating from nowhere, followed by the ground erupting with a tremendous explosion, unleashing a colossal mudstone dragon that soared skyward, measuring dozens of feet in length. Chapter 12. The Battle. The colossal mudstone dragon roared skyward, its voice reverberating for miles, clearing a vast expanse as countless monsters were swept aside by its forceful breath. This was the secret technique of the earthly dragon, summoned through the mastery of the spine sword, harnessing the power of the underground dragon veins. With this technique, One could command the might of heaven and earth, transforming it for one's own use, wielding unfathomable power. In a heartbeat, the earthly dragon emerged, soaring into the air. With a mighty thump of its tail against the ground, it crushed a dozen puppet monsters, using the rebound to propel itself towards Gu Danxian with tremendous force. Gu Danxian, agile in form, deftly utilized his skeletal whisk to touch the dragon's head, gracefully leaping into the air. He narrowly evaded the onslaught. But the nine-tiered altar was not so fortunate, being toppled and stirred by the dragon's assault, burying the creator's corporeal form beneath the rubble, rendering it temporarily invisible. Overjoyed, Cunito reconsidered. Why entangle further with Gu Danxian? Instead, he resolved to obliterate the creator's physical body directly. With a focused mind, he commanded the mud dragon to scour the debris. Gu Danxian, originally on guard for a follow-up attack, turned to see Cunito's intentions. Alarmed, he swiftly landed 100 paces away, channeling his magical energy, and with a flourish of his skeletal whisk, unleashed a cascade of silvery strands that fell like a celestial waterfall, ensnaring the mud dragon in a myriad of entangling threads. He believed he could bind the dragon, rendering it immobile, and in a contest of magical prowess, he was certain of victory. However, he had underestimated the dragon's immense strength, though he managed to entrap it. He lacked the necessary grip to hold firm, and was instead flung away by the dragon's might. The mud dragon thrashed in the air, tossing Gu Danxian hither and thither, causing him to lose his whisk, which tumbled aside. Cunito, quick of wit and swift of hand, seized the opportunity, commanding the mud dragon to deliver a crushing blow upon Gu Danxian. With a resounding smack, blood and flesh erupted, reducing Gu Danxian to a pulp. Before Cunito could revel in his triumph, a strange object, ejected from the splattered remains, landed nearby, a green gourd. Ha! I have resurrected once more. The gourd expanded, sprouting limbs and regaining the form of Gu Danxian, albeit with a head of a different hue. Cunito furrowed his brow, realizing this ancient creature was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Unwilling to concede, he summoned the mud dragon for another assault, aiming to flatten Gu Danxian once more. With swift movements, Gu Danxian retreated 100 meters away. Chanting an incantation, he blew forth a torrent of azure water. Initially a trickle, it swelled in the air under the influence of his magic, transforming into a roaring tidal wave. The earthly dragon, composed of mud and stone, was particularly vulnerable to such deluges, and after a few frantic thrashes, it dissolved into sludge. Suddenly, a streak of white light surged from the water's surface, darting towards Gu Danxian. Yet, he had summoned his skeletal whisk once more to counter the assault. Thus ensued another fierce skirmish. Silver light and white brilliance clashing in a tumultuous struggle, neither side willing to yield. Moreover, it was said that Bai Xiaoyi and the other three were besieged by relentless blood-streaked monsters, their slaughter seemingly endless. Initially, the group managed to cope with the onslaught, but as time wore on, their strength began to wane. Bai Xiaoyi wielded only a flying sword forged of ordinary steel, which paled in comparison to the innate bone sword of his adversaries, ultimately leading to its failure. With a sharp crack, it shattered into several pieces. Bai Xiaoyi's heart raced. Suffering a backlash, his magical energy surged uncontrollably. He hastily steadied himself, channeling his inner power. The others were in a similarly strange state. They felt an unbearable heat coursing through their bodies, their eyes glowing red, as their magic overflowed and manifested visibly as the forms of an azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird. The three had already been teetering on the edge of collapse, and with the breaking of Bai Xiaoyi's sword, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, triggering a complete eruption. The formation summoned the power of the four symbols, but such power came at a price. If they indulged too deeply, they risked being tainted by a strange and inexplicable force. With three anguished cries, their flesh began to disintegrate, skin ruptured, muscle decayed, blood boiled, and cysts erupted, leaving no trace of human form. As the four stood back to back around the towering structure, Bai Xiaoyi could not see the other three but heard their cries, mistaking them for shouts of courage following the collapse of the sword formation. Witnessing countless monsters charging toward him, he emulated their cries, shouting out as he brandished his iron umbrella and plunged into the fray, swinging and cleaving through the horde, momentarily unscathed. Meanwhile, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Gu Danxian when he heard the four shouts from below. Dividing his focus, he glanced down to see his third disciple, Su Jinjin, transformed into a vermilion bird, cloaked in fierce flames. Any monster that dared approach was instantly reduced to ash, never to rise again. He turned his gaze to the left and right, witnessing his eldest disciple, Pang Fei, take the form of an azure dragon, and his second disciple, Chao Jian, morph into a white tiger. He surmised that his fourth disciple had undoubtedly become a black tortoise. Unable to restrain his exuberance, he erupted in laughter. Huh! What a marvel! The four symbols demon suppression formation has finally materialized. Gu Danxian, do not be so arrogant. Behold the might of our four symbols' great art. Gu Danxian's expression shifted, becoming profoundly cold. He formed seals and chanted incantations, his robe billowing as his aura surged skyward. Gu Danxian waved his dust to dispel the bone sword, which ceased its assault and hovered in midair, sensing that Bai Xiaoyi was preparing a grand move. The bone sword immortal is nothing to fear. Where did these four temporary disciples come from to serve as sacrificial pawns? Such fine talent squandered. If they were mine, I would never allow them to perish so easily. Instead, I would cultivate them for spiritual herbs and elixirs. How much more beneficial that would be. Gu Danxian spoke with calm confidence, dismissing the four symbols' demon suppression formation as inconsequential. If he couldn't defeat them, he could always flee. He chose to observe, awaiting the return of the creator's spirit from the underworld to retrieve the promised Hell's Symphony, after which he could extricate himself and no longer be entangled. As the spell of the unification path was cast, three divine beasts began to transform into streams of essence, continuously flowing into his body. He felt his cultivation rising steadily, his magical power growing increasingly potent. An overwhelming joy filled his heart as he envisioned the moment he would effortlessly eliminate both Gu Danxian and the creator, seizing the Hell's Melody chart to facilitate his ascension into the realm of divine consciousness. Alas, it was a lamentable truth that the White Bone Sword Classic required a true dragon spine for such an elevation, and in this world, true dragons had long been extinct, rendering his aspirations seemingly futile and his path obstructed, thus compelling him to resort to such desperate measures. Why are there only 3 streams of essence? One is missing. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he turned sharply, and what he beheld was akin to a thunderclap. Where was the Xuanwu? Bai Xiaoyi had vanished without a trace. This was inconceivable. Where had he gone? With one of the 4 symbols missing, the spell could not be interrupted, and the repercussions of a backlash would undoubtedly be severe. He cursed himself for not having glanced back just a moment ago. Indeed, no amount of meticulous planning could rival the whims of fate. It was then that Bai Xiaoyi, through the dialogue between the unification path and Gu Danxian, realized something was amiss, cursing the old man for his deep-seated schemes and ill intentions. The sage-like demeanor he had often displayed was nothing but a fade, an elaborate act. This cunning old fox had been plotting for this very day all along. Fortunately, he remained untainted by the virus, retaining his true nature. Upon sensing the danger, he did not hesitate for a moment, turning and soaring away, deftly evading the monstrous heads beneath him. After sprinting several miles and shaking off the creatures, he found a high ridge to conceal himself, observing the battlefield from a distance. He witnessed his fellow disciples transform into aberrant beasts, their essence being siphoned by their master. Yet, due to the imperfection of the formation, he was lost in the chaos, and the master, overwhelmed by the surge of unbalanced essence, succumbed to a transformation into a grotesque mass of flesh amid the anguished cries. It was a moment rife with sorrowful reflection. Gu Danxian gazed in disbelief at the towering mass of flesh before him, scarcely recognizing it as the once mighty white-boned sword immortal with whom he had clashed. The situation had shifted so rapidly and unexpectedly. It was a reminder of the unpredictability of fate. The grotesque creature resembled a grotesquely mashed organ, covered in a multitude of eyes and extending innumerable tentacles, ensnaring the puppet-like monsters and drawing them into its form, absorbing them and growing larger still. It was feeding, Gu Danxian surmised. In a short span, it had devoured over half of the hundreds of monsters, its size expanding to that of several towering buildings. This madness could not be allowed to continue. Realizing the dire predicament, Gu Danxian opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water. The stream descended with ferocity, slicing through the center of the mass. Like chopping vegetables, it cleaved the creature in two, and the remnants fell apart, transforming into a pool of putrid flesh and thick, dark blood, bubbling ominously and exuding a foul stench. As Gu Danxian believed he had resolved the bizarre, mutated mass of flesh, several black tendrils suddenly erupted from the putrid mass, piercing through his corporeal form in an instant. With a resounding bang, his body shattered into oblivion, and a purple gourd shot forth, landing on the ground and swiftly sprouting limbs. How ferocious! Before he could catch his breath, the dark mass erupted like a boiling cauldron, with hundreds of tendrils rising skyward, creating a formidable spectacle that obscured the heavens and eclipsed the moon. Gu Danxian's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the peril he was in, and he swiftly turned to flee. The monstrous entity seemed to have singled him out, writhing like countless sticky worms with eyes, surging after him in relentless pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the distant forest. After a brief moment, as the two did not return, Bai Xiaoyi began to contemplate. With no immediate dangers around, perhaps he should investigate whether the great evil creator had perished. If he was not entirely dead, It would be prudent to deliver a final blow. He must not be allowed to survive. With this thought, he pushed aside the obstructing branches and soared back to the original site. Moments later, he returned to the familiar ground, landing lightly on the ruins of the altar. Initially, he observed and listened intently, noting no signs of movement within, before daring to act and swiftly clearing away the fallen beams and broken pillars. With a strike of his palm and a kick of his leg, wooden columns flew apart, and soon he discovered a scroll. Precisely the hell's melody that the entity had long desired. Quickly rolling it up and tucking it away, he continued to rummage through the debris. With swift movements, he tossed aside massive logs, and, to his astonishment, he unearthed the creator's body, which remained intact and motionless, as if it were lifeless. Bai Xiaoyi understood immediately. The soul had yet to return from the underworld, indicating that ascending to the realm of souls was not as simple as it seemed. This malevolent being must have practiced some dark sorcery, as its corporeal form could regenerate from severed limbs, suggesting that blades and swords could not easily vanquish it. The fire element was particularly effective against such undead entities, and he happened to possess the 3 mystical flames of the lotus lamp. With a ready supply of kindling, there was no reason it should not ignite. He jumped back 10 zhong, unfastened the lotus lamp from his waist, and held it aloft. The 12 petals of the treasure lamp unfurled, revealing a peculiar blue flame within. Exhaling, he unleashed spiritual energy, igniting the flame, which transformed into a torrent of fierce fire that engulfed the mound of ruins. Boom! Wood meets fire and ignites. In an instant, flames soared high, roaring fiercely, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. The malevolent creator was soon reduced to charred remains, yet unexpectedly, those ashes began to tremble, emitting a chilling, anguished roar. Who dares destroy my flesh? Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback, fearing that this evil creature could not be extinguished even by fire. Upon closer inspection, the creature let out a garbled cry before falling silent, likely unable to revive again. Not daring to linger, Bai Xiaoyi disregarded whether the malevolent being was truly dead and swiftly took flight. Chapter 13. The Dispossessed. 3 years later, the gentle breeze caressed the mountain ridge, and the rain and dew called forth new sprouts. In the early spring, the clouds shroud the verdant mountains, where mist and haze drift romantically, resembling a delicate and enchanting landscape painting. Regrettably, deep within those grand mountains, a monstrous entity, as large as a mountain peak, looms ominously, marring the picturesque scenery. This creature is adorned with countless eyes of various sizes, darting about and surveying the territory, while numerous tentacles stretch into the air, eager for movement. Any creature that stirs is swiftly ensnared by several of these tentacles, which draw it in to be dissolved and assimilated into its being. Several miles away, at the entrance of an inconspicuous cave, Bai Xiaoyi gazes at this scene from a distance, feeling a mix of sorrow and nostalgia. Master, senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior sister, I never imagined you would transform into such a monstrosity. This land is doomed. I should leave this place as soon as possible. Resolute, he takes flight down the mountainside. Although merely 16 years of age, he appears to be a robust young man of 18 or 19. He carries a bamboo basket filled with small items, including a tiny creature, an iron umbrella, books, elixirs, and various belongings. At his waist hangs a tattered cloth-wrapped treasure lamp, and in his hand, he wields a tall bamboo staff. This staff, once a support for his master, was retrieved and refined through the use of true fire into a remarkable spiritual artifact. It is no ordinary object, as it was frequently wielded by his master, Hunin Dao. The staff, measuring about 10 feet in length, is slender and supple at the top, yet thick and sturdy at the bottom, gleaming with a vibrant green sheen after its refinement. When wielded, it can transform into a flurry of sword-like shadows, seamlessly harmonizing with the Yinchong Feijinju, proving to be exceptionally adept in his hands. Over the past 3 years, he has hidden in various caves, engaging in numerous endeavors. In terms of cultivation, with the aid of the tiny creature and the absence of viral infections, his progress has been rapid, accumulating a significant reservoir of magical power. Within his inner senses, this power resembles a vast lake, majestic and profound, nearing the level he had achieved before Hunin Dao's transformation, signifying a grand mastery of spiritual energy. He has not neglected his physical training either, frequently practicing the Yinchong Feijinju, which has greatly enhanced his physical strength and aided his cultivation of the Baigu Jianjing. Drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth, these two methods, one for the physical realm and the other for the spiritual, are interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Alas, although the Baigu Jianjing holds a legacy for ascending to the realm of the soul, the scarcity of true dragon bones in this world has rendered the essential ritual tools incomplete, leaving little hope for advancement. Like Hunin Dao, he has begun to contemplate the creation of the Hell's Melody Scroll. This scroll has been refined into a sinister artifact by its creator through unique means. When unfurled, it vividly depicts the torturous scenes of the 18 hells, with ghostly figures appearing and the anguished cries of the tormented echoing, as if brought to life. Should an ordinary person cast even a fleeting glance, they would be irresistibly drawn into the world of the painting, subjected to such tortures themselves. On the reverse of this painting, minuscule golden script fills the space, which Bai Xiaoyi has studied for some time. Discovering that this is the fundamental secret behind the scroll, the Yuming Shui Shenjing. Or rather, this painting was originally the blood of the netherworld, and the Hell Song of Joy was merely an artifact forged by the creator through esoteric rituals. This scripture is vast in its scope and profound in its content, rendering it obscure and difficult to comprehend, a challenge even for Bai Xiaoyi, who in his 2 lifetimes as a human, and particularly as a distinguished scholar in the humanities in his previous life, could only grasp it in a rough and superficial manner. What virtue or capability does that creator possess? In this contemporary world, where knowledge remains scarce, he was once an ordinary mortal prior to his cultivation, likely fumbling through chaotic practices under the influence of bizarre forces, ultimately transforming himself into that grotesque and inhuman form. Bai Xiaoyi, after a mere taste of cultivation, frequently triggered alarms at 361. As the pollution virus was considerable, one can only imagine the immense cost others must have paid in their endeavors. As his cultivation deepened, he eventually discovered the true allure of this scripture. It could enable the severed limbs to regenerate, allowing one to survive even when decapitated. And ordinary methods of execution proved ineffective, save for the fear of fiery incineration. This scripture also encompasses various secret techniques and methods. Due to time constraints, Bai Xiaoyi only mastered the uses of blood spirit threads and the Hell Song of Joy. In his leisure, he perused the monumental works The 100 Paths of Weapon Refinement and the Golden Elixir Canon, from which he acquired considerable knowledge about weapon crafting, herbal medicine, and alchemy. Through extensive dialectical contemplation, he finally unraveled the essence of the Little One, discovering that it was indeed a miraculous golden elixir herb recorded in the Golden Elixir Canon. It was truly not a mere human child. No wonder it had remained unchanged in appearance for 3 years. According to the Golden Elixir Canon, consuming this elixir could augment one's magical prowess by an entire sea. How extensive this sea of magical power is, Bai Xiaoyi could not ascertain, but it surely was no trifling matter. Yet, gazing at the little one, plump and cherubic, always murmuring daddy, he found it difficult to part with. Thus, he resolved to embrace it and cultivate slowly, appreciating the beneficial effects. Subsequently, he took the opportunity to retrieve the broken sword of the Iron Umbrella, along with a bamboo pole from the Immortal's Path. The Iron Umbrella's broken sword, having undergone his meticulous reforging, had returned to its former glory. Although this sword was not particularly formidable, it was essential for flying with a sword. After restoring the flying sword, he practiced the art of sword flight. With the elevation of his cultivation and a significant enhancement of his abilities, he could now soar freely through the skies, coming and going at will. However, he found himself unaccustomed to the dizzying sensation of spiraling through the air, preferring instead to glide gracefully over the ground, a method that, while not slow, allowed him to admire the scenery along the way, providing a far more pleasant experience than sword flight. Upon exiting the Yun'an mountain range, he journeyed eastward for several consecutive days, encountering no signs of civilization, only desolate wilderness and ferocious beasts. It was not until the 6th day that he sporadically glimpsed some dilapidated and abandoned villages, barren fields, and numerous exposed skeletal remains. Continuing eastward for another 2 days, he lost track of his whereabouts, only to finally see a few scattered refugees fleeing from disaster. By this time, he had reached the plains, where a broad, winding, rugged road meandered, populated by a few weary souls assisting the elderly and carrying the young, all gaunt and famished. Amidst the turmoil, some dragged carts bearing the feeble forms of their kin, while others carried emaciated children on their backs, burdened by their satchels. Some leaned on wooden staffs, their weary frames shuffling along with great difficulty. Bai Xiaoyi halted his swift pace, opting instead to approach with hurried steps. He encountered an old man, leaning on a cane, clad in tattered clothes. Politely, he inquired, "Good day to you, venerable elder." The old man, with a weary glance, sighed heavily, seemingly reluctant to engage, and turned back to continue his slow, labored journey. Unwilling to give up, Bai Xiaoyi pressed on. "I seek your guidance, kind sir. What place is this? Where are you headed?" The old man merely shook his head, murmuring, "All dead, all dead." A young man, wielding a saber, interjected, "That fair-skinned lad. Do not trouble him further. He is a madman, driven to insanity after losing his entire family to the plague." Bai Xiaoyi turned to see a striking young man, tall and slender, dressed in simple attire with a large saber at his waist, indicating his martial prowess. He bowed respectfully, asking, "May I inquire your name, good sir?" The young man, recognizing Bai Xiaoyi's courtesy, responded with equal respect, "I am Zhou Jigang, at your service." "And what name do you go by, esteemed master?" "Tai." Bai Xiaoyi fabricated a moniker inspired by his own name. Zhou Jigang feigned realization. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Tai. Pray tell, where do you practice your craft?" "I have dwelled in seclusion in a nameless mountain with my master since childhood. Only after his passing a month ago did I venture forth to explore the world. Yet I am unfamiliar with its affairs and geography, hence my inquiries." Zhou Jigang nodded, displaying understanding. "Your timing is unfortunate. The world is in chaos, with rebels rising in various regions, declaring themselves kings. Famine and plague ravage the land, while demons roam freely, leaving the populace in despair. We, too, fled from Qingzhougan County to escape the turmoil." The two continued their conversation as they walked amidst the throng. "What calamities have befallen Qingzhougan County?" Bai Xiaoyi asked. Zhou Jigang gazed skyward, lost in thought, then spoke. "Many disasters have occurred. First, there was flooding, followed by pestilence, and then banditry and man-made calamities. Strange occurrences abound, all leading to death. It is best to avoid such encounters." Bai Xiaoyi adjusted his burden, noting that the little one had taken to sleeping soundly beneath the cover, undisturbed. "And where do you all intend to go now?" he continued, his curiosity piqued. "Currently, chaos reigns across the land, yet the heart of the Central Plains, particularly around the capital, remains relatively stable. Despite the dire circumstances, there is still some strength to be found in the central city of Gaoyang, ensuring a semblance of order. It is likely that all those fleeing calamity share the same hope of reaching the capital of the Qian dynasty. No matter how impoverished a nation may be, its capital must never suffer the same fate. The citizens of the capital adorn themselves with gold and silver. Numerous dignitaries abound. Even a mere trifle dropped from their fingers would suffice for survival. I wonder how far Gaoyang is from here." Bai Xiaoyi inquired once more. Zhou Jigang stroked his stubbled chin, pondering for a moment before replying. "I estimate it to be a journey of about 10 days to half a month. That isn't too far." As night descended, clusters of people chose to rest by a riverbank, gathering firewood to ignite a bonfire and setting up a kettle to boil river water. Some ventured into the water to catch fish, others sought wild vegetables, while a few engaged in hushed conversations, the content of which remained a mystery. Zhou Jigang built his own fire, while Bai Xiaoyi, feeling lazy, simply sat beside him to rest. Zhou Jigang smiled faintly, showing no sign of discontent. Though they were initially strangers, their shared journey had fostered a sense of familiarity. Bai Xiaoyi unfastened his backpack and placed it beside him. A small child, clad in a red belly band, crawled out and perched on his shoulder, wrapping its arms around his head. This was its favored position, treating him as a steed. "Father," Zhou Jigang exclaimed in disbelief, "is this your child?" To avoid any misunderstandings, Bai Xiaoyi quickly fabricated a tale. "You must be mistaken. This child was entrusted to me by a woman I encountered on my journey, who, on her deathbed, insisted I become this child's godfather. Seeing her sorrow, I could not bear to let the child perish at the hands of wild beasts, so I brought it along." "You have a kind heart." Zhou Jigang stood, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "I'm going to wash in the river. Would you care to join?" "You go ahead. It's rather inconvenient for me to take care of a child." Bai Xiaoyi noticed several pairs of predatory eyes glancing in his direction. Noticing Bai Xiaoyi's refusal, Zhou Jigang said nothing further and turned towards the river. With Zhou Jigang gone, 5 gaunt figures resembling drought-stricken victims encircled Bai Xiaoyi, trapping him. Armed with machetes and clubs, they bore expressions of indifference, their eyes glinting with a faint crimson light. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Xiaoyi remained unperturbed, discreetly grasping a bamboo stick from the ground. One of the men, with a horse-like face, spoke in a low, chilling tone. "Do not concern yourself with our intentions. Simply hand over that child." "You want the little one? Are you intending to eat him?" Bai Xiaoyi's heart trembled, his expression turning icy. "What if I refuse? If you do not comply, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. In your next life, do not be born as a human." They raised their machetes, ready to strike. Suddenly, a disheveled woman emerged from the crowd, her voice raw with desperation. "No, please, don't. I beg you. Do not consume any more children. You have already taken my red. Is that not enough? Now you wish to take another? You are demons. You are monsters. May you meet a wretched end." 2 elderly men desperately restrained her, exclaiming, "Child, do not speak further. Beware, they might not spare you either." Upon hearing this, the man with the horse-like face became furious and strode towards the woman. "Wretched woman, seeking death," he bellowed, raising his machete high once more, preparing to strike her down. The 2 old men, terrified, collapsed to the ground, bracing for the impending blow. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by a humming sound, as if a bamboo shadow flashed before their eyes. In an instant, the man's neck was severed, blood gushing forth as his head rolled to the ground, his body collapsing lifelessly. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, leaving the remaining four in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Then, they beheld a bamboo pole swaying before them, still dripping with blood, which sent them into a panic. "It's him," one man stammered, pointing at Bai Xiaoyi, unable to articulate his fear. "He killed with that bamboo pole." Another shouted, "He is a monster. Run." Someone else cried out. With that, the four turned and fled in disarray. "Call me a monster? I believe you are the true man-eating fiends." With a swift motion of the bamboo pole, Bai Xiaoyi spun it around, creating a humming sound as it swept across the necks of the four, their heads tumbling to the ground. Gasps of horror echoed, quickly stifled as the onlookers recoiled in terror, fearing they might attract misfortune. Unfazed, Bai Xiaoyi flicked the bamboo rod to clean off the blood, preparing to resume his meditative posture when he heard Zhu Jigang's distant cries. Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility of Zhu Jigang encountering trouble. Zhu Jigang had been kind throughout their journey, answering every query and enlightening him about the current state of affairs in the world. If the predicament was not severe, lending him assistance would be a fitting way to repay his kindness. Resolutely, he rose, slinging the bamboo basket onto his back, and hastened towards Zhu Jigang's location to ascertain the situation. Chapter 14. The Cicadier. Meanwhile, Zhu Jigang distanced himself from the crowd, seeking a secluded spot along the riverbank to cleanse himself. After walking several hundred meters, he found an unoccupied area with crystal-clear waters. Without hesitation, he disrobed and waded into the river. The chilly water of early spring sent a shiver through him, prompting him to hasten his washing to avoid discomfort. Amidst the splashing of water, he suddenly heard a voice, tinged with a mix of allure and alarm, exclaim, "Oh, there is someone here." Startled, Zhu Jigang crouched low, revealing only his head as he cautiously peered towards the source of the voice. There, merely 10 paces away in the water, was a woman with long, wet hair. She was enchanting, her figure graceful and captivating. Upon closer inspection, her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes resembled pear blossoms, and her lips were akin to cherries, exuding a delicate charm that made her appear both fragile and irresistibly lovely. What is this maiden doing here? Zhu Jigang thought, his mind in disarray, his words faltering. The young woman appeared as if she had suffered an injustice, lowering her head and speaking softly. "I have been bathing here for quite some time, previously frolicking with the fish beneath the water." Zhu Jigang thought to himself, no wonder he had not seen anyone earlier. He repeatedly apologized, saying, "It was I who was presumptuous. Upon seeing no one, I entered the water to wash. If I have offended you, I hope you will not take it to heart. Miss, I shall take my leave now." As he stood to depart, his body exposed above the water's surface elicited a soft, startled scream from the young woman, compelling him to crouch back down into the water. "Do not be alarmed, my lord," she said, slightly parting her delicate fingers to reveal her enchanting eyes. "Since there is no one around, let us continue bathing. Soon enough we shall part ways, and only we, heaven, and earth shall know of this." "What do you say?" Zhu Jigang, already flustered and devoid of rational thought, could only respond, "Very well, very well." The young woman, covering her face, flashed a mischievous smile before submerging herself once more, akin to a snowy fish swimming gracefully to Zhu Jigang's side. His heart raced, for he was a young man full of vigor, unable to withstand such alluring temptation. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly made his way upstream along the riverbank. Under the moonlight, he soon beheld a bizarre and distressing scene unfolding amidst the reeds by the riverbank. Zhu Jigang was sprawled upon a gigantic toad-like creature, riding it wildly. His expression was twisted, veins bulging, eyes vacant and unfocused, as he continuously howled. The creature, the size of a water barrel, sported 2 snow-white human hands and a jade-like foot, its body covered in festering sores, oozing a viscous liquid, its gaping mouth unleashed an extraordinarily long, supple tongue that dangled in the air, ensnaring the head of a young girl. What manner of monster is this? Bai Xiaoyi dared not cry out, lest he alert the beast, and instead channeled his magical energy, leaping forward and appearing before it in an instant. With a resounding thud, he severed the toad in half with a swift strike. From the creature's ruptured belly poured forth countless tiny toads, leaping about chaotically, some plunging into the river, while others darted into the underbrush. Bai Xiaoyi struck Zhu Jigang on the forehead, rendering him unconscious, and swiftly carried him away from the scene. Returning to the campfire site, he casually discarded Zhu Jigang and retrieved 2 relatively clean garments from the deceased to cover him. Most of the disaster victims regarded Bai Xiaoyi with a mixture of reverence and fear, keeping their distance. Only a disheveled woman staggered over, kneeling upon the ground, prostrating herself in gratitude. "What is the meaning of this?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired without hindrance. The woman, having bowed thrice, lifted her tear-streaked face, sorrowful and trembling, and said, "I can only thank you for slaying those brutes, avenging my son." Understanding her plight, and noticing her frail condition, Bai Xiaoyi asked, "Could you procure a clay pot for me?" The woman nodded and soon returned, cradling a clay pot in her arms. "Is this usable?" he inquired. "Certainly," she replied. Accepting the pot, Bai Xiaoyi approached the riverbank, filled it with water, and returned to place it carelessly on the ground before retrieving a small creature from his back and tossing it into the pot. "Come, dear grandfather. Let me give you a bath." After untying the apron, he scrubbed thoroughly, then lifted it up, redressing the apron and placing it back into the bamboo basket. Strangely, the water that had been used for the bath exuded a fragrant medicinal aroma. He then set the earthen pot containing the bath water over the fire, retrieving a jade vial from the bamboo basket, and dropped a nourishing elixir into the pot. "May I inquire how to address you, madam?" He glanced at the woman, noticing she had departed, and thus posed his question. The woman, who had silently observed throughout, finally responded, "I am called Li Yuanyan." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, he surmised that her past was fraught with painful memories she preferred to forget. "I would be grateful if Sister Li could assist me in procuring a vessel for water, be it a broken bowl or a gourd." Li Yuanyan nodded and turned to search. Upon reaching the crowd of disaster victims and voicing her request, the people, fearful of the infamous figure's command, hastily brought forth various bowls and gourds. She selected a seemingly intact gourd and returned. "I notice others fear you. Why do you not?" Bai Xiaoyi cast a sidelong glance at the distant disaster victims and inquired of Li Yuanyan. "Others fear you due to your formidable skills and your merciless nature," she replied, sitting beside the campfire and handing him the gourd. "However, I am aware that those you have slain are the malevolent devourers of humanity. My only regret is my inability to act. Hence, I see no reason to fear you." As he listened, Bai Xiaoyi stirred the contents of the pot with the gourd, scooping out half a gourd of water, and approached Zhou Jigang. He pried open Zhou's mouth and poured the liquid inside. After several breaths, Zhou Jigang abruptly awoke, sitting upright as if emerging from a profound dream. "What has happened to me?" He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was beside the campfire, perplexed. "Wasn't I by the river with the beauty?" Bai Xiaoyi, catching sight of Zhou's dazed expression, couldn't he help but chuckle. Had he truly mistaken that extraordinarily ugly toad for a beauty? He tapped Zhou's head with a bamboo pole and admonished, "Still lost in your grand delusions? Wake up. Ouch, that hurts." Zhou clutched his head, wincing. He then turned to Li Yuanyan and said, "I see you are frail. Take this gourd of medicinal broth to drink. It may aid in your recovery." Li Yuanyan understood the implication, realizing it was a gesture of farewell, and thus scooped a gourd of water to take with her. The following day dawned clear and serene. With a bright blue sky, the group packed their belongings and continued their journey. Zhou Jigang, having lost vital energy the previous night, appeared quite weak and moved slowly. Li Yuanyan, revitalized after consuming the elixir provided by Bai Xiaoyi, approached to assist Zhou, offering her support as they walked together. Bai Xiaoyi, disinclined to accompany them at a leisurely pace, declared, "Brother Zhou, Sister Li, I shall take my leave and proceed ahead." He performed a bow and farewell. "Take care on your journey, young master." Zhou Jigang, though somewhat reluctant, understood the fleeting nature of their encounter and felt it inappropriate to detain him. "Be safe, young master," Li Yuanyan added. Bai Xiaoyi nodded, then turned and strode purposefully forward. Initially, they were not far apart, but after a brief moment, they had already left the others far behind. When Zhou Jigang glanced back, no one was in sight. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The young Master Tai is indeed an extraordinary individual." Li Yuanyan also gazed into the distance, lost in endless contemplation. As they journeyed into midday, they encountered two groups of soldiers and bandits engaged in a fierce battle on the main road ahead. Approximately several hundred individuals were embroiled in a chaotic melee, their shouts reaching the heavens. Various weapons clashed with a cacophony of sounds, blood and flesh scattered, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. Bai Xiaoyi, witnessing this, wisely chose not to charge directly into the fray. Instead, he redirected his path toward the adjacent forest, intending to circumvent the tumult and return to the main road. After walking for a short while within the woods, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Lightly, he leaped into the treetops to observe. It turned out to be 3 fleeing soldiers. Once they disappeared from sight, Bai Xiaoyi descended from the tree, softly landing on the ground, and continued on his way in a different direction. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the western hills, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold. Bai Xiaoyi was squatting by a small stream, washing his face, when he spotted a majestic spotted deer emerging from the dense thicket on the opposite bank. The deer sported 2 magnificent antlers adorned with vibrant flowers, a truly remarkable sight. It glanced at Bai Xiaoyi, hesitated for a moment, then approached the stream to drink. The deer was so splendidly built that it seemed a perfect companion for him. Filled with excitement at the prospect of a hunt, Bai Xiaoyi pointed his finger, and 4 strands of crimson energy shot forth silently, piercing into the deer's body to control its limbs. Initially startled, the deer raised its head and bleated incessantly. Yet its legs refused to obey. Bai Xiaoyi swiftly mounted its back, soothing and calming it until he could guide it deeper into the forest. In a fit of whimsy, he urged the deer to gallop, and it leaped forward for several dozen paces, its speed impressive, though it could not match his own prowess. Yet it was certainly less exhausting. After riding for a while, he began to hear distant cries for help. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Someone! Bai Xiaoyi paused for a moment, contemplating the desolate wilderness, and decided it was best not to interfere. He instructed the deer to continue onward. After galloping for the duration of a short incense stick, they arrived at a slope where a colossal tree was entwined with the lifeless bodies of 3 individuals. Their corpses were festooned with colorful mushrooms, red, white, green, and purple, of various sizes, some sprouting from their eyes, mouths, and nostrils, while others emerged from their bare skin on necks and arms. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the 3 corpses were clad in soldier uniforms, the very ones he had encountered earlier. A puzzled expression crossed Bai Xiaoyi's face. How had they ended up dead here, and who was responsible? Suddenly, the spotted deer let out a terrified cry. Looking down, Bai Xiaoyi saw numerous vines erupting from the ground, growing wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they had ensnared the deer's legs, rapidly climbing upwards. Startled, Bai Xiaoyi swiftly gestured and drew forth his weapon. A radiant beam of white light erupted from the iron umbrella on the back, spiraling around the hooves of the spotted deer, severing all the vines in its path. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiaoyi deftly maneuvered the deer to leap upwards, retreating several paces before retracting his flying sword. I pondered, who possesses the audacity to capture my beloved pet as a mount? To my astonishment, it was a diminutive sword immortal, a truly contemptible affront. A peculiar figure emerged from behind a tree, adorned with antlers and a flowing beard, his visage draped in white robes, resembling a radiant embodiment of light. In his grasp, he wielded a peculiar, multi-branched twig, adorned with an array of vibrant flowers and mushrooms, an oddity to behold. What manner of creature are you? Were those 2 slain by your hand? Bai Xiaoyi asked, unperturbed. The strange man, irate, retorted, impudent youth, heedless of your mortality. Return my divine deer at once, or I shall ensure you share the same fate as them, perishing amidst an explosion of fungi. Clearly, this enigmatic figure was no benevolent soul. Even if he were to reclaim the spotted deer, he would not relent. Humph, this deer has willingly chosen to accompany me. If you claim it as yours, why not simply call it back? If it heeds your command, I shall gladly release it. Bai Xiaoyi provocatively challenged. Upon hearing this, the strange man truly opened his mouth, emitting a peculiar series of sounds, ulu, as if attempting to summon the deer to leap and dislodge Bai Xiaoyi. After several attempts, the deer merely shook its head in irritation, seemingly rooted to the spot. This is impossible, the strange man exclaimed in astonishment, suspecting that Bai Xiaoyi had employed some bizarre method to control the creature. Come forth and perish. As he spoke, he furiously lifted his hand, brandishing the peculiar twig, which shimmered with starlight. Countless vines erupted from the ground, clamoring to ensnare Bai Xiaoyi. Realizing that he was surrounded by an overwhelming mass of vines, he feared that remaining any longer would result in being bound like a dumpling. He patted the deer and swiftly turned to flee. Nowhere to run. The strange man, incensed, pursued him like a whirlwind, smoke billowing from his feet. During the chase, the strange man incessantly waved the twig, conjuring endless vines to set various traps. Bai Xiaoyi skillfully guided the deer to evade them, and whenever he could not escape, he would wield a bamboo branch to cleave through the obstacles. The strange man was incensed, his rage boiling over as he incessantly cursed. Stop right there, you little rascal. If you have the gall, take a hit from my staff. I, the great deer master, will not let this go unpunished. You wretched cur, born of no mother, stand your ground, or I shall obliterate you. Bai Xiaoyi paid him no heed, internally scoffing at yet another shameless self-proclaimed master. Seizing an opportunity, he shouted, Drawl, unleashing his flying sword in retaliation. The sword transformed into a streak of white light, shooting towards the great deer master with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The great deer master widened his eyes in surprise, inhaling sharply, and lacked the time to react calmly. In a moment of peril, he tilted his head to narrowly evade the attack, yet still suffered the loss of a portion of his antler, igniting his fury. Such audacity! Channeling greater power, he wielded his artifact, swirling it in a tempestuous manner, and suddenly, the heavens darkened. The very ground transformed into undulating waves, trees swayed perilously, and leaves fell incessantly. The sika deer stumbled as if intoxicated, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground under the force of a sudden surge. Bai Xiaoyi, quick-witted and agile, leaped onto a thick tree trunk and, with a deft gesture, remotely controlled his flying sword. With a sharp hiss, it unleashed a burst of spiritual energy. The sword, infused with this power, soared in spirals, resembling a whirlwind cascading from the heavens. Seeing this, The mighty deer spirit dared not confront it directly. Instead, it uprooted 2 nearby trees and flung them into the air, colliding with the spiraling sword. As the blade whirled, splinters and leaves rained down like a tempest. Seizing the moment, the deer spirit launched itself toward Bai Xiaoyi, conjuring an unending array of vine-like tendrils that morphed into spear tips, thrusting forward with relentless ferocity. The tendrils pierced the tree trunks with alarming ease, as if they were mere tofu. Bai Xiaoyi evaded with a series of nimble jumps, the vine arrows pursuing him relentlessly. Each misstep could spell disaster for him, yet his agility allowed him to maneuver as fluidly as a serpent, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The deer spirit, though swift, did not expect the tendrils to ensnare this slippery foe. They merely served to buy it precious moments. From a concealed vantage point, it approached, gripping an extraordinary flowered tree and aimed to strike Bai Xiaoyi down. A single hit could lead to instant death, as spores would latch onto him, causing a swift demise. However, Bai Xiaoyi remained composed. With a swift motion, he tossed an iron umbrella into the air, which unfurled, radiating golden light and showering down a myriad of luminescent fireflies that enveloped him. Though the umbrella was made of ordinary material, the effort and ingenuity he had poured into its crafting represented the pinnacle of his skills at that time. The extraordinary tree struck the umbrella with a resounding clang, tilting it and dimming its spiritual glow. Bai Xiaoyi felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite his cleverness, the fundamental limitations of the iron could not be overcome. He caught the descending umbrella, refusing to retract it, and instead leaped backward, wielding a bamboo branch. The branch, concealed beneath the umbrella, struck the deer spirit's foot with precision, causing it to yelp in pain as it landed on one leg. Just then, sensing the imminent threat of the pursuing sword, the deer spirit, disregarding its injury, waved the magical tree branch, scattering starlight and summoning several vines that ensnared Bai Xiaoyi, dragging him underground. Until this grievance is avenged, I shall not rest, echoed a voice. Bai Xiaoyi landed atop the tree trunk, remaining vigilant, wary of any trickery from his foe. Observing the severed foot on the ground, he commanded his flying sword to shred it into pieces, ensuring that the enemy could not reclaim it. After waiting for several breaths without movement, he cautiously directed the Sika deer to flee first before following suit. Upon exiting the forest and returning to the main road, he mounted the Sika deer and continued his journey, covering several dozen miles until the night grew dark, at which point he finally slowed his pace. The spotted deer, weary and parched, prompted Bai Xiaoyi to leap down, relinquishing control and allowing the deer to graze on the grass and sip some water by the roadside. The deer, contemplating an escape, soon realized its limbs were too fatigued to move, so it obediently followed, gaining a modicum of freedom to move. This taming process led the deer to understand that it should accompany humans, pausing occasionally to nibble on tender patches of grass before galloping ahead to keep up. Bai Xiaoyi felt a deep satisfaction with his method of taming, content to observe the spotted deer trailing behind him without the need for control. As the saying goes, one should not travel by night or enter the woods when darkness looms. Thus, Bai Xiaoyi sought a place to rest until dawn. After a short while, he stumbled upon a village, comprising around 100 households. Most of the homes were shrouded in darkness, with only a few windows glowing faintly. He approached one such residence, characterized by its mud walls and black tiles, marked by a large stone mill at the front and a withered jujube tree nearby. He rapped 3 times on the decaying door, inquiring if anyone was home. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the candle inside flickered out, plunging the interior into darkness, and no response came forth. He pondered offering an explanation but ultimately refrained, moving on to several other houses, each yielding the same silent response. Could something be amiss? He then deftly ascended to the rooftop, lifting a dark tile to peer inside with his mystical vision, discerning the scene clearly in the dark. Inside, an elderly man and woman sat rigidly, refraining from any sound or movement, their eyes occasionally blinking in a most peculiar manner. After a lengthy silence, the woman could no longer contain herself and whispered, "Old man, we should leave. I'll go check." She patted her partner's hand reassuringly before the old man stealthily approached the door, squinting through a narrow crack to peer outside. He beheld the empty surroundings, save for a large spotted deer resting peacefully beneath the jujube tree. Just as his curiosity about the deer piqued, a voice startled him half to death. "Old man, what are you looking at? Were you searching for me?" The elder, trembling and weak, leaned against the door, glancing around for the source of the voice, and stammered, "Are you a human or a ghost?" "Naturally, I am human. Just take a look up here." The elderly couple raised their eyes to the rooftop and beheld the visage of a young man, recognizing him as a youth. "How did you climb to the roof?" "Come down quickly." Bai Xiaoyi grinned and replied, "If you open the door to let me in, I shall descend." After a moment of contemplation, the old man acquiesced. "Very well, I shall open the door. Just be careful not to fall." "Child, come down." The the old woman urged, waving her hand. Bai Xiaoyi restored the tile to its place and lightly leaped down to the ground, just as the old man quietly opened a small gap in the door, beckoning him in a hushed tone, "Quickly, come inside." With a heart full of questions, Bai Xiaoyi squeezed into the house, and the old man promptly shut the door behind him. The elderly woman reignited the oil lamp, illuminating the room once more. Upon seeing the newcomer was a young man carrying an infant on his back, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The expressions of the couple did not escape Bai Xiaoyi's notice. Curiosity piqued. He respectfully bowed before inquiring, "Might I ask why you two elders appear so anxious and vigilant?" The old man let out a heavy sigh, settled onto a bench, and instead of answering, posed a question of his own. "What brings you here, young sir?" Not feeling awkward despite not being invited to sit, Bai Xiaoyi took a seat on the opposite bench and replied, "I am a wandering ascetic, known as Tai Yi, journeying to the grand capital of Gaoyang. As I passed through this place, the night grew dark and deep, prompting me to seek a place to rest for half the night before continuing my journey at dawn. If I have disturbed you, I kindly ask for your generosity in accommodating me." "Ah, novice, I see. I wondered who would be bold enough to wander outside at such an hour, unafraid of misfortune," the elderly woman remarked, picking corn kernels from a basket, revealing her late-night toil. The old man sighed repeatedly, his face etched with worry. "In days gone by, I would never have opened my door to any passerby at this hour. But for some reason today, upon seeing your familiar face, I felt a sudden softness in my heart and chose to let you in. What could be the cause of such a change? Would you be willing to share?" The old man gazed into the void, seemingly lost in reminiscence, his expression darkening as he began to recount. "This tale is indeed tragic. It all began a year ago." Bai Xiaoyi listened intently as the old man recounted a harrowing incident. This village was known as the Zhuangwu village, where every inhabitant shared the surname Wu. Among them was a family skilled in making quilts, blessed with a daughter named Yuan Er, who, at the tender age of 18, was as beautiful as a blooming flower, gentle and virtuous. One fateful night, several young noblemen from the capital, each mounted on fine steeds and adorned in splendid attire, arrived at the village. They knocked on Yuan Er's door, claiming to seek shelter for the night. Her father, Wu Lao San, a kind-hearted and honest man, opened the door without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, these ruffians, upon laying eyes on the fair Yuan Er, harbored malicious intentions. They bound Wu Lao San and his wife, casting them into a well, followed by a heavy stone, sealing their grim fate. That night, Yuan Er was subjected to the vile acts of these scoundrels, leaving her mind shattered. The villagers, filled with compassion and outrage, lamented her plight, but with the authorities indifferent and no means for justice, they could only provide for her daily needs. Months later, as Yuan Er's belly began to swell, the villagers were taken aback to discover she was with child. What a predicament! They felt powerless, left to accept the situation as it was. Tragically, in her madness, Yuan Er gave birth while using the restroom, and the infant fell into a cesspit, drowning in the filth. In an even more bizarre turn, the infant later transformed into a grotesque creature, lurking in the cesspit. Whenever someone approached to relieve themselves, it would extend its appendages, penetrating their bodies and devouring their innards, leaving them as mere husks. After several individuals encountered this strange predicament, it finally came to light, revealing its eerie nature. From that moment forth, no one dared approach that place. The villagers even used hemp ropes to cordon off the area, hanging talismans in hopes of confining the anomaly within, praying it would not escape to wreak havoc. Such occurrences were indeed astonishing. What became of that girl, Yuan Er, afterwards? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but inquire. The old man sighed deeply, responding, "What else could happen? She became deranged and could not care for herself. Eventually, a widower in the village, for reasons unknown, took her in as a bedmate, binding her feet with rope to prevent her from wandering. She lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, and occasionally, we would visit to see that she was still alive, and then we would leave her be." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi lamented the harshness of the world. He resolved that the next day, he would linger a while longer, as encountering such extraordinary tales was too intriguing to miss. Thus, he decided to pay a visit to the unfortunate Yuan Er the following day. Chapter 16. He is a little immortal. The old man arranged for Bai Xiaoyi to rest in the kitchen, laying down 2 long benches and placing 2 wooden boards atop them, creating a makeshift bed with a straw mat. Bai Xiaoyi initially lay down for a brief nap, but, invigorated, could not sleep any longer. He sat up to cultivate and refine his spiritual energy. The accumulation of spiritual energy requires persistent effort, and one must not be negligent even for a day. Before long, the rooster crowed at dawn, and sunlight flooded the room, heralding a new day. In the kitchen, Bai Xiaoyi found a water vat, scooped out a ladle of water to wash and tidy himself, and consumed a fasting pill, preparing to seek out the old man Wu. It is worth noting that this fasting pill was obtained from a trove of elixirs pilfered from the Valley Pill Immortal, and he had already distinguished various other pills. Upon finding the old man Wu, Bai Xiaoyi conveyed his intentions, and the old man did not refuse but expressed his curiosity. What do you wish to see Yuan for? Bai Xiaoyi replied, I possess some medical knowledge and may be able to heal her. Is that not a virtuous endeavor? The old man Wu set aside his bamboo rake, acknowledging that if he could indeed heal her, it would be a commendable act. Very well, I have not visited her in some time. Let us go today? He called for his wife, who also expressed her desire to accompany them. The three of them then locked the door and set out. Seeing the spotted deer following closely behind Bai Xiaoyi, the old man Wu was astonished, recognizing it as a tamed beast. This little master has quite the magnificent deer, he remarked. Just a mountain deer, indeed. Along the way, some curious onlookers spotted the trio and the deer, prompting inquiries. Old Ba, where are you off to? The old man Wu replied, this young doctor has come to see if he can help you honor. This revelation piqued the interest of several onlookers, who decided to follow along. The group meandered through the streets and alleys until they finally reached a dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard featured a house with 2 rooms, mud walls, and black tiles, with fishing nets hanging out to dry and various bamboo racks scattered about. In the courtyard, a burly man with a scruffy beard was busy whittling bamboo. The old man Wu called out first, Anyo, where is Yuan? The man named Anyo cast a glance at the villagers, his expression indifferent. He pointed towards the house and resumed his work, disregarding them. The onlookers had long grown accustomed to this reticent demeanor of the solitary man, for it was precisely this temperament that had led to his prolonged bachelorhood. Old Wu led the group into the house, with Bai Xiaoyi taking the lead. Upon entering, they were met with a nauseating stench of excrement. In the midst of the room, a woman with disheveled hair and a vacant gaze sat upon a rudimentary bed adorned with straw. She idly played with her hair, her feet bound by a coarse hemp rope. Master, please observe, this is Yuan, Old Wu gestured. Bai Xiaoyi stepped forward, closing the distance to merely 2 or 3 meters from Yuan. He scrutinized her countenance and demeanor, employing his mystical vision to gain insight. He quickly deduced that Yuan was in a state of self-imposed withdrawal, a consequence of severe psychological trauma. Her madness stems from an overwhelming shock, causing her spirit to retreat and evade reality, rendering her a mere shell of a person, he articulated. The villagers nodded in agreement. Who could calmly accept such a horrific ordeal? Those vile beasts, one can only wish for divine retribution to cast them into the depths of hell. Someone exclaimed in indignation. Is there hope for healing? Old Wu inquired, his concern palpable. Bai Xiaoyi turned to the villagers with a smile. This is not an insurmountable challenge. However, should we awaken her consciousness, she might recall her past traumas and, in despair, seek to end her own life. We must tread carefully. What then shall we do? The solution had already formed in Bai Xiaoyi's mind. I possess a forgetfulness elixir. Once ingested, she will be liberated from her past and its burdens. However, she will emerge akin to a newborn, with no recognition of her former acquaintances or the complexities of the world. It will be imperative for you to nurture her anew, teaching her the values of propriety and morality. A wave of joy swept through the crowd. That would be splendid. Please, master, proceed swiftly. Outside the house, a man rushed out, expressing his frustration to the oblivious Anyo. Oh, Anyo, you truly lack sense. A young doctor has come, claiming he can cure your wife's madness, yet you remain here idly. Upon hearing this, Anyo abandoned his task and dashed into the house, parting the crowd to kneel before Bai Xiaoyi. I implore you, young doctor, save Yuan. Bai Xiaoyi, sensing his earnestness, nodded in affirmation but did not offer assistance, simply stating, fetch a bowl of water for Yuan to take the elixir. Understood. Anyo scrambled to his feet and hurried away, soon returning with half a bowl of water. Bai Xiaoyi retrieved a small jade vial from his bamboo basket, pouring a single black pill the size of a fisheye, and handed it to Anyo. With gentle coaxing, Anyo encouraged Yuan to consume the forgetfulness elixir, and perhaps due to her familiarity with his care, she obediently swallowed it, as if he were soothing a child. Bai Xiaoyi gestured for Anyo to step aside, then reached out to touch Yuan's forehead, subtly channeling his spiritual energy to reopen her consciousness. Gradually, a new spark illuminated Yuan's eyes, dispelling the haze of confusion that once engulfed her. Bai Xiaoyi knew he had succeeded, withdrawing his fingers. He stepped aside to allow the onlookers to witness the rebirth of Yuan. With an innocent and bewildered expression, Yuan gazed around, then looked at herself, murmuring questions. Where is this? Who are you? Who am I? The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld Yuan's restored human form. Incredible! Yuan is well, someone exclaimed, clapping in delight. Anyu, overwhelmed with joy, could only stammer, wonderful. Yuan is back. Yuan is back. Old Wu patted Anyu on the shoulder, saying, you foolish boy. Don't you need to untie Yuan? Anyu quickly bent down to free her from the ropes binding her feet. Master Bai is truly a miraculous healer. On behalf of everyone in Wu Village, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Old Wu bowed solemnly. Thank you, young master. You are indeed a divine physician, others echoed. Aniu knelt before Bai Xiaoyi, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, but Bai Xiaoyi, unable to bear such fervent admiration, helped him up. Why don't we gather some silver coins to offer the young master as a token of our appreciation for his medical services? Old Wu suggested. The villagers generously contributed. Some offered 10 coins, others 5. Bai Xiaoyi, having previously scavenged in the abandoned Qingyou town, possessed a modest fortune of gold and silver, which rendered the villagers' offerings trivial in comparison. Dear villagers, there's no need for such generosity. I am but a wanderer, not a true physician. Wealth holds no value for me. Please keep your coins. He waved his hand in refusal. To him, it was merely an act of kindness towards ordinary folk, a way to accumulate virtue. The villagers could only praise his compassionate heart and boundless benevolence. As Bai Xiaoyi exited the courtyard, he recalled the malevolent creature lurking in the pit of filth, his expression turning serious. This matter is not yet resolved. We must locate the sinister lair of that fiend, he stated. Old Wu, alarmed, waved his hands in protest, urging, You must not go. It is far too perilous. Indeed, young master, that monster is formidable. You truly cannot go. The other villagers echoed in concern. Bai Xiaoyi smiled reassuringly, signaling them not to worry. Have faith. I possess the ability to vanquish demons and safeguard the realm. Just lead the way. We shall assess the situation and decide whether to engage. If it proves simple to resolve, why not eliminate it? If it is too troublesome, we shall refrain. Is that so? Old Wu grasped his hand, seeking confirmation. Bai Xiaoyi patted his calloused hand to instill confidence. Renewed, Old Wu declared, Very well. I trust the young master. Today, I shall broaden my horizons and witness the true form of that monster. The villagers ceased their objections and together set forth towards the creature's dwelling. Initially, there were only 7 or 8 individuals, but as word spread that a young master skilled in exorcism had arrived to confront the malevolent spirit, the crowd swelled to over 100, marching resolutely towards the outskirts of the village. Before long, they arrived at a secluded area beyond the village, where dilapidated earthen walls of abandoned houses stood starkly against the landscape, bound with several loops of hemp rope adorned with yellow paper and red characters. This is the place, the old man Wu pointed out. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in understanding and proceeded alone. The others dared only to linger at a distance, murmuring amongst themselves. Do you think this young master can truly vanquish the creature? I am certain he can. His supernatural abilities cured Yuan'er of her madness, and I witnessed it firsthand. I remain skeptical. While this young master possesses remarkable healing skills, it does not necessarily mean he has the prowess to exorcise demons. Bai Xiaoyi approached to examine the talismans, noticing the erratic strokes that faintly pulsed with a subtle flow of spiritual energy. There is some merit to this. These are indeed genuine talismans, possessing a degree of binding efficacy. Having once practiced the 4 symbols demon-subduing formation with 3 fellow disciples, he had a rudimentary understanding of talismanic formations. However, he found these talismans rather crude and limited in their effectiveness. With a deft leap, he soared into the air like a great rock, landing lightly atop a wall. The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing his remarkable skill. This site, once a mud hut, had fallen into disrepair with no roof remaining, leaving only 4 crumbling walls. The villagers had ingeniously repurposed the space, digging a square pit for use as a latrine. An unpleasant stench permeated the air, causing Bai Xiaoyi to hold his breath as he focused his internal energy. Using his spiritual sight, he peered inside and discerned a thick, swirling mass of malevolent, dark energy, confirming that the creature still lurked within. However, he deemed this filthy place unworthy of tarnishing his treasured flying sword and decided it would be simpler to incinerate the site entirely. He turned and leaped down to the villagers, stating, I have discerned the truth. The creature still hides within. To eliminate it, we must burn it to ashes. Wu Lao's face was filled with concern as he hesitated. We had considered this approach, but after a warning from the officials, we feared that using fire might provoke the creature, causing it to escape and harm others or flee to safety. If it calls for reinforcements to exorcise it, it would create even greater complications. Thus, they abandoned the idea and temporarily sealed it with these talismans. Bai Xiaoyi chuckled disdainfully. While these talismans possess some capabilities, they cannot truly contain the creature if it wishes to emerge. The only reason it remains hidden is its preference for filthy surroundings. It has no desire to venture elsewhere. Rest assured, I possess divine fire that will compel it to submit without causing any commotion. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's unwavering confidence, the villagers were eager to rid themselves of this menace and readily agreed. Following his instructions, they gathered dry wood and straw, piling it around the walls. Everyone stepped back 100 paces. Bai Xiaoyi called out. The crowd complied without hesitation. Bai Xiaoyi glanced around and, noticing the area had been cleared, retrieved the precious lotus lamp from his waist. He carefully unwrapped it and cradled it in his palms. The lamp shimmered in the sunlight, resplendent and vibrant. Reminiscent of exquisite emeralds and corals, its brilliance truly captivating. With a flick of his fingers, he commanded, "Open." The 12 lotus petals unfurled, revealing a blue flame within. Without delay, he directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the lamp, which ignited and transformed into a roaring inferno surging forward. The divine fire engulfed the pile of kindling, and as the dry wood met the fierce flames, it erupted into a tumult of blazing fire and thick smoke, soaring into the sky. Even from a distance, the onlookers could feel the searing heat, a testament to the ferocity of the blaze. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was the Samadhi true fire that Bai Xiaoyi had meticulously refined, a force to be reckoned with. A piercing, elongated scream emanated from within. The crowd instinctively covered their ears, faces contorted in agony. "Wretched beast, how dare you act so brazenly?" Bai Xiaoyi bellowed, gesturing with his hands. And the flames roared higher, resembling a torrent of fire dragons rushing inward. Suddenly, amidst the inferno, an extraordinarily long tentacle-like appendage shot out, aiming to strike Bai Xiaoyi. Before it could reach him, it was incinerated into ashes by the divine fire. The strange sound ceased, as the insignificant creature, hardly formed, could not withstand such divine flames. In an instant, it was reduced to mere cinders. The walls, too, succumbed to the intense heat, collapsing and melting into a pool of lava. After a brief moment, the flames extinguished, and some curious, daring souls approached, stepping cautiously on the scorched stones to observe the aftermath. All that remained was a pool of molten rock, flowing and devoid of any peculiar beings. This fire was exceedingly fierce, even turning the ground to liquid. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of that creature's appearance. Yet not a single trace remains, just vaporized by the young immortal, one remarked with a chuckle. Old Wu hurriedly approached Bai Xiaoyi and knelt before him, exclaiming, "I did not realize it was the young immortal's presence." This old man, with mere mortal eyes, failed to recognize the true master. "I beg your forgiveness for my negligence." The other villagers, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, followed suit and knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the young immortal." They understood that Bai Xiaoyi's displayed abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary mortal. Coupled with the previous warning from the ruffian, Old Wu finally recognized that the seemingly youthful figure before them exhibited extraordinary traits akin to those of the legendary deities. Bai Xiaoyi quickly helped the old man to his feet. Feeling somewhat awkward but understanding the reverence, he declared loudly, "Dear villagers, please rise. I am no immortal. Merely a weary cultivator with some medical knowledge and peculiar skills. No need for such formalities." The villagers gradually stood, yet many rushed closer, eager to be near the immortal and catch a glimpse of his celestial visage, hoping to forge a connection. They did not believe a word of Bai Xiaoyi's modest claims. After all, they had personally witnessed the young immortal's remarkable prowess. There could be no doubt. Contemplating the madness that no one could cure, he effortlessly restored health to those afflicted. Even the officials of the Jing'an division were rendered powerless against this enigma. Yet he simply set fire to the troubles. The more they pondered, the more resolute their belief became. He was indeed a minor celestial being. Chapter 17. Establishing a residence as all matters were concluded, Bai Xiaoyi resolved to bid farewell to the crowd and continue his journey towards Gaoyang. However, Old Wu suddenly suggested, "Little immortal master, not far from here lies the Luochun River. By drifting downstream, you can reach the capital in just half a day. Why not allow Anyo to ferry you for a while?" Bai Xiaoyi had been traveling tirelessly for days and was indeed weary. The prospect of sailing down the river while enjoying the scenic vistas along the way was undeniably appealing, so he accepted the suggestion. Anyo, who typically made his living as a fisherman and owned a small fishing boat, readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. Seeing that the day was nearing noon, they feared that departing now would mean arriving in the dark of night. Thus, they decided to stay another night, setting off at dawn the following day to ensure they reached Gaoyang before sunset. Anyo could then spend the night at the ferry terminal on the outskirts of Gaoyang and return at dawn, making this arrangement prudent and secure. At the break of dawn, as the sky lightened and the stars had yet to completely fade, a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. The crystal-clear Luochun River shimmered, reflecting the verdant mountains that framed its banks, while the calls of monkeys and birds filled the air. A small fishing boat glided across the water, where a fisherman clad in a raincoat and conical hat skillfully propelled the vessel with a bamboo pole. With each deft movement, the boat appeared to drift lazily, while the lush green shadows of trees and bamboo swiftly receded behind. At the stern of the boat lay a remarkably graceful spotted deer, quietly observing its surroundings, though it remained perfectly still. Inside the boat, a long-haired youth sat cross-legged, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding an ethereal charm, akin to a pristine white lotus gracing a murky world, radiating an aura of delicate elegance. As he gazed upon the enchanting scenery beyond the boat, Bai Xiaoyi experienced a profound sense of tranquility and ease for the first time. It was a feeling of closeness to nature, an embodiment of harmony between man and the cosmos. "Anyo, do you know which mountain in this vicinity is the highest?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired. Anyo, propelling the boat with his bamboo pole, turned back with a cheerful smile. "The tallest mountain should be the main peak of Luochun Mountain, located 50 miles away. This river is named Luochun River, and the mountains within a 100-mile radius are all called Luochun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi felt compelled to see the main peak. "Once we reach the vicinity of that peak, please halt the boat. I wish to behold its grandeur." "All right, I'll call for you when we arrive." And so they continued their journey, reveling in the sights as they sailed for half a day. The mountains on either side grew even more majestic and enchanting. Eventually, Anyo steered the boat to the shore and called out, "Little immortal master, the main peak of Luochun Mountain is just ahead. The tallest of them all is right there." Bai Xiaoyi, having grown weary from admiring the scenery, was resting with his eyes closed. At the sound of Anyo's voice, he opened his eyes, stepped out from the cabin, and looked up to behold a towering, steep peak, rugged with bizarre stones, ancient trees reaching for the sky, pine trees swaying in the wind, and birds soaring gracefully. Truly a magnificent sight. Unable to contain his joy, he thought to himself, how delightful it would be to seclude oneself here for cultivation, rather than venture into the bustling chaos of the capital. All he sought was peace and the pursuit of longevity. This place lay merely a few dozen miles from the vibrant city of Gaoyang. Should any supplies be scarce, he could easily venture into town to procure them. Situated near the capital region, it was likely that tranquility would prevail here for the time being, aligning perfectly with his desires. "I wish to build a humble shelter on this mountain and immerse myself in solitary practice," he declared, disembarking from the boat. "Anyo, you should return while the day is still young." With that, he left a word behind, picked up his bamboo basket, and gracefully leapt ashore. The Sika deer sprang to its feet, leaping after him. "Not going to Gaoyang?" Anyo inquired anxiously. Without looking back, Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. "No, I shall not go. If you have any unresolved matters, come to this mountain and call my name thrice. If I am here, I shall come to you." In just a few strides, Bai Xiaoyi's figure vanished into the forest, leaving Anyo to ponder, truly a divine being. Bai Xiaoyi soared to the summit, surveying the vast expanse before him, the mountains stretching for 100 miles in every direction. In the distance to the east, a grand and magnificent city stood resolutely upon the earth. It must be the ancient capital of the Qian dynasty, Gaoyang, which had flourished for centuries. The more he admired the view, the more he appreciated the location. Indeed, it was an ideal spot, and no previous occupants had erected temples here, making it perfect for his use. After further surveying the area, he selected a site nestled against the mountains, accompanied by cascading waterfalls and flowing springs, to commence his construction. To preserve the exquisite beauty of the mountain, he traveled to a neighboring peak to fell several towering trees for building materials. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 2 earthen giants, animated by blood essence, to assist in transporting the timber. The creator was renowned for crafting puppets, and he had similarly mastered the art of blood manipulation, surpassing the ordinary. While he had not yet descended into the madness of animating living beings, he found it quite feasible to forge clay and stone figures, which, albeit less spirited than their fleshly counterparts, proved sufficiently robust for labor. One could not help but marvel at the unusual sight. 2 towering clay giants laboriously trudging through the terrain, carrying massive logs, leaving deep footprints in their wake. After more than a month of construction, felling trees, quarrying stones, he finally completed a series of pavilions suspended upon the cliffside. This complex covered approximately half an acre, comprising a main pavilion and 2 annexes. The main pavilion featured 3 levels, the first for receiving guests, the second for storage, and the third for rest and meditation. The annexes consisted of an alchemical workshop and a storage room for miscellaneous items. The entire structure boasted soaring eaves and simple, yet grand architectural lines, devoid of intricate carvings, yet emanating a raw, unrefined majesty that harmonized perfectly with the mountainous backdrop. Gazing upon his creation, Bai Xiaoyi felt immense satisfaction. He wielded his flying sword to inscribe the characters Tai E residence beside the waterfall. Then he selected a massive stone, tall enough for several people, and etched the words Tian Du Peak, placing it at the entrance of the path below. Not long after, Wu Ainyo accompanied Yan Er for a visit. Bringing news, a few days prior, 2 officials from the Jing'an division had arrived from Dedu Gaoyang. They were initially intended to address the bizarre matter of fecal consumption, only to discover that the issue had already been resolved by someone else, inadvertently revealing information about Bai Xiaoyi. The 2 officials then sought to find him, but Ainyo, wary of divulging too much, deceitfully claimed that the individual had been sent to Dedu, thus cutting off further communication. However, The tricks employed by Ainyo did not escape the keen eyes of the two investigators. Noting his evasive demeanor, they understood he was concealing something. Without exposing him, they exchanged knowing smiles and decided to keep a discreet watch. Sure enough, just 3 days later, Wu Ainyo could no longer resist the urge to embark on a journey. The two officials suspected he was off to relay information and quietly followed him. On this day, they arrived at the foot of Tiandu Peak. One was a young constable, clad in brocade, wearing a tall hat, wielding a tiger-headed broadsword, and donning cloud-patterned high boots. He was Lu Yong, the inspector from Gao Yang's Jing'an division. The other was a middle-aged Taoist, dressed in a loose gray robe with wide sleeves, wearing a fishtail crown and holding a whisk, moving with the grace and lightness of a breeze. Tiandu Peak? Such grandiosity, Inspector Lu Yong remarked, gazing at the massive stone at the foot of the mountain with a hint of disdain. The unremarkable master, Jia Bin, merely smiled without comment, observing, "This range has long been known as Luo Chun Mountain. I have yet to hear of any notable peak by this name. Surely, it must be that the Tai practitioner has chosen to reside here and is self-bestowing a title." He tilted his head to admire the towering mountain, continuing, "I find this peak majestic and imposing, reaching into the clouds. Naming it Tiandu is not without merit. I only hope that the Tai is, as the villagers say, a person of virtue with genuine skills, rather than a practitioner of malevolent arts. Whether true or not, we shall ascend the mountain and ascertain the truth for ourselves," the two said in unison as they began their ascent along a winding, secluded path. Along the way, they encountered numerous strange rocks and rare flora, with exotic creatures inhabiting the area. After about an hour of climbing, they reached a place reminiscent of an earthly paradise. Above the sheer cliffs, a waterfall cascaded down, mist and water vapor enveloping the area, with ancient pines and cypress trees interspersed and vines cascading down. Celestial cranes and divine deer danced by the stream, while an ancient, grand pavilion intermittently appeared through the mist, exuding an air of mystery. "This must be Tai Yi's dwelling," Lu Yong exclaimed, catching his breath as he gazed at the inscription on the stone wall beside the waterfall. "It is undoubtedly this place." The arduous climb had left him quite fatigued, yet Jia Bin appeared unfazed, displaying no signs of exhaustion. As they were about to proceed, 2 heaps of mud and stones suddenly rolled and transformed into 2 towering giants, blocking their path. "Master, be cautious," Lu Yong urged anxiously. In truth, his concern was unwarranted. As the unremarkable master, Jia Bin, waved his hand to signal calm and said, "Indeed, the Tai practitioner possesses some skill. These beings are likely mere puppets guarding the area. As long as we do not force our way through, we shall be unharmed." After reassuring Lu Yong, he bowed respectfully to the void and called out, "This is Jia Bin of Yunshui Guan, here to pay a visit to the Tai Zhenren. I hope for your kind assistance in facilitating our meeting." In the attic on the 3rd floor, Bai Xiaoyi had already noticed the 2 figures approaching. Realizing that Ainyo had inadvertently revealed their location, leading to the arrival of 2 officers from the Jing'an division, Bai Xiaoyi's voice resonated through the mountains. "Since we are fellow practitioners, you are most welcome to enter." The 2 colossal figures of mud and stone stepped aside with a rumble, standing motionless to either side of the path. The 2 men exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously stepped forward. Crossing a small stone bridge over the stream, they arrived at the front of the attic, where a young and handsome boy awaited them, smiling. The 2 men hastened their steps, greeting him with respectful gestures. "You must be the esteemed Tai Zhenren. I, a humble Taoist, am honored to meet you." Jia Bin did not allow the youthful appearance of his counterpart to incite any disdain. He understood that within the realm of cultivation, many secret arts exist, and preserving one's youthful visage is not a difficult feat. Thus, in the world of cultivation, one is never judged by appearance, but rather by their cultivation and abilities. In contrast, Lu Yong, with an air of casual indifference, merely returned the greeting with a dismissive gesture, saying, "Greetings, greetings." Bai Xiaoyi observed the entire exchange, responding with a warm smile, "Greetings to you, fellow Taoist. And to this esteemed officer. I am unworthy of the title of Zhenren. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Tai Dao Yu." Of course. Of course," Jia Bin replied without hesitation. Bai Xiaoyi then invited the 2 to take their seats in the main hall of the attic. In the center of the hall, a jade stone relief of Nuwa repairing the heavens was mounted on the wall. Crafted from a rare stone Bai Xiaoyi had personally sculpted and polished. Beneath the artwork stood an offering table, upon which rested a stone incense burner. The hall was spacious, with only a few straw mats scattered across the wooden floor. "What esteemed figure is depicted in this artwork?" Jia Bin inquired, gazing curiously at the relief. Bai Xiaoyi bowed in reverence, saying, "This is our sect's ancestral figure, the goddess Nuwa, who forged the 7-colored divine stones to mend the heavens and save the world from impending doom." Jia Bin's face lit up with curiosity and confusion. I have heard of Niwa as an ancient goddess, but have never encountered the tale of her repairing the heavens. How ignorant I must be. I apologize. With that, he respectfully bowed before the image of Niwa. In ancient myth, tales abound, both true and false. Who can discern the veracity? It is prudent to approach all with a sense of reverence, for there is no error in that. Bai Xiaoyi felt a sudden pang of realization, pondering. Could it be that this world differs greatly from the legends of my previous life? Is this Niwa not the same as that Niwa? Even in the legends of my past life, the name of Niwa is associated with numerous differing accounts. Though he was tempted to inquire further, he feared that others might question his ignorance of common knowledge, so he momentarily set aside his curiosity. Planning to descend into the city later to find books for further understanding, he then asked, "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Chapter 18. Jing'an Division. Jia Bin replied, "I have heard the people of Dezhuangwu village speak of you, knowing you possess immense abilities in slaying demons and upholding justice. Therefore, I have come on behalf of the Jing'an Division to sincerely invite you to lend your assistance." This was an attempt to recruit Bai Xiaoyi into the Jing'an office. His mind was agile, grasping the underlying meaning of the words, and with a hesitant demeanor. He gently replied, "These are mere trifles, foolishly circulated by ignorant commoners. I implore you not to take them seriously. Moreover, I have always preferred seclusion for my cultivation. Accustomed to a life of freedom without constraints, I fear I may disappoint you with an empty visit." Seeing the other party's resolute rejection, offering no face, Lu Yong felt a surge of anger and retorted, "You must understand, throughout the realm, all land belongs to the sovereign, and along the shores, all subjects are under the king's dominion. You occupy this mountain without the proper authorization. I wonder if you possess the official permit or any land lease." Bai Xiaoyi chuckled lightly, maintaining an even tone as he responded, "There are countless desolate mountains and wilds across the land. Many have cleared fields, built enclosures, and constructed homes without anyone intervening. Do I truly need to report to the authorities for merely establishing a humble dwelling on a mountain?" Lu Yong, in a fit of anger, reddened and huffed, "You are defying the law." "Not at all. If the authorities desire this mountain, I would vacate it at any moment." "Never to claim it unjustly," Bai Xiaoyi retorted without hesitation. Jia Bin hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Please, friends, let us not escalate this. Surely, constructing such an exquisite retreat was no easy feat for you. If it were not absolutely necessary, would you so easily abandon it? I might have a solution that accommodates both parties. Would you be willing to listen?" "Oh, pray tell your solution," Bai Xiaoyi replied, intrigued. Ordinary folk constructing a cottage in the wilderness are indeed seldom restrained. However, those revered mountains and temples are often legacies passed down through generations, with records from certain dynasties confirming their ownership. For someone like you, who has just begun to establish a presence, lacking official documentation, while it may seem unregulated, there remains an air of illegitimacy. Yet, if you acquire official records, it would be lawful and beyond reproach. Would it not be more splendid? Bai Xiaoyi pondered this and found some merit in it. Securing land ownership documentation would be prudent, especially to prevent future disputes should someone wish to build a temple on the mountain. He inquired, "What is your proposed solution?" Jia Bin smiled. "You could register your name at the Jing'an office as an advisor, free to come and go without restrictions, while also accepting assignments from the court to obtain what you need, such as the land deed for this mountain or resources essential for your cultivation. To be frank, I am such an advisor myself. I undertook a mission to exterminate a ghoul in Dezhuangwu village, yet upon arrival, I found the creature had already been dealt with by you, rendering my effort a futile endeavor. However, if we could invite you to join us, it would indeed count as a significant achievement. What do you think?" "Ah, so my good intentions have inadvertently taken away your credit," Bai Xiaoyi teased. "Not at all. Without such circumstances, how could I have the fortune to meet you? I am indeed fortunate." Bai Xiaoyi pondered over the proposal from his counterpart. It appeared quite feasible. Once he secured the land deed for the mountain, he could devote himself entirely to his cultivation without concern for the disturbances of Jing'an. He thus replied, "If that is the case, I shall adopt a title. However, let me state my preference clearly. I do not appreciate disturbances. Unless there is significant business, I would prefer to be left undisturbed." His only aim was to exchange for a land deed, hoping to avoid future disputes and ensure a lasting resolution. "Ah, indeed. That is your prerogative." Jia Bin chuckled warmly, then proceeded to elaborate on the operational procedures within the Jing'an department, along with various points of consideration. They agreed to meet the following day at Gaoyang, where he would formally introduce Bai Xiaoyi to the department, and the two bid farewell. Once he had seen them off, Bai Xiaoyi began to prepare for the following day's journey. First, he decided that Xiao Budian could not accompany him, as it would be quite inconvenient. He could not leave it alone at Tai residence without supervision. After much contemplation, he resolved to summon a Nyo to care for it, and keep watch over Tai residence. Ensuring that no one could seize the opportunity to occupy it in his absence, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. He pointed his finger, releasing 3 strands of blood spirit silk, which controlled a magpie that flapped its wings and flew out of the mountain. The magpie soared through clouds and over waters, and after an indeterminate flight, it arrived at Anyo's residence in Dazhuangwu village. It perched atop a bamboo frame in the courtyard and began to squawk. Anyo, Anyo. Anyo and Yuaner were inside, engaged in some activity. Hearing someone call his name from outside, Anyo was initially dismayed, hastily adjusting his attire before stepping out. What is all this shouting? Who dares disturb me? He scanned the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of anyone, when suddenly he heard the call again. Looking towards the sound, he was astonished to find a magpie squawking. His curiosity piqued. Where did this magpie come from, and why is it calling for me? The magpie continued. Tomorrow, Tai has matters to attend outside. I kindly request that you take care of Xiao Budian and Tai residence. Please prepare your belongings and set off immediately. Anyo was greatly astonished. The magpie was indeed a messenger from the little immortal. Not daring to delay, he clasped his hands and vowed earnestly, Rest assured, little immortal, I shall prepare and depart at once. After delivering its message, the magpie took flight back to Tiandu Peak. Once Bai Xiaoyi had controlled the magpie back to Tiandu Peak, he did not retract the blood spirit silk nor continue to exert control, allowing it the freedom to roam the mountain forests. With the first task arranged, he turned to the second, concealing some valuable items that would be inconvenient to carry, lest they attract theft. He climbed to the exterior of the loft, leaping lightly to the sheer cliff above, where he used his flying sword to carve out a square stone niche in the cliff face. Placing inside it the transcendent insect flying sword technique, white bone sword classic, golden elixir cannon, refining tools handbook, along with a few gold and silver bricks that he would not be using for the time being. He then sealed the stone cover back in place, restoring it to its original state, leaving no trace of anything amiss. Still feeling uneasy, he covered it with moss, ensuring that even the most discerning celestial being would not detect any signs of concealment. In preparation for his journey to Gaoyang, Bai Xiaoyi intended to resolve all matters in one go, thereby sparing himself from future interruptions to his cultivation. In the evening, Anyo hurriedly arrived carrying a travel bag. Bai Xiaoyi took out a small piece of silver to give him for purchasing some necessities, providing detailed instructions. The little one preferred to stay in the fire room, near the jade and elixir furnace. He was not an ordinary mortal child, so there was no need to worry about his hunger or well-being. Just keep an eye on him to prevent him from wandering off. You shall reside in the left wing of the house, and you may go down the mountain to procure anything you need. Anyo readily agreed, assuring the young immortal, Rest assured, I will take good care of him. That night, Anyo settled in Tai. The following morning, Bai Xiaoyi made his preparations, binding an iron umbrella to his back, fastening a precious lamp to his waist, concealing the hell's melodious map in his arms, and wielding a bamboo staff. He intended to venture out alone. Unsheathing his sword, it soared into the air, spiraling around him like a dragon, ascending into the clouds. Anyo witnessed a beam of white light shooting from the house into the mountains. His eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Indeed, he is a celestial being. How fortunate I am to have such a connection. He clasped his hands in silent prayer. Bai Xiaoyi appeared graceful while flying on his sword, yet it was quite uncomfortable. If not for the urgency, he would not have chosen this method. Spinning in midair like a top, his insides felt tumultuous, and without his formidable physique and unwavering determination, he might have fainted long ago. Skillfully directing the flying sword with his powerful spiritual awareness, he successfully arrived at the outskirts of the grand city of Gaoyang, descending in an uninhabited grove. With a thud, his heels touched the ground, stirring up a considerable whirlwind. Return. With a flick of his hand, the wandering sword swiftly flew back into its sheath. Stepping out of the thicket, he beheld a scene of utter devastation outside the city. Tattered tents littered the ground amidst heaps of refuse, and a foul stench of decay permeated the air, with flies and rats congregating in dark corners, feasting on spoiled remnants. Countless disaster victims were scattered about. Some sat in small groups, weak and moaning. Filthy little beggars chased each other in play. Others, clothed in rags, scavenged for wild vegetables on the hillside. Many emaciated individuals were being blocked at the city gates by soldiers, unable to enter. The world was in turmoil, and the influx of refugees suggested that even the capital was not as secure as it seemed. With a sigh, Bai Xiaoyi felt increasingly justified in his decision to retreat to Luochun Mountain. Gazing at the imposing city walls, a sense of awe washed over him, indicative of an ancient capital steeped in centuries of history and grandeur. Bai Xiaoyi approached the city gates, seemingly at a leisurely pace, yet deftly gliding forward with each step, effortlessly covering several meters with nimble movements, as if he were floating on air, swifter than an ordinary person's run. Upon reaching the gates, the crowd surged, bustling with life. Sir, please let us in. We are indeed visiting relatives. My uncle lives within the city. A woman bowed repeatedly, pleading with the soldiers to allow her entry. We are merchants who have traveled great distances to transport our goods and seek entry into the city for trade. An elderly man, pulling a cart laden with merchandise, pleaded earnestly. No. Without an entry permit, no one is allowed to enter the capital. The captain of the city guards was resolute, blocking all from entry. Those engaged in trade must first proceed to the designated area to pay their taxes and obtain a permit before re-entering the city. Utilizing his subtle powers, Bai Xiaoyi deftly parted the crowd, creating a passage for himself. He approached the captain of the guards and produced a black iron token left to him by Jia Bin, inscribed with the words Jing'an. Upon seeing it, the captain immediately bent low, greeting him with smiles and flattering words. Ah, it is the esteemed official from the Jing'an Bureau. Please, enter. Take your time. Bai Xiaoyi simply nodded in acknowledgement, stowing the token away without further words, and walked past the guards into the city. Once Bai Xiaoyi had disappeared into the distance, the captain straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. A new recruit, puzzled, inquired, Captain, was that really necessary? You don't show such deference to nobles or high-ranking officials. The captain sharply struck the recruit on the back of the head and, lowering his voice, admonished. What do you know? That is the Jing'an Bureau, the most enigmatic department in the capital, tasked with the eradication of demons and the handling of sinister matters. If you offend others, you may at least have some inkling of your fate, but if you anger them, you won't even know how you met your end. From now on, whenever you encounter them, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it's best to be respectful and cautious, showing no signs of disregard. Is it truly that frightening? Can the Jing'an Bureau kill at will? The recruit questioned, somewhat unconvinced. An experienced soldier beside him interjected, You really have no idea, do you? The advisors within the Jing'an Bureau are high-level practitioners who heed neither royal decrees nor imperial edicts. They possess secret techniques capable of bringing about your demise from hundreds of miles away, while you remain blissfully unaware at home. Who could trace it back? Who would know? You'd die in vain. The recruit shrank back at this, apprehensive. Chapter 19. Receiving the mission upon entering the city, the sights and sounds were strikingly different. The streets were wide and clean, lined with bustling shops, and vendors were incessantly calling out, while pedestrians moved about in droves. The clamorous cries of various wares echoed everywhere. Candied hawthorn. Come try the delicious tofu pudding. Gentlemen, come and enjoy. Indeed, it was a lively and prosperous scene, full of festivity. Bai Xiaoyi wandered through the streets, gathering information until he finally arrived at the agreed meeting place with Jia Bin, the renowned restaurant, Zui Chun Lu. The establishment boasted 5 opulent stories, grand and impressive. Jia Bin had been waiting at the entrance, and upon spotting Bai Xiaoyi, he burst into hearty laughter and welcomed him warmly. At last, my friend has arrived. Bai Xiaoyi replied with composure. I appreciate your patience, my friend. Not at all. Please, come inside. Jia Bin ushered Bai Xiaoyi into the restaurant and treated him to a lavish feast of exquisite delicacies. Bai Xiaoyi did not refuse, and the two engaged in a convivial exchange, toasting and reveling in their sumptuous feast. After settling their accounts, they leisurely exited the tavern. Jia Bin summoned a carriage and invited Bai Xiaoyi to share the ride. The two journeyed together, traversing from the southern city to a modest hill in the northern city. The Jing'an division was established atop this mountainous prison, fortified with 18 lines of defense, effectively barring entry to any unauthorized individuals, as Jia Bin explained. After undergoing several rounds of security inspections, the carriage progressed further, revealing an increasing number of brick walls and tiled dwellings, which gradually coalesced into an expansive estate. Inside and outside the buildings, a myriad of individuals hurried to and fro, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Ultimately, the carriage came to a halt before an 8-story edifice. This is where our advisors conduct their affairs. We refer to it as the 8-story building, Jia Bin introduced. As the two disembarked, 2 gatekeeping inspectors approached briskly. Bowing respectfully and exclaiming, Welcome, master. Jia Bin waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for such formalities. He then turned to Bai Xiaoyi, saying, Friend, please, after you. The two stepped into the 8-story building, where they found themselves in a grand hall. A massive white wall dominated the space, covered with countless small notes, each detailing various tasks requiring attention. Several individuals were diligently studying the wall. This was the demon-slaying list, a compilation of challenges the government needed to address. Some tasks necessitated teamwork, while others could be undertaken solo. Each task was marked with an estimated difficulty level and the merit earned upon completion, allowing the advisors to select tasks suited to their capabilities. Successful completion of tasks would yield merit points that could be exchanged on the second floor for desired items, whereas failing or abandoning a task would result in a deduction of points, as Jia Bin patiently elaborated. On either side of the hall, desks were established, each accompanied by rows of large shelves brimming with various documents and files, attended by individuals who organized and retrieved them. Jia Bin led Bai Xiaoyi to the desk on the left, where a middle-aged clerk was fervently scribbling notes. Jia Bin performed a respectful bow with one hand and stated calmly, Master One, I come to recommend this esteemed Taoist friend to join the Jing'an division as an advisor. Master One promptly set down his brush, rising respectfully with a smile. Ah, it is the esteemed Master Wu Yong. If you endorse him, he is most welcome. He then turned to Bai Xiaoyi and said, Master, please follow me. Bai Xiaoyi had no objections and followed Master Wen upstairs, where he received a blank scroll to record his title, address, and sect affiliations. Afterward, he was presented with a token, a set of ceremonial garments, and a booklet. Upon examining the iron token, he noted that the front bore the inscription Jing'an, while the back was engraved with Tai, likely added recently. The token that Jia Bin had previously borrowed would naturally be returned, and with his own token now in hand, his movements within the capital would be greatly facilitated. The ceremonial garments were a gift to the advisors, entirely optional to wear according to personal preference. The booklet meticulously documented the regulations and guidelines of the Jing'an division, alongside a catalog of items available for exchange and the corresponding merit points required. Bai Xiaoyi perused the contents thoroughly, but found no options for redeeming land. Instead, the list was filled with rare treasures and miraculous elixirs, none of which met his needs. He inquired, Might I ask, Master One, how one might exchange for forest land deeds? Master One, with a genial demeanor, elucidated, only cases that reach the 8th floor are beyond the capabilities of ordinary patrollers. How could mere common items entice our esteemed guests to act? The list merely showcases a selection of popular and alluring rarities. Should you wish to exchange for ordinary items, you may consult Master Lu on the 2nd floor, who will assess your requirements. However, forest land deeds, unlike agricultural plots, hold little merit. Thank you for your guidance. Master One, yet, may I inquire as to the identity of Master Lu? Bai Xiaoyi further questioned. Master Wen gestured towards a rotund figure slumbering at a nearby desk. There he is. Bai Xiaoyi made a respectful bow, deciding not to disturb Master Wen any further, and proceeded to seek out Master Lu. Feel free to find me should you require assistance. I am typically at my desk on the 1st floor. I look forward to your visits. Indeed, I shall. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in farewell and approached the slumbering Master Lu. Noticing the man remained unperturbed, he feigned a cough. Alas, the slumbering figure merely sank deeper into his dreams, even producing bubbles of saliva from his lips. Bai Xiaoyi, unable to contain himself, amplified his voice with a hint of magical force. Ah? Ahem. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the desk to tremble. At last, the slumbering man jolted awake, straightening his back in alarm, exclaiming, It's thundering. It's thundering. I must gather the laundry. Master Lu, might you have a moment to spare? Bai Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to speak. The portly man rubbed his face, gradually regaining his composure, and nodded vacantly. Yes. Yes, I am free. I would appreciate your assistance in determining how many merit points are required to exchange for an uninhabited mountain in Luochan. Certainly, certainly. The rotund figure turned to retrieve a hefty tome from a nearby shelf. After a brief search and some calculations with an abacus, he looked up and replied. A mountain in Luochan is valued at 100 merit points. Bai Xiaoyi nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the information, Master Lu. Should my merit be sufficient, I will return to exchange. With deft hands, Lu organized his materials, cheerfully stating, Esteemed guests are always welcome to come and exchange for any needed supplies. I possess a plethora of items. Bai Xiaoyi excused himself and descended to the 1st floor, where Jia Bin had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing him, Jia Bin inquired, Have you completed your business? Bai Xiaoyi replied, It has been settled. Thank you, my friend. In that case, shall we visit the demon-slaying list? Certainly. The two companions proceeded side by side to the wall of notices, where they found 3 guests still engrossed in examining the postings. The 3 individuals present were all quite peculiar. Some wore broad-brimmed hats that obscured their faces, while others were hunched and diminutive, leaning on a staff fashioned from a human skull. Additionally, a fair-skinned young monk carried a figure wrapped in white cloth, resembling a desiccated corpse. Jia Bin chose to ignore them, focusing solely on his own matters. In the realm of mercenaries, unless there were personal connections, the relationships among individuals were often devoid of warmth, and could even be described as slightly antagonistic. After all, everyone aspired to seize the better tasks, leading to competition and inevitable conflicts. Although there were instances where several individuals collaborated on a single assignment, they preferred to call upon friends rather than enlist unfamiliar mercenaries to avoid the risk of betrayal. Taoist friend, please take a look at this task, Jia Bin remarked, pointing to a notice that read, Investigate the headless corpse case in Yong County and resolve the subsequent issues. Danger level, B, merit value, 80, -30, suitable for multiple participants. He appeared quite intrigued by this task. Bai Xiaoyi observed with some confusion and inquired, How is the danger level determined? And what do the positive and negative values signify? Jia Bin diligently explained. The danger levels are categorized from high to low as A, B, C, and D, based on intelligence gathered by the inspectors. It is not always accurate, merely a guideline. If one encounters circumstances that exceed this assessment, one must simply accept their misfortune. Additionally, submitting the latest crucial intelligence upon returning can yield some merit to offset the losses from a failed task. For instance, the task concerning the resolution of the food sourcing specter in Dezhuangwu village is classified as B. Pausing to catch his breath, he continued. Positive merit represents the value earned upon task completion, while negative merit is the deduction incurred from failure or abandonment of the task. After Jia Bin's thorough explanation and comparative examples, Bai Xiaoyi began to grasp the situation. I see now. Thank you for enlightening me, he expressed sincerely. However, this task seems rather vague with insufficient intelligence, which may lead to unforeseen complications. Let us keep it as an option and consider further. Agreed. Jia Bin did not counter this suggestion, and the two resumed their silent contemplation of the wall. Before long, Jia Bin appeared hesitant, yet ultimately resolved. He spoke up. Taoist friend, there is another matter I am uncertain whether to mention. Noticing the troubled expression on his face, Bai Xiaoyi surmised that he was likely facing some difficulty and felt inclined to advise him against discussing it. However, as the saying goes, one cannot refuse a favor when one has been graciously treated. Jia Bin had been considerate towards him, providing meals and introductions, making it difficult for Bai Xiaoyi to dismiss him outright. Thus, he said, please, share what is on your mind. Jia Bin gestured towards a notice on the wall. His demeanor solemn as he stated, Taoist friend, please observe this notice. Bai Xiaoyi followed his gaze, and the notice read, eliminate the rogue sorcerer, Wanguzhun Run. From the outskirts of the city. Danger level, A, merit value, 600, -100, suitable for multiple participants. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's serious attention, Jia Bin softly confessed, to speak candidly. This task was originally accepted by a fellow Taoist friend of mine. However, upon conducting clandestine investigations, he discovered that Wanguzhun Run is a formidable practitioner of the spiritual realm, employing nefarious techniques. He lacked the confidence to confront this adversary alone and sought to recruit several companions to share the merit. While I do not covet the merit myself, I am eager to lend my support. As the saying goes, those who are enlightened receive much assistance, while those who have lost their way receive little. The more companions one has, the greater the support. In times of solitude and adversity, mutual aid allows everyone to traverse difficulties together, thereby smoothing the arduous journey of seeking the Tao. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in understanding and remarked, what you say resonates with me, esteemed friend. How do you propose we proceed? Shall the three of us undertake this task together? Jia Bin clapped his hands in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. After careful consideration, Bai Xiaoyi consented. Ultimately, he needed to accept a mission to acquire land rights. With his mastery in the Great Ascension realm, even should he fail, he could easily escape and ensure his own safety. The hierarchy of strength in this world is rather nebulous. It is not merely a matter of higher realms and greater powers overpowering others. There exists a delicate balance of opposing forces, coupled with enigmatic and perilous secret arts that remain shrouded in mystery. Typically, if cultivators lack special means, they remain unaware of each other's capabilities upon meeting. They can only deduce the relative strength of their opponent from the latter's demonstrated abilities and whether they possess countermeasures. Consequently, it is common for cultivators to engage in combat by initially sending expendable pawns to their demise in order to assess the details of their adversaries before entering the fray themselves. Thus, every cultivator endeavors to keep their cultivation level, secret arts, and hidden cards confidential, viewing them as fundamental to their survival. Those who expose their trump cards often find themselves at the mercy of their foes, rendered passive and placed in peril during confrontations. Chapter 20. The Master of Venomous Goo. As night fell and the lanterns were lit, the city of Gaoyang became increasingly vibrant and bustling, with various lantern festivals, endless performances, and throngs of visitors, while the suffering of the refugees outside the city seemed to belong to an entirely different world. Bai Xiaoyi arrived as promised at a humble tea stall outside the eastern gate of the city to meet with others. Jia Bin and Lu Yong had been waiting for some time. Upon Bai Xiaoyi's arrival, they warmly invited him to take a seat. Taoist Tai Yi, you have arrived. Please sit and wait a moment. We must await my companion, the revered Master Turtle, Jia Bin said. Good to see you, fellow Taoist. There is no need for formalities. Bai Xiaoyi replied, naturally possessing enough patience. He brushed the dust off the tea stall's wooden bench and seated himself. Jia Bin then introduced Lu Yong. This is Inspector Lu Yong, responsible for recording and verifying the execution of our tasks. Greetings, Master Lu. Bai Xiaoyi offered a perfunctory salutation, recognizing Lu Yong as a familiar face, though he felt no particular fondness for him. Master Tai Yi, you honor us. Lu Yong, having altered his demeanor since their last encounter, greeted warmly and performed a respectful gesture, likely due to his change in status. Bai Xiaoyi, puzzled, turned to Jia Bin and inquired, "Is it customary for inspectors to accompany the emissaries on every mission? This is the second time I have seen Lu Yong with you. How does an ordinary warrior like him participate in the tasks of cultivators? Does he value his life so lightly?" Jia Bin smiled and explained, "Not at all. The presence of inspectors is only necessary for the emissaries to submit key evidence upon completing their tasks, which allows for the case to be closed. Often, circumstances either do not permit the preservation of a complete corpse as evidence, or the transportation proves cumbersome, or the items of evidence themselves possess a certain value that one is reluctant to relinquish. Under these various constraints, it is often more convenient to summon an inspector to accompany and document the evidence." Thus it was, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a dense black cloud descended rapidly from the heavens, and from it leaped a figure. Bai Xiaoyi, initially unaware of the newcomer, remained on guard. The individual donned a massive turtle shell garment, was of short stature and slender build, with a bald head that gleamed, white eyebrows, and a face bearing a somewhat disheveled appearance. He leaned on a cloud staff. "Ha! I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed friends." Upon landing, he burst into hearty laughter. Jia Bin rose, playfully chiding, "Had you delayed any longer, we might have dispersed." The old man feigned concern, exclaiming, "No, it is entirely my fault. I owe you all my apologies." He laughed thrice. Though his demeanor bore no semblance of genuine contrition, all was jest. It then became clear to Bai Xiaoyi that the newcomer was indeed his companion for this mission. The Turtle Master. "This young rising star must be my friend, Tai Yi," the Turtle Master remarked, turning to Bai Xiaoyi with a warm smile and a courteous tone. Noticing his name mentioned, Bai Xiaoyi stood and responded, "Indeed, that is I. I am honored, esteemed elder." "Ha, quite so. My friend Wu Yong has already informed me of your remarkable abilities. Meeting you today affirms his words. Truly, it is a stroke of fortune." Jia Bin interjected at the opportune moment, recognizing that the two were exchanging greetings, thus sparing him the need for further introductions. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in understanding. With everyone present, Jia Bin flicked his whisk and declared, "Time is of the essence. Since we are all here, let us set forth. But let us not rush. Allow me to gather this cloud first." The Turtle Master gestured towards the dark cloud in midair, inhaling deeply as it was drawn into his being like liquid through a funnel. The three were internally astounded by this arcane technique, but refrained from questioning further. In the realm of cultivation, not everyone possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Most have only mastered a handful of spells. The means to fly is indeed a rare and precious gift. This world does not abound with selfless grand sects. Individuals are inherently selfish, preoccupied with their own cultivation, leaving little energy to nurture burdensome disciples. Why would one share precious resources? Thus, the so-called grand sects of cultivation exist merely in tales, a notion Bai Xiaoyi had never encountered. Occasionally, obscure small sects may arise, but more often than not, wandering cultivators tread the path of cultivation, having acquired ancient secrets from past masters through serendipitous encounters. "Let us proceed," the Turtle Master exclaimed, having gathered the cloud, as he clapped his hands. The four unfurled their forms, leaping forth, with Jia Bin leading the way towards the refugee camp in the eastern part of the city. The sorcerer Wengu had seduced many Na'vi citizens within the camp, manipulating them into sacrificial offerings, causing considerable havoc. On their journey, Jia Bin quietly recounted the details of their investigation. "Have we uncovered his hiding place?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired. "Not yet. He is not foolish and frequently changes his location. However, we have obtained a lead. Each festival day, a group of disaster victims mysteriously carries large jars of liquor outside the city into the dense forest. It must be for him. We simply need to follow them discreetly or infiltrate their ranks to capture him," he replied, satisfied with the meticulous plan. Bai Xiaoyi fell silent. The four soon arrived at the refugee camp. Gazing around, they noticed a few scattered disaster victims lighting fires for warmth, huddled together for comfort. Occasionally, the sounds of weeping and scolding pierced the air, mingled with the groans of the sick. Some souls had quietly succumbed in the shadows of a corner. The Tortoise Master leaped onto a tall pole used for tent construction, surveying the surroundings, while the others concealed themselves, awaiting the right moment. After a while, they suddenly heard the Tortoise Master whisper, "They have emerged. Let us proceed." He nimbly descended to the ground, as silent as a feather. With a swift motion, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The others hastily followed, keeping pace. A group of over 10 refugees hurriedly navigated through the chaotic tents, carrying 2 large black jars, their expressions anxious. The jars were sealed with grass ropes, concealing their contents. The 4 concealed themselves in the shadows, trailing at a distance. The group exited the refugee camp and made their way towards the disordered burial grounds outside the city. They wound through the forest for approximately 5 miles, arriving at a spacious grassland, several acres in size. Fires blazed in various spots across the field, where hundreds of men and women, completely unclothed, engaged in chaotic revelry. Their voices a cacophony of lustful abandon, reminiscent of frenzied beasts in heat. The group approached the center, where the individuals carrying the jars walked directly into the throng, oblivious to the outstretched arms yearning to pull them into the frenzy. The four remained at the periphery, hidden in the shadows, observing the scene before making any decisions. Have they consumed aphrodisiacs? Lu Yong murmured, frowning. I fear it is far worse than mere aphrodisiacs. Look at their eyes, crimson as if stained by blood. They must be under some dark enchantment, the tortoise master replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Do not fixate on those individuals. Look towards the center. Is that grotesque figure in a black robe, carrying a jar, not the jar sorcerer? Bai Xiaoyi squinted into the distance. Xiaobin stretched his neck, scanning the chaotic crowd until he finally spotted the figure. It is he. What nefarious sorcery is he up to now? In the midst of the grassy expanse, fire pits were erected at the corners, crackling with fervent flames. A large black stone stood upright at the center, adorned with a bizarre, blood-red eye that emanated a sinister aura. On either side of the black stone lay two bloody corpses, a young boy and girl, their hearts and eyes removed, lifeless. Before the black stone, the jar sorcerer danced with wild abandon, performing an eerie ritual while chanting strange invocations in varying tones. The procession bearing the ominous black vats approached the dark stone, whereupon they knelt in reverence. Great mage, the offerings have been delivered, one proclaimed. The enigmatic master of the womb Gu, seemingly oblivious, continued his tasks until he deemed it appropriate to command, present the flesh and blood wine to the omniscient Dark Lord. Obeying the decree, several individuals hoisted the two black vats before the lifeless bodies of the young boy and girl, uncorked the lids, and poured forth the sanguine, viscous mixture upon the corpses. Upon completion, the master of the womb Gu waved his sleeve and declared, "Well done, go forth and revel in your reward." Instantly, the onlookers' eyes glimmered with a crimson glow, their expressions warped into sinister grins as they drooled, staggering into the embrace of revelry. With deft precision, the master of the womb Gu gestured, unleashing a torrent of mystical energy towards the eye embedded in the great black stone. Threads of crimson light emanated, as if neural tendrils were intertwining with the void. The viscous substance pooling upon the corpses began to writhe ominously, seeking the cavities of the hearts and eyes, disappearing within moments. As he intensified his incantations, the master of the womb Gu broke into a sweat, yet his heart brimmed with elation and anticipation. This time, he had prepared with unprecedented thoroughness. His chances of receiving the celestial gift were the most promising they had ever been. Should he fail again, he would be bereft of resources for future attempts, a regret that would haunt him eternally. With this thought, he raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "I honor the omniscient vast Dark Lord. Grant me your divine sight." From the unseen realms, an enigmatic force seemed to traverse dimensions and descended upon the bloodied eye of the stone. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds swirling ominously overhead, seemingly summoned from nowhere. A suffocating pressure enveloped the air, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The eye upon the black stone seemed to awaken, its crimson glow intensifying. Suddenly, the master of the womb Gu let out a horrifying scream. "Ah, my eyes!" Two small hands burst forth from his eye sockets, grasping wildly in the air. Drenched in blood, an eerie spectacle. Cries of despair erupted from the crowd. "My eyes!" As countless blood vessels ruptured, crimson streams flowed from their sockets, converging upon the bloodied eye of the stone. "Do not gaze upon it," the tortoise master shouted urgently, sensing the perilous nature of the situation. The crowd hastily shut their eyes. Yet, undeterred by the impending corruption, only Bai Xiaoyi remained, fixated on the spectacle while his mind echoed with the warning of a virus alert. The revelers sprawled across the ground, drained of vitality, lay motionless, likely deceased. The black stone's eye absorbed their essence, turning an alluring shade of crimson, which then transformed into tendrils that snaked into the eye sockets of the young boy and girl. From the navel of the corpse, a resplendent red lotus emerged, unfurling in the breeze, blossoming forth to reveal a singular, peculiar eye at its core. The boy's eye glimmered with a golden hue, while the girl's shone with silver brilliance. The master of the womb Gu seemed to be engulfed in a frenzy, flailing about while repeatedly exclaiming, "Where are my eyes?" Bai Xiaoyi, recalling the antivirus prompt from his mind, realized the source of the contamination had vanished and quickly announced, "The malevolent spirit has departed. Everyone may open their eyes." Upon hearing this, the others cautiously opened their eyes and were relieved to find no abnormalities. The turtle master swiftly assessed the situation, sprang to his feet, and coldly declared, "Lu Yong will remain here to witness and record. I implore my fellow Taoist and Taoist Tai to lend me your strength." "As you wish." The three immediately took flight, transforming into 3 gusts of wind. With no customary greetings before an engagement, they approached silently, raising their hands to unleash their respective techniques upon the master of the Wongu. The turtle master struck down with his cloud head staff, while Jiabin wielded his dust whisk from below, and Bai Xiaoyi flicked his bamboo whip, slicing through the air like a blade. Though the master of the Wongu had lost his sight, his hearing was acute. Sensing the rush of wind and the intent to kill, he called out, "Who goes there?" and, in a swift motion, swept his large sleeves. The turtle master's staff met one of his black sleeves, feeling a lack of force, unable to deliver a decisive blow. However, Bai Xiaoyi's bamboo whip managed to sever part of the sleeve. Reacting promptly, the master of the Wongu retreated, narrowly evading Jia Bin's dust whisk. The trio's initial combined strike yielded no success, and seeing the master of the Wongu retreating, they refused to grant him a moment to catch his breath and resumed their pursuit, unleashing a flurry of attacks. In his panic, the master of the Wongu struggled to defend himself, suffering multiple hits, first from the turtle master on his shoulder, then from Jia Bin's dust whisk across his face, and finally a gash inflicted by Bai Xiaoyi on his chest. On the brink of collapse, he hastily slapped the black urn on his back. The urn's seal, adorned with 2 talisman papers, flew open in the wind and ascended into the air, the runes swirling to form 2 eyes that shot forth beams of red light toward the group. Beware! Jiabin discerned the malevolence and could not help but shout. The turtle master and Bai Xiaoyi had already evaded, darting away. Yet the red beams targeted Jiabin. For reasons unknown, he did not dodge. Instead, in a moment of urgency, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and tossed it forward. The talisman crackled as it unfurled, forming a golden shield in the configuration of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams to protect him. The red beams struck the golden talisman shield, failing to penetrate and dissipating shortly thereafter. The 3 distanced themselves, encircling the master of the Wongu in a triangular formation. After ascending into the air, the black urn emitted a plume of dark, malevolent smoke, and a damp, disheveled human head emerged from within, gaping wide and unleashing a swarm of buzzing insects that filled the air like a noxious fog. "This is the human head Gu, truly wicked. We must not allow them to approach." The turtle master recognized the grave danger, and, fearing his companions might fall into the trap, hastily warned them. He did not dare to be careless. Swiftly forming a hand sign, he wielded his cloud head staff, conjuring an invisible gust of wind that swirled around him, forming a protective barrier. As the insects approached, they were swept away by the force of the wind, unable to breach his defenses. Bai Xiaoyi deftly removed the iron umbrella and tossed it into the air, where it unfurled automatically. As it spun, countless glimmering particles cascaded down, enveloping him within. The miasma of the Gu was repelled outside. Chapter 21. Exterminating demons. Jia Bin had already prepared his talismanic shield, remaining unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retaliated. With one hand forming a seal, he retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his robe, allowing it to fall gracefully to the ground, where it resembled a stream of golden water cascading downward, rapidly spiraling up to ensnare the Gu master. Realizing the peril, the Gu master hastily summoned some of his Gu insects to consume the talisman paper, summoned the winds and rain. As the incantation echoed, a multitude of icy arrows shot forth from the air, the manifestation of Turtle Master's spell. While entangled in the talisman paper, the Gu master found himself pinned by the barrage of ice arrows, blood gushing profusely, his cries echoing in despair. "Which scoundrel dares to torment me?" he bellowed, disregarding everything else as he urgently summoned all the miasma to shroud him, creating a dark, impenetrable mass. Withdrawing his weapon, a beam of white light pierced through the black smoke, effortlessly emerging from the other side, unhindered. Bai Xiaoyi pondered, perplexed. Logically, the Gu master should be hidden within, yet it felt utterly vacant inside. Amidst his confusion, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Jia Bin. "Ah?" The onlookers turned to witness an entity burrowing from his foot into his thigh, creating a prominent bulge, akin to a monstrous insect. In agony, Jia Bin flicked his dust whisk, tightly binding the base of his thigh with silver threads to prevent the creature from advancing further. "This ground harbors vermin," Turtle Master shouted, leaping backward as several vividly colored centipedes, as thick as a thumb, erupted from the earth. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely faced a gruesome fate. Before Turtle Master could stabilize his footing, he swiftly changed positions, with more centipedes surging forth from his previous footprints. Witnessing the multitude of centipedes lurking menacingly underground, he realized he could no longer remain on the surface. He promptly extracted several yellow beans from his robe, stuffing them into his mouth, settling into a horse stance, and with a tremendous effort, released a thunderous flatulence. A billowing cloud of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a cotton-like mass that lifted him into the air. This was his signature secret technique, the cloud battle technique, harnessing the 5 energies and clouds of heaven and earth, cultivated through years of meticulous practice, granting him the ability to soar. He assumed that having ascended, the centipedes could not reach him. Little did he know, these centipedes possessed wings, retracting them while underground, but unfurling them upon emergence, darkening the sky as they soared aloft. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "These are the winged heavenly flower centipedes, renowned for their lethal reputation." Even seasoned cultivators trembled at their mention. Turtle Master felt a shiver of trepidation creep in, hastily forming seals to invoke the wind and rain technique once more. A whirlwind enveloped him anew, this time, suspended in midair, blocking all avenues of escape, swirling about like a pulsating sphere. The centipedes were thwarted by the fierce winds, unable to enter, and soon amassed in countless numbers, resembling a vibrant cloud. Trapped within, the Turtle Master found himself unable to exit and resorted to his previous tactic, summoning a flurry of ice arrows that clanged against the surroundings like hammering on iron, yet could inflict no damage, inciting a sense of urgency within him. Meanwhile, upon hearing the Turtle Master's ominous words about the pests in the soil, Bai Xiaoyi swiftly summoned his flying sword, lifting it into the air. He had already conjured an iron umbrella, which hung above him. Under the balanced forces, he truly hovered in midair. Above him, the golden umbrella spun gracefully, showering countless shimmering tassels of light, while a gleaming white sword danced around him like a ribbon, making him resemble a celestial being banished to the mortal realm. The concealed winged centipedes erupted from the earth, resembling streaks of colorful smoke, pursuing him. Initially unfamiliar with these creatures, he attempted to fend them off with the flying sword and umbrella. However, the swarm struck, and upon contact, dozens of centipedes clung to his sword, encasing it in a heavy, cumbersome mass, ultimately causing it to tumble to the ground. Moreover, over 100 centipedes ascended to the umbrella's surface, their claws tearing through the fabric, the enchanted umbrella spinning, yet unable to shake them off. In no time, the canopy was gnawed to tatters, its brilliance fading. Terrified, Bai Xiaoyi realized the peril he was in. Observing the destruction of his precious artifact, he had no choice but to abandon it, seeking a momentary gap to unleash a series of palm strikes, dispersing the cloud of insects, and leaping away. Just as he took flight, the umbrella fell into the dust. A perilous moment indeed. The swarm redirected its course, surging towards him once more. Not daring to linger, he sprinted away with great haste, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Once he had distanced himself by 100 paces, he swiftly removed the precious lotus lamp from his waist, cradling it in his hands. Turning back, he blew forcefully. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the swarm and scorching them to a crisp, their sizzling sounds echoing as they plummeted to the ground. Yet, he dared not remain in one place, fearing more centipedes lurked below, and continuously shifted his position while employing the true fire to eradicate the pests. In a moment of respite, he searched for the figure of Jia Bin, only to discover a mound of writhing centipedes enveloping a humanoid form. Alarmed, he unleashed flames to clear the area, revealing Jia Bin's body, riddled with countless bites. In a state of shock, he cried out, "The useless Taoist has perished." "What?" The Turtle Master's astonished voice echoed from above. Bai Xiaoyi looked up to see the Turtle Master trapped in midair, contemplating using the divine fire to incinerate the centipedes, but fearing he might also consume the Turtle Master. He hurriedly inquired, "What shall we do now?" From above, the Turtle Master urged, "Quickly locate the true form of the Wang Gu and eliminate it." Bai Xiaoyi scanned his surroundings and spotted the cluster of human-headed Gu still present, uncertain if the true Wang Gu resided within. Without hesitation, he unleashed the true fire upon it. With a puff, he exhaled a stream of onto the precious lotus lamp, conjuring a great fire that swept forward, reducing the cluster of human-headed Gu to ashes. The fire extinguished, revealing an empty space. The master of the urn had long since vanished. He continued to roam cautiously, ever vigilant, his senses attuned to the slightest changes in his surroundings. Unexpectedly, a figure burst forth from the ground, soaring upwards and alighting upon the imposing black stone at the center. It was the master of the urn, seizing the opportunity, who clapped his hands against the black urn behind him. In a swift motion, a sinister shadow shot forth, hurtling towards Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi gazed intently and discerned that it was the head of a deceased, its hair flowing wildly, a malevolent entity indeed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of true fire to confront it. However, the head, remarkably agile in midair, twisted and turned, evading the flames with ease. As the malevolent entity closed in, Bai Xiaoyi had no choice but to extinguish the flames and retaliate with a strike of bamboo, sending the head rolling backward momentarily, only for it to surge forward once more, shrouded in malevolence. In a state of desperation, Bai Xiaoyi turned to flee. At that moment, a voice resonated from above. Master Turtle called out, "Fear not, my friend, I shall assist you." Beans to soldiers. From the heavens, he scattered several golden beans, each the size of a longan. Upon striking the ground, they expanded explosively, transforming into entities the size of watermelons. A gaping mouth appeared, snapping open and shut, as they leapt forth in pursuit of the deceased head. In the blink of an eye, the bean soldiers clashed with the head, allowing Bai Xiaoyi the chance to escape. Turning back, he observed the master of the urn still perched upon the black stone, his 4 arms flailing wildly, calling out, "My eyes! My eyes! Return to me! Return to me!" The lotus flowers sprouting from the navel of the young boys and girls, containing 1 golden and 1 silver eye, seemed to respond to some unseen call, slowly detaching from the flowers and drifting towards the master of the urn. As the flowers and corpses withered, transforming into desiccated husks, Bai Xiaoyi pondered the master's intentions. Though perplexed, he realized that allowing the master to seize those eyes would spell disaster. As the 2 eyes approached the master's outstretched hands, Bai Xiaoyi, in a moment of urgency, flicked his wrists, unleashing dozens of blood-spirit threads. Just as the master of the urn grasped the eyes, Bai Xiaoyi's threads ensnared them as well. "Huh, my golden and silver divine eyes," the master exclaimed. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, he sensed an odd force entangling with him, vying for the eyes. He exerted his strength, attempting to reclaim the eyes and withdraw them into their sockets, hoping to restore his vision and gain the formidable powers of the yin-yang eye. Bai Xiaoyi, however, was determined not to let him succeed. Both parties strained against each other, their realms and powers nearly equal, resulting in a stalemate. In truth, the master of the urn possessed a trump card for survival, the hellish melody scroll, but as it was a last resort, he would not use it lightly unless faced with mortal peril. The situation appeared dire for the tortoise master, yet he had not perished after all this time. He even managed to lend a hand, showcasing his remarkable composure and cunning. It was only the naive and simple-hearted Jia Bin who inadvertently fell into the trap, meeting his bitter end in the northwest. Just as the 2 were locked in a struggle, a voice called forth the winds and summoned the rains. Suddenly, a barrage of icy arrows rained down from the heavens, piercing the tortoise master and leaving him covered in shards of ice like a hedgehog. "Ah, despicable and shameless scoundrel!" The tortoise master cried out in pain and fury. Although the arrows lacked great power, they still tore through his flesh, inflicting grievous wounds and causing his magical energies to waver. In a moment of vulnerability, his 2 eyeballs were snatched away by the blood-spirit threads. With a jolt, the 2 eyeballs, seemingly alive, burrowed into Bai Xiaoyi's palms, as if seeking refuge within his flesh. A searing pain surged through him, and he was horrified to witness the eyeballs drilling into his hands, seemingly intent on traveling further up his arms. Just then, a notification from the 361 antivirus software flashed in his mind. 361 antivirus cleaning in progress. 32,651 viruses cleared. 361 virus scan in progress. No viruses detected, as the antivirus process concluded. The pain dissipated, and the eyeballs came to a standstill in his palms, merging seamlessly with him, devoid of their previous autonomy and will. A peculiar insight dawned upon him. It was as if these eyeballs were an intrinsic part of his being, and he instinctively understood their purpose and capabilities. Akin to an infant knowing how to suckle or a newborn deer instinctively standing. He attempted to close his eyes while cupping his hands, and indeed, he could manipulate them with precision, leaving only a slender seam in his palms. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Looking up, he saw the tortoise master, unwilling to accept the loss of his sight, charging towards him in a fit of rage, claws bared and smoke billowing from his mouth and nose. Bai Xiaoyi raised his left hand, opening his palm to reveal a golden eye that instantly radiated brilliance, unleashing a beam of golden light that swept across the tortoise master's head, reducing it to mere ash. The yin-yang divine eye possessed a myriad of mysterious and formidable powers. He had merely scratched the surface of its potential, yet it was enough to vanquish the tortoise master, much to his unexpected delight, though it did require considerable magical energy. The headless tortoise master fell to the ground, countless tiny black insects pouring forth from his severed neck. Bai Xiaoyi retrieved the treasure lotus lamp from his waist, igniting it with true fire to incinerate the vile insects, ensuring they would not plague the world any longer. With their master defeated, the hidden winged centipedes that had ensnared the tortoise master scattered in disarray, and Bai Xiaoyi used the divine flames to eliminate them one by one. Freed from his confinement, the tortoise master remained oblivious to the demise of his foe, warily scanning his surroundings. Why did you not wield such a treasure sooner? And what of the demon? Bai Xiaoyi calmly stowed the treasure lotus lamp and pointed to the ashes of the vanquished foe on the ground. There it is. The demon has been reduced to dust by my hand. The tortoise master paused in astonishment, then erupted in joy. Excellent. At last, this villain has been exterminated. All thanks to your efforts, my friend. You deserve the highest accolades. Once again, a lamenting sigh escaped. lamenting the unfortunate mishap of a comrade whose misstep allowed the fiend to seize the opportunity, resulting in a tragic demise. Alas, as the words were spoken, the dark clouds descended languidly. Such is the decree of fate. What can be done? After a period of mourning, the two began to clear the battlefield. The tortoise master shattered the lifeless head of the deceased with his staff, reclaiming his golden bean. Bai Xiaoyi retrieved his jade bamboo branch, along with the tattered and insipid iron umbrella and the flying sword. By the remains of Jia Bin, they discovered a precious tome and his dusting whisk. The worm goo master possessed all his skills within the goo worms, leaving little else behind. This was the secret method of inheritance from Yunshui Temple. The true interpretation of talismans, along with the dusting whisk of the unfortunate comrade. How does fellow Taoist wish to handle these two items? The tortoise master inquired cautiously, aware of the treachery that often pervades the cultivation world, where motives of greed can lead to murder and theft. Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and asked, "Are there any remaining disciples from Yunshui Temple?" The tortoise master shook his head with a sigh, replying, "He never mentioned any fellow disciples. Nor did he disclose the whereabouts of Yunshui Temple. He has always kept that a closely guarded secret." This essentially rendered the items as unclaimed, devoid of heirs. What was there to hesitate about? Let us divide them. Thus, he proposed, in that case, let us each take one for safekeeping, and should we encounter his sect in the future, we shall return them. What do you think? The tortoise master found this arrangement agreeable and feigned a broad-minded demeanor, deeming it most suitable. Then I shall entrust the precious tome to you, dear friend, while I will take charge of the whisk. Bai Xiaoyi felt a pang of doubt. The tome was evidently of great value. As the saying goes, the law is not lightly imparted, while artifacts are easily obtained. Yet true knowledge is hard to come by. How could the tortoise master be so generous as to relinquish the tome to him? Chapter 22. True interpretation of talismans. As expected, the tortoise master continued. However, I have a small request. Bai Xiaoyi maintained his composure, merely inquiring, "What is your request?" "Dear friend, I wish to transcribe a copy of the original tome, in case the original is ever lost. We would then have a backup to present to his sect, thus honoring our late comrade." Bai Xiaoyi felt an urge to roll his eyes at the man's audacity, calculating with fervor while professing righteousness. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, agreeing to the request. The tome, True Interpretation of Talismans, was indeed remarkably precious. Despite Jia Bin's inadequate use of talismans, it was merely a reflection of his insufficient cultivation and lack of mastery over various talismans, which ultimately led to his demise at the hands of the Wormgoo Master. Unrelated to the true interpretation of talismans, upon their discovery, both had briefly perused the tome and found it to be an elusive and profound technique, imbued with a sense of connection to the celestial path, leaving them both astounded and eager to delve deeper into its study. Furthermore, although the whisk was a decent magical artifact, Bai Xiaoyi did not regard it with much esteem. Such artifacts could be crafted with a few pounds of silver and a dozen pounds of brass, utilizing the secret techniques from refining artifacts, 100 ways. So he decided to relinquish it to the tortoise master instead. In the eyes of the turtle sage, he had simultaneously acquired a replica of the true explanation of talismans and the magical artifact, the silver dust whisk, thus reaping significant benefits. After reaching an agreement, the turtle sage produced a small turtle shell from an unknown source and performed a spell. The shell emanated a series of crackling white lights that illuminated the golden tome. Like a laser scanner, the turtle sage deftly flipped through the pages of the golden book under the beam of light. What is this? Bai Xiaoyi voiced his curiosity. This is the bone script reproduction technique, which allows one to record the contents of the golden tome, enabling playback whenever desired, the turtle sage explained. Such a trivial matter. Bai Xiaoyi, intrigued by this novel technique, shamelessly inquired, "Might it be possible for you to impart this technique to me? I have a penchant for reading, and this would undoubtedly save me considerable expense on books." The turtle sage's beard twitched in irritation, inwardly cursing the little fox for being so shrewd, unwilling to concede even a minor loss. Having just gained a slight advantage, Bai Xiaoyi was already seeking to reclaim it. With a forced smile, the turtle sage replied, "If you wish to learn, I happen to possess a piece of bone that contains this technique. Allow me to gift it to you." He then retrieved a palm-sized turtle shell from his back and tossed it to Bai Xiaoyi. With just a small infusion of magical energy, the shell could be activated. Bai Xiaoyi caught the small turtle shell and tucked it into his robe, bowing in gratitude. "I sincerely appreciate your generous gift." Before long, the turtle sage completed the recording of the true explanation of talismans and handed the golden tome to Bai Xiaoyi. He then sought out Lu Yong, who had been hiding in fear and was now collapsed on the ground. The three of them returned to Gaoyang City, agreeing to reconvene at the Jing'an office at the initial hour of the next day, after which they parted ways to pursue their individual paths. Bai Xiaoyi checked into an inn, refreshed himself with a bath, and sat cross-legged on the bed. occasionally reflecting on the day's events and curiously experimenting with various divine powers of yin and yang. He also took out the true explanation of talismans to peruse. As he flipped through the pages, a thought struck him. Could there be something tucked within the cover like in some stories? Driven by curiosity, he extracted his tattered umbrella sword and carefully sliced open the cover of the golden book. To his surprise, something was indeed there. He quietly marveled as he retrieved a thin sheet of gold foil from within the cover, densely inscribed with tiny characters. Upon closer examination, he realized this was a supplementary volume to the Golden Tome, providing annotations and explanations for various metaphorical terms used in the main text. Without this supplementary volume, many of the metaphorical terms in the primary text could be misinterpreted, leading one astray and hindering the path to true understanding. No wonder Jia Bin, possessing the talismanic scriptures, remained so inept. He had failed to discover the supplementary volume, and thus could not grasp the true essence. The turtle sage, in his self-satisfaction, thought that by merely obtaining a photographic reproduction, he had acquired the true explanation of talismans, unaware that there lay deeper layers of meaning, ultimately rendering his efforts futile and leaving Bai Xiaoyi with all the advantages. As dawn broke on the following day, Bai Xiaoyi promptly arrived at the 8th floor of the Jing'an Sea. Despite the early hour, the place was already bustling with activity. Shortly thereafter, the three individuals convened, exchanged pleasantries, and submitted their assignments to the clerk at the front desk on the first floor. Liu Yong notarized their reports and meticulously recorded the details of the tasks completed, subsequently arranging for other inspectors to verify and address any follow-up matters. Bai Xiaoyi and Master Gui each received 300 merit points. The duo then ascended to the second floor to exchange their respective rewards. Once again, it was the rotund clerk who attended to them. Master Tai, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor can one measure the sea in pecks. I am truly amazed that within just a day, you have accrued 300 merit points. Liu, the clerk, exclaimed with a face full of admiration. All thanks to the support of my fellow comrades. Alas, one of our companions met a tragic fate at the hands of the enemy during the mission, sacrificing himself for our cause. I find myself unworthy of this merit, Bai Xiaoyi lamented, putting on a display of heartfelt emotion. Liu sighed in sympathy before inquiring. May I ask what treasures Master Tai wishes to exchange for? Bai Xiaoyi had already formulated his list of desired items and enumerated them. 1 main peak of Luochun Mountain, 50 pounds of red copper essence, 50 pounds of refined steel meteorite, 10 pounds of Highland secret silver, 5 pounds of coral, 5 pounds of agate, 5 pounds of jade, 5 pounds of multicolored glass, a bushel of pearls, 20 pounds of white jade, 2 bundles each of gold and silver thread, a bundle of yellow talisman paper, and a variety of cinnabar, sulfur, and mercury, along with assorted writing materials. As Liu recorded the items, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Once Bai Xiaoyi finished his extensive list, he paused to wipe his brow and looked up to say, Master Tai, while we possess many of the precious items you mentioned, we unfortunately do not have the more mundane items like talisman paper and cinnabar. However, if you require them, I can dispatch someone to procure them from the markets within the city, though this would require an additional expenditure of 2 merit points. Bai Xiaoyi found it tiresome to seek out these common items himself, so the service provided by Jing'an Sea was indeed a boon. Then I shall rely on you. Clerk Liu, of course. Allow me to calculate your total expenditure of merit points, he replied, promptly retrieving an abacus and beginning to click away. In no time, he concluded, you have incurred a total cost of 289 merit points. Do you wish to confirm this exchange? Bai Xiaoyi had no objections and nodded in assent. The merit points truly were a remarkable resource, capable of procuring rare treasures that were otherwise unattainable in the outside world. It was no wonder so many practitioners were drawn to this place. However, the risks were indeed considerable. For instance, they had lost Jia Bin during this mission. Originally, each of the three would have received 200 merit points, but with one member deceased, the remaining two had their shares increased to 300 each. Liu instructed him to find a waiting area and turned to arrange the necessary details. It was not until noon that Bai Xiaoyi departed Jing'an Sea, driving a cart laden with goods that he had exchanged for merit points. The cart made its way toward the city gates, where, as usual, it encountered congestion. Bai Xiaoyi displayed his Jing'an Sea badge, and the city guards promptly cleared a path for him, bowing and smiling in deference. Just as he was about to urge his horse to quicken its pace, a figure emerged from the crowd of refugees, calling out to him, Little Master, it is truly you. The voice brimmed with joy. Bai Xiaoyi turned his head and saw a familiar face, Zhou Jigang, one of the young survivors he had encountered on the road, whom he had once saved. Brother Zhou, what a pleasure to meet you. What brings you here? And why aren't you entering the city? Bai Xiaoyi maneuvered his carriage to the side, ensuring not to obstruct the path and disrupt the flow of traffic. Zhou Jigang approached with a broad smile, albeit slightly awkward, and clasped his hands in greeting. I must confess, it is rather embarrassing. My intention was to seek refuge with my uncle in the city, but after enduring countless hardships to reach the capital, I find myself barred from entering. I have unfortunately been lingering outside for quite some time. This minor predicament amused Bai Xiaoyi, who turned to summon the captain of the city guards for a conversation. "Excuse me, General, I would like to request a small favor." The captain hurried over, his demeanor respectful and attentive. "How may I assist you, my lord?" Bai Xiaoyi gestured towards the bewildered Zhou Jigang. "This man is my friend, who has traveled a great distance seeking family. Could you kindly inform us of the procedure for entering the city?" Upon hearing this, the captain sighed in relief and confidently patted his chest. "My lord, fret not. Since he is your friend, he may enter without any hindrance. I assure you of that." Bai Xiaoyi nodded, appreciating the captain's eagerness to help, and inquired, "May I know your name?" "I am called Gu Ba," the captain replied. "Gu Ba? Very well, I shall remember that." Bai Xiaoyi turned to Zhou Jigang. "You may accompany this brother Gu Ba directly into the city." Zhou Jigang, taken aback by this stroke of fortune, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Such kindness cannot be overstated. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks, just go." The two men departed, and with Gu Ba's assistance, Zhou Jigang was able to enter the city smoothly. Bai Xiaoyi cracked the whip and called out onward, resuming his journey, viewing the earlier incident as merely a trivial matter along the way. As the carriage continued its journey, Bai Xiaoyi observed the emaciated faces of the suffering survivors along the route. He encountered a group of bandits who had recklessly laid a thick tree trunk across the road, intending to halt passing vehicles for robbery. With a swift crack of his whip, Bai Xiaoyi sent the trunk flying to the side. The bandits, hidden in the shadows, trembled in fear, too intimidated to make a sound until Bai Xiaoyi had driven far away, at which point they collapsed onto the ground. One bandit patted his chest in relief. That was terrifying. One whip stroke sent that massive tree flying. "This cannot possibly be human." Another companion remarked, "We have encountered a formidable opponent. Did you notice? The carriage appears to belong to the Jing'an division." "What? The Jing'an division?" Someone nearby stood up in shock. "Thank goodness we refrained from acting recklessly. Otherwise, we would likely be dead by now. Heaven be praised. Heaven be praised. Is this road not safe? Should we consider a different route?" Someone suggested, glancing around. "Yes, yes, yes." Bai Xiaoyi, meanwhile, drove his carriage back triumphantly, successfully returning to the foot of Tiandu Peak in the Luochun Mountains. Due to the steep and rugged path leading up the mountain, the cart struggled to navigate. Thus, Bai Xiaoyi chose to unfasten the harness, injecting 5 strands of blood spirit silk into the horse's body for easier control whenever needed, allowing it to roam freely in the woods. With a single hand, he ensnared the cart's cargo with the blood spirit silk and effortlessly lifted it, soaring upward. Upon returning to Tai residence, he placed the cart's contents down with a loud thud, only to be met by Wu Niu, who rushed out in a state of urgency, exclaiming, "Little immortal, you have finally returned. A grave matter has arisen." Bai Xiaoyi frowned, pondering what calamity could possibly have unfolded to incite such alarm. Wu Niu did not keep him waiting long and continued, "The little one has transformed into a tree." "What?" Bai Xiaoyi nearly doubted his own hearing and urgently inquired, "Where is it?" "In the backyard behind the attic," Wu Niu replied, hastily leading Bai Xiaoyi to the location. Traversing through the corridors, they arrived at the backyard, where an extraordinary tree stood towering before them. Its sturdy, twisting trunk was adorned with lush, verdant foliage, glistening with vitality. The trunk, as thick as a water barrel, bore the intricate patterns of scales, and in its center, a visage resembling that of an elder emerged, complete with eyes, nose, and mouth. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi, the tree seemed to come alive, its branches shaking gently as it spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Father, Father, Father." At first, Bai Xiaoyi was uncertain. However, after a few moments of contemplation, he discerned that indeed, the little one had transformed, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. The little one had accompanied him for over 3 years. Regardless of its form, be it human or canine, a bond had undeniably formed. Without its companionship, he could scarcely imagine the solitude of his 3 years spent in seclusion and cultivation. "What has happened to you? Why have you turned into a tree?" he murmured, caressing the giant tree with a heavy heart. "Father, Father, Father." The tree could only respond with that single phrase, unchanged from its initial form. Bai Xiaoyi discreetly wiped away a tear, sighing, "Ah, at least you have merely transformed into a tree and are not truly gone. Fear not, I shall never abandon you." It seemed as though the tree had heard his words. Its branches ceased their quivering, growing quiet, as its eyes and mouth slowly closed, seemingly enveloped in a profound sense of safety as it drifted into slumber. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoyi expressed his gratitude to Wu Niu for the past 2 days of care, gifting him a silver coin before sending him back to the village of Wu. Although the incident of the little one becoming a tree had occurred, it could not be blamed on Wu Niu. Bai Xiaoyi then organized the cargo, meticulously classifying and storing the various exquisite materials and treasures. He transferred the alchemical and crafting supplies to the fire room, stored daily necessities in the utility room, and placed the materials for talisman crafting on the second floor. He intended to study the true explanation of talismans until he achieved some proficiency, combining it with his crafting techniques to forge a new magical umbrella sword. The previous one, crafted from merely 2 taels of silver, although enhanced by his ingenious secret methods, had suffered from inferior materials, rendering it incapable of sustaining potent spells. It had become severely damaged and was now gathering dust in the utility room. Chapter 23. Zhou Jigang. What captured his attention was the transformation of the small sapling into a towering tree, growing at an astonishing rate. In just over half a month, it had matured into a giant tree, stout enough for 10 men to encircle, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and cloaked half the mountainside. Countless roots and vines cascaded from its trunk, sprawling across the entire valley. The robust root system crawled and burrowed, even reshaping the terrain of the valley itself. Perhaps the sapling retained a semblance of consciousness, as it intentionally avoided the loft of Tai residents, allowing the structure to remain unscathed amidst the upheaval. After observing for another fortnight, Bai Xiaoyi noted that the sapling had stabilized and ceased its frenzied growth, which brought him a measure of relief. Had it continued to grow unchecked, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Subsequently, a period of serene and steady cultivation ensued. Each day, he either meditated beneath the expansive branches of the giant tree, maintaining an efficiency comparable to his previous endeavors, or he immersed himself in the study of the true explanation of talismans on the 3rd floor of the loft, practicing his techniques. He also roamed the mountains, foraging for medicinal herbs and mining materials for alchemy and artifact creation. In terms of the mountainous defenses, he implemented several new measures. Firstly, he severed the pathways leading up the mountain, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals without his express permission, allowing the sapling to extend its roots and construct a long bridge for ascent. Secondly, he innovatively combined artifact creation with talismanic techniques, alongside the secret method of blood nerve, to boldly craft 18 sentient puppets that vigilantly guarded the summit of Tiandu Peak, ever watchful for any airborne cultivators attempting to intrude. In truth, the most formidable defense stemmed from the giant tree itself. With Bai Xiaoyi's command, it could unleash its vines and roots to ensnare enemies with considerable force. Out of curiosity, Bai Xiaoyi once tested its capabilities. Should one attempt to breach inward rather than flee, they would inevitably be ensnared by the roots. Wrapped up like a dumpling. After 6 months, Bai Xiaoyi felt adequately prepared and resolved to forge a treasured umbrella sword. The umbrella frame was crafted from fiery red copper, the canopy intricately woven with golden and silver threads, and embedded with exquisite gems such as pearls, agate, emeralds, corals, and crystal jade, all meticulously inscribed with 81 talismans using a secret formula infused with mystical red mercury. Additionally, a concealed flying sword, forged from fine steel and meteorite iron, was hidden within the umbrella. After 49 days and nights of tireless forging and refining, he finally accomplished his goal. Sitting beside the stone furnace, Bai Xiaoyi gazed with immense satisfaction at his newly crafted treasure. At last, it is complete. My efforts have not been in vain. He tossed the umbrella into the air, and with a resounding clap, it unfurled and hung suspended, radiating vibrant colors that dazzled the eyes. The treasure umbrella began to spin slowly, as if the very space around it were swirling in tandem. A cascade of iridescent hues fell like a drapery, enveloping him within, rendering him impervious to all forms of harm and repelling malevolent forces. The more he admired it, the more pleased he became, and with a commanding voice, he declared, "Draw forth." From the base of the umbrella's handle, a brilliant beam of white light shot forth, soaring into the sky like a silver dragon, soaring majestically in all directions. The entire firehouse was illuminated, a blinding radiance that made it difficult to open one's eyes. Sheathing the sword, the flying sword returned to its scabbard, and the brilliance vanished in an instant, as if it were but an illusion. Days passed, and on a particular day, Bai Xiaoyi was meditating on a stone isle by the waterfall when a small paper crane unexpectedly flew in from outside, darting about the valley like a headless fly. Amused and curious, Bai Xiaoyi extended a strand of blood spirit silk to capture it, and upon holding it, he discovered it bore writing. Unfolding it, he found it was indeed a letter. The missive was issued by the Jing'an Bureau, inviting participants to the upcoming Yulan Penhui, a biennial event, led by Master Guanxi of the Great Floating Sea and Little Me Mountain. Those interested in participating could register at the Jing'an Bureau. The Yulan Penhui? What kind of event was this? Bai Xiaoyi was unfamiliar with it and wished to inquire further. However, after pondering, he realized he had no one to ask. So he decided to venture into the city the next day to purchase some daily necessities and visit the 8th floor of the Jing'an Bureau for more information. The following day, after instructing the little one to watch over the house, he took to the skies on his flying sword. In no time, he arrived outside Gaoyang City, habitually landing in an empty grove before heading towards the city gate. The area occupied by disaster victims had expanded, and he frequently saw officials from the government distributing porridge. Long lines formed at the porridge stalls, with everyone appearing gaunt and poorly clad. Successfully passing through the city gate, he strolled leisurely through the bustling marketplace, observing the various shops and their wares in search of what he needed. He soon noticed a shop surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, all engaged in animated discussion and pointing fingers. Intrigued, Bai Xiaoyi approached to uncover the commotion. Inside the shop, unruly ruffians were pushing and pulling at a young girl, hurling vulgarities at her. "Dear sister, just give in to your brother. I promise you will be satisfied." One of the ruffians, marked by a facial mole, taunted as he attempted to drag the girl towards the back room. "Today, you have no choice but to comply. Your deadbeat father has debts to repay," shouted another ruffian, his face marred by a scar. With a brazen command to close the door behind them, the girl struggled in fear and helplessness, crying out for help, yet the spectators dared not intervene, paralyzed by fear. "What a pity. Why must she owe money to these four calamities?" lamented a passerby. Who does not know that these four scoundrels are notorious for their lewdness and lawlessness? They have committed numerous heinous acts, but their affluent backgrounds make them untouchable, someone whispered. As the remaining two ruffians approached to close the shop door, they caught wind of the murmurs and glared menacingly, barking, "What are you saying? If you wish to live, shut your mouths. What are you staring at? Scram. All of you." On the chaotic ground lay a bruised shopkeeper, crawling a few paces to embrace the scarred ruffian, pleading desperately, "I beg you, please spare my daughter. What do you want? I shall give you anything." The scarred man, with an expression of fury and disdain, raised his heel high and brought it down forcefully upon the shopkeeper's hand, twisting it with a vengeful intensity. The old shopkeeper cried out in anguish as his palm visibly contorted under the brutal pressure. "Father, you vile scoundrels!" The girl screamed through her tears, her voice filled with despair. Suddenly, the shop door slammed shut, obstructing the view of the onlookers, who gasped in astonishment. It was at that moment a furious shout pierced the air, "Bastards! Come to die?" A young constable surged through the crowd, delivering a powerful kick to the shop door. With a resounding crash, the doors swung open, revealing the scene within. "Who dares meddle?" the scarred thug roared, his rage palpable. Yet the young constable paid no heed, brandishing his broadsword as he charged inside. The two thugs, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, stumbled back in fear. "What do you want?" they stammered. The young constable, gritting his teeth with a menacing glare, declared, "What do I want? I seek vengeance." With that, he swung his sword, cleaving through the air towards the two men. One strike after another, he struck their chests, and they screamed in agony, blood erupting as they fell lifeless to the ground. The crowd outside erupted in chaos, cries of murder, echoing as they scattered in panic. However, Bai Xiaoyi remained in a corner, intently observing the unfolding events. He recognized the young constable, none other than Zhou Jigang. Ever since he had assisted him into the city, he had not known how Zhou had come to be a constable. The scarred man and his accomplice were taken aback, shocked by the ferocity of the newcomer who killed without hesitation. Without a moment's delay, they pushed the girl forward, hoping to use her as a shield to buy themselves a chance to escape. In her state of terror, the girl stumbled into Zhou Jigang's embrace, utterly lost and helpless. Zhou swiftly pulled her behind him, brandishing his sword as he continued his assault on the two thugs. One of them attempted to flee through the door, but Zhou swiftly severed half of his head before he could utter a sound. The other, more cunning, darted into the inner chamber, but when Zhou pursued, he found it empty, save for a half-open window creaking in the breeze. He rushed to the window, discovering it overlooked a small stream. Realizing the scoundrel had managed to escape, feeling a pang of regret for not eradicating the threat completely. As Zhou emerged from the inner room, the girl, supporting the old shopkeeper, hurriedly knelt before him. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives," they exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Zhou quickly helped them to their feet, saying, "It was merely an act of justice to draw my sword in aid. Alas, one rascal has escaped." The old shopkeeper, filled with apprehension, replied, "Though your intentions were noble, benefactor, you should not have taken so many lives, and now one has fled. These four ruffians are the offspring of influential families. They will surely return with reinforcements to hunt you down. You must flee at once." Zhou Jigang furrowed his brow, realizing that in his righteous indignation, he had acted without considering the consequences. After a reminder from the old man, he realized the immense trouble they were in. Although he wished to flee, he was deeply concerned for the safety of the father and daughter. "What will happen to you if I run away?" The old shopkeeper sighed heavily, resignedly stating, "It is fate. Perhaps this is simply my destiny." Poor Inger, overwhelmed by grief, could not help but weep. Kneeling once again before Zhou Jigang, pleading, "Kind sir, have mercy on my daughter, take her away. Run as far as you can, never to return." The young girl, tears streaming down her face, clung to her father's arm, sorrowfully declaring, "Father, I will go nowhere. I shall stay with you, and if we must die, let us die together." "Foolish child, how can you entertain such thoughts at your tender age?" The old man lamented. "I have lived a long life. I am ready to depart. You must leave. I will not go." Seeing the profound bond between the father and daughter, Zhou Jigang realized that if they continued this way, none would escape when danger arrived. Thus, he firmly grasped both of them, insisting, "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must leave together, quickly." Reluctantly, he pulled them both towards the street. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyi had been observing from a small corner outside the house, waiting for the scar-faced thug to leap from the window and flee into the river before stealthily following him. The scar-faced man, believing he had evaded capture, emerged from the water only to be startled by the sight of a handsome young man gazing at him from the riverbank. Panic surged within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Bai Xiaoyi, with an impassive expression, addressed the half-submerged thug, stating, "I wish to inquire about something." The scar-faced man, hearing only a mere inquiry, felt humiliated by his earlier display of fear, and in a fit of rage, shouted, "Who are you, you little brat? Get out of my way. About 2 years ago, on a certain night, did you venture to a small village named Dazhuang Wutsuan, located 100 miles west of the city?" Bai Xiaoyi continued as if he had not heard. "I don't know, get lost," the scar-faced man retorted, attempting to wade ashore. "Look at my hand. You will know whether it is me or not." Bai Xiaoyi extended his right hand, palm facing forward, and a silver eye suddenly opened in his palm, emanating an alluring and eerie glow. The thug, upon seeing it, fell into a trance, standing motionless. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi employed the power of the Yin-Yang divine eye to search the thug's soul, delving into his memories. He soon uncovered the recollection of how 4 of them had plotted to murder Yuaner and her family 2 years prior. "Indeed, it is you," he thought, feeling a surge of determination. The other 3 had already been slain by Zhou Jigang, leaving only this one remaining. Bai Xiaoyi's expression hardened. He thought it would be unjust to let such a villain escape. Although he usually preferred to mind his own business, he found this matter intolerable. From within his bosom, he retrieved the Hell's Melody scroll and, facing the scarred man, unfurled a small portion. With a single hand, he executed a spell and beckoned, "Enter." Unbeknownst to the scarred man, his soul was drawn into the infernal realm depicted in the scroll. Bereft of his spirit, his corporeal form collapsed, plummeting into the river. Typically, a common individual could retain vitality for 7 days after their soul had departed the body, allowing for a potential return to life should the spirit find its way back. However, this unfortunate man, submerged in the water, succumbed to drowning after mere moments. Bai Xiaoyi watched as the body bobbed in the water, his countenance turning ashen. Realizing that life had fled, he then cast his gaze upon the spirit within the scroll, enduring the tortures of hell, and muttered to himself, "May you suffer the 18 tortures of hell as penance. Not until your essence is utterly shattered shall it cease." He rolled up the scroll and tucked it back into his garment before swiftly departing. After a considerable time, a passerby happened upon the corpse and reported it to the authorities for investigation. The coroner concluded that the individual had accidentally drowned. Having completed this trivial task, Bai Xiaoyi paid no further heed to what became of Zhou Jigang, instead making his way to the Jing'an Bureau. Upon arrival, he navigated through several checkpoints, enduring scrutiny before being permitted entry. Ascending to the 8th floor, he beheld a bustling scene, teeming with a diverse throng of individuals, far more animated than usual. People engaged in lively discussions, some crowding around clerks, inquiring about various matters, while others huddled in small groups, deliberating on something. Bai Xiaoyi initially intended to elbow his way through to consult with clerk when regarding the Yulan Penhui, only to discover that the topic was already the subject of widespread discourse. By mere chance, he gleaned a substantial understanding of the event without needing to further inquire. The Yulan Penhui could be described as a grand festivity occurring every 4 years within the cultivation community. During this time, countless practitioners converge upon the site of Yulan Pen, competing for one of the coveted seats to listen to the teachings. There are only 108 such seats, each earned through individual prowess, with the holders facing challenges from those without seats until the commencement of the event. Once the gathering begins, the minds of those seated are transported to an unfathomable realm, where they may listen to the teachings of the Buddha. The Buddha, based on their understanding of the Dharma, the hardships endured, sacrifices made, and vows taken, bestows upon them treasures from the unseen world. It is a monumental opportunity, yet fraught with peril. As the adage goes, opportunity and risk coexist. Bai Xiaoyi, greatly stirred by this prospect, having grown weary of prolonged seclusion, resolved to witness this spectacle. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, he finally registered with Clerk 1. who informed him to assemble at the southern outskirts of the city at the 10th hour in 7 days, with no allowance for tardiness. Having completed his registration, he turned to exit the Jing'an Bureau and proceeded to the bustling market to procure some daily necessities before preparing to return to Tiandu Peak. However, just as he stepped into the wild woods outside the city, he was met with the clamor of blades clashing. Turning to behold the scene, he was rather fortuitously confronted by Zhou Jigang, accompanied by the girl known as Ying Er, as they fled in a frantic and disheveled manner towards him. Chapter 24. The return. Behind Zhou Jigang pursued a band of formidable henchmen, each armed with knives, spears, clubs, and other weapons, all possessing a modicum of martial prowess. Observing Zhou Jigang's precarious situation, outnumbered and on the verge of succumbing, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but mock. Why do I keep encountering this fellow wherever I go? Is there some predestined connection between us? The intricacies of fate are indeed profound. He seemed to be a chivalrous man, while his adversaries were merely ordinary mortals. Thus rescuing him would be a trivial matter. After much contemplation, he called out, "Who is causing such a ruckus here, disturbing my appreciation of this splendid scenery? It is quite disheartening." The henchman, noticing the meddlesome newcomer, issued a menacing warning. "You, young man, do you have a death wish? If you have nothing to do, be on your way." Bai Xiaoyi erupted into laughter, extending his right palm forward. "Look at my palm." Among the group of strongmen, curiosity got the better of some, and they glanced towards his hand, only to behold a peculiar eye embedded in his palm, shimmering with a silver light. Those who beheld this mystical eye found themselves frozen in place. This was a variation of the Enai's silver pupil's soul-searching powers, capable of immobilizing one's spirit without delving into it, effectively serving as a binding technique. This ability proved infallible against common folk, though it might falter against cultivators with strong wills. "Beware, this lad is peculiar. Do not look at him," one among them, realizing the danger through the stillness of his companions, hastily cautioned. However, human curiosity is often insatiable and difficult to restrain. The more they were warned, the more they were compelled to glance, only to be ensnared by the technique, rendering their bodies immobile. Ultimately, only two managed to perceive the peril and fled in haste. Bai Xiaoyi, however, found no need to pursue. To him, they were mere ants, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Zhou Jigang and Ying Er were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After executing his technique, Bai Xiaoyi intended to depart. Zhou Jigang finally regained his composure. Hastily kneeling in gratitude, "I am deeply thankful for your life-saving intervention, young master." He had come to realize that this repeated benefactor was no ordinary mortal. The young lady also knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue." Bai Xiaoyi paused to observe them, noting their disheveled appearances and numerous minor injuries. He inquired, "Might I ask where the old shopkeeper has gone?" Upon hearing the question, the young lady was overcome with grief, covering her face as she wept. Zhou Jigang responded, "Not long after we fled the city, we were pursued by this band of thieves, and alas, the old shopkeeper met an unfortunate fate." Understanding the situation, Bai Xiaoyi contemplated his next course of action. He was in need of assistance for tending to herbs and performing menial tasks, so he proposed, "It seems you have nowhere to go. I require some help with chores. If you are willing to endure some labor, come with me." With that, he turned to leave, and the two, having no other options, rose to follow him. As for those who had been immobilized, they would remain in stasis for 7 days unless disturbed by external forces. However, could one truly survive without sustenance for 7 days? Especially in this wilderness, where numerous wild and ferocious creatures roamed. Fate will decide whether we live or die. Bai Xiaoyi appeared to stroll leisurely ahead, yet his pace was as swift as that of an ordinary person running. This was merely a result of his deliberate slow gait. Zhou Jigang and Ying Er followed closely behind, running to keep up. When Ying Er could no longer continue, he bent down and lifted her onto his back to carry on. It was not until they reached the banks of a broad river that Bai Xiaoyi finally came to a halt. Zhou Jigang, panting and breathless from carrying Ying Er, gently set her down and squatted on the ground to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his brow. Seeing his struggle, Ying Er took off her sleeve to fan him. The two of them, noticing Bai Xiaoyi's silence, dared not speak first. Thus, a profound silence enveloped the trio. Bai Xiaoyi gazed at the river for a long while until, at last, he spotted a small boat drifting upstream, and he waved his hand, calling out, "Boatman, please come ashore." The fisherman, evidently accustomed to such occurrences, welcomed the prospect of earning a little extra, and soon a voice, that of an elderly man, replied from afar. Before long, the small fishing boat bobbed its way to the riverbank. An old man, simply dressed and with white hair, set down his oars and inquired, "Might the young master wish to cross the river?" Bai Xiaoyi replied, "Indeed. May I ask if you could ferry us 3 upstream? To where are you bound?" "To the summit of Mount Luochun, the Tiandu Peak." The old man appeared contemplative, calculating. "I have heard that the Tiandu Peak is home to a divine being, but it is quite a distance. I fear my old and frail body may not endure the journey. Bai Xiaoyi smiled kindly. Fear not, good sir. I shall pay you 1 tael of silver, and my companion will row the boat, sparing you from exertion. Upon reaching our destination, you may simply float downstream, expending little energy. The old man's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled brightly. If that is the case, then let us proceed. Please, come aboard. The 3 of them boarded the boat in turn, and Zhou Zhigang, without hesitation, took the oars from the old man's hands, who then patiently instructed him on the operation. Before long, Zhou Zhigang had become adept at rowing, and the boat glided gracefully across the water's surface. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a leisurely excursion. The scenery along the banks was truly uplifting. Bai Xiaoyi, gazing at the verdant mountains and clear waters, expressed his sentiments. The old man, with a simple smile, replied, I have been foraging along this river since my youth. I have grown accustomed to it, and find it rather ordinary. Bai Xiaoyi, wishing to steer the conversation elsewhere, asked, Good sir, have there been any recent strange tales or happenings around the Luochun River? The fisherman, pulling out a bamboo pipe to indulge in some tobacco, took a leisurely puff before saying, As for strange tales, there have indeed been a few lately. Oh, do share, for it would alleviate our weariness. Bai Xiaoyi expressed his interest. Since you wish to hear, I shall recount them, the old man began. The boatman took a few more puffs of water pipe before leisurely continuing. The first remarkable event is the transformation of the main peak of Mount Luochun. In just a few short months, a colossal tree has sprouted atop the mountain, visible from 10 miles away, towering at least several dozen zhang high, casting a shadow over half the peak like a gigantic umbrella. It is rumored to be a divine tree that moves. Moreover, the mountain, which once had a path leading to its summit, has inexplicably transformed into sheer cliffs and precipices, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to ascend. Everyone claims that an ancient immortal has taken residence in the mountain, which accounts for this extraordinary change. Bai Xiaoyi, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, realizing that this ancient immortal was none other than himself. He never expected to become a legend in someone else's tale. What about the second event? He inquired further. The second strange occurrence, the boatman continued, is a terrifying legend circulating among the refugees, involving a plump fellow named Zhu Bunning and a skinny one called Yang Buhuan. They frequently appear among the disaster-stricken, luring others with delectable food and new garments. Those who succumb to the temptation of their culinary delights are said to transform into pigs, while those who don their new clothes become sheep, only to be driven into the mountains to be slaughtered and cooked. Inger, upon hearing this, felt a chill of fear, momentarily forgetting her grief over her father's death, and couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't that akin to cannibalism? How could such a horrifying tale exist in this world? The boatman laughed heartily and replied, It's merely a legend. I'm not certain of its truth. However, Bai Xiaoyi pondered deeply, fearing that the tale may not be entirely unfounded. Having encountered numerous malevolent beings and sinister practices, the notion of such transformations did not seem far-fetched to him. Indeed, it is a frightening rumor. I shall be cautious should I encounter the plump and skinny ones. He jested. If I were to meet those two, I would dispatch them with a single blow each. Who says otherwise? There are no free lunches in this world. Ultimately, it is human greed that leads to one's own demise. One should avoid ambiguous temptations. The old boatman chimed in. And what is the third curious event? He promptly asked. The third tale unfolded as time passed in their idle chatter. By the afternoon, the boat reached the vicinity of Tiandu Peak, and the 3 bid farewell to the old man before disembarking. Bai Xiaoyi led the 2 up the mountain, passing by a massive stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Tiandu Peak? Inger couldn't help but pronounce aloud. Her curiosity piqued, though she dared not voice her questions. The trio continued their ascent until they arrived at a sheer cliff. Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand, and a bridge woven of roots and vines swiftly descended from the mountain above. Ah! Inger gasped, unable to suppress her astonishment. Everything felt so miraculous and surreal to her. Zhou Zhigang took her hand to reassure her. This is the vine bridge leading up the mountain. Follow me, Bai Xiaoyi declared without looking back, stepping onto the bridge. Were it not for the need to accommodate Zhou Zhigang and Inger, he would not have taken such trouble. The 3 carefully traversed the swaying vine bridge, climbing steadily until they reached the summit, where they navigated the winding and steep mountain path for quite some time before finally arriving at Tai residence. In the valley, the waterfall cascaded with a resounding roar, surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies, mingling with the fragrant mist, creating an ethereal realm. Tai residence. Inger could not help but murmur aloud. Bai Xiaoyi led the 2 back to the loft, inviting them to sit casually on the cushions in the hall. He settled cross-legged on a central cushion and, upon seeing them seated, spoke. As you can observe, I have secluded myself here to cultivate. If you have nowhere else to go, you may stay temporarily, assisting me in managing herbs, planting flowers, tidying the hall, and offering incense to the ancestral master daily. This will ensure your sustenance and safety. What say you? Without a moment's hesitation, the two sincerely agreed. Zhou Jigang expressed, "We are deeply grateful for your benevolence in rescuing us. We have no means to repay such kindness, but we are willing to serve you as humble laborers. How could we possibly refuse? Brother Zhou," he continued, "we have traveled together, thus we are somewhat familiar. It does not please me to be addressed as benefactor. From now on, simply call me." He pondered, realizing that the title must not be trivialized lest it undermine his authority, yet it should not be too obscure to create distance. "Mountain Master," he finally declared, adding a brief explanation that it signified the owner of Tiandu Peak. The two complied, responding, "Yes, Mountain Master." They were then assigned to temporarily reside in a storeroom. This room had previously accommodated Wuani and Yuaner, already furnished with a wooden bed, table, chairs, and various utensils. However, upon observing the room's arrangement, Inger furrowed her brow, hesitatingly murmuring, "Mountain Master, there is only one room and one bed. How can we both fit?" Bai Xiaoyi found her embarrassment amusing and chuckled, "Ah, that is not my concern. You shall decide for yourselves. Perhaps you can hang a curtain for separation. Or one of you can sleep on the floor." With that, he paid them no further heed, exiting the room, leaving the two exchanging glances. Chapter 25. Observing Zen Master Ci, 7 days can be perceived as neither long nor short. Throughout this week, Zhou Jigang and Inger became accustomed to life on the mountain. Yet, come nightfall, Bai Xiaoyi invariably heard certain indescribable sounds that disturbed his peace of mind. Consequently, he instructed them to construct a few bamboo and wooden houses at the foot of the mountain. He sent a message via Wu Ani to summon several craftsmen from the village to assist. Once completed, he instructed them to reside at the mountain's base, returning during the day to undertake their tasks. After arranging these matters, he gathered his belongings in preparation for the Yulan Pen festival. "Brother Zhou missing. Take care of yourselves. Should you find yourselves short on essentials, remember to cover your heads and faces, donning straw hats to visit the small market near Dazhuangwu village. And avoid appearing in Gaoyang City to evade detection by enemies. If adversaries pursue you, retreat to the mountain. There, you shall be safe," Bai Xiaoyi advised in conclusion. "Rest assured, Mountain Master, we will manage," the two solemnly assured him. Bai Xiaoyi refrained from elaborate explanations, releasing his flying sword, which transformed into a brilliant white light, sweeping him into the sky. Zhou Jigang and Inger gazed in rapt awe, their hearts profoundly shaken. The mountain lord had ascended into the heavens. Finally, with excitement, Inger uttered a remark filled with yearning and aspiration. "It seems that mortals often envy the immortals, unaware of the perils entwined with the pursuit of transcendence." Swift as lightning, they soared through the clouds, and in no time, they arrived at the 10-mile pavilion, situated 10 miles south of Gaoyang City. Bai Xiaoyi, from a distance in the sky, observed a multitude of individuals gathered there, all presumably participants registered for the Yulan Penhui organized by the Jing'an Division. Among them were attendants, as well as demon slayers specifically assigned by the Jing'an Division. Bai Xiaoyi descended gracefully, and his arrival stirred a wave of excitement among the crowd. The art of sword flight was indeed elegant and rare. Many wondered who the newcomer was. "If only I could master such a technique." One onlooker sighed enviously. "Do you think the art of flight is commonplace? Only powerful beings can traverse the skies. Should we go pay our respects?" Another voiced with trepidation. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. This elder seems unfamiliar, and we do not know his temperament. We should avoid unnecessary trouble," someone else cautioned. Bai Xiaoyi, feeling the gaze of dozens upon him, remained unperturbed and, with an open demeanor, offered a respectful bow. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Some returned the gesture. "Salutations, elder." Scoffed a few, their disdain apparent. Bai Xiaoyi merely smiled in response. "Ha! Taoist Tai, you have also arrived. It has been quite some time. I hope all is well." From the crowd emerged a bald elder carrying a turtle shell on his back, none other than the Turtle Master. Delighted to encounter a familiar face, Bai Xiaoyi felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled, saying, "Elder, I trust you are well. That day, I was so preoccupied that I neglected to ask for your address, which regrettably hindered my attempts to visit you." "Ha ha ha, who could argue? I share your sentiments. We have known each other for quite some time. There is no need for such formalities. I am still in my prime." Unperturbed by the thought of taking several young concubines, the Turtle Master always wore a jovial expression. Bai Xiaoyi inwardly remarked, "Old lecher." Maintaining a pleasant demeanor, he replied, "Then, I shall boldly address you as Taoist Turtle." "Quite right, quite right." The two engaged in lively conversation, exchanging contact information and addresses. Subsequently, more individuals arrived, some by carriage, others on horseback, and a few leaping through the air. Among them, two particularly caught the eye as they flew. One rode upon a white crane, his head resembling that of a red-crowned crane, adorned in a flowing white robe, leaving one to ponder whether he was still human. Many recognized him as the Crane Boy, likely familiar to those who frequently visited the Jing'an division for tasks. The other was even more peculiar, descending with a massive flaming wheel the size of a grinding stone, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. As the smoke dissipated, a faceless figure emerged, devoid of any discernible features, with a red silk cloth absurdly wrapped around its head. In one hand, it bore a flaming wheel, while the other clutched a copper mirror, within which appeared a grotesque face, winking mischievously at the onlookers and uttering sounds of glee. Ha! Ha! So many kindred spirits have arrived. How delightful! How joyous! Those nearby instinctively recoiled, sensing the malevolence radiating from this peculiar being. Bai Xiaoyi overheard a whisper beside him. That is the mirror spirit, a practitioner of the great perfection of the spiritual realm, known for his erratic temperament and ruthless methods, with a notorious reputation. Internally, Bai Xiaoyi scoffed, contemplating the state of the cultivation world, wondering if he was indeed the only normal practitioner left, or perhaps the most abnormal of them all. Before long, 3 opulent carriages arrived in succession, each adorned with luxurious brocade and encrusted with jewels, drawn by a pair of gallant steeds, with servants holding the reins. From the first carriage descended a formidable general clad in resplendent silks, who greeted everyone with repeated, courteous bows. Esteemed colleagues, I salute you. Greetings from Grand Inspector Huang. Those who recognized him returned the gesture. The Turtle Master leaned in to whisper to Bai Xiaoyi, surely, you do not recognize this man? Indeed, Bai Xiaoyi was unaware of his identity. He is from the Jing'an Bureau. The Turtle Master thumbed upward, Grand Inspector Huang Tianren. As the curtain of the second carriage was drawn aside, a peculiar middle-aged attendant stepped out, the Grand Eunuch Zhou from the palace, as identified by the Turtle Master. The third carriage swayed slightly before revealing a benevolent-looking middle-aged monk, draped in a crimson robe, wielding a 9-ringed iron staff. As he walked, the rings jingled softly, evoking a sense of spiritual cleansing. After the monk descended, a fearsome zombie creature, covered in red fur and brandishing sharp fangs and claws, emerged from the carriage. The grotesque beast cradled a jade vase adorned with a lotus flower, an ominous sight that drew gasps from the crowd. Master Guanxi, we are indebted to you. Huang Tianren greeted the monk with a respectful bow. The monk merely nodded and stepped forward, addressing the assembly in a resonant voice. Esteemed friends, I am the monk Guanxi, entrusted by Lord Huang to guide you to Tianzhushan for the Ulambana festival. I must make it clear that I am solely responsible for leading the way. All other matters are beyond my concern. Those who can keep pace are welcome to follow. Those who fall behind shall be deemed lacking in strength and should reconsider their capabilities to avoid peril. Any dangers encountered along the way, and the competition for opportunities at the event, are to be faced by each according to their own abilities. I also advise that we, as colleagues in public service, should strive to minimize unnecessary infighting, uniting against external threats, and even collaborating to seize greater opportunities. Huang Tianren interjected, indeed, we, of the Jing'an Bureau, prohibit internal strife. I understand that all esteemed masters here possess formidable powers and abilities. There are ample external evils to confront. We must endeavor to avoid conflicts and enmities among ourselves. As the saying goes, leave a line for future encounters. We must not burn bridges, for the Jing'an Bureau cannot afford such losses. With that said, take care of yourselves. Having spoken, he exchanged a knowing glance with Master Guanxi. The master, understanding the unspoken message, finally instructed, this journey south will require at least 10 days at my pace. Those who wish to accompany me should follow closely. Turning back, he took a jade vial from the grasp of the beast and commanded it to lower itself, pressing its limbs to the ground. With the vial in his left hand and staff in his right, he elegantly mounted the creature's back. A gentle kick to its flanks prompted the beast to let out a thunderous roar, stirring up winds beneath its hooves, as it charged forth like a shooting star, swiftly becoming a mere silhouette in the distance. The onlookers were taken aback, flustered and scrambling, hastily gathering their belongings and setting off in pursuit. Wishing everyone a safe journey and abundant blessings, Huang Tianren called out, watching the crowd disperse. However, Bai Xiaoyi and the Turtle Master remained unperturbed, walking leisurely at the rear. You must be curious about that magnificent steed of his, the Turtle Master mused. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head, genuinely unaware. The Turtle Master chuckled heartily. In truth, it is but a man. What, a man? Bai Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, a man. A practitioner who strayed from the righteous path, succumbing to demonic practices, transformed into a crimson-haired zombie beast. The monk has since tamed it using secret arts, rendering it a mount. Ah, I see, Bai Xiaoyi remarked, watching as the crowd grew ever fainter. It seems they are nearly out of sight. Should we not hasten our pace? The Turtle Master laughed heartily. Then I shall take my leave first. He produced a cloud bean from his robes, popped it in his mouth, and after a few chews, squatted into a martial stance. summoning a cloud from behind to ascend into the sky. Bai Xiaoyi, aware of the delightful technique, stepped aside in anticipation. Once the crowd had vanished, leaving him alone, he summoned his flying sword and ascended into the heavens. The monk, whether intentionally or not, continued onward without pause, journeying day and night for 5 days and nights before finally halting before a dilapidated temple on a desolate mountain. 9 individuals, including Bai Xiaoyi, who possessed the ability to fly, closely followed in tow. The rest had long formed a long, scattered line, with a few still pursuing on foot, while the others had entirely disappeared from sight. Upon seeing the monk come to a stop and settle in meditation within the temple, the others descended from the sky, entering the temple to find places to rest. One person inquired, "Master Guanxi, why do we pause here?" With eyes closed and body unmoving, the master replied languidly, "My steed is no divine beast. It too experiences fatigue. Let us rest here for the night and set off again tomorrow," allowing time for those earnest companions who lagged behind. The inquirer nodded in understanding, bowed, and chose a spot to sit down. The turtle master sought out Bai Xiaoyi once more, saying, "Friend Tai, let us stay close together, just in case." "To that, I wholeheartedly agree. Please, take a seat." Bai Xiaoyi readily consented. With his youthful inexperience, he found the presence of the venerable old turtle, who had lived a long life and possessed a wealth of knowledge, to be invaluable for acquiring insights about the world. Chapter 26. The Ulambana festival. As midnight approached, 5 more weary souls arrived, their faces etched with exhaustion. At this moment, the temple housed a total of 15 individuals, each seeking solace in silence, devoid of idle chatter. The moonlight filtered through the dilapidated roof in sparse beams, while the outside world was alive with the incessant croaking of frogs and the serenade of insects. In the corner, an unnamed cultivator clad in a cloak sat cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, he broke into a profuse sweat, his body trembling violently, his expression twisted in agony, occasionally emitting low moans. The others, disturbed by the commotion, opened their eyes to witness the unsettling scene. "What is happening to him?" someone inquired. Master Guanxi also opened his eyes, letting out a sorrowful sigh as he remarked, "Alas, another fellow cultivator has succumbed to demonic possession. Perhaps the relentless days of travel have taken their toll, leading to a destabilization of his state, allowing the demons to consume him." It seemed that someone had grasped the gravity of the situation. In this world of cultivation, peril lurks, and one must always pay a price. A moment's carelessness could lead to a descent into madness, transforming one into a mindless aberration. The unnamed cultivator convulsed even more violently, his body oozing a viscous substance. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, emitting a series of bizarre gurgling sounds. "Be cautious," someone shouted, and the crowd instinctively retreated to a safe distance. The cultivator's mouth widened to an alarming degree, and then, like a grotesque spectacle, a pale, hairless head emerged, slick with the sticky fluid. "What manner of fiend is this?" someone exclaimed in terror. The bizarre entity, resembling a hairless, organless human form, first extricated its head, followed by its writhing body, devoid of limbs. With a squelch, it landed on the ground, akin to a slug with a human head. The unnamed cultivator appeared to have been reduced to a mere shrunken skin, mingled with his garments in a lifeless heap. The onlookers exchanged glances, refraining from taking any rash actions. The creature was too strange, its origins unknown. To act recklessly could invite disaster. The head slug, devoid of reason, moved with the primal instincts of a beast. It lunged unpredictably at one unfortunate cultivator. Startled, the ill-fated cultivator cried out, "Get away," as he hastily drew his sword to defend himself. In a flash, the blade glimmered, and the head slug was cleaved in two, falling to the ground, where it promptly transformed into 2 equally sized head slugs. "What? It can split," someone screamed in horror. The 2 grotesque beings wasted no time, launching themselves forward once more. Before the sword-wielding cultivator could devise a strategy, they were upon him again, compelling him to continue swinging his sword. With a flurry of movements, he severed the 2 creatures into dozens of segments. In mere moments, countless head slugs had emerged, converging upon him in a frenzied mass, overwhelming the unfortunate cultivator with their sticky swarm. A single, anguished cry escaped his lips before he was consumed, his body reduced to a mere skeleton by the corrosive slime. The onlookers were gripped by terror, collectively shouting, "We must flee at once." In an instant, the crowd dispersed in a frenzy. Some leapt through windows and doors, while others broke through the roof to escape, and a few even crashed into the walls to break free. Bai Xiaoyi emerged from the shattered tiles of the rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground outside the temple. Although he was confident in his ability to effortlessly deal with the strange creature, he preferred not to draw attention to himself and reveal his capabilities recklessly. What should be done now? The number of strange entities was multiplying. Someone inquired. Master Guanxi glanced around, noting the silence, and then spoke, Such undying entities are often fearful of thunder and fire. Does any fellow practitioner possess such powers and can eliminate them? The turtle realized one observed by Xiaoyi, aware that he held such magical artifacts, yet chose to remain silent. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he continued to maintain his composure. After a prolonged silence with no response, Master Guanxi sighed, declaring, since no one has a solution, let us leave it to its own devices. Everyone has rested sufficiently. I propose we continue our journey. He then mounted his steed, the zombie Ba and I, and departed with a swift gallop. Is it wise to leave such a malevolent presence? Would it not bring untold calamities? A worried voice rose. Then you may stay and deal with it at your leisure. We shall take our leave, came the retort. Ultimately, the concerned individual had no choice but to relent. Bai Xiaoyi released his flying sword, soaring into the sky, harboring no intention of eradicating the malevolent being. There were countless evils in the world, every day. Myriad beings became tainted and mutated for various reasons. Could one truly eradicate them all? When in good spirits, he might slay a few that displeased him, yet when in a foul mood, he would rather ignore them altogether. After traversing mountains and rivers for 7 days, they finally arrived at the foot of a colossal mountain in the southern wilderness. By this point, only 12 individuals remained in their company. This territory lay beyond the borders of the Great Qian dynasty, belonging to a wild and primordial jungle teeming with venomous insects, ferocious beasts, and bizarre entities, all amidst a pervasive miasma, rendering it unsuitable for human habitation. The majestic peak before them was their destination, Tian's. The mountain resembled an inverted grain scoop, its summit perpetually capped with snow, forming a flat top upon which lay the Yulon Basin. This mountain is Tian's, and I have thus completed my task. Master Guanxi proclaimed via telepathy. Those capable of flight may proceed directly to the summit of the Yulon Basin. As he rode upon his Ba and I, he could only ascend by climbing, yet he navigated the rocky terrain effortlessly, as if treading upon solid ground, maintaining a swift pace. Bai Xiaoyi and the other 9 flew directly towards the peak. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a bowl-shaped basin, surrounded by 108 towering stone pillars, each varying in size. The smallest were as thick as a house, while the largest spanned several acres, their tops flattened to form platforms. Each platform was occupied. Some were engaged in fierce duels, whether one-on-one or amidst a chaotic melee, with magical artifacts flying and vibrant light erupting, accompanied by incessant shouts. Others sat cross-legged in meditation, awaiting challengers, while still others busied themselves setting up various traps and formations. Bai Xiaoyi descended alongside the crowd to the edge of the basin, refraining from acting impulsively, intending to observe and comprehend the situation before making a decision. Like him, numerous others remained outside the arena, forming a throng of spectators. The air was filled with animated discussions, intermittent critiques, bursts of laughter, and exclamations of surprise. What do you perceive, my friend? Inquired the turtle master, who approached him with an insatiable curiosity. Bai Xiaoyi replied gravely, I had anticipated that this contest for the positions in the lecture would involve one-on-one, fair competition. The victor remains, while the vanquished departs. I never imagined such a chaotic scene. He gestured towards a particular platform, continuing, look there. A group of over 10 individuals is mercilessly beating one person, reducing him to a pulp. How can there be such a lack of decorum? The turtle master chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and said, in the realm of cultivation, there are no established rules. Everyone relies on their own abilities. This lecture arena has never adhered to any regulations. All knowledge is gleaned from the experiences of predecessors. Bai Xiaoyi, perplexed, asked, what sort of experiences have been passed down? Before the turtle master could respond, a fellow cultivator, the crane boy, interjected with a sharp, elongated beak. You, young one, are sorely lacking in insight. Although there is no restriction on the number of participants, the fewer the numbers, the greater the opportunities. Conversely, the more individuals present, the smaller the chances, and it becomes perilous. Perilous? Bai Xiaoyi queried, baffled. Indeed. Do not be deceived by their current numbers on the lecture platform. No one dares to provoke them. Ultimately, only one will remain on the platform, while the others merely pave the way for that individual. The crane boy appeared eager to share his wisdom, chattering incessantly. Suddenly, he emitted a bird call, seemingly out of nowhere. The timing of the commencement of the lecture was never fixed. Sometimes it began early, at other times late. Once the lecture commenced, if too many remained on the platform, the benefits of the arena would be diluted, leading to listeners being tainted by malevolent influences in the teachings, potentially resulting in their downfall. With a sudden thirst, he retrieved a flat water flask from his waist, uncorked it, and took several gulps. Ah, how refreshing, he exclaimed, smacking his beak in satisfaction. Observing that he had momentarily ceased his discourse, Bai Xiaoyi expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Thank you for your invaluable insights, my friend. Not at all. Ah, the crane boy appeared quite pleased. Your extensive knowledge is truly admirable, Crane friend. The turtle master complimented with a beaming smile. Look, those individuals are now departing. Soon, one of them will reap the bitter fruit of their actions. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi turned to see the group that had been engaged in the scuffle hastily descend from the platform, leaving behind only an elderly man who appeared to be in his twilight years. Almost immediately, a waiting cultivator soared up to the platform to challenge him. Perhaps perceiving him as an easy target, he thought that seizing the platform would be a simple endeavor, especially now that no one else remained to assist him. However, what he envisioned as straightforward often proved to be far from reality. As the guardians of the elderly leaped down from the platform, they did not depart, but instead remained steadfast below. Barely having caught their breath, they witnessed an audacious figure ascend the arena to challenge their esteemed master, inciting their wrath. What audacity! How dare you tread upon our sacred platform? They bellowed, charging forth in unison to encircle and intercept the challenger. The cultivator, caught off guard, evaded and fled, indignantly exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Are you not afraid that the time of reckoning will come, and we shall all perish together?" "There is ample time," they retorted. "Once we have dispatched you, we shall descend at our leisure. This serves as a warning to others who dare to court death." With a defiant sneer, he declared, "I shall not acquiesce to your wishes. I will remain aloft, and I doubt you will have the courage to linger on this platform." With that proclamation, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, and he soared to a height of 100 meters, hovering gracefully. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, for none among them possessed the skills of flight or long-range assault, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Bai Xiaoyi had grasped the crux of the matter. Should they band together to ascend the platform, the time of reckoning could arrive at any moment, barring their exit and risking total annihilation. Even if they momentarily succeeded in seizing the platform, they would likely become targets for subsequent challenges. Yet, some harbored a sense of false hope, concocting various strategies. Some proposed a collective assault followed by individual defense, while others suggested a rotating engagement. An array of tactics emerged, each more intricate than the last. Bai Xiaoyi resolved to showcase formidable prowess when he took the stage, aiming to instill fear in others and deter any thoughts of challenge, thereby circumventing endless troubles that could lead to his own demise. Chapter 27. The Flesh Lotus Buddha Mother. A shadow suddenly swept over the heads of the crowd, landing on the ground and swiftly making its way into the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was Master Guanxi, who had come down from the mountain. Without exchanging pleasantries, he headed directly toward the center of the basin. "Why the haste, fellow Taoist Guanxi?" someone inquired. "It is evident that Master Guanxi seeks the central Bodhisattva's listening platform." Another replied, "Is there truly a distinction among the listening platforms?" "Indeed. Observe the 8 grandest platforms at the center. They constitute the Bodhisattva's listening platform, offering the greatest opportunities but also the fiercest competition. The surrounding 100 platforms are the Arhat platforms, which, while offering lesser opportunities, boast a greater number of seats and less contention." Such information circulated among the crowd. Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, pondering which platform he should contest. Should he pursue the more auspicious Bodhisattva platform or the comparatively accessible Arhat platform? Unsure of his decision, he resolved to observe the choices of others first. Turning to Master Gui, he inquired, "What platform do you intend to ascend, fellow Taoist Gui? The Bodhisattva or the Arhat platform?" With a hearty laugh and a stroke of his beard, Master Gui replied, "I believe I possess some means of self-preservation, so naturally, I shall attempt the Bodhisattva platform. Should I fail, I can always retreat to the Arhat platform." "Wise words, fellow Taoist Gui. I shall also give it a try. Let us proceed." As the conversation flowed, the celestial crane youth mounted his soaring crane and ascended into the heavens, heading towards the central platform. The Dharma assembly might commence at any moment. Time was of the essence. "I shall take my leave as well," proclaimed the tortoise immortal, who then leapt onto his cloud and soared into the sky. The others soon followed suit, each acting in haste. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaoyi glanced around and found himself surrounded by strangers. So be it. If others dare to venture forth, why should I not? He mused. Worst case scenario. As the tortoise immortal suggested, if he could not conquer the Bodhisattva platform, he would shift to the Arhat platform. Resolutely, he no longer hesitated, propelling himself into the air with his sword light, directing his flight towards the central arena. In an instant, he reached the pinnacle of the Bodhisattva platform, where 8 towering stone pillars stood in a magnificent circular formation. At that moment, 7 platforms were engaged in fierce contests, with dazzling techniques and mystical spells unleashed, creating chaos as the battle raged on. A mere glance revealed the presence of Master Guanxi, the Tortoise Immortal, the Celestial Crane Youth, and Bao Jingsheng, all challenging opponents. The others were unfamiliar faces. The Tortoise Immortal was matched against a weathered old nun, clad in a black and white checkered robe. In her left hand, she clutched a grotesquely swollen fetus, from which emitted eerie green flames from her ears. In her right hand, she held a skull bowl, teeming with writhing, sinister insects. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, one Bai Xiaoyi would prefer to avoid. He inwardly questioned the tortoise immortal's lack of discernment in choosing such an opponent. Turning his gaze to the last platform that had yet to be challenged, he quickly understood. In contrast, the tortoise immortal had indeed made a wise choice. Upon this final platform stood a terrifying creature with 18 arms, its countenance grotesque and fearsome, with gaping jaws and sharp fangs, glaring with furious, wide eyes. Its fiery red hair soared skyward, and around its neck hung a necklace of skulls. Each of its 18 arms brandished a gruesome array of human organs: hearts, livers, spleens, stomachs, kidneys, intestines, eyes, ears, tongues, and other visceral parts, evoking both revulsion and terror. Beneath its feet lay a lotus formed from the bodies of young maidens, all of whom appeared serene in their blood-soaked slumber, devoid of life. Bai Xiaoyi inhaled sharply. The sight was indeed daunting, explaining why no one dared to challenge it. He steadied his flying sword, suspending himself mid-air, extending his hands to unveil the yin-yang divine eye, gazing downward. Assessing the creature's vitality, spiritual energy, and soul strength, he discerned that he was evenly matched, and after careful contemplation, resolved to engage in battle. To elaborate, he had contested with the Wungu immortal for the coveted yin-yang divine eye, with the left being the golden eye and the right the silver eye. The golden eye, representing yang, could perceive the vitality and strength of others, emitting a piercing golden aura to vanquish foes. The silver eye, embodying yin, could discern the strength of the soul, possessing powers to stabilize, search, and dispel illusions. A beam of white light cascaded down like silver water, landing upon the unchallenged bodhisattva platform, immediately eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding spectators. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? Someone has ascended the bodhisattva's platform of the flesh lotus Buddha Mother. Countless onlookers, wide-eyed, have shifted their gaze towards this audacious individual, who possesses such remarkable skill and courage to challenge the formidable flesh lotus Buddha Mother of the soul realm. It is known that in the past few days, 5 esteemed predecessors have attempted to confront her, only to be utterly devoured, leaving behind a scene of gruesome despair. Some, reflecting on the past, still feel a lingering dread. How could a mere junior be so reckless as to risk their life? What a pity, such a pity, many sigh, seemingly foreseeing the tragic fate that awaits this youthful challenger. This challenger is none other than the gallant Bai Xiaoyi. He descended onto the platform with his flying sword, stirring a cloud of dust that quickly dissipated in the wind. He did not retract his sword but allowed it to orbit around him as a form of defense. Before any dialogue could ensue, the anxious turtle master shouted urgently, "Tai Yi, are you courting death? That is the great practitioner of the soul realm, the flesh lotus Buddha Mother. Hurry down, and you may yet survive." In response, the fierce Ma Du, the old nun, retorted, "You are still concerned about others? Focus on your own safety." Raising her white bone bowl, she directed it towards the turtle master, releasing an overwhelming brilliance as she recited a secret incantation. With a swift gesture, countless tendrils emerged from the turtle master's neck, writhing as his head abruptly detached from his body, soaring towards the bowl. Just as the turtle master's head was about to land in her grasp, before Ma Du could express her delight, a resounding thud echoed as the object entering the bowl revealed its true form. Not a head, but a bean-sized soldier the size of a watermelon. What? She was both astonished and enraged. That cunning turtle master had cleverly withdrawn his head into his shell, using a mere bean soldier as a decoy. At this juncture, Bai Xiaoyi could not be swayed by the words of others. The flesh lotus Buddha Mother, with her 18 arms unfurled like a peacock's plumage, was deep in meditation when she noticed yet another fool arriving at the platform. She regarded him indifferently, glancing askance, and spat forth foul words. "Who dares approach? State your name before you meet your demise, lest your journey be in vain." Bai Xiaoyi, with a confident smirk, replied, "I am Taoist Tai Yi. Tai Yi, I see you are destined for death. Prepare to perish." As she spoke, 18 objects shot forth from her hands, various human organs, including hearts, livers, spleens, stomachs, kidneys, intestines, eyes, ears, tongues, and other bodily parts. Faced with such grotesque entities hurtling towards him, Bai Xiaoyi could not simply stand idly by. He executed a flurry of gestures, sending his sword forth to counterattack. The sword's brilliance surged, resembling a silver dragon as it surged forth, cleaving through 3 or 4 of the organs. However, before he could discern which ones had been severed, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. "Ha, ha, ha." The flesh lotus Buddha Mother's raucous laughter echoed, proclaiming, "Ah, so it was the heart, spleen, lung, and intestine. Surely, that must hurt. Ha." It turns out this meat lotus Buddha mother wields a nefarious secret technique. All 18 vital organs correspond to the physical ones of the afflicted individual. Should they be damaged, the effects will instantaneously manifest upon the cursed body, with life and death firmly in her grasp. Alas, another foolish and reckless young one. Observe how he cannot withstand a single strike, thus losing his life in vain. The onlookers lamented with a sigh. Indeed, the meat lotus Buddha mother possesses formidable powers, exceedingly wicked and undoubtedly unmatched in this gathering. It is said to embody a Buddha, yet it resembles a demon, lacking even a trace of humanity. Beware, for calamity often arises from careless words. Just as the meat lotus Buddha mother reveled in her delight, a brilliant beam of light suddenly surged towards her. In a moment of peril, she hastily clasped her hands together to catch it. Under the immense force, her form was propelled from the meat lotus platform, and she quickly summoned an additional 6 arms, making a total of 8 to grasp the radiant light. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a silver-white flying sword. The meat lotus Buddha mother was taken aback, contemplating. Isn't this fellow dead? How can a flying sword still strike? Could it be he has not perished entirely? She swiftly turned her gaze and found that Bai Xiaoyi had somehow stood up once more, spitting out the remnants of blood from his mouth. Bai Xiaoyi continued to manipulate the flying sword with increased intensity. In the realm of cultivators, ignorance of each other's foundations and techniques often leads to unforeseen disadvantages. For instance, had it not been for his cultivation of the blood nerve, his shattered physical form would not have been able to recover. He would have truly fallen prey to her machinations. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, he shook his shoulders, and a precious umbrella flew into the air, unfurling to emit a dazzling array of colors, slowly revolving and cascading a silvery light that enveloped him within. As the flying sword remained in a stalemate, he exhaled a surge of magical energy, channeling his secret technique to empower the sword. The sword vibrated incessantly, humming with an escalating intensity, poised to break through any obstacle in its path. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the meat lotus Buddha mother clapped her hands together thrice, adding 3 pairs of palms to firmly trap the flying sword within her grasp. Anger welled within her, and with 4 remaining arms, she summoned 4 entities into her hands: an eye, an ear, a tongue, and a stem. With a fierce grip, she crushed the eyeball, causing Bai Xiaoyi to experience excruciating pain as blood gushed forth from his eyes. Unable to endure the agony, Bai Xiaoyi let out a harrowing scream. The meat lotus Buddha mother, undeterred, proceeded to crush the ear, tongue, and stem in succession. Bai Xiaoyi spat out blood, his tongue reduced to a pulpy mass. The explosion of his ear resonated like a firecracker, and finally, blood seeped from his lower region, marking the loss of his stem. Even though he could regenerate from severed limbs, the sensation of pain was inescapable. With magical energy circulating within, the blood nerve activated, weaving intricate threads of vitality. In a mere moment, his eye, ear, tongue, and stem were restored to their former glory. The meat lotus Buddha mother observed this with clarity, an evil grin spreading across her face. So, he is an immortal being. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Xiaoyi was momentarily distracted, her 18 arms exerted their strength, mashing the flying sword into a compact orb, which she then hurled at Bai Xiaoyi with great force. Immediately, the fangs gaped wide, releasing a torrent of dark smoke, swirling ominously across the ground. Before Bai Xiaoyi could lament the loss of his flying sword, the onslaught commenced. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he leapt upward, spreading his legs as the sword pellet darted beneath him, striking the ground with force. In a swift motion, he raised the treasured umbrella above his head to shield against the flames, gently descending back to the earth. The umbrella shimmered brilliantly, adorned with resplendent runes and gems, effectively diverting the fire to either side, sparing him from harm. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him, and sensing danger, he hastily turned and struck with an open palm, feeling a tremendous force collide against him, rendering his arm numb and weak. Before he could muster any further defenses, a barrage of punches, slaps, jabs, and claws descended upon him in a chaotic flurry. It was the flesh lotus bodhisattva, taking advantage of the flames as cover, launching a relentless melee attack from behind. In a cacophony of blows, Bai Xiaoyi could only defend with one hand, struggling to keep up as he absorbed numerous hits. Die, 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 perish, roared the bodhisattva, her 18 arms transforming into a myriad of shadows, resembling a 1,000-handed demon. She relentlessly pressured Bai Xiaoyi, forcing him back across the platform until he nearly teetered off the edge. For a fleeting moment, he was dazed, but with his indomitable will, he regained his composure and flung the umbrella into action, invoking its protective brilliance. Countless fists battered against the umbrella's surface, creating a sound reminiscent of hail striking the ground. Thud, 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 a relentless assault. Fortunately, The umbrella's power held strong, absorbing each strike without faltering. While he contemplated evading the onslaught, he feared that any sign of weakness would be exploited by his adversary. Instead, he resolved to counterattack with talismans, but suddenly, the force of the punches ceased upon the umbrella's surface, revealing an opportune moment. Swiftly, he withdrew a handful of talismans from his robe, casting them skyward, where they soared into the air like a flock of birds. Did the flesh lotus bodhisattva truly possess such benevolence? In reality, seeing her efforts to land blows fruitless, she retreated several paces, employing the same tactic as before, unleashing an inferno of flames and dark smoke. The thick, billowing smoke obscured the sky, while the fierce flames spread across the field. Aware that fire was particularly effective against the immortal body, the bodhisattva deliberately conjured more flames to create a favorable battlefield. Chapter 28. Talismans. As the ground ignited with relentless flames, Bai Xiaoyi continued to use the umbrella as a shield. To avoid repeating past mistakes, he slightly lowered the umbrella, allowing a sliver of vision while channeling mana into his eyes to focus on the flesh lotus bodhisattva's form. Concurrently, he discreetly formed a hand sign to cast a spell, causing the runes to ascend into the air, weaving through the swirling smoke. Intermittently visible as they arranged themselves in a special formation according to the positions of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. In his heart, he silently chanted the secret incantation, summoned the divine thunder of the 5 directions to vanquish evil. Command: strike. Instantly, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire basin, and amidst the smoky talisman formation, countless bolts of lightning descended, converging into a fierce strike upon the flesh lotus bodhisattva. With a thunderous roar, the deafening sound of thunder reverberated through the air. The wicked entity was struck by the lightning, rendered stiff and numb, its body trembling violently, bearing significant injuries. Witnessing the efficacy of his strike, Bai Xiaoyi was elated. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his magical output, unleashing a relentless torrent of thunder that even momentarily halted the chaos on the other magical platforms, drawing their attention. What? This is thunder magic. How powerful it is. No wonder it dares to confront the flesh lotus Buddha mother without faltering. Countless spectators were astounded. This was no mere junior. He was evidently a venerable powerhouse masquerading as an underdog. Some were filled with trepidation. The turtle real man and the old nun, Madu, found themselves at a disadvantage throughout the confrontation, constantly on the defensive, seeking to evade. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Xiaoyi's thunderous magic captivated their adversary, they hastily fled the magical platform, with the parting words, "Old nun, the Taoist is in urgent need and must take his leave first." Simultaneously, they were secretly astonished at how Bai Xiaoyi had swiftly advanced in his mastery of the talismanic arts, making his spells so formidable. Despite their own diligent study, they felt utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the essence of the craft. Could it be that this individual possessed extraordinary talent and insight? While the thunderous talisman was indeed powerful, it consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. After merely a dozen breaths, Bai Xiaoyi distinctly felt his mana dwindling rapidly. Observing the flesh lotus Buddha mother, charred and blackened by the lightning fire, he contemplated pausing to assess the situation, lest he squander his remaining power. As he halted his incantation, the thunder ceased, and just as he intended to activate his left eye's divine vision, the flesh lotus Buddha mother tilted her head back and suddenly unleashed a torrent of crimson flames that engulfed the sky, incinerating the talismans above. What? She is still alive. Bai Xiaoyi, taken aback, sensed something amiss. Since he had already opened his left eye, he decided to unleash a beam of golden divine light from within. A brilliant golden ray shot forth, striking the flesh lotus Buddha mother's head and severing it from her neck. Excellent. Bai Xiaoyi could not contain his excitement. The divine light from his eye proved to be remarkably effective, achieving remarkable feats time and again. However, before he could revel in his triumph, 4 heads suddenly erupted from the shoulders of the flesh lotus Buddha mother, each facing a different direction. She was enraged. The 4 heads, seething with fury, spewed forth black, sinister smoke, exuding a menacing aura. Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, focusing intently on this unforeseen transformation, sensing impending danger. Gathering his strength, he released another beam of golden divine light, but as anticipated, the flesh lotus Buddha mother nimbly evaded the attack. Swiftly, he retrieved a talisman from his robe, casting it into the air where it scattered, and with a precise gesture, he channeled his mana. The talisman papers, imbued with sentience, soared through the sky, and as he altered his incantation, they converged and coalesced into a net-like formation, ultimately ensnaring the flesh lotus Buddha mother within. This was yet another secret technique from the talismanic true solution, the celestial net sealing technique. In the past, the seemingly ineffectual figure known as Jia Bin had confronted the enigmatic Wang Guzhenren, employing a technique that, due to his flawed understanding and lack of authentic transmission, allowed him merely to bind others without the capacity to seal or imprison. At this moment, however, Bai Xiaoyi invoked a power of immense magnitude, a stark contrast to Jia Bin's feeble attempt. Even the formidable mother of flesh lotus found herself momentarily immobilized. In a moment of overconfidence, she hesitated, and as she attempted to unleash her fiery breath, she was alarmed to discover that she could not even move her mouth. The searing heat only escaped in hisses through her teeth and lips. In a frantic glance, her gaze fell upon the ethereal lotus platform formed by the bodies of young maidens, and an idea sparked within her. Unbeknownst to her, she silently recited a spell, causing the lotus platform to writhe with life. The maidens, with their delicate, jade-like hands, began to sway gracefully, their waists undulating like serpents in water, one after another stepping down with dainty movements. The corporeal lotus platform disintegrated, scattering into 18 enchanting maidens, each dancing with a captivating grace around Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi, occupied with both the defensive magic of his treasured umbrella and the maintenance of his sealing talisman, found himself unable to manage these animated corpses. Fortunately, the umbrella's protective canopy shielded him from their approach, leaving the maidens to dance enchantingly at a distance. Yet, being a youthful man brimming with vitality, and fortified by the magic at his disposal, he initially dismissed the allure of their presence. However, as time passed, he began to feel an increasing heat within his body. Raising his head defiantly, reflecting on the formidable nature of the mother of flesh lotus, he realized that he had nearly exhausted his options against her and that only one final strategy remained. Should this fail, retreat would be his best course of action. Resolute, he raised his right hand and abruptly opened his palm, revealing a silver eye, shouting, "Mother of flesh lotus." Names and titles carry an inherent spell, compelling most to turn their gaze, and the mother of flesh lotus was no exception. Though her body remained immobile, her eyes were free, and she turned toward Bai Xiaoyi, instantly ensnared by the ethereal power of his silver eye, freezing her very soul in place. Aware of her formidable spirit as a practitioner of the divine soul realm, Bai Xiaoyi understood that this binding would not last long, perhaps only a few breaths. Without delay, he unfastened a cloth pouch from his waist, retrieving a scroll nearly a foot in length, which he cast into the air. It unfurled with a resounding thud, revealing the harrowing images of 18 tortures from the depths of hell. "Enter," he commanded, gesturing toward the mother of flesh lotus and conjuring a shadow unseen by mortal eyes, directing it into the scroll of hellish lamentation. Thus, Bai Xiaoyi drew her soul forth, binding it with the power of his silver eye and the hellish scroll. For without both, his efforts would yield no fruit. Stripped of her control, the animated maidens fell lifeless to the ground. The mother of flesh lotus, in a dazed confusion, became aware that her spirit had inexplicably transported to a foreign realm. Surrounding her was an oppressive darkness, filled with countless blue-green ghostly flames and mountains of bones piled high, extending endlessly into the void. The heavens were devoid of stars and moonlight, shrouded in an all-encompassing, malevolent gloom. Could it be that I have arrived in the netherworld? She is a practitioner at the soul realm, having once ventured into the spiritual realm to meet the true Buddha, the three withered masters, and was bestowed with the formidable 18-armed Vajra body. Thus, she is not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of soul separation, just as she was deep in thought. For peculiar specters appeared atop the bone mountain, namely the ox-headed and horse-faced, along with the black and white impermanents. Each of the specters wielded a soul-binding chain, which they cast towards her, intending to capture her for punishment. The flesh lotus mother, upon witnessing this, was filled with righteous fury, and with a mere gesture, she summoned several arms to fiercely grasp the 4 soul-binding chains. "Bold specters, do you not yield and come along to meet the Lord of Hell?" they roared with menace. The flesh lotus mother sneered disdainfully. "What Lord of Hell? Even he must kneel before me. I am the formidable 18-armed flesh lotus mother." With that, she opened her mouth and unleashed an inferno, directing it towards the 4 specters. Caught off guard, they were instantly consumed by divine flames, reduced to ashes. Yet her wrath remained unquenched. Believing she had inadvertently fallen into the path of Bai Xiaoyi, she seized the 4 soul-binding chains and soared into the air, wreaking havoc wherever she went. Encountering lesser ghostly officials, she struck them down with ease, obliterating them into wisps of dark smoke. She soon came upon a hellish execution ground, where a group of minor spirits was pressing a ghostly soul into a boiling cauldron. With a few lashes, she dispatched those spirits and kicked the cauldron over, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the surroundings in flames, illuminating the dark void. Descending further, she showed no mercy to any being, human or ghost, annihilating all in her path, sowing chaos and destruction. Bai Xiaoyi, observing the events within the Hell's melody scroll, wore a grave expression. The flesh lotus mother, a true practitioner of the soul realm, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. rampaging through the realm without being captured for the tortures of hell. What should have been a place of torment had become a playground for her. Fortunately, she remained unaware of the truth. She was not in the genuine netherworld, but rather within a simulated hellish artifact. Should she discover the reality, she would undoubtedly break free from its constraints, her soul returning to her corporeal form, leading to dire consequences. At this juncture, the only viable course of action was to destroy her physical body while it remained unguarded, leaving her spirit without a refuge, eternally sealed within the Hell's Melody Scroll. With that thought, I shifted my focus from the scroll to the flesh lotus mother, gesturing with a spell to disperse the seals binding her. The talismans that confined her scattered, hovering around her. These talismans served as both a binding seal and a protective barrier to destroy her physical form. They had to be removed first. Subsequently, I raised my left hand, revealing the golden-eyed divine gaze in my palm, unleashing several streams of sharp, metallic energy. The blasts severed her heads, mutilated her limbs, pierced her chest, and shattered one of her legs. The flesh lotus mother, losing her balance, crashed to the ground. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such a situation had unfolded. What? This. The flesh lotus mother has been brought down by him. It cannot be true. Some could scarcely believe their eyes. Why does the flesh lotus bodhisattva remain immobile while enduring blows? Could it be under some malevolent enchantment? Such thoughts linger in the minds of onlookers. What a clever fellow, hiding his true prowess so well. Even I was deceived. It turns out his cultivation is remarkably profound. The tortoise sage observes from the edge of the listening platform, greatly astonished. Having previously battled the old nun Doma, he sought refuge in a corner and seized upon a weaker target, occupying this spot on the platform. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyi is indifferent to the astonishment of others, focusing intently on the corporeal form of the flesh lotus bodhisattva, sensing that the situation may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Indeed, the battered body of the flesh lotus bodhisattva erupts in fierce flames from its mangled wounds, engulfing it in an intense blaze. Gradually, Bai Xiaoyi observes the injuries rapidly mending. Is this a rebirth through fire? His expression darkens, foreseeing disaster. If this continues, the flesh lotus bodhisattva may restore herself entirely. Even if he temporarily confines her soul, he cannot obliterate her physical form, rendering his efforts futile. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly feels a peculiar pulsation around his waist. Turning to investigate, he discovers the Samadhi True Fire Lotus Lamp. Perplexed, he wonders how the flesh lotus bodhisattva, imbued with her own extraordinary flames, could possibly be harmed by fire. Nevertheless, he retrieves the lamp from his waist. Upon unwrapping the cloth, he is astonished to find that, at some point, several tiny tendrils have sprouted from the lamp's base. They break free from his grasp, leaping to the ground, and enthusiastically bounce toward the bodhisattva's corporeal form. Bai Xiaoyi refrains from intervening, curious to see its intentions. Chapter 29. The serpent woman. The lotus lamp appears particularly jubilant as it hops onto the flesh lotus bodhisattva's form, its tendrils burrowing directly into her flesh, voraciously consuming the fiery essence within her body. Bai Xiaoyi is taken aback. Could it be that the lamp evolves by devouring the source of fire? It seems his hypothesis is unfolding before him. As the lamp continues to absorb, the flames erupting from the bodhisattva's injuries gradually diminish until they are extinguished. Meanwhile, the lotus lamp grows increasingly vibrant, radiating a brilliant light. It does not cease. It persists in siphoning the bodhisattva's vital essence. In a short span, the flesh lotus bodhisattva is left with nothing but a withered husk and tattered garments. The lotus lamp, seemingly intoxicated, wobbles back toward Bai Xiaoyi, leaping into his palm. He cannot help but feel a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this lamp, after being tainted by some mysterious force, would possess such a function, resolving a significant dilemma. Now, devoid of her physical form, the flesh lotus bodhisattva is destined to remain trapped within the hell's eternal melody painting, impotent to wreak havoc within its confines. The illusory realm of the treasure will persist endlessly, granting him ample time to deal with her gradually. He reaches out to summon the suspended hell's eternal melody painting, which swiftly rolls into his hand. Still uneasy, he retrieves several talismans from his robes and affixes them to the painting, adding an extra layer of sealing for precaution. Only then does he wrap it in cloth and secure it to his waist. He sheathed the precious umbrella and retrieved the flying sword, now crumpled into a ball, before he could leisurely inspect the corpse of the meat lotus Buddha mother. Other matters seemed trivial, but a black bead strung on a skull necklace caught his attention. He plucked it from its resting place, held it in his palm, and infused it with a trace of his mystical energy. Instantly, the bead emanated a faint glow, within which tumultuous winds swirled, as if it contained an entire world. Perhaps he had infused too little energy, for it soon dimmed, reverting to its original obsidian hue. Recognizing the bead as an extraordinary object, he tucked it into his robe, intending to study it further when time allowed, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Not the time for research. Holding the precious lotus lamp, he flicked his fingertips, and the lamp, resonating with his spirit, opened its 12 petal-like segments, revealing the true fire of samadhi within. Bai Xiaoyi noted a change in the divine fire. It was no longer the blue hue of before, but now radiated a vibrant purple. This alteration was not recorded in the 100 paths of refining, leaving Bai Xiaoyi uncertain of its implications. Setting that aside for the moment, he exhaled a breath of magical energy, transforming it into a blazing purple flame that incinerated the remnants of the meat lotus Buddha mother into powdery ashes, allowing him to finally relax. He clearly sensed that this purple flame was more than twice as powerful as the previous blue flame, confirming its evolution. Turning his gaze to the corpses of the young maidens, which were quite an eyesore, he decided to incinerate them as well. The swirling purple flames swept over, reducing the bodies to ashes. After cleansing the battlefield, he took the opportunity to observe the ongoing contests at the other bodhisattva platforms. Some were still engaged in combat, while others had determined their victors. Among those he recognized, only Master Guanxi remained victorious on the platform. The true man Gui, the celestial crane boy, and the precious mirror scholar were nowhere to be found, clearly having failed their challenges, leaving their fates uncertain. To preempt any challengers from confronting him, he scattered confinement seals across the platform. However, should anyone approach, they might first bind him before he could act. He then settled into a meditative posture at the center of the listening platform, resting and recuperating as he awaited the commencement of the Dharma assembly. In the Yulon Basin, the competition for other listening platforms continued fervently, yet few dared to challenge the bodhisattva platforms. Until a striking figure arrived, a lady clad in splendid, embroidered silks, her hair adorned with ornate phoenix hairpins, and her hands elegantly tucked within her sleeves. Upon her arrival, she overheard discussions about the opportunities at the bodhisattva platforms. Brimming with confidence, she resolved to give it a try. Upon reaching the vicinity of the 8 bodhisattva platforms, she soared into the air to observe, noting the presence of mysterious and formidable figures, save for one seemingly ordinary young man with a fair complexion. She mused to herself, "Young lord, it would be a grave mistake for you to occupy this place. Today, I shall sacrifice you to fulfill my ambitions." With a charming smile, she gracefully leaped, like a butterfly, landing upon Bai Xiaoyi's listening platform. This act immediately stirred a commotion among the onlookers. What? Someone dares to challenge the Hunyuan umbrella, the true monarch Tai? Who possesses such audacity? A well-meaning individual, upon witnessing his possession of a splendid umbrella, bestowed upon him the moniker, the Hunyuan umbrella true monarch. I am acquainted with this person, a serpent woman named Luo, who has attained a modest mastery of spiritual abilities and excels in the arcane art of serpent transformation. Has she lost her senses? Some familiar with her remarked in astonishment. Surely she is not oblivious to the tale of how the Hunyuan umbrella true monarch vanquished the flesh lotus Buddha mother. Others speculated, she is doomed. Even if she were to challenge any of the other 7 bodhisattva platforms, she might have a chance of survival. Yet she foolishly chose to confront the platform of the true monarch. Is she not courting her own demise? While others expressed their incredulity, Bai Xiaoyi was in a meditative state, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, when he sensed someone had ascended to his platform. Stirring a sense of curiosity within him, he formed a seal with his hands and called out, "Rise." With that, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the talismans that had long been concealed beneath the earth surged forth, rapidly targeting the serpent woman Luo. Hundreds of golden rays, reminiscent of meteoric showers, filled the air in a spectacular display, before the serpent woman could steady her footing upon landing. Such a drastic turn of events unfolded that she was momentarily struck with terror, hastily waving her sleeves, from which emerged 2 gigantic, patterned serpents, each spanning over 10 feet. The colossal serpents collided with the talisman array midair, sparking a flurry of shimmering lights akin to iron trees blossoming with silver flowers. "Seize." Bai Xiaoyi issued another command with a pointed finger. Countless talismans transformed into chains that suddenly constricted inward, forming a cage that ensnared the serpent woman and her 2 massive serpents tightly within, rendering her utterly immobile despite her frantic struggles. The serpent woman, wide-eyed, revealed a countenance filled with despair, silently reproaching herself for her arrogance and recklessness. Bai Xiaoyi, however, paid no heed to her thoughts. One must be prepared to face defeat when daring to ascend the arena. Extending his right hand, he opened his silver-eyed divine gaze from the palm. "Look here." The serpent woman, bewildered, instinctively turned her gaze, instantly falling victim to his entrancing power, her spirit rendered dull and vacant. He then dispelled the talismanic seals that confined her, allowing them to descend and conceal themselves once more. The 2 colossal serpents, lacking their master's command, remained motionless in trepidation. This individual must perish, for otherwise, an endless stream of challengers may arise, and thus an example must be made to deter the foolish. Bai Xiaoyi contemplated. His gaze turned icy as he raised his left hand, unveiling his golden-eyed divine vision, unleashing 3 beams of golden light. Swift as the wind, the rays flashed, obliterating the woman's neck and the heads of her serpents into nothingness. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground, signifying a death that was irrevocable. This time, he had no intention of incinerating the corpse, choosing instead to leave it as a deterrent to those who might dare to challenge him again. The onlookers murmured incessantly. Truly, one must question the audacity of such individuals. How could they dare to contest the bodhisattva platforms? Some scoffed. A perfectly good life squandered in pursuit of folly. Such people surviving to this day surely owe their existence to sheer luck, utterly oblivious to the peril they court. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Xiaoyi, among the crowd stood an old acquaintance, quietly observing his actions, alternating between astonishment, solemnity, and contemplation. The individual bore an impressively large head. Adorned in a robe of the 8 trigrams, wielding a skeletal whisk, he was none other than the esteemed Dancian of Huanshu Valley. Each year, he dutifully attended the Yulan Penhui, drawing much of his formidable prowess from this event. Initially, Bai Xiaoyi did not capture his attention until he unfurled the Hell's melodious scroll, which elicited a sense of astonishment within him. He pondered, is this not the treasured legacy of the Creator, the Hell's melodious manuscript? How has it found its way into the hands of this individual? During the previous incident at Qingyo Town, he had been compelled to flee from the mutated bone sword immortal, who had pursued him relentlessly for days and nights. Upon his eventual escape, he was alarmed to discover that the Creator had been immolated, leaving behind no trace of the Hell's melodious manuscript, which had caused him considerable vexation. Now, witnessing the re-emergence of the treasure, his mind stirred with plans anew. To elaborate, the Bone Sword Immortal had led 4 young apprentices to Qingyo Town to disrupt the Creator's elevation ceremony. Due to Bai Xiaoyi's position being obscured by a loft, the Dancian had never laid eyes on him. However, after Bai Xiaoyi's escape, he had indeed glimpsed the immortal from a distance. As for Bai Xiaoyi's clandestine acquisition of the scripture and the demise of the immortal child, they remained unaware of each other's deeds. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, several hours had passed, ushering in the dusk. The majority of the Dharma platforms had fallen into a tranquil silence, with only a handful of arhats still embroiled in conflict over the teachings. The onset of the Dharma assembly came without warning, an abrupt occurrence. Suddenly, a resounding and magnificent chime echoed through the void. The bell's melodious toll resonated far and wide, startling countless birds into flight, with the sky awash in layers of colorful clouds. In an instant, all Dharma platforms erupted with infinite beams of light, piercing through the celestial tapestry and breaking through the starry heavens. From a distance, it appeared as though a heavenly path descended, with celestial beings ascending, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Alas, the Dharma assembly has commenced. Those still engaged in their struggles cried out, but before they could flee, their souls were drawn by an invisible force to a mysterious realm. As the bell tolled, Bai Xiaoyi, seated in meditation, felt the world whirl around him. Vibrant colors swirling as clouds parted, and he found himself in an enigmatic place. Here, mist swirled gently, adorned with countless blooming lotus flowers. The heavens shimmered with colors, manifesting myriad scenes of wonder. Countless exquisite celestial maidens soared through the air, their silken ribbons fluttering, some scattering flowers, others playing various instruments to create enchanting melodies, or alighting gracefully upon lotus flowers to dance. At the center of this realm stood a towering, magnificent Buddha, seated cross-legged upon a resplendent golden altar. This great Buddha was crowned with a 7-treasure canopy, draped in the radiant light of virtue, emanating boundless wisdom. Within the glow, various auspicious flowers blossomed, and numerous Buddhas sat in meditation, their countenances benevolent, gazing down with kind eyes and gentle smiles upon the assembly below. Those gathered at this moment were amidst a sea of lotus flowers beneath the golden altar of the Buddha. In comparison to the Buddha, they appeared as insignificant as ants or sandworms, while the Buddha loomed like a majestic mountain, perpetually exuding an aura of solemnity and divine grandeur that echoed the vastness of the universe. As the multitude raised their heads in reverent awe, they beheld an infinite radiance, akin to gazing upon the noonday sun, resplendent in its brilliance. Bai Xiaoyi discerned that among the myriad lotuses, 8 stood out, grand in stature, each blossoming with 12 petals. Positioned closest to the great Buddha, he chose to sit upon one of these, likely a manifestation of the Bodhisattva's Dharma platform. In contrast, the other lotuses appeared relatively diminutive, each adorned with merely 8 petals. Some even bore 2 individuals standing upon a single blossom, presumably those still enmeshed in conflict, simultaneously summoned to this sacred realm. Just as the assembly remained entranced by the mysterious sanctity surrounding them, a resounding voice akin to thunder reverberated from the heavens. With the sun and moon shining in harmony, and mountains and rivers reflecting beauty, let us gather in familial joy. Noble men and women, you have been destined to arrive at this place today. Know that I am the Tathgata of the Eastern Pure Land, the jewel of many treasures, here to impart the profound truths of the scriptures. All virtuous souls, heed my teachings and awaken to your own understanding. The crowd, stirred with fervor, bowed in unison, paying homage, salutations to the Tathgata of many treasures. We prostrate before the Buddha. We humbly greet the Tathgata of many treasures. Bai Xiaoyi, conforming to the collective sentiment, performed a respectful bow and then settled into stillness. Chapter 30. Tathgata of many treasures. The Tathgata, holding the seal of teaching, began to recite. When forms perish, the essence remains eternal. The true nature, free from dust, comprehends the distinctions of severance and permanence. This is the Buddha's eye perceiving the Tathgata. All forms and desires are mere illusions. Formlessness and invisibility lead to desolation. In the grand tapestry of existence, who has ever inquired? A singular cold light pierces the vast void. A complex and profound scripture emerged from the Tathgata's lips, captivating the audience as if golden lotuses cascaded from the heavens. Each listener, intent on grasping the essence, endeavored to memorize the teachings. Even those who struggled to comprehend sought to retain the words for contemplation later. However, individual capacities for understanding varied greatly. Soon, some appeared overwhelmed. Their expressions contorted in agony, while others radiated the joy of newfound enlightenment. A few, enraptured, began to dance and howl in ecstatic frenzy. After a brief period of listening, Bai Xiaoyi's mind was inundated with 361 antivirus notifications. 361 antivirus cleaning in progress. 157 viruses cleared. 361 antivirus cleaning in progress. 121 viruses cleared. 361 virus scan in progress. Unperturbed. He had grown accustomed to this mental turbulence and chose to disregard it, continuing to attentively absorb the Tathgata's teachings. Simultaneously, he sensed a gentle coolness emanating from the lotus beneath him, nourishing his spirit, fostering vibrant growth, and clarifying his consciousness. His memory expanded remarkably, allowing him to retain the scripture verbatim. Occasionally, he diverted his attention to observe the reactions of others. By chance, he spotted the figures of the turtle immortal, the celestial crane boy, and the precious mirror among the arhut lotuses, realizing that these three had not perished. As the discourse deepened and became increasingly intricate, the scripture presented ever greater challenges to comprehend. Upon the 8 bodhisattvas seated upon their lotus flowers, the other 7 displayed a myriad of expressions. Some furrowed their brows. Others scratched their heads in agitation, some were drenched in sweat, and a few trembled uncontrollably. In contrast, none appeared at ease except for Bai Xiaoyi. The individuals occupying the lotus seats of the arhats fared even worse. Some writhed on the ground, others flailed their limbs in desperation, some clutched their heads in anguish, while others, with bloodshot eyes, gradually succumbed to madness. Particularly, those sharing a single lotus pedestal engaged in fierce struggles, with some being forcefully cast into the lotus pool, enveloped by swirling mists, never to resurface. Others met their demise by the sword. The victors, however, did not escape unscathed. They too faced grim fates, soon tainted and grotesquely transformed by demonic corruption. A few cultivators, aware of how to combat this affliction, realizing they were on the brink of succumbing to the demonic taint, immediately vowed before the Buddha, "I swear to the Buddha, henceforth I shall uphold the first precept. I shall consume 1 raw liver each month." The Tathagata seemed to accept his oath, alleviating some of his demonic corruption, which invigorated him. He continued his vows. For the second precept, "I shall endure a self-inflicted wound each month." Once more, the Tathagata mitigated his taint. This individual, through a series of 8 stringent vows, managed to endure until the conclusion of the Dharma assembly. Though the cost was steep, the rewards were equally significant. He gleaned a powerful method of cultivation and several profound spells from the Tathagata's teachings, while also experiencing a considerable enhancement of his spirit through the nurturing of the lotus. Observing this, an uninformed cultivator, filled with anticipation, followed suit and proclaimed to the Buddha, "I swear to the Buddha, henceforth I shall uphold the first precept. I shall abstain from meat and consume only vegetarian fare." To his dismay, the Tathagata did not acknowledge such a vow. The individual's demonic corruption deepened, leaving him perplexed and anxious as he hastily vowed again, "I swear to the Buddha, henceforth I shall uphold the second precept. I shall not kill. I shall not indulge in lust." Yet again, the Tathagata remained silent, only intensifying the man's distress as he began to sweat profusely and rashly declared various vows. such as performing a good deed every day and offering incense to the Tathagata, none of which received a response. Ultimately, the insidious corruption overwhelmed him, transforming him into a zombie covered in white hair. Nearby, a cultivator who understood the underlying principles observed this individual's tragic metamorphosis with disdain, mocking, "What foolishness! He does not comprehend that the Tathagata only accepts genuine vows of arduous cultivation. Who does he think he is fooling with such trivial declarations?" Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyi diligently memorized each of the Tathagata's profound teachings, his interest piqued by the transformations of those around him. The individuals upon the Arhat lotus gradually divided into two factions. One succumbed to various hideous and twisted forms, while the other persevered through the rigorous vows of cultivation. Even among the 7 on the Bodhisattva lotus, each managed to uphold a vow or two, enduring until the end of the teachings. During this period, Master Guanxi was profoundly astonished, pondering why his companion Tai seemed not to have made any arduous vows or precepts, yet appeared so remarkably composed and at ease. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a living Buddha? The crowd endured with great difficulty, feeling as if they had been in torment for an eternity, with time seeming to stretch for both mere hours and countless months. At last, they heard the profound voice of the Buddha, Dubao, resonating with a long, sonorous sound, hum. Instantly, the assembly felt as if they had received a divine awakening, their spirits uplifted. My teachings conclude here. The Dubao Buddha Prajnashumi Sutra has been completely transmitted. Henceforth, the Dharma assembly shall no longer convene, and the Ulambana festival shall perish in the fiery breath of Mount Tianju. The assembled virtuous monks were taken aback, their minds momentarily clouded with disbelief. Did the Buddha imply that after this occasion, the Ulambana festival, continuing for over a century, held every 4 years, would cease to exist? Why? Many, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Dear Buddha, why will the Ulambana festival no longer be held?" The Buddha responded, "It is solely because a virtuous disciple has fully inherited the true scripture. My transmission of teachings has reached its completion. There is no need for further continuation." The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that someone had managed to completely memorize the Buddha's teachings. Who possessed such extraordinary capability? They turned their gazes in all directions, hoping to discern the identity of this individual. Master Sizai cast a puzzled glance at Bai Xiaoyi, secretly speculating that he must be the one, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He had participated in the Ulambana festival numerous times, yet each occasion allowed him to retain only a minuscule portion of the scriptures, his thoughts muddied by demonic influences. The mere act of listening to even a single word felt like enduring endless torment. In such moments, he could only strive to close his ears, vowing to cleanse himself of the demonic taint and find solace in the spiritual nourishment bestowed by the lotus. Bai Xiaoyi thought to himself, "Goodness, merely recording the scriptures by chance has led to the complete dissolution of the Ulambana festival. This was not intentional." Then he heard Dubao Buddha continue, "As I depart, I shall grant you another opportunity." Under the eager and expectant gazes of all, Dubao Buddha pointed to the heavens and then to the earth, proclaiming, "From the heavens and the earth, treasures shall descend." Immediately, countless beams of spiritual light fell from the sky like a meteor shower, each ray containing a variety of precious items. From the ground emerged numerous luminous streams, ascending into the air. In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos, with the radiant treasures swirling about like schools of fish and flocks of birds. Treasures, treasures, all are treasures. So many treasures. A few with wide eyes reveled in ecstasy, their faces alight with greed. Some, unable to resist the allure of the treasures, reached out to seize one that flew past, only to vanish instantly. This left those nearby too frightened to act recklessly. It was then that they heard Dubao Buddha declare, "Seek out your destined treasures, and return to the realm of existence." This meant that each person could freely select a treasure of their liking. Once they grasped it, their souls would return to the real world. Each individual had but one opportunity. Understanding the implications fully, the crowd widened their eyes, gazing at the myriad of spiritual treasures above, each person eager to choose their favorites. And they soared into the air to capture them. Instantly, the scene devolved into a tumultuous scramble, with many drawn to the formidable treasures, eager to claim them. Bai Xiaoyi naturally would not let such an opportunity slip away. However, he did not choose recklessly. He extended his left hand and opened his golden pupils, scanning the vast expanse above. This divine gaze could perceive the magnitude of spiritual energy, allowing him to discern the strength of spiritual treasures. Through his mystical sight, he indeed observed several seemingly ordinary treasures that concealed immense spiritual power. It is said that divine objects often shroud their brilliance in humility. Among them, a golden circular ring emanated the most magnificent aura, subtly overshadowing all other treasures. In his divine perception, it resembled a sun radiating billions of glimmers. If treasures were to be classified by rank, this golden ring would undoubtedly be deemed a supreme artifact. Alas, in this world, there exists no custom of ranking treasures. One must engage with them to ascertain their potency. Bai Xiaoyi waited patiently until the precious item soared above him, then swiftly ascended, cautiously maneuvering past other treasures, and seized the golden ring into his palm. In an instant, the world shifted, and he found himself back, seated on the stone platform of the Yulon Basin, unchanged and unmoved. Glancing down, he discovered a golden ring, roughly the size of his palm, now in his possession. A sudden enlightenment washed over him. This treasure was known as the 6-character Great Brightness Mantra Ring, along with the secret incantations for its mastery, likely imparted through the divine transmission of the Tathgata of Many Treasures. He immediately recited, Namo Tathgata of Many Treasures, to express his gratitude. Channeling his inner power, he employed the secret techniques, and the mantra ring promptly adjusted to fit snugly around his right wrist. Looking around, he noticed others returning with their chosen treasures, hastening their departure as if fearing someone might snatch their newfound possessions. Meanwhile, smoke began to billow from various locations within the Yulon Basin, possibly heralding the volcanic eruptions foretold by the Tathgata of Many Treasures. Bai Xiaoyi, not wishing to linger, took flight without delay. His flying sword had been destroyed, leaving him bereft of conventional means of aerial travel. Thus, he could only glide briefly above the ground. He traversed the windswept leaves, departing from Tian's Hushan and heading northward. Occasionally, he encountered fellow cultivators who, upon recognizing him, paled in fear, offering a respectful bow before hastily changing their course. Bai Xiaoyi surmised their trepidation stemmed from fears of violence and treasure theft. While he held disdain for such banditry, it did not preclude others from engaging in it. Fortunately, his burgeoning reputation had deterred most from seeking confrontation with him. Having left Tian's Hushan and traversed a short distance, he came across a small hill where an elderly woman, engaged in farming, was pleading for help beside a fallen rock. Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone save me. Have mercy on this old woman. Her cries were filled with desperation and sorrow, and even the most hardened hearts would soften upon hearing her lament. Yet, Bai Xiaoyi felt a flicker of doubt. In the south wilderness, filled with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, where could one find such benevolent common folk? Perhaps it was wiser not to interfere, lest it be a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and quickened his pace, leaving the scene behind. Once the figure of Bai Xiaoyi had vanished from sight, the old woman's demeanor abruptly darkened, murmuring, "What a merciless Tai Jinjuan. Humph, let you take the lead. There are traps awaiting you ahead." Chapter 31. Please stay. Fellow Taoist Bai Xiaoyi proceeded a few more miles until he arrived at the bank of a small river, where he heard a voice pleading for help. Help. Glub glub. Save me. It turned out that a child, around 7 or 8 years old, had fallen into the water and was flailing desperately. His expression darkened, and he became exceedingly wary. First the old woman, now a child. Who could be so cruel as to use the weak and vulnerable as bait? Sensing something amiss, he chose to disregard the child's struggle in the water, pretending not to see, and soared over the river, continuing on his way. After he departed, the child, who appeared to be on the brink of drowning, floated steadily on the water's surface, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction Bai Xiaoyi had left, seemingly unperturbed by his dire situation. After walking several more miles, he found himself on a desolate ancient path, when suddenly someone called out from behind, "Please stay, fellow Taoist." Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of being ensnared. He halted and turned to look, only to be taken aback by the identity of the caller. The person had an oversized red gourd-shaped head, complete with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. He was clad in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams and wielded a disturbing skeleton-headed whisk. Bai Xiaoyi's heart raced with suspicion. Gu Danxian? What brings him here? And why does he call out to me? Unbeknownst to Bai Xiaoyi, Gu Danxian was the master of the Xuanshu Immortal Valley, and he believed there was no enmity between them. He bowed respectfully. "Fellow Taoist, I am honored. May I ask why you have called me?" After returning the courtesy, Gu Danxian grinned obsequiously and said, "Tai Taoist, you shone brilliantly at the Yulon Pen Festival, gaining renown across the realm. I deeply admire your prowess and have a unique opportunity to share with you." "Oh, what opportunity might that be?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired, curious to discern Gu Danxian's intentions. With a mysterious smile, Gu Danxian produced a palm-sized jade tablet from his robe, displaying it as he asked, "Do you recognize this object?" Bai Xiaoyi examined it closely and noticed an inscription of the character Xin engraved upon it, yet he could not ascertain its purpose, so he shook his head in negation. Gu Danxian explained, "This is the Xianyuan order. It is said that during the celestial convergence every 60 years, this token grants access to the Xianyuan tomb for the purpose of uncovering secrets and treasures." "What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiaoyi questioned. "I have already had someone calculate the next solar eclipse, which will occur around late October. I extend a special invitation for you to join me in exploring the tomb." We are sure to reap significant rewards. Might you be interested? Confident that Bai Xiaoyi would be unable to resist such a temptation, Gu Danxian plotted to lead him into the Xinyuan tomb, where he would utilize his foreknowledge of the traps within to eliminate him, thus securing the Hell's Melody chart for himself. The Xinyuan tomb? Bai Xiaoyi remained uncertain of the truth behind this matter. Yet he was certain that Gu Danxian harbored ulterior motives. He replied, "Might I examine the token more closely?" Seeing Bai Xiaoyi gradually stepping into his scheme, Gu Danxian feigned nonchalance, laughing heartily, "Why not?" With a swift motion, he cast the jade token towards Bai Xiaoyi. As Bai Xiaoyi caught it with outstretched hands, he feigned astonishment, gazing vacantly towards the back of Gu Danxian without uttering a word. Puzzled by this peculiar behavior, Gu Danxian turned to look back, only to find nothing but emptiness, leaving him even more bewildered. Upon redirecting his gaze, he was suddenly struck by the sight of Bai Xiaoyi transforming into a wisp of smoke and fleeing into the distance. Realizing he had been skillfully manipulated by the young rogue, which ignited a fierce anger within him. "A deceitful scoundrel! How dare you deceive me, Xinyuan Ling? This is truly a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the grain." Enraged, Gu Danxian took off in pursuit, taunting him as he ran. The illustrious Tai Xinjuan of the primordial umbrella resembles nothing more than a cowardly thief, timid as a mouse and utterly hypocritical. Do you not fear the laughter of others? As Bai Xiaoyi sprinted, he kept a watchful eye over his shoulder. Upon seeing Gu Danxian in hot pursuit, he smirked, tucked the Xinyuan Ling into his bosom, and abruptly turned, unleashing a beam of divine golden light. The golden ray shot forth like a white pillar, aimed directly at Gu Danxian. Yet, the seasoned warrior adeptly spun midair, narrowly evading the golden light. It struck the ground, creating a crater that emitted a plume of acrid smoke. Realizing his initial assault had failed, Bai Xiaoyi unleashed 2 more strikes. But Gu Danxian anticipated and dodged each one, knowing these tactics would not easily succeed. He then extended his right hand, revealing a silver eye that glimmered with an eerie light, illuminating the path ahead. "Gu Danxian," he bellowed. This technique of soul binding had proven effective time and again, and its element of surprise left none unscathed. However, having witnessed the downfall of the Flesh Lotus Mother at the hands of this very technique, Gu Danxian was acutely aware of its potency and treachery. The utterance of his name sent a chill down his spine, and his heart raced as he berated himself for his folly. The Tai Xinjuan wielded formidable powers and deceptive tactics, and he knew he could not confront him directly. Realizing his scheme had failed, retreat was the wisest course. Startled into clarity, he refrained from glancing back at Bai Xiaoyi and instead pivoted to flee into the distance, narrowly avoiding a brush with death. Bai Xiaoyi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Gu Danxian would flee without a second glance. As if aware of the danger posed by his technique, resolute in his intent to eliminate any future threats, he thought, "There is no such thing as a thief who is not eventually caught. Since enmity has been established, it is prudent to eradicate the root to prevent endless repercussions." He raised his hand once more, secretly channeling his arcane powers, and from his wrist flew a dazzling golden ring. "Go," he commanded. The gleaming ring soared through the air, swiftly catching up to Gu Danxian, delivering a thunderous strike. With a resounding crash, it shattered Gu Danxian's head, demonstrating its swift and formidable might. A true treasure of the Tathagata, Bai Xiaoyi understood that Gu Danxian would not easily meet his demise. Indeed, from the remnants of his shattered form, a green gourd was ejected. Before it could touch the ground, Bai Xiaoyi swiftly invoked a spell, causing the ring to ensnare the gourd tightly around its midsection. The gourd tumbled to the earth, rolling twice before it sprouted limbs and a body. Bai Xiaoyi once again formed a seal and chanted an incantation, Om Mani Padme Hum. The constricting circle tightened further, causing the Gu Danxian to writhe on the ground, howling for mercy. Realizing that if he truly severed his head, it would likely lead to a cyclical rebirth, Bai Xiaoyi paused momentarily, unfastening the Samadhi true fire lotus lamp from his waist, intending to extinguish him with divine flames. Seizing the brief respite, the Gu Danxian seized the opportunity to speak. "I extended a kind invitation to you to seek treasures together, even if you are unwilling. You should not seize my jade command and resort to such ruthless and unscrupulous acts that provoke the wrath of heaven and the scorn of the people." Hearing these words, Bai Xiaoyi, holding the lotus lamp, spat disdainfully and retorted, "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your crude and simplistic schemes? Can the Gu Danxian genuinely possess such benevolence? What a farce! What a farce! I am sincere, without ulterior motives. If I am not, may the heavens strike me down." Sensing a glimmer of hope, the Gu Danxian quickly swore oaths, feigning heartfelt sincerity and earnestness. Unmoved, Bai Xiaoyi pretended to relent. "If you insist, I shall grant you an opportunity. Behold my right hand's divine eye. It shall reveal whether your feelings are genuine or feigned." As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a gruesome silver eye that emerged from a fissure in his flesh. The Gu Danxian, feeling like a lamb led to slaughter, could do naught but gaze anxiously, internally chanting, "What I say is true. I earnestly invite the Tai Daoist to seek treasures." As the divine eye's powers activated, the Gu Danxian was immediately immobilized. Though his spirit was resilient enough to endure for a brief moment, Bai Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to delve into his soul, penetrating the Gu Danxian's sea of consciousness to unearth memories. As he sifted through the recollections, he indeed uncovered a multitude of secrets. The Gu Danxian harbored treacherous designs. The elderly woman and the child he encountered earlier were traps set by him. If he had approached to assist, they would have seized the chance to poison and ensnare him. The invitation to the Xianyuan tomb was genuine. Yet the Gu Danxian had acquired only a fragment of the map's intricate traps from the ghost market, intending to use it to eliminate himself. Astonishingly, the Gu Danxian sought the Hell's Lamentation map. Further scrutiny revealed that the Gu Danxian was none other than the master of the Huanshu Immortal Valley. And Bai Xiaoyi was struck by the irony that such a vile practitioner, who buried the living and cultivated herbs from their bones, deserved no pity. Calculating that the time for the soul binding would soon expire, Bai Xiaoyi withdrew his consciousness, lifted the lotus lamp, and with a flick of his finger, released 12 fiery petals. Without further ado, he exhaled a breath of magical energy, igniting it into a vibrant purple fire dragon that surged forward. The fire dragon enveloped the Gu Danxian's corporeal form, transforming it into a blazing pyre that burned fiercely. Bai Xiaoyi did not hasten to retract the constricting circle. Instead, he allowed the Gu Danxian to escape the fiery tower, flitting about in a calculated manner to catch him off guard. The purple flames blazed with an intense heat, and within moments, the Gu Danxian was reduced to ashes without uttering a single sound. Only then did Bai Xiaoyi reclaim the constricting circle, reapplying it to his wrist and storing the lotus lamp. Casting a glance to ensure the Gu Danxian had left no possessions behind, his entire array of equipment consumed by the divine fire, he turned and soared eastward. He also learned from experience, refraining from hastily returning north to the Great Qian. Instead, he intended to seek a secluded spot to refine the flying sword anew before soaring back, thereby avoiding numerous inconveniences. After searching for a little over half an hour, he discovered a quiet and inconspicuous gorge, surrounded by lush trees and abundant grass, which felt sufficiently hidden. He descended into the valley, and to prevent intruders, he casually set up an illusionary array with a talisman. Once activated, the area was enveloped in swirling mist, rendering visibility non-existent. Any intruder would be misled by the phantasm and would wander outside without finding a way in. Without delay, he found a dry stone egg and sat cross-legged. Placing the treasured lotus lamp before him, he retrieved the crumpled metallic lump, tossing it into the air where it hovered motionless. He flicked a spark of flame from the lamp onto the metal mass and unleashed a stream of magical energy, causing the flames to surge. Several days later, he successfully restored the flying sword. After dismantling the illusionary array, he cast a glance at the distant Tianzhu mountain, where volcanic magma was already erupting, pondering that this was not a place to linger, as various conflicts and schemes were likely to abound. Without further ado, he summoned his sword, which glowed with white light, and ascended into the sky, merging with the blade. He journeyed without seeking trouble or curiosity, and after 7 or 8 days of sword flight, he managed to return directly to his old haunt at the peak of Tiandu on Luochun Mountain. As he landed, the branches of the giant tree that had transformed from his small form began to quiver, and countless vines and roots danced as if welcoming him home. A warmth surged within Bai Xiaoyi, and he gently placed his hand on one of the thick trunks, murmuring, all right, I have returned, haven't I? Oh, are these flowers blooming?" He noticed a few white buds sprouting amidst the branches of the giant tree. After being comforted by his touch, the tree gradually quieted down. Upon returning to the loft of Tai Yi residence and placing his belongings, he had barely settled when Zhou Jigang and Inger entered with faces full of joy. "Mountain Master, you have returned. Was your journey smooth?" Bai Xiaoyi turned to see their glowing faces and could not help but smile. "Very smooth. Nothing untoward occurred in the mountains." "I trust," Zhou Jigang replied. "Everything is peaceful. We have been tending to the medicinal plants, transplanting flowers, feeding the deer and horses, and keeping the hall tidy in an orderly fashion." "That's good to hear. However, I have heard troubling news from outside. A rebel faction has already reached the northern Falau Pass, not far from Gaoyang. The markets are in a state of panic, and prices are soaring," Zhou Jigang said. Worry etched on his face. Bai Xiaoyi dismissed the concern, reflecting, "I would rather be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times. The affairs outside the mountain are of no concern to us. When you have time, prepare more necessities for life, and avoid venturing out as much as possible." "Yes, Mountain Master." Chapter 32. Buying sheep. As the moon waxed and stars dwindled, a gentle breeze blew. A month had passed since Bai Xiaoyi returned from the Ghost Festival, and mid-autumn approached. During this month, he had been deeply engrossed in contemplating the Prajna Samru Sutra imparted by the Buddha of Treasures, feeling a tremendous sense of achievement, from which he discerned a miraculous ability akin to the mustard seed containing Samru. This extraordinary divine ability is not to be underestimated. It subtly hints at the essence of spatial principles. If this technique were to be combined with artifact refinement, it could endow magical treasures with the capacity to alter their sizes at will. Furthermore, it may allow for the creation of miniature spaces within certain unique spiritual materials, truly fulfilling the aspiration of storing all things. Fortuitously, Bai Xiaoyi, through his research, discovered that the black pearl obtained from the flesh lotus Buddha mother is precisely such a relic that can be utilized to craft storage artifacts. This revelation filled him with immense joy, as he realized that the necessary materials were already at hand, sparing him from the trouble of searching far and wide. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he desired to take a few days to rest and rejuvenate, preparing his body and mind through incense and bathing, awaiting the festival's conclusion before retreating to refine his treasures. On one clear morning, Bai Xiaoyi gracefully descended beside the waterfall's tranquil pool. As he shed his garments and plunged into the water, preparing to frolic, Zhou Jigang arrived. "Mountain Master, I finally found you here after searching high and low," Zhou Jigang called out, his face beaming with joy. Splashing up from the water, Bai Xiaoyi, now drenched, surfaced, and, upon seeing Zhou Jigang, thought to himself how fortunate it was that it was him and not Inger, for that would have been quite awkward. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" "I was just enjoying the water," Bai Xiaoyi inquired, perplexed. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Inger sent me to ask if we need to prepare anything," Zhou Jigang replied. He was thoroughly content with life at Tiandu Peak, claiming it to be the happiest period of his existence. Free from worries and troubles, accompanied by a beloved partner, and supported by a powerful and mysterious master, he sought nothing more. Scratching his head, Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, "It has been a long time since I celebrated such festivals. Since I have some leisure now, let us organize a few festivities." Zhou Jigang smiled in agreement. Indeed, one must embrace the warmth of human life. The solitude of mountain cultivation cannot compare to the vibrancy of the mortal realm. After reflecting on the significance of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Bai Xiaoyi suggested, "Why don't we head to the small market in Dazhuang Wutsuan to procure some rice, flour, and assorted nuts to make mooncakes? Let us honor Chang'e tomorrow night. Shall we go together?" Zhou Jigang asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Let us indeed go together. Consider it an opportunity to bask in the warmth of human life," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The autumnal scenery of Luochun Mountain was equally enchanting, with misty rains drifting over the river, boats gliding slowly, reflections dancing upon the water, and stars shimmering like scattered jewels. A small bamboo raft gently floated on the surface of Luochun River, with Zhou Jigang, wearing a straw hat, strenuously propelling it with a bamboo pole, creating ripples in the water. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyi sat comfortably on a bamboo chair upon the raft, shielding himself from the sun with a treasured umbrella in one hand and playfully splashing the water with a green bamboo branch in the other, feeling quite content. "Brother Zhou, at this pace, it will take us 3 to 4 hours to reach the market," Bai Xiaoyi remarked. Zhou Jigang chuckled wryly. "Mountain Master, I am exerting my utmost effort. I cannot row any faster. Look, I can barely straighten my back." Bai Xiaoyi turned to glance at him and jested. "I suspect you might be a bit weak in the waist. I shall prepare some herbs for you to replenish your strength." Zhou Jigang awkwardly chuckled. "Just watch me," Bai Xiaoyi declared, casually blowing a stream of magical energy that transformed into a strong wind, propelling the bamboo raft forward at an astonishing speed. The raft seemed to sprout legs, darting like an arrow, startling Zhou Jigang, who quickly crouched down to steady himself, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. At this point, he need not exert any effort. The raft moved of its own accord. Sometimes, he couldn't help but envy such celestial abilities, the freedom to act as one pleases. Zhou Jigang felt a twinge of admiration. Bai Xiaoyi, recognizing that ordinary folk would naturally covet such divine skills, remarked, "You are unaware of the perils of cultivation. One must understand that there is always a price to pay, either through various precepts and prohibitions or by undergoing transformations that render one inhuman. Knowing your strong desires, you cannot adhere to the prohibitions." Zhou Jigang scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling, "I merely jest. If you truly require me to be devoid of desires, I simply cannot manage it, huh? So, when do you plan to marry Miss Ing? You pursue her nightly, yet without granting her a proper title. I cannot agree. I shall discuss it with her later. You may decide amongst yourselves, but do inform me of the outcome." Certainly. Before an hour had passed, the bamboo raft arrived at a riverside market resembling a quaint village amidst the mountains. Zhou Jigang steered the raft to shore, tying it securely to a wooden post to prevent it from drifting away with the current. He He then shouldered a bamboo basket and disembarked. A considerable number of villagers had already gathered, having come from various corners of the mountains. Some spread out to sell local goods, others traversed with loaded baskets, while many haggled over prices at the stalls, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Amidst this chaotic world, one could truly glimpse a scene reminiscent of a paradise. Zhou Jigang, having visited several times, was quite familiar with the place, and he led Bai Xiaoyi around, procuring a variety of supplies. While they meandered through the market, a hoarse, rooster-like voice caught Bai Xiaoyi's attention. Goats. Excellent goats. Only 2 taels of silver each. Turning to investigate, Bai Xiaoyi spotted a tall, thin vendor with a dark face and triangular eyes, sporting a goat-like beard, who was leading 2 goats while calling out to potential buyers. The goats, one large and one small, nestled against each other, bleating incessantly. The vendor, seeing no buyers after a prolonged shout and hearing the goats bleating continuously, grew irritated and struck the smaller goat fiercely with a bamboo whip. Bleat. I'll make you bleat. You won't die from this. Whack, whack. Gritting his teeth, he struck the goat twice, leaving it with bright red welts, its 4 hooves trembling uncontrollably, while the 2 goats continued to bleat in distress. Bai Xiaoyi frowned slightly. Stepping forward to address the vendor, why do you beat your goats? Do you not realize that injuring them makes them harder to sell? The vendor, annoyed by this meddlesome stranger, retorted angrily, why do you interfere? I can do as I please with my goats. With that, he raised his whip to strike again. But Bai Xiaoyi intervened. Pray, do not rush. I have a query for you. How much do you sell your goats for? The merchant's expression immediately shifted, his shifty eyes gleaming as he replied with a grin. Ah, quite reasonable. 2 taels of silver each. 2 taels? Such an extravagant price. Zhou Jigang exclaimed in disbelief from the side. The merchant quickly retorted, not at all. Observe my goats. They are plump and pristine, and when cooked, they waft an aroma that can entice anyone from miles around. They smell delightful, and taste even better. Zhou Jigang regarded the goat, which was indeed nothing but skin and bones, and marveled at the merchant's audacity to speak such falsehoods. With a charming smile, Bai Xiaoyi continued. You claim your goats are 2 taels each, yet with 1 large and 1 small. Do you truly intend to sell them both for the same price? Surely. That is absurd. The merchant, with a smirk, defended. Not so. Observe this female goat. While her size is considerable, the meat is rather tough, hence the 2 taels. Conversely, this young kid, though small, boasts tender and succulent flesh, thus also priced at 2 taels. Bai Xiaoyi nodded, recognizing a semblance of logic in the merchant's reasoning. As fortune would have it, my household is preparing for a grand mid-autumn banquet and requires several livestock. The master has dispatched me to procure them, and I find your goats quite appealing. Alas, I can only acquire 2. The quantity is insufficient, and I must hasten to gather more, which proves quite inconvenient. Zhou Jigang cast a puzzled glance at Bai Xiaoyi, remaining silent, sensing that there was more beneath the surface. The merchant, overhearing, felt a surge of delight and exclaimed, what a trifling issue. Young master need not fret. I have a dozen pigs and goats at home that will surely meet your needs. Is this indeed true? Bai Xiaoyi inquired. Rest assured, I have no reason to deceive you. Should you doubt, accompany me to my abode, and you shall see for yourself. Excellent. Bai Xiaoyi clapped his hands, unable to conceal his joy. If that is the case, I shall purchase them all, saving myself the trouble of running about. The merchant, elated, insisted, shall we return at once? I shall lead the way. All the better, please do. Bai Xiaoyi gestured graciously. Thus, the merchant led the 2 away from the market, guiding them into the depths of the mountains. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a hillside where several thatched cottages encircled a yard. The sounds of bleating and grunting livestock audible from afar. Your livestock is indeed commendable, though they do seem a bit overly noisy, Bai Xiaoyi said leisurely, leaning on his bamboo staff as he trailed behind the merchant. The merchant chuckled darkly, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth. Such creatures are always this way. Should they be neglected even for a meal, they will raise a ruckus. He then called out toward the interior, Lao Nung. We have esteemed guests. What esteemed guests? I am too busy butchering pigs. A coarse voice boomed from within the dwelling. As the trio approached the entrance, Bai Xiaoyi peered inside, noting it was a slaughterhouse. An iron chain hung from the rafters, adorned with several large hooks. 2 of these hooks were currently suspending a hefty pig by its jowls, while beneath it, a large wooden basin collected the blood, which overflowed from the brim. A bald man with a rotund face was expertly wielding a sharp knife, preparing to eviscerate the animal. This young master wishes to purchase a dozen livestock, the merchant announced. The bald man glanced over momentarily and replied, then you may select them in the yard. I am quite occupied. Very well, carry on with your work. We shall proceed on our own. The merchant, after speaking, turned back to Bai Xiaoyi with a sly smile and said, young master, please follow me. Bai Xiaoyi nodded and followed the merchant past the thatched house. entering the backyard through a gate in the fence. There, he beheld a row of pig pens and sheepfolds brimming with dozens of pigs and sheep. Upon seeing humans, the animals crowded to the fence, bleating incessantly, their eyes either bloodshot or teary. The merchant strode forward, brandishing a bamboo whip, and began to strike them with a flurry of blows. Bah, bah, all you do is bleat. You worthless creatures that only eat and grow no meat. Today, I'll sell you for some coin. Bai Xiaoyi quickly called out, hey, don't damage my pigs and sheep. The merchant halted, forcing a smile. Forgive my momentary lapse. Young master, please, do take a look and see which ones you desire. Let me see, he said, and as he pretended to step forward, he suddenly turned and delivered a heavy slap to the merchant. This seemingly ordinary blow contained immense power, striking the merchant's chest and creating a fist-sized hole, with blood and flesh bursting forth from his back. The merchant immediately coughed up blood, pointed at Bai Xiaoyi, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhou Jigang was startled, having not anticipated Bai Xiaoyi's sudden act of violence. However, trusting Bai Xiaoyi, he quickly regained his composure and remained silent. Even the pigs and sheep seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, falling silent in fear. This unexpected stillness rendered the atmosphere somewhat eerie, drawing the attention of a bald, burly man inside the house. Lao Huan, what happened? He stepped into the yard with a butcher's knife, and upon seeing his comrade bleeding on the ground, he instinctively shouted, thief. Enraged, he swung his knife. To Bai Xiaoyi, the man's movements appeared sluggish. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the attack and delivered a palm strike to the man's back. A soft crack echoed as the palm gently pressed against him, and blood erupted from his chest, leaving a gaping hole as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Mountain Lord, why did you suddenly kill them? Zhou Jigang asked, his face filled with confusion. Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand and replied, there's no rush, just observe further. Zhou Jigang turned his gaze back to the two corpses, which had initially lain quietly, but were now writhing as if alive, oozing countless festering sores that emitted a foul odor. He instinctively stepped back, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, the bodies had transformed into a bloated pig riddled with sores, and a goat whose white bones were infested with maggots. Ah, they have transformed into monsters. Zhou Jigang exclaimed in fright. Bai Xiaoyi held his breath and stated, in truth, there are not so many demons and monsters in this world. They are merely humans who have undergone grotesque transformations. Humans? Zhou Jigang asked, incredulous. Indeed, this is the price of cultivation. Bai Xiaoyi replied. Zhou Jigang found himself deeply moved, his heart a tumult of emotions, realizing that the reality of cultivating immortality was not as beautiful as he had once imagined. Bai Xiaoyi wielded a green bamboo branch, unleashing two streaks of white light like sword shadows, crackling through the air. In an instant, the two grotesque pigs and sheep were cleaved in two, quickly transforming into two heaps of mangled flesh and bone. Do you recall the tale recounted by the old ferryman during our river crossing? He spoke of a corpulent pig in the mountains that could not call out to a slender sheep, who lured disaster-stricken souls with sumptuous feasts and new garments, employing dark sorcery to transmute humans into pigs and sheep. With Bai Xiaoyi's reminder, Zhou Jigang suddenly grasped the implication. Could it be that they were the ones? Cursed fate. Bai Xiaoyi's gaze turned frigid as he coldly declared, they are all victims of malevolent sorcery, transformed from humans. What? Zhou Jigang gasped in horror, scarcely able to believe his own ears. He stared vacantly at the pigs and sheep within the enclosure, finally comprehending their incessant cries and tear-filled eyes. They were once humans, elderly. Children, men, and women. Can they be restored? He asked, a mixture of sorrow and hope in his voice. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head, lamenting, in this world, once the rice is cooked, it cannot revert to being raw. Not even the gods can accomplish that. What shall become of them? Zhou Jigang inquired, his heart heavy with compassion. This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Rescuing them seemed impossible, yet releasing them would likely result in their capture and slaughter by the mountain folk. Even if he had the inclination, these pigs and sheep would likely prefer not to endure such a fate. Unable to devise a solution, he turned the conundrum back to Zhou Jigang. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 33. Mid-Autumn Festival. Zhou Jigang pondered for quite some time, yet no satisfactory resolution emerged. Ultimately, it was Bai Xiaoyi who conceived a not-so-ideal solution. Since he could not resolve the matter himself, he would pass this hot potato to someone else to worry about. Naturally, that someone would be the government officials of the Jing'an division, establishing a mental link with a puppet magpie at Tiandu Peak. He dispatched it to relay a message to Inspector Lu Yong in Gaoyang. He then informed Zhou Jigang, I have sent word to the Jing'an division to handle the aftermath. We shall not concern ourselves with it any longer. Let us depart. Zhou Jigang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how, after closing his eyes for a moment, the matter was supposedly resolved. Observing Bai Xiaoyi stride out of the courtyard, He cast one last glance at the pigs and sheep, sighed deeply, and followed suit. The two returned to the marketplace, untied the bamboo raft, and set sail back. By evening, they arrived at the riverside cottage at the foot of Tiandu Peak, where Inger awaited eagerly on the shore. Upon seeing the bamboo raft swiftly approaching, her heart soared as she waved and called out, "Brother Gang, Mountain Lord, Zhou Gang." Beaming with joy, waved back, responding, "We have returned." As the bamboo raft docked, Zhou Gang eagerly leapt ashore, carrying a basket filled with provisions, and exchanged sweet words of care with Inger. Bai Xiaoyi, shaking his head with a resigned smile, tied up the raft before joining them. "Quickly, let us bring everything inside. Tonight, we shall prepare mooncakes, allowing them to rest overnight. They will be perfectly ready by tomorrow evening." Bai Xiaoyi prodded the ground with a bamboo branch, issuing instructions. The two individuals, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Ah, I shall take care of that now. I will boil water." "Mountain Master, Brother Gang, I have prepared food for you. Do enjoy your dinner first." The three entered the quaint courtyard, and Inger proceeded to the back kitchen to prepare the water and dough. This was Bai Xiaoyi's inaugural visit to the riverside retreat they had constructed, which comprised a living room, 3 bedrooms, and a kitchen. Though somewhat modest, it was well equipped with all the necessities of life, far surpassing that of an ordinary farmer's dwelling. As they took their seats at the dining table, 2 dishes and a soup had already been laid out: a bowl of fish soup, a steamed carp, and a plate of wild vegetables. Zhou Gang offered to serve Bai Xiaoyi rice, but he waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to serve me. I have already abstained from grains. If you have any fine wine, do bring me some. Shall I fetch some of the old yellow wine used for cooking?" Zhou Gang inquired, holding his bowl. "That would be fine." Zhou Gang set down his bowl and proceeded to the kitchen, returning with a wine jug and a small dish, placing them on the table. Bai Xiaoyi, feeling no need for formality, poured himself half a dish, sipping a few small mouthfuls, and then took up his chopsticks to sample the various dishes. "This fish is indeed quite delectable. You must have caught it from the river?" he remarked. Zhou Gang, while chewing on his rice, mumbled. Wu Nyo crafted a bamboo basket for catching fish, submerging it in the water. Occasionally, we managed to haul in some fish and shrimp. Let us send some mooncakes to them tomorrow. Reciprocity is the essence of social relations. If the journey seems too long and the boat too slow, is there not a swift horse on the mountain? You could ride it there. Just remember to don a face towel and a bamboo hat to avoid being recognized. Bai Xiaoyi suggested. "Very well. I shall set off early tomorrow." Once the two had finished their dinner and cleared away the dishes, twilight had descended. Inger lit 2 oil lamps, brought forth flour and warm water for the two to knead, and then busied herself preparing the mooncake filling. Once the dough was well kneaded, Inger presented the filling. Zhou Gang retrieved a mooncake mold purchased from the market, and the trio divided their tasks. Inger filled the pastries, Zhou Gang pressed the molds, and Bai Xiaoyi brushed oil over the mooncakes. The 3 toiled under the dim light until deep into the night, ultimately producing a batch of mooncakes, which they laid out on 2 bamboo trays, approximately 40 or 50 in total, arranged on the dining table in the hall. Once the mooncakes were completed, Bai Xiaoyi took his leave to return to the mountain for rest. The following morning, Zhou Gang packed some mooncakes and set off on the swift horse. Meanwhile, Inger began preparing for the mid-autumn festival banquet. Bai Xiaoyi spent the majority of the night cultivating his energy on the mountain, and at dawn, he devoted an hour to studying the Ma Y Na Praj Pyramid S Tra and half an hour to Blood Goddess scripture. Both texts were invaluable scriptures capable of unlocking the realm of the soul, and their comprehensive keys required meticulous attention. Additionally, he had successfully cleared and opened the small hidden cave atop the cliff. Upon descending from the attic to the spring to freshen up and groom himself, he splashed his face with the crystal-clear mountain water and indulged in idle thoughts. The evening's moon worship would seem rather monotonous without some lively entertainment. Why not craft a jade flute? During the moonlit night, he could play a few melodies, which would surely uplift the spirit and add a touch of elegance to the occasion. With renewed enthusiasm, he made his way to the fire room, where he utilized some leftover jade to simply craft a white jade flute. As noon approached, he practiced playing the flute atop the lofty branches of a giant tree. From a distance, he spotted someone at the foot of the mountain, calling out loudly, "Lu Yong seeks an audience with the revered Tai." It was evident that he had come to recount matters concerning the pigs and sheep. Thus, he commanded the giant tree to lower its vine bridge to allow the visitor to ascend. Bai Xiaoyi returned to Tai's abode to await his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yong, panting and carrying a bundle, arrived. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi, he immediately sat down on a mat to rest, grumbling, "Every time I come here, I feel utterly exhausted." Bai Xiaoyi smiled and replied, "You may rest before sharing your news." Lu Yong waved his hand, feeling somewhat recovered, and, still slightly breathless, said, "Yesterday, you sent word through the spirit bird that you had resolved the troublesome matter of the pigs and sheep. Coincidentally, the Jing and Bureau had a mission to eliminate them. unable to take action on your behalf without permission. I took the liberty of reporting to the authorities in my name. I gathered a large group and followed the spirit bird, and indeed, we located their lair and remains. I consider this a significant achievement. This should have been your glory, and I do not wish to claim it for myself. However, since such merits cannot be transferred, I have brought you this exquisite moon robe made of snow silkworm silk as a token of appreciation. I hope you will not disdain it. As he spoke, he unwrapped the bundle to reveal a pristine, delicate white robe, subtly shimmering with a hint of ethereal light, radiating a certain spirit, clearly of considerable value. Though its crafting was rather rudimentary, offering only slight protective qualities against dust. You need not be so courteous. It was I who entrusted you with resolving the troubles. You have instead brought me such a precious gift, which I feel undeserving of. He accepted the bundle and set it aside, then turned to inquire. What has become of those pigs and sheep? Lu Yong sighed and lamented. The Bureau has no effective measures. They can only be confined in the horse pen, fed with slops twice daily. After a year or so, most will succumb to illness and die, which could be considered a form of relief. The thought of it was indeed tragic, prompting an exclamation. How dreadful, truly worse than death. After bidding farewell to Lu Yong, Bai Xiaoyi donned the moon robe, transforming into a figure of ethereal grace, his beauty and handsomeness accentuated. He took up a bamboo branch and soared to the edge of the waterfall pool, practicing the flying sword technique of the swarm insect. In a flurry of agile movements, the shadows of bamboo danced as he floated gracefully, exuding vitality. He leapt from stone to stone, skimmed over the water's surface, transformed into a fleeting white silhouette among the treetops, and then plunged over the cliff. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, Ing-Er, accompanied by Wu Ainyo, hurriedly arrived at the mountain. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi, they knelt before him, crying out, "Mountain Lord, something has happened to Brother Gang." Bai Xiaoyi ceased his movements and descended to them, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What has occurred?" Wu Ainyo recounted. "This morning, Brother Zhou rode into the village on horseback to deliver mooncakes to us. However, upon departing, he momentarily forgot to disguise himself. Coincidentally, a group of officers passed by outside the village, and upon seeing each other, they recognized him instantly. They rushed forward, capturing and binding him, taking him away to an unknown fate." Bai Xiaoyi's expression darkened, reproaching, "I repeatedly instructed him to cover his face when going out, yet this misfortune still befell him." He had previously served as an officer in the capital, and it is likely that many recognized him. Later, in a fit of rage, he killed 3 ruffians to rescue Miss Ing, and he must have long been wanted by the authorities. Now that he has been captured, he is likely being taken to the government as prison for judgment. I implore the mountain master for rescue. Ing-Er wept incessantly, pleading, "Do not panic. Allow me to employ my magic to investigate his whereabouts. Once I ascertain his location, we can proceed to rescue him." Bai Xiaoyi replied calmly. Returning to the loft hall, he sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and connected with the magpie. The bird spread its wings and flew towards the capital. Upon reaching the city, the magpie headed directly to the government office, first searching each courtyard and room, but finding no clues. It then turned its attention to the prison. The magpie flew to the ventilation openings of the prison, searching within, yet found nothing. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes, a serious expression on his face. Puzzled, this should not be the case. Ing-Er anxiously inquired, "Is there any news of Brother Zhou?" Bai Xiaoyi could only shake his head, having found no trace of him in either the government office or the prison. "What shall we do now?" Ing-Er was in a state of utter distress. Bai Xiaoyi then turned to Wu Ainyo and said, "Please describe the detailed characteristics of that group of officers." Wu Ainyo pondered and eventually recounted a series of details. Bai Xiaoyi distilled the information, extracting the more easily identifiable traits, and then closed his eyes to remotely guide the magpie in a search across the capital. After a while, he finally spotted the group of officers entering the city on horseback at the city gate, yet Brother Zhou was nowhere to be seen. There were 6 individuals, all clad in the government officer's attire. One had no eyebrows, and another had an injured leg wrapped in bandages. Was it him? Through the blood puppet technique, Bai Xiaoyi connected his spirit with that of the magpie, and although they were dozens of miles apart, he could see clearly. Wu Ainyo excitedly confirmed, "Yes, yes, yes." While the group had been located, Brother Zhou was still missing, which could lead to further troubles. "I must go personally." Bai Xiaoyi felt an ominous premonition. He instructed Wu Ainyo to return to Wu village and advised Ing-Er to remain at the riverside cottage and wait patiently, summoning 2 puppets to patrol the mountain. He then soared away on his flying sword, heading straight for the capital. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he landed in the dense forest, startling a flock of crows into flight. The night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Stepping out from the thicket, he looked around, and to his surprise, the large refugee camp had vanished without a trace. He wondered where the authorities had relocated those disaster victims. Bai Xiaoyi had no time to ponder this, and he quickly made his way towards the city gate. Upon arriving, he found the gate had already been firmly shut. This was naturally no challenge for him. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he leaped gracefully, transforming into a fleeting white shadow that soared into the air, effortlessly scaling the side wall into the city. Had he not feared causing a stir that would invite unwelcome attention, he would have simply descended upon the city riding his flying sword. Upon entering the city, he found himself amidst the vibrant mid-autumn festival celebrations, where the streets thronged with people like surging tides, resounding with joyful laughter. Every household was adorned with colorful lanterns, and the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Yet, White Xiaoyi had no desire to partake in such revelry. The poetic and picturesque evening he had envisioned for the mid-autumn festival had been dashed. With his mind attuned, he made haste toward the location where his surveillance bird, the magpie, was stationed. Arriving at the outskirts of a subordinate courtyard of the capital's official residence, he spotted his puppet magpie perched upon the eaves. Aware that 6 constables were reveling within the courtyard, he swiftly vaulted over the wall, entering undetected. "Who goes there?" The 6 individuals immediately sensed the disturbance and called out. Upon seeing a young man clad in white gliding in from outside, they hastily set aside their bowls and chopsticks. Rising to draw their swords in caution, White Xiaoyi alighted soundlessly on the ground, casting a discerning glance over the 6 men. Once he confirmed their identities, he extended his right hand and inquired, "Have you seen what lies within my palm?" "What is that?" The 6 men leaned forward to glimpse into his outstretched hand, where an eerie eye emanated a faint silver glow, causing them to lose consciousness. With a binding soul technique, White Xiaoyi rendered all 6 men immobile before selecting one at random to extract memories, seeking information about Zhou Zhigang's whereabouts. After a brief moment, he had uncovered the most devastating news, igniting a fiery wrath within him. His gaze turned frigid as he violently swung a bamboo branch, producing a resonant sound. In an instant, the heads of the 6 men fell from their shoulders, and fountains of blood erupted into the air, their headless bodies collapsing in disarray. It turned out that these 6 men had encountered Zhou Zhigang during their travels through Dazhuang Wuzuan. Recognizing him, they could not let him escape due to his wanted status. They swiftly subdued and bound him, but instead of escorting him back to the capital, they dragged him to a foul ditch outside the city and summoned the officials' men. Liao, Lu, and Luo, secretly claiming the bounty issued by the 4 houses. The servants of these officials arrived at the foul ditch, confirming Zhou Zhigang's identity with the portrait. In a fit of rage, they mutilated him, severing his limbs, gouging out his eyes, and cutting out his tongue, before binding him and submerging him in the stinking water. Thus, Zhou Zhigang met a tragic demise. Chapter 34. The Sumeru Pearl with a heart filled with unresolved fury. White Xiaoyi exited the city and sought the site of the incident, arriving at the foul ditch. This ditch was a gathering place for the refuse of the city's inhabitants, foul and repugnant, a place that all would avoid. Noticing a wooden post with a rope tied to it, he immediately untied it and hoisted the rope, retrieving Zhou Zhigang's disfigured corpse from the ditch. Lacking limbs, with hollow blackened eye sockets, disheveled hair, and a body marred with scars, the sight was utterly harrowing. White Xiaoyi took a deep breath to steady his emotions, murmuring, "Oh, Brother Zhou, I had merely intended for you to deliver a mooncake, yet fate has taken your life." Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable and fate remains elusive. Once more, I gathered 2 banana leaves by the roadside, wrapping them carefully and securing them with twine, lifting the package in hand. I unleashed my flying sword, a beam of white light soaring skyward. Soon enough, I returned to the summit of Tiandu Peak, landing in the riverside courtyard. Upon seeing my return, Inger approached in a state of profound anxiety, urgently inquiring, "Master of the mountain, have you discovered Brother Gang's whereabouts?" My expression was darker than ever before as I placed the wrapped body on the ground and gently replied, "Miss Ing, may you find solace in this sorrow." Initially, a flicker of hope lingered in Inger's heart, but upon hearing my words, her mind buzzed, her complexion transformed drastically, nearly causing her to falter as she staggered back a few steps, tremblingly asking, "Where is he?" I pointed to the package on the ground, choosing silence. Inger, in a frenzied rush, knelt down, eager to unveil the leaves. Yet, her trembling hands hesitated in midair, gripped by a sudden fear. She understood that I could never deceive her, and tears streamed uncontrollably, blurring her vision. Eventually, she steadied herself, suppressing her anguish, and cautiously began to unwrap the package. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Zhou Zhigang's lifeless form, no amount of mental preparation could prepare her for the reality, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing to the ground, I shook my head, deciding to handle the aftermath myself. Fortunately, this was the wilderness. I found a nearby elevated area, summoned my energy to excavate a deep pit, and placed Zhou Zhigang's body within, covering it with earth to form a mound. I carved a wooden plank to serve as a gravestone, inscribing, Tomb of the Hero Zhou Jigang. Inger lay in a restless slumber through the night, occasionally awakening only to weep silently beneath her covers, utterly heartbroken. In the span of just half a year, she had lost her father, and now her husband. Truly, fate had conspired against her, leaving her utterly alone and devoid of purpose. At dawn, I descended the mountain carrying a bamboo basket filled with gold ingots, sandalwood, candles, and various fruits. Arriving at the riverside courtyard, I knocked on the door, calling out, Miss Ing, rise. Let us pay tribute to Brother Zhou. This was a solemn duty. And despite her overwhelming sorrow, she had to muster the strength to rise from her feeble state, her appearance neglected as she emerged from her room in disarray. I found myself at a loss for words, leading her in silence to Zhou Jigang's grave not far away. Inger followed like a specter, devoid of spirit. I took it upon myself to arrange the offerings of fruits, lighting candles and incense at the site. Standing by, I lamented, Brother Zhou, in your lifetime, you embodied righteousness, showing compassion to the downtrodden, holding a heart of pure kindness amidst a chaotic world. You stood resolute against injustice, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. Like a lotus blooming from the mire, pure and untainted. Hearing my words, Inger could no longer contain her tears, and she knelt down to burn some paper money for Zhou Jigang, her grief pouring forth like rain. Bai Xiaoyi discerned her intent to embrace death and resolved to provide her with a reason to persist. He said, Brother Zhou was unlawfully captured by 6 constables, who conspired with the 4 noble families of Min, Liao, Lu, and Luo to claim the bounty and conspire against him. Those 6 constables have met their end by my sword, yet I have yet to exact punishment upon the 4 families. Observing that Inger was beginning to absorb his words, he continued, I could easily avenge this wrong on your behalf, but if you are willing, I can grant you the means to seek retribution yourself, to bring solace to Brother Zhou's spirit in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, a spark of vitality ignited in Inger's eyes, a flicker of hatred stirring within her. She bowed deeply and implored, I beseech you, Master, teach me the means to avenge my father and husband. That alone would suffice. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, you shall accompany me up the mountain shortly. After paying respects to Zhou Jigang, Bai Xiaoyi led Inger back to the mountain dwelling, instructing her to sit and wait in the main hall. He ascended to the loft and shortly returned with a tome, presenting it to her, saying, This book, the new variant of the flying sword technique, is for your practice. If you master it, avenging your loved one shall be but a formality. This was a revised edition he had painstakingly compiled, merging the flying sword technique with the initial sections of the bone sword canon, designed to enable the wielder to control skeletal flying swords in combat, supplemented with his own enhancements. However, he cautioned gravely, I must warn you, cultivating this sword technique comes at a price. As you hone this skill, your spine will transform into a flying sword, significantly enhancing your physical strength. Yet, if pursued too deeply under the taint of malevolence, one risks becoming a grotesque entity, a being with a human head and serpent body, straying from humanity. This transformation was a conjecture derived from his extensive study of the bone sword canon. While he possessed the means to counteract such afflictions, others might not be so fortunate. This was why he only imparted a portion of the sword canon rather than a complete transmission, fearing that Inger might delve too deeply and be unable to suppress the corrupting influence of malevolence. Without a moment's hesitation, Inger accepted the ancient text, resolutely declaring, Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. I shall treat it with utmost reverence. He added, There are methods at the end of the book to restrain the potential for transformation. You must adhere to them diligently. Inger committed his words to memory. She respectfully knelt in gratitude, preparing to take her leave when Bai Xiaoyi paused and called out, Wait. She turned back, inquiring, Does Master have further instructions? Allow me to gift you one more item. Bai Xiaoyi gestured towards the entrance, and a resplendent golden hen soared into the room. This hen, adorned with metallic plumage, a steel beak, iron-clawed feet, and gem-like eyes, landed gracefully, moving about with remarkable agility. This is one of the 18 guardian puppets I crafted in my leisure, the golden hen. It moves with the swiftness of the wind, adept at evading attacks, capable of striking down foes with a peck, and its claws can sever gold and stone with ease. I bestow it upon you as a companion. Inger, recognizing the golden hen from her previous visits to the mountain, expressed her gratitude once more, saying, Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I shall treat it well. Bai Xiaoyi nodded with satisfaction and commanded the golden hen to follow Inger henceforth, to heed her every command. This golden rooster is not merely a lifeless puppet, devoid of intelligence. It is a creation of Bai Xiaoyi, who has amalgamated the arts of puppet manipulation from the blood god of the netherworld, the refinement techniques of the 100 paths of artifact forging, and the talismanic mastery from the true exegesis of talismans. This synthesis has endowed the puppet with a modicum of sentience, enabling it to comprehend human speech and possess a degree of combat prowess. Although it holds little utility for him, it suffices as a guardian for Ing Er. With the secret manual in hand, Ing Er bid farewell to Bai Xiaoyi and descended the mountain, dedicating herself to rigorous practice in the riverside cottage each day, driven by the desire for vengeance. Lamenting the time lost in her quest for power, Bai Xiaoyi, meanwhile, turned his attention to preparing for the ceremonial refinement of a storage artifact. This technique was imparted by the Tathagata of many treasures, who, in his eyes, had become a mentor. Thus, he carved a wooden statue of the Tathagata, adorned and painted, placing it on the second floor of the attic to offer incense and worship. Before commencing the artifact refinement, he prayed before the statue, Namo Tathagata of many treasures. May you bless your disciple with a smooth refinement and the fulfillment of desires. He then secured the doors, immersing himself in the fire chamber to begin the ritual. The refinement of this treasure required neither water nor fire. It necessitated only the dual grasp of the relic pearl. In a meditative state, he continuously chanted the esoteric sutras of the Sumeru, feeling the resonance of the Tao, his body and spirit harmonizing with the relic. The relic underwent a constant cleansing and infusion of energy, gradually birthing the Sumeru mustard seed space within it, thus manifesting the treasure. Days turned into nights, and time flowed like water, ceaseless and unyielding. Over a month had passed since Bai Xiaoyi secluded himself for the artifact refinement, while Ing Er diligently practiced her techniques in the riverside cottage, successfully mastering the bone-flying sword. This peculiar and rapid mastery of the flying sword technique allowed those of reasonable aptitude to grasp the basics within a month, achieving the realms of physical and spiritual energy. However, delving deeper into the great ascension was fraught with challenges. The more one practiced, the heavier the demonic taint became, risking transformation into something inhuman. Thus, she could only practice in short intervals, occasionally taking several days to refine her skills, making rapid advancement a distant dream. Returned to the sheath, Ing Er spun gracefully, her movements reminiscent of an ethereal being, and as she gathered her energies, a sword light arched like a dragon, piercing her back. Blood splattered, yet her spine returned to its rightful place. Thanks to the mystical techniques, she felt no pain, only a tingling sensation. As she composed herself, she glanced at the peak of Tiandu, still shrouded in silence, deep in contemplation. It has been over a month since the master entered seclusion for artifact refinement, and he is yet to emerge. I wonder how long it will be. Now that I have made progress in my cultivation, it is only fitting that I descend the mountain to avenge Brother Gang. With her resolve firm, she swiftly packed her belongings, took the golden rooster, and set off downstream on a bamboo raft, heading straight for the city of Gaoyang to seek retribution. The developments of Ing Er's vengeance in Gaoyang remain untold for now. Meanwhile, after a period of 7 times 7, or 49 days of meditative refinement, a sudden divine light from an inscrutable spiritual realm illuminated Bai Xiaoyi's consciousness. In an instant, his mind was engulfed in a blinding whiteness, and all sensations, thoughts, and perceptions dissolved into nothingness. Should an outsider have been present, they would witness radiant jewels of light emanating from his brow, while the relic in his hand shimmered brilliantly, a Buddhist seal inscribed with myriad characters rotating slowly within. To understand the void is not merely to acknowledge its transient nature or absence. Rather, it aligns with the Tathagata, harmoniously embodying the essence of emptiness. In a serene and unremarkable manner, devoid of any grandiose spectacles or thunderous acclaim, Bai Xiaoyi completed the final recitation of the incantation. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed down at the treasure orb in his hand, its brilliance now subdued. Yet, he understood clearly that the Shumi Gaizi Zhu had been successfully refined. With a mere thought, he could connect with the space within the orb, allowing for effortless storage. This space could expand infinitely or contract to a minuscule size. While it could accommodate mundane objects, it could also hold spiritual items that bore immense weight, making it challenging to contain too many. He attempted to store the incantation hoop within the Shumi Zhu. As his right wrist felt a sudden lightness, a golden silhouette was drawn into the orb, and he sensed the orb's weight pressing down. His mental connection revealed that the orb's capacity had diminished to 70%. Surprisingly, this seemingly insignificant incantation hoop occupied a third of the orb's space. After some contemplation, he released the golden silhouette back out of the Shumi Zhu, reattaching the incantation hoop to his right wrist. He deemed it more practical to wear it there, thus conserving space. He proceeded to store the Bao Lian lantern, which consumed approximately 1/20th of the orb's space, and the Hellsong diagram, which also took up a similar amount. The treasure umbrella occupied about 1/30th of the space, while the cooling bamboo branch claimed 1/50th. Other tomes, elixirs, talismans, instruments, and a myriad of assorted items, which would have filled 5 large boxes when stored externally, occupied less than 1/20th of the orb's capacity. Moreover, with regular ritualistic practices, its spatial capacity would continue to expand. Contemplating the inconvenience of carrying a round and bulky orb, he fashioned a silver bracelet from some Highland secret silver, embedding the Shumi treasure orb within it, and adorned it on his left wrist, finally achieving a sense of balance. With a heart brimming with joy, he opened the door to his room, facing the vast expanse of the world. He took a deep breath of the fresh, dewy air, releasing 2 streams of white mist from his nostrils that soared far into the distance. Chapter 35. Xianyuan order calculating with his fingers. He noted that it was already early October, the mountains stripped bare of their foliage, with yellow leaves swirling in the wind, resembling a golden tapestry spread across the hills. Bai Xiaoyi glanced at the massive tree formed from the small entity, noticing that its branches bore a few scattered small fruits, which upon closer inspection resembled tiny embryos. Gently patting the trunk twice to soothe the small entity, he leapt down the mountain. Dressed in white, he descended to the riverside courtyard below, only to find it deserted. Dust had accumulated on the table, indicating that Inger had likely departed with plans of her own, having left without a farewell due to his own seclusion in treasure refinement. So be it. Each has their own fate, he pondered further. Recalling that the Xianyuan order he had received from the hands of Gu Danxian seemed to have its auspicious timing in late October. However, his knowledge of the Xianyuan tomb was limited to fragmented recollections extracted from Gu Danxian's memories, which were insufficient. The nature of the opportunities or dangers that awaited him remained unclear, and he dared not proceed recklessly. Thus, he resolved to seek someone who could provide insight. Among the people he knew, who could rival the profound wisdom of the turtle sage. Fortunately, they had exchanged their mountain gate addresses in the past. Without delay, he summoned his flying sword, which transformed into a silvery light that enveloped him as he soared into the azure sky, heading eastward. His proficiency in sword flight had grown remarkably. He could now balance his vital energy to maintain a steady posture, no longer succumbing to the disorientation that accompanied the sword's erratic movements. This clearly demonstrated the truth of the adage, practice makes perfect. After approximately 2 hours, he followed the river downstream and finally spotted a crescent-shaped islet, knowing it to be the Moon Isle, the retreat of the Turtle Master. The silvery light descended from the clouds, and Bai Xiaoyi gracefully landed on the island, stirring up ripples of energy. A familiar voice resonated from within the island's temple. Which friend of the Tao is visiting? Bai Xiaoyi retracted his hand, and the flying sword vanished into his sleeve. He then bowed his head towards the sky and proclaimed, Tai has come to pay a visit. Before long, 2 enchanting young women clad in diaphanous silk garments emerged from the temple adorned with azure tiles and red walls, standing on the stone steps and bowing to Bai Xiaoyi, saying, Our Lord requests that the esteemed Tai Xinjuan enter. Bai Xiaoyi cast a casual glance at them, disregarding their presence as he stepped forward into the temple. Upon reaching the grand hall, he found the Turtle Master waiting with a beaming smile, who greeted him warmly. Today is indeed a joyous occasion, with a distinguished guest in our midst. Tai, you are most welcome. Bai Xiaoyi first surveyed the hall's decor, dragon carvings on the pillars, banners fluttering from the ceiling, and 2 bronze tortoise crane incense burners emitting wisps of smoke. At the center, on an arched table, lay fruits and an incense burner, alongside a tablet inscribed with the characters, Xuanwu. He then bowed and smiled, saying, This is indeed a place of great feng shui. I apologize for intruding today. The graceful lady brought forth 2 thick cushions and placed them on either side, while the Turtle Master invited him to take a seat. Tai, please, make yourself comfortable. The 2 of them settled cross-legged, and the Turtle Master, getting straight to the point, inquired, Might I ask why Tai has come? Bai Xiaoyi wasted no time and directly responded, I wish to inquire about the matter of the Xianyuan tomb. May I seek your guidance on this? The Turtle Master, with humility, replied, You flatter me. I cannot claim to be a teacher. These are merely tales that circulate in the pugilistic world, filled with both truth and fiction. I am willing to share what I know. As he stroked his grizzled beard and narrowed his eyes, he recounted, in the northwestern region of the Central Plains, there exists a grand and imposing square mountain, rumored to be the tomb of the ancient sage Xianyuan, although its authenticity is unverified. At this moment, the 2 women served fragrant tea before them. The Turtle Master picked up a cup of hot tea, took a sip after blowing away the froth, and continued. I am uncertain when it began, perhaps 200 or 300 years ago, but within the realm of cultivation, a phenomenon known as the Xianyuan order began to circulate. Whenever the sun and moon align, one may enter this mountain using the order to seek adventure and treasure. The appearance of this order is rather peculiar. Could there be someone orchestrating this? Bai Xiaoyi pondered aloud, asking, Has anyone ever entered and successfully returned? What is it like inside? Indeed, some have emerged successfully, each gaining considerable fortune. As for the interior scene, it is said to resemble an ancient tomb labyrinth, replete with numerous mechanisms and traps. Each individual relies on their own abilities. Some find life, others meet their demise, some return empty-handed, while others come back laden with treasures. What opportunities and treasures might lie within? Bai Xiaoyi pondered, considering that if the items were ordinary, they were not worth the risk, and thus decided to sell the Xianyuan order to acquire what he truly needed. The tortoise sage, sipping tea, remarked, "Generally, it comprises valuable artifacts and spiritual treasures. The remains of divine beasts interred alongside them, and rare celestial plants and spiritual herbs." Remains of divine beasts? Bai Xiaoyi inquired eagerly, "Are there any true dragon bones?" True dragon bones? It is rumored that someone has seen them inside, but their authenticity is uncertain. The tortoise sage gazed at Bai Xiaoyi with intrigue. "Do you, my friend, possess such an interest and wish to explore?" Alas, the Xianyuan order is notoriously rare and elusive. Without it, entry would be nearly impossible. Bai Xiaoyi indeed possessed the Xianyuan order, so he was not concerned about that aspect. What truly intrigued him was whether the true dragon bones genuinely resided within. It is worth noting that the key to advancing in the White Bone Sword Classic required a pair of true dragon spine bones. If an opportunity arose, he certainly did not wish to let it slip away easily. How many individuals could one Xianyuan order admit? From the memories of Gu Danxian, he recalled that one token could at least allow 2 people to enter the Xianyuan tomb, but the precise upper limit remained unclear. Rumors suggested that within a secret passage of the Xianyuan tomb, there existed a mechanism that controlled a rising and lowering platform. A single token could summon the platform once, which could accommodate 3 or 4 slender individuals, or merely 1 or 2 of more substantial build. Suddenly, the tortoise sage's eyes widened, and he inquired, "My friend, why the multitude of questions? Do you possess the Xianyuan order?" Realizing he could not conceal the truth any longer, Bai Xiaoyi chose to admit, "Indeed, I have fortuitously obtained a Xianyuan order." The tortoise sage clapped joyfully, exclaiming, "Splendid! I was just contemplating seeking some excitement. If you go, you must not leave me behind." Bai Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. This old tortoise was truly a creature of habit, always seeking thrills. He thought to himself, "Not that I intended any such thing, but your words have indeed piqued my interest. However, the slots for the Xianyuan order are limited." Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's feigned indifference, the tortoise sage understood his intentions. It was merely a matter of not wanting to be at a disadvantage. His expression darkened as he feigned anger, saying, "My friend, you are being rather stingy. I have spent half the day explaining this to you." Bai Xiaoyi, undeterred, chuckled and replied, "What are you saying, my friend? Since you wish to go, let us journey together. I have long admired your prowess and would gladly exchange a secret method with you." The tortoise sage's expression grew increasingly grim, and with a furrowed brow, he asked, "What do you wish to exchange?" Bai Xiaoyi, with a sly smile, replied, "I would like to trade the ritual method of the Samadhi True Fire Lotus Lamp for your cloud somersault secret technique. What do you think?" The venerable tortoise master closed his eyes, engaging in profound contemplation. His cloud somersault was merely a flying technique, rare, indeed, yet not particularly precious, for it could neither attack nor defend. In contrast, he had witnessed the formidable power lotus lamp, an extraordinary treasure of immense might. Should he acquire its refinement method, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage, especially with the added opportunity to obtain a Xianyuan token. What a fortuitous windfall. "It's settled," Tortoise Master exclaimed suddenly, his eyes snapping open in determination. Bai Xiaoyi felt a surge of delight. The Tortoise Master's cloud somersault was as swift as his own sword flight, yet unlike sword flight. The cloud somersault allowed one to sit comfortably atop the cloud, even to recline and slumber peacefully. This cloud somersault was not only a technique, but also a treasure in its own right. The two promptly procured paper and pens, each inscribing their respective secret methods and exchanging them. Bai Xiaoyi, upon receiving the method for cultivating the cloud somersault, eagerly delved into its study, growing increasingly satisfied. This cloud somersault indeed possessed unique and wondrous attributes. It seemed that Tortoise Master, perhaps tainted by demonic influence, had mismanaged this technique. If Bai Xiaoyi were to cultivate it, free from the insidious forces of this world, he could surely restore its original essence without resorting to the crude methods employed by Tortoise Master. Meanwhile, Tortoise Master, having received the refinement method for the Samadhi True Firepower Lotus Lamp, was in a frenzy of examination. Suddenly, he let out a piercing scream. "Are you jesting? It requires refining fire from one's own bones." He rushed to Bai Xiaoyi, brandishing the paper and demanding, "Pray tell, my esteemed friend, you are not fabricating this, are you?" Bai Xiaoyi solemnly swore, "I assure you, this is no fabrication. The method is indeed authentic." "Then explain to me how one utilizes their own bones to refine fire." Tortoise Master fumed, his face reddening with indignation. Bai Xiaoyi made a slicing motion with his hand against his own thigh, then against his arm, and replied, "Just like this." Tortoise Master's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. suddenly recalling that this fellow was immortal, hence his audacity in refining treasures this way. Fool me once, fool me twice, Tortoise Master lamented, weeping and wailing while pounding his thigh. Why must you act so theatrically? Losing an arm or a leg won't hinder one's existence. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't resist teasing him. You slippery rogue. Tortoise Master pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Xiaoyi before reconsidering. No, he could not bear this burden alone. He would drag the crane boy into the fray to share in his plight. Very well, that's the plan. Although referred to as a boy, the crane boy was, in truth, a creature of considerable age. It remains unclear how Tortoise Master managed to persuade the crane boy, but after some negotiation, the crane boy successfully joined their treasure-seeking expedition. 3 days later, the group exhibited their unique skills, soaring through the vast expanse of the heavens. Tortoise Master reclined comfortably upon his cloud, while the crane boy, astride a magnificent crane, exuded grace. Only Bai Xiaoyi, flying on his sword, appeared carefree to onlookers. Yet he alone understood the underlying struggles he faced. Resolutely, I made up my mind that upon the conclusion of this treasure hunt, I would immediately seek the spiritual materials necessary for refining the somersault cloud. I had anticipated a smooth journey to Kungsu, yet midway, I was met with a daunting sight. A vast expanse of ominous black clouds, stretching endlessly for hundreds of miles. Within the clouds, black sand surged, intermittently illuminated by flickers of lightning. This is bad, it's a black sandstorm, exclaimed Master Turtle. The crane boy remarked, given this situation, we cannot force our way through. Why isn't anyone considering soaring to great heights and flying over it? Inquired Bai Xiaoyi in confusion. Absolutely not. Master Turtle firmly rejected the notion. If we ascend too high and lose the magnetic pull of the earth, we could be drawn away by the moon or the sun, leaving us with no chance of survival. Bai Xiaoyi chuckled to himself, realizing his own lack of experience compared to these ancient beings. Yet, he would not underestimate himself. He possessed certain advantages that others could not match. At the very least, in terms of combat prowess, they could not compare to him. Perhaps we should descend first and find a place to take shelter? Suggested the crane boy, his elongated beak clacking. That seems to be the only option, Master Turtle conceded. Bai Xiaoyi had no objections to this plan. Chapter 36. The Inn. As the three descended from the heavens, they beheld an expansive vista of yellow sands and barren rocky plains below. Amidst the desolation, they spotted a low-lying sand hollow, where a dilapidated earthen house with thatched roofing stood. A long pole bore a tattered gray banner inscribed with the words Lonely Smoke Inn, fluttering wildly in the gale. Simultaneously, they noticed the inn and exchanged glances. Let us go have a look, Master Turtle suggested. The trio descended from the sky, landing directly outside the inn. This was a 3-story earthen building, with several rooms on each floor. Perhaps due to the fierce winds and sand, the inn was tightly shut, yet light emanated from within, and smoke billowed from the chimney, indicating that it was not abandoned. Bai Xiaoyi sheathed his flying sword, intentionally lagging behind to feign brushing off dust from his robes. Master Turtle inhaled the essence of the somersault cloud and strode forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Master Turtle called out in his hoarse voice, Innkeeper. We are here. From within, a melodious voice responded, coming. With a creak, the 2 doors swung open, revealing a captivating middle-aged woman. Initially, she smiled charmingly. But upon seeing Master Turtle, she feigned a retreat, her delicate hand resting on her partially exposed chest as she gasped, Oh dear, what brings a giant turtle here? Master Turtle, stamping his staff in irritation, retorted, What kind of talk is that? Look closely, I am a human, not a turtle. The woman gently patted her chest and replied with a flirtatious smile, Oh my mouth. I didn't notice at first. It turns out you're just a gentleman wearing a turtle shell. You startled me. Impatient with her banter, Master Turtle waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Enough. Please step aside and let us enter. Sun Yang gently turned to the side, allowing the Turtle Master to stride in with his characteristic gait. Bai Xiaoyi followed closely behind. Upon seeing the Turtle Master, Sun Yang's expression brightened, and she teased, Oh my, what a handsome man. I quite fancy him. Hee hee. Bai Xiaoyi, indifferent to her antics, remained silent and entered the inn alongside the Turtle Master. Sun Yang then turned her gaze outside, startled by the sight of a long, pointed crane-like head adorned in a white garment. With a shriek, she slammed the door shut, exclaiming in fright, What on earth is that? Surely, that cannot be a person. Bai Xiaoyi and the Turtle Master both glanced back at the commotion. The Turtle Master felt a headache coming on, pondering how to address the situation. The crane boy, left outside, shouted indignantly, You've lost your senses. I am indeed a human. Sun Yang, still trembling, murmured, If you are a human, then I must be blind. Bai Xiaoyi chuckled softly at the crane boy's embarrassing predicament and raised his right hand, palm facing Sun Yang, asking, Madam, have you seen this object in my hand? Naturally. Sun Yang looked over, only to find a single eye glaring back at her from his palm. Just as she was about to scream, her vision blurred momentarily. And when it cleared, the eye had vanished. Bewildered, she rubbed her eyes, wondering aloud, "Am I seeing things?" She then asked, "What do you wish for me to see?" "Young sir?" Understanding that she had fallen victim to his illusion, Bai Xiaoyi withdrew his hand and smiled. "Madam, how many fingers do you see on my palm?" Sun Yang, puzzled by the question, replied, "5. Bai Xiaoyi continued, "Since you can clearly see the fingers on my hand, why can you not discern my companion's appearance? Look more closely." With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, Sun Yang pressed her face against the door, peering through the crack. She then beheld a half-grown boy in white. His features rather ordinary, prompting her to think, "What is wrong with me today? Why do I keep seeing illusions?" She finally opened the door again, chuckling sheepishly. "I must have misjudged. Come in, young lad." The crane boy entered, chattering incessantly as he did. The turtle master silently commended Bai Xiaoyi for his cleverness. The three settled around a square table, allowing Bai Xiaoyi to take a closer look at the inn. The establishment boasted a high ceiling, revealing 2 upper floors with lights illuminating 2 rooms while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. Scattered throughout the lobby were 7 or 8 sets of square tables and chairs. Apart from their group, an elderly couple occupied a corner table. The old man had a head of fluffy white hair, each strand resembling silver threads, and curiously carried a bench on his back. The old woman, adorned with an embroidered headscarf and a prominent mole at the corner of her mouth, was savoring a plate of meat buns. Beside her, a pair of baskets rested, along with a carrying pole. Inside the basket sat a boy and a girl, their faces painted with bright red flowers and sporting skyward little braids, both relishing the meat buns with delight. As he surveyed his surroundings, the charming hostess inquired, "May I ask if esteemed guests are seeking accommodation or a meal?" The venerable turtle master squinted his eyes and replied with a hearty laugh, "First, bring us some fine wine and food. We shall request 3 rooms after our meal." The hostess offered, "How about 2 pots of exquisite wine and a platter of savory meat buns? Does that please you?" Turtle master waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Whatever you deem fit." The hostess then sashayed towards the kitchen. In a hushed tone, Bai Xiaoyi murmured, "I sense an aura of malevolence here. It seems a place fraught with danger." Turtle master shrugged nonchalantly, "Let it be. As long as they do not provoke us, what we do not see cannot trouble our hearts. It is better to avoid conflict. Once we weather this sandstorm, we shall resume our journey." The celestial crane youth nodded in agreement. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, the hostess returned, bearing 2 jars adorned with red paper and a generous platter of golden, flaky buns. "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. That will be a couple of silver coins." The scarcity of resources in the northwestern wilderness rendered prices rather steep. The trio, disinterested in haggling, saw Turtle Master reach into the shell on his back and produce a piece of silver, placing it on the table. The hostess gracefully accepted the coin and then leaned teasingly against Bai Xiaoyi, her fingers brushing lightly across his back. "Young sir, you are quite handsome. I happen to have a rare trinket in my room for your amusement. It is quite delightful. If you are interested, do come and try." Bai Xiaoyi coldly responded, "I have no interest." "Humph, thick-headed." The hostess retorted with mock indignation before turning to leave. Turtle Master chuckled, "It seems our landlady has taken a liking to you. Why not indulge in such a fortune? Perhaps you could earn our room for free." "Indeed," echoed the celestial crane youth. Bai Xiaoyi rolled his eyes, urging, "Instead of jesting about me, why not focus on the food and drink?" Prompted by Bai Xiaoyi, Turtle Master employed his mystical sight and discerned that the meat buns emanated a sinister energy. He whispered, "These buns are unfit for consumption, yet the wine appears harmless. Let us partake in a modest drink and see if it truly is the famed brew." The trio uncorked the wine and poured 3 bowls, indulging in their tasting. Before long, a loud knock resounded at the door, accompanied by a boisterous voice calling, "Open the door, open the door." The hostess elegantly emerged from the kitchen to greet the newcomer. "Ah, you have arrived." With a playful smile, she opened the door, revealing a burly soldier. I wondered who it might be. "Welcome, esteemed military officer." The soldier, captivated by her charm, swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her alluring form. "Madam, do you have any available rooms and meals?" The hostess giggled. "Indeed, we have everything you could desire." Behind the soldier stood 3 subordinates, who lewdly teased, "Do you have any lovely ladies for the night?" The hostess retorted sharply, "You rascals, there are no ladies here. But I do have a sow with 7 piglets if you are interested." "Perhaps not," they replied, laughing. "If it were not for the exquisite beauty of the proprietress, we would not even glance in her direction." The 3 attendants jested with playful grins. "If you find me appealing, I, on the other hand, am not interested in you," Sun Yang retorted disdainfully, pointing at the trio, before adopting a coy demeanor as she turned to the leading soldier, speaking sweetly. "I only fancy a valiant man such as yourself, General." The soldier swallowed hard several times, wishing he could pounce on her right then and there. "Very well, let us first dine, then we shall retire to a private chamber," he said, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. "Please, come in." Sun Yang stepped aside, allowing the four to enter before shutting the door firmly behind them. They casually selected a table, ordering 2 pots of strong liquor and a plate of meat buns. Devouring their meal with gusto, constantly exclaiming, "Delicious, truly fragrant." The soldier sipped only a few gulps of his drink, yet it proved remarkably potent, igniting a warmth throughout his body and causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "By my mother, this liquor is something else, truly deserving of its name." Unable to bear the heat, he unbuttoned his shirt, exposing half of his shoulder to cool off. Sun Yang sauntered gracefully to his side, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "General, I possess a remarkable treasure in my chamber that would bring you even greater pleasure. Would you care to indulge?" The soldier's eyes gleamed with desire, fully understanding her implication. He quickly instructed his 3 subordinates, "You remain here and eat. Do not wander off." "Yes, sir," they replied, and he followed Sun Yang eagerly upstairs to a private room. Bai Xiaoyi grinned mysteriously, thinking to himself that the outcome might be quite the surprise regarding who would ultimately devour whom. Meanwhile, Master Gui continued to sip his drink, stroking his beard and mumbling, "This liquor is splendid, quite revitalizing. I shall request a flask to take with me." Before long, the creaking of the bed could be heard from upstairs, lasting only a short while before all fell silent. Sun Yang emerged from the room, a satisfied, drowsy expression on her face as she stifled a long yawn and adjusted her attire while descending the stairs. "Where is our general?" the 3 soldiers inquired. Sun Yang leaned against the staircase with one hand on her hip and replied, "Your general is reveling in bliss above. Enough of your meal. He has instructed that you assist me in the back kitchen to prepare warm water for his bath." The soldiers were puzzled, but the general just told us not to wander off. Sun Yang retorted, "That was then, and this is now. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him yourselves, but disturb his pleasant dreams at your own peril." The 3 soldiers exchanged glances, tempted to seek confirmation from the general, yet feeling apprehensive. Ultimately, they followed Sun Yang to the back kitchen. Upon arrival, they encountered a stout, unattractive man with a dark complexion busily preparing dough. Sun Yang casually remarked, "I've brought you the help. Hurry and prepare the meat filling, as we are nearly out." With that, she turned and left. The 3 soldiers were left bewildered, wondering why they had been summoned to fetch water instead. The corpulent, short, and unattractive man grinned wickedly at them, and suddenly his ample belly split open, transforming into a gaping maw, its teeth as large as bricks. In an instant, a long, supple tongue shot out, swiftly ensnaring the 3 individuals and dragging them into the cavernous mouth to be mercilessly chewed. "Oh!" The 3 could only emit a single scream before being reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, which gushed forth like juice. The grotesque man then expelled the bloody mush into a large wooden basin beside him, filling it to the brim. He casually scooped a handful and spread it on the stove, continuing to roast meat patties. Chapter 37. The fox-faced one. Outside the inn, the howling wind raged, and the dark sands swept through the air, rendering even the midday sun reminiscent of a frigid winter night. Inside the inn, the patrons, unfazed by the screams emanating from the kitchen, remained seated, savoring their drinks. Sun Yang leaned quietly against the staircase, observing the reactions of the crowd. Before long, another knock echoed from outside the inn. Rap, rap. Sun Yang approached the door once more. Just as she unlatched it, a fierce gust of wind blasted the door open, pushing her back several steps. The ferocious wind and dark sands surged into the inn, whipping the patrons' garments and hair into a chaotic dance, while the torches on the walls flickered erratically. "What brings you here?" Sun Yang demanded darkly. The crowd turned to see a figure standing outside, shielding themselves from the wind and sand. This individual bore a fox-like visage, a human body clad in a grayish cloak, and leaned on an ornate banner stained with splotches of blood, upon which the character for demon could be faintly discerned. The fox-faced figure's eyes sparkled cunningly, and with a voice reminiscent of an old woman, they inquired, "What? Am I not welcome?" Sun Yang retorted with disdain, "You are not welcome here. Leave." Yet, the fox-faced figure strode in regardless, declaring, "This vast world allows me to go wherever I please. You cannot stop me." Upon entering the inn, the fox-faced one was followed by 2 young maidens clad in cloaks. They promptly closed the doors and secured them against the wind and sand. "Ah, quite a gathering you have here," the fox-faced one remarked, surveying the room. Sun Yang, frustrated, tossed her hand in the air and turned away, saying, "Humph. Stay if you wish, but do not obstruct my business." With a sly smile, the fox-faced figure raised their voice. "I assume all of you have come here for the Xinyuan tomb?" They glanced at Bai Xiaoyi and his companions before shifting their gaze to 2 individuals in the corner, one carrying a bench and the other a basket. "I possess a map of the labyrinth within the Xinyuan tomb. Following this map will surely lead you directly to the inner sanctum of the main hall. Is there anyone interested?" Before Bai Xiaoyi and his companions could respond, The elderly man with the bench, who had been picking his teeth, interjected. How much do you want for it? What is the price? The fox-faced figure laughed heartily and waved their hand dismissively. This map is of immense value. It cannot simply be measured in gold and silver. What do you propose? The elderly woman, adorned with a mole on her face, impatiently inquired. This map can only be wagered 3 rounds against Xianyuanling. Should I lose, the map shall be yours. Should I win, Xianyuanling will be mine. As she spoke, the fox-faced figure revealed a roll of yellowed beast skin parchment for all to see. How can you prove the authenticity of your map? Questioned the turtle master skeptically. Indeed, echoed the celestial crane boy in jest. If I were to lose this map, I would willingly accompany you to explore Xuanyuan's tomb, risking my life to ascertain its truth. The fox-faced figure proclaimed with confidence. The old man on the bench chuckled. Ah, I see your cunning plan. If you win, you may proceed. If you lose, you may still go. A splendid scheme, indeed, for you suffer no loss. The fox-faced figure retorted. That is erroneous reasoning. If I win, I alone shall seize the opportunity. If I lose, the chance is shared. Surely, you all can discern this distinction. The crowd fell into contemplative silence, pondering the implications. At that moment, Sun Yang, perched on the second floor with a jade pipa in her embrace, called down, Do not fall for her tricks. This old crone harbors ill intentions. 2 young maidens stepped forward, indignant, pointing and admonishing. How dare you insult the esteemed Jiu Gutai Nai? With that, they unleashed a pair of white ribbons from their sleeves, hurling them at Sun Yang. Seeing this, Sun Yang swiftly dodged, but the ribbons, like serpents, twisted and pursued her relentlessly. Humph! Sun Yang huffed in displeasure, plucking a string from her pipa and flicking it towards the incoming ribbons. Instantly, an invisible force surged forth, slicing through the 2 ribbons with a sharp crack. The maidens, infuriated by their failed attempt, retaliated by launching 2 more ribbons, now totaling 4, towards Sun Yang. With a graceful twist, she perched on the railing, one knee bent as she cradled the pipa, her fingers dancing across the strings, sending ripples through the air. Before the ribbons could near, they were reduced to tatters. Humph! You seek to lure others into Xuanyuan's tomb. I shall not grant you your desire. With that, she intensified her magical power, altering the melody into a haunting tune that echoed throughout the inn. The dissonant notes compelled listeners' bodies to stir uncontrollably, as if they were no longer masters of their own movements. This is a malevolent soul-binding spell, Turtle Master exclaimed, his visage paling as he quickly withdrew into his shell, leaving only the shell to wobble atop the bench. Unperturbed, the celestial crane boy retrieved a jade rui from his pocket, muttering, Rui, Rui, manifest swiftly in accordance with my will. The jade rui emanated a soothing luminescence, enveloping him within its embrace. The waves of sound from the pipa clashed with the radiance, creating a tumult of distortion. Bai Xiaoyi, cautious not to be overconfident, summoned his treasured umbrella, tossing it above his head. It floated and spun, casting a luminous veil that enveloped and protected him. Whenever the art of the soul is involved, it is undoubtedly intricate. Typically, only formidable practitioners who have unlocked the profound realm of the soul can even begin to taste its cultivation. Although Bai Xiaoyi possesses the silver-eyed divine pupil and the hell's melody, which can indeed influence the soul, ultimately, these are not secret techniques he cultivated himself. Rather, they are extraordinary artifacts he acquired through serendipity. Thus, despite not having attained the realm of the soul, he possesses means to manipulate it, enabling him to vanquish the formidable flesh lotus Buddha mother, who dwells within that realm. Outsiders, unaware of the deeper intricacies, mistakenly regard him as an ancient being who has unlocked the soul's realm, leading to his title as the Hunyuan Umbrella Tai, true monarch. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. To his astonishment, a couple, seemingly indifferent, have set up their stools at a distance, casually crossing their legs while eating seeds and clapping as they watch the unfolding drama. They exhibit no signs of protective measures, allowing the malevolent melodies to wash over them. Seemingly unfazed by the ominous presence, Bai Xiaoyi's brow furrowed. Yet another pair of ancient beings from the realm of the soul. They are unfathomably profound. The fox-faced figure stamped her foot upon the enchanted banner in her hand, causing it to emit a crimson glow, and the encroaching malevolence was repelled by an invisible force. Casting a sidelong glance, she noticed 2 young maidens nearby, their cultivation feeble, already ensnared by the wicked spell, involuntarily swaying to the rhythm of the pipa music. They contorted their bodies in ways beyond human capability. One moment, their arms twisted behind their backs, and the next, their legs arched like bows. Their faces etched with terror as they cried out, Aunt Nine, save me. The fox-faced figure's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. Useless wretches. Realizing these 2 were beyond salvation, she had already resigned to their fate. Indeed, just after a few blinks, the faces of the 2 maidens split open, revealing bloody muscles that burst forth, leaping out to continue their frenzied dance, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. The grotesque transformation did not cease there. Soon, their pale bones erupted from their flesh, persisting in their macabre performance. After a few more movements, their skeletal remains littered the ground, finally ceasing their grim display, leaving behind a grotesque assembly of skin, flesh, and bones. Bai Xiaoyi could not help but turn pale. He had not anticipated the soul's dark arts to be so bizarre and terrifying. Should such malevolence be directed at him, he feared he might not withstand it easily. Fortunately, the primary target of that sinister entity was not him or his companions. They were merely collateral damage in this unfolding chaos. The fox-faced figure, seething with fury, shouted, "Little Peepa, do not flaunt your ferocity." With a single hand, she formed a seal, and 2 wisps of ghostly light danced in her eyes. The banner in her grasp stirred without wind, vibrating vigorously. As crimson lights swirled and billowed forth, manifesting into several shadowy wolves that howled and lunged towards the Peepa player. Unflustered, the Peepa player adjusted her stance, coldly snorting as her fingers twirled upon the strings, unleashing torrents of energy that struck each shadowy wolf in succession. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several shadowy wolves were pierced through, yet 2 agile ones evaded, cleverly maneuvering to encircle her. Noticing the oversight, the Peepa player's expression tightened. She swiftly dodged one and deftly redirected her flowing sleeves, deflecting the other. The fox-faced figure smirked wickedly, contemplating, "Let us see how you will withstand this." With a gesture of his hand, a surge of mystical energy erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of ominous black smoke from the sinister banner above. This dark mist coalesced into countless wolf-shaped apparitions that darted away as soon as they touched the ground, creating a veritable frenzy as the pack surged forth in a wild stampede. Sun Yang was taken aback, drawing a sharp breath before leaping through the roof to escape. The roof shattered, creating a gaping hole through which a fierce wind and swirling black sand rushed in. The smoke wolves, undeterred, howled and rushed through the opening in a chaotic pursuit. Bai Xiaoyi contemplated joining the fray but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. The others remained still, listening intently to the distant sounds of battle outside. After approximately half a stick of incense, silence gradually descended. The smoke wolves returned through the breach, streaming back into the sinister banner and vanishing within. The fox-faced figure ceased her incantations, pulled a stool over, and sat down with closed eyes, entering a meditative state. Noticing the cessation of conflict, Bai Xiaoyi stowed his precious umbrella on his back, choosing not to place it into the Shumi pearl for fear of revealing its existence. He mused that Sun Yang was either dead or had fled, and the fox-faced woman made no further mention of the map or the wager. For a moment, the inn fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless gusts of wind and sand pouring in through the roof. Soon, Master Turtle cautiously poked his head out, glancing around and quietly inquiring, "How did it go? Is it over?" Bai Xiaoyi nodded, indicating that it was likely concluded. Master Turtle sighed in relief. "That is good. Shall we continue our drinking?" However, upon glancing at the table, they discovered that the wine jug had been sent flying by the earlier commotion. "Where has the wine gone?" Bai Xiaoyi stood and declared, "I will check the kitchen." "Good, bring back several jars," he replied. Bai Xiaoyi made his way to the kitchen, only to be met with a scene of disarray and grotesqueness, with remnants of blood and bodies strewn about. A large wooden basin held a putrid, slimy concoction, unmistakably made from human flesh, causing him to frown in distaste. Beside a furnace, a grotesque, corpulent man squatted, busily preparing flatbreads. Bai Xiaoyi could not help but remark, "Your master has fled, yet you remain here?" The ugly man turned his head, staring blankly at Bai Xiaoyi, opening his mouth to make incomprehensible sounds. It turned out he was mute. As they exchanged words, the man's enormous belly suddenly split open, creating a horrifying, gaping maw from which a long, sticky tongue shot out like lightning. Bai Xiaoyi, quick-witted, produced a talisman, which struck the tip of the tongue. In an instant, a blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a crackling burst of lightning that enveloped the grotesque figure, leaving him charred and lifeless upon the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Dealing with such a creature of mere flesh was effortless, resolved with a single Eastern Thunder talisman. After dispatching the grotesque man, Bai Xiaoyi searched the surroundings for a source of wine. Soon, he discovered a cellar, where 5 large jars exuded the fragrant aroma of wine. He casually lifted a lid to peer inside, discovering it was filled with potent medicinal liquor brewed from venomous creatures such as snakes, scorpions, centipedes, tiger bones, and deer tendons. No wonder the potency was so immense. He then retrieved 3 empty wine jars from the side, uncorked them, and with a breath of incantation, summoned the liquid from the vat to flow like a fine stream into the jars. After filling all 3, he resealed the vat, waved his left hand, and 5 large vats transformed into fleeting shadows, drawn into his sleeve and stored within the space of the Shumi pearl. Only then did he turn and exit with the 3 jars of liquor. Chapter 38. The Xianyuan tomb. A fierce sandstorm had been raging outside the inn for some time, and it seemed unlikely to subside anytime soon. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions were savoring their small cups of liquor when the fox-faced figure, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and addressed the group. "Dear friends, do you have any thoughts on the wager I proposed earlier?" The old woman with the mole at the side sneered disdainfully. "Without a map, we can still enter the Xianyuan tomb, and lacking the Xianyuan token makes your map useless. Why not sell it to us instead?" The fox-faced figure replied. "I must insist, this map is not for sale." "Very well, keep it as your treasure then." The old woman turned away, no longer engaging. Seeing that there was no hope from her side, the fox-faced figure turned back to Bai Xiaoyi, inquiring if the 3 friends were interested in joining him for a wager. Bai Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Your skills are well known, my friend. If we were to wager against you, it would likely be an act of self-deprecation. Please forgive us." Earlier, while the opponent was meditating, he had secretly opened his yin-yang divine eye to observe, noting that their spiritual energy and divine soul were considerably stronger than his, though their physical vitality was somewhat lacking. Engaging in a gamble could lead to unforeseen consequences. If they lost the Xianyuan token, it would render their journey futile. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Upon realizing that both parties had declined his offer, the fox-faced figure sighed deeply, seemingly resolved. "Very well. Without the Xianyuan token, this map is of little use. I am willing to offer it as a pledge to join your team in exploring the Xianyuan tomb. I wonder if either of you has the capacity to accept me? Such a fortunate proposition. If that is the case, you are welcome to join us. We still have vacancies." The old man on the bench's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended the invitation. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions remained silent, effectively opting out. Who could fathom the intentions at play? They were hesitant to casually invite a stranger into their ranks. Unlike the 3 of them, who shared prior acquaintance and some degree of camaraderie, they had a foundation of basic trust, albeit not a profound bond. Seeing that only one party was willing to accept him, the fox-faced figure had no choice but to join the old man on the bench and the old woman with the mole. 3 days later, as the sandstorm gradually subsided, the 2 groups departed from the inn in succession, continuing their journey towards the Xianyuan tomb. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions flew for another day, and in the distance, they beheld a colossal pyramid-shaped mountain, towering majestically. It was difficult to gauge its true size until they approached it, at which point they felt as diminutive as ants in comparison. They understood this was the Kungsu Xianyuan tomb. But where is its entrance? Bai Xiaoyi posed the question. The turtle master extended his neck to gaze into the wind and proclaimed, "It is said that at the summit lies a cave entrance. Let us search for it." The trio soared about the peak of the colossal mountain, and after approximately half an hour, they indeed spotted a crescent-shaped opening on a sheer cliff. "Presumably, this is the place. Let us descend and investigate." The 3 inclined downward, entering the cave like swallows returning to their nest. However, as soon as they set foot inside and had not yet steadied themselves, an overwhelming barrage of concealed projectiles surged forth from all directions, resembling snowflakes in late winter swirling amidst withered blossoms, imbued with an intent to kill. In a flurry, Bai Xiaoyi swiftly gestured, and his flying sword transformed rapidly, encircling him to form a luminous shield. The clanging of swords and projectiles colliding echoed incessantly. The turtle master, adhering to his usual strategy, retracted his head and limbs into his shell, which spun in midair like a top, dispersing the projectiles with its vibrations. The celestial crane youth, with a flick of his wrist, released a multitude of sparkling points from his sleeve, resembling a vast expanse of stars with the Milky Way inverted, blocking all assaults without fail. Bai Xiaoyi, employing his discerning gaze, discerned that the projectiles were densely packed silver needles, each as slender as a hair, numbering in the tens of thousands. Just as they managed to deflect the projectiles, 2 steel whips, resembling serpents, shot forth from the cave, adorned with barbs that scraped against the rocky walls, igniting sparks and sending dust into the air. The trio soon realized that their assailants were 2 enigmatic figures clad in black robes, concealed within the cave, wielding steel whips. The celestial crane youth bellowed, "Impudent ruffians. Lacking in perception, you seek your own demise." With that, he deftly evaded a steel whip, gestured with a seal, and countless twinkling points transformed into a river of stars that surged toward the source of the whips. In an instant, one of the black-robed figures was engulfed by the starlight, letting out a shriek before collapsing, his face dotted with crimson points, lifeless on the ground. Concurrently, Bai Xiaoyi dispatched his flying sword with a simple, decisive strike, ensuring a swift end. Sheathing his sword, it returned to the confines of his treasured umbrella. The celestial crane youth beckoned, and those flying needles swarmed into his sleeve like a swarm of bees, their method of collection remaining a mystery. Once he had gathered the needles, he patted his mount, the celestial crane, which understood and turned to exit the cave in an unknown direction. Observing that the old turtle continued to whirl incessantly, Bai Xiaoyi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Turtle friend, the enemies have been vanquished. You may cease your spinning." Gradually, the turtle shell came to a halt, and the turtle master extended his limbs and head, descending to the ground. Feigning indignation, he scolded, "Which scoundrel has so little integrity as to lay such traps at the cave entrance?" After a few choice words, he retrieved his cloud of somersaults and, leaning on his celestial staff, approached to inspect. Upon examining the two corpses, they had transformed into stone statues. He tapped them with his wooden staff, and they shattered into fragments. Bai Xiaoyi, noting the two steel whips, effortlessly coiled them up and tucked them into his sleeve. The other two, finding these ordinary magical tools unworthy of their interests and cumbersome, chose to disregard them. Let us proceed. The trio continued deeper into the cave, which was shrouded in dimness. Utilizing their magical sight, they encountered no hindrance. After walking for approximately 2 or 3 miles, they suddenly arrived at a vast cavern, measuring several tens of feet in width and height. A wide crack in the ceiling allowed a slant of sunlight to stream in, illuminating the central altar of the cavern. Bai Xiaoyi surveyed the area and noticed that a diverse gathering of individuals had already assembled within the chamber, forming groups of 3 to 5, roughly resembling 7 or 8 clusters. Among them, he recognized the group with the fox-faced individual he had encountered at the inn, seated cross-legged in one corner of the cavern. "Indeed, there are quite a few people," remarked the turtle master. The newcomers drew curious glances from the crowd. "Let us find a spot to wait," suggested Bai Xiaoyi. "According to my calculations, the day of yin and yang's convergence is likely within these few days, though the exact timing remains uncertain." The others agreed, and they located an unoccupied area, settling down to meditate in anticipation. Bai Xiaoyi, holding his treasured umbrella, drew a circle in the dirt with its tip, encircling the 3 of them. The intent was clear. This circle marked their territory, and anyone who crossed it would be considered a provocation. Despite the distance, Bai Xiaoyi overheard some murmurs. "Those are the esteemed figures: Hunyuan Umbrella, Tai Jinjuan, the old and merry turtle master, and the immortal crane youth. They must not be provoked." Bai Xiaoyi chose to disregard the comments and focused on his meditation while awaiting the opportune moment. As fate would have it, 5 days passed in this manner, with several more groups arriving, gradually making the cavern feel somewhat crowded. On the 5th day at noon, the sunlight filtering through the cave's apex began to fade. Suddenly, someone shouted, "A solar eclipse." The crowd stirred restlessly, rushing to the base of the mountain crack to gaze upward, where they beheld the sun entirely shrouded in shadow. "Time is of the essence. Let us ascend the altar and activate the Xianyuan order to initiate the spatial transfer," someone called out. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions rose and approached the central altar, intending to observe the actions of others first. "We shall go first," bellowed a burly man clad in tiger skin, pulling a rough-looking companion dressed in leopard skin as they strode boldly to the altar's center. From his robe, he produced a white jade tablet and pressed it into a recess on the altar. With a crack, a round platform, the size of a table, rose beside them. The two swiftly stepped onto it, and a beam of white light enveloped them, causing them to vanish from sight. The platform then descended back to ground level, and the Xianyuan order within the recess also disappeared. Witnessing this, others eagerly rushed forward, vying to activate the altar. Inevitably, this led to some scuffles and disputes. Just then, 2 exceptionally handsome youths advanced to initiate their transfer, only to be abruptly cut off by 3 cloaked figures, which incited the youths' furious retaliation. Seeking death, one of the handsome youths hurled a golden wheel, the size of a lotus leaf, forward. The wheel soared in an arc, severing the individuals in front of them in 2, splattering blood across the ground. He reached out to catch the returning golden wheel and, with a gentler expression, turned to his companion and said, "Luandi, let us depart." "Certainly, Chao Gu." The others, noticing the fierce demeanor of the 2, deliberately kept their distance, waiting for them to teleport away before resuming their frantic scramble. In no time, half the crowd had dispersed. Bai Xiaoyi suggested, "Let us also take our leave." "Agreed." Master Turtle shouted ahead, "Make way." His voice reverberated, causing several individuals ahead to stagger and hastily move aside. What audacity! Allowing mere cats and dogs to obstruct the path of Grandfather Turtle. They know not their fate. The 3 hastily moved forward to the central altar. Bai Xiaoyi retrieved the Xianyuan order from his sleeve and placed it into the indentation of the altar. Instantly, a stone platform rose with a crack. They did not dare to delay and swiftly leaped onto it, just managing to fit the 3 of them closely together. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and as the brilliance faded, they found themselves in a new location. It appeared to be a square stone chamber, each side measuring over 10 zhang in width and height, with a stone door carved with the 4 divine beasts, dragon, tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise on each side. The ceiling was adorned with constellations. The Big Dipper inlaid with luminous stones that emitted a faint glow. The floor was strewn with scattered remnants of corpses. In the center of the chamber stood a tall square stone cauldron, filled with radiant, peculiar flowers. This is the immortal face grass. Bai Xiaoyi immediately recognized it. According to the golden elixir canon, this celestial herb, when combined with other materials, could concoct the everlasting youth elixir, preserving one's appearance and eternal youth. Look at the corpses on the ground. It seems that acquiring the celestial herb will not be simple. Who knows what traps and mechanisms are concealed here? Master Turtle said, stroking his beard with a grave expression. We cannot simply linger here, can we? The crane boy remarked. Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't I send a puppet to test the waters? The two nodded in agreement. Proceed as you wish. Bai Xiaoyi then reached into his sleeve and withdrew a silver puppet snake, about the thickness of 2 fingers and 6 feet long, tossing it forward while commanding, go. This snake was one of the 18 mountain guarding puppets he had casually selected to carry with him on this journey, now serving as a means to scout ahead. As the puppet snake soared into the air, before it could land on the cauldron, a shadow suddenly emerged from within, seizing the silver snake and dragging it inside. Bai Xiaoyi sensed an inexplicable force repressing the puppet within the cauldron, rendering it immobile. Before long, the connection with the puppet snake was lost. Bai Xiaoyi shrugged and asked, did anyone catch a glimpse of what strange entity seized my silver snake? Master Turtle, looking frustrated, replied, I haven't even opened my spiritual eyes yet, and it has already vanished. It was too swift to discern. The crane boy, hands tucked into his sleeves, added, indeed. Nothing was observed, and we have lost a puppet snake. Bai Xiaoyi turned to the two, asking, do either of you have any ideas? I cannot be the only one to face this alone. As everyone gathered, it was only natural for each to contribute. I shall give it a try. The tortoise master stepped forward, retrieving 2 golden beans the size of jujubes from his pocket. With a flick, he sent them forth. The golden beans struck the ground with a resounding thud, expanding into 2 large, watermelon-sized bean soldiers. The soldiers leapt twice, poised to spring towards the stone cauldron, when suddenly, 2 fleeting shadows zipped by, and the bean soldiers vanished without a trace. The tortoise master, infuriated, exclaimed, blast it all, my golden beans. Both individuals turned to gaze at the crane boy, their meaning unmistakable. The crane boy feigned ignorance, turning to ask, why do you look at me so? It's your turn. They exclaimed in unison. All right then, I shall give it a try. The crane boy stepped forward, producing several sheets of white paper from his robe, which he tossed into the air. They floated gracefully, suspended in midair. He then recited an incantation and pointed towards the sky. Go forth, crane, strike. Instantly, the sheets of paper began to twist and fold, transforming into paper cranes flapping their wings, swiftly soaring towards the stone cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the paper cranes were gone, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. This mysterious entity appeared and vanished without a trace, moving with astonishing speed. Even with our magical sight, we could not discern its form. How then could we capture it? The tortoise master lamented, stroking his bald head in frustration. I suggest we abandon this endeavor. In any case, we have no need for these celestial beauty herbs. We should focus on examining these 4 portals and determine which one we should enter. The crane boy articulated, his rare verbosity surprising the others. The tortoise master nodded, his small eyes squinting in agreement. As an old bald man and a red-crowned crane, they had no need for eternal youth. Bai Xiaoyi, however, was reluctant to relent, for it is said that the desire for beauty resides in all hearts. Who would not wish for everlasting youth? Allow me to try once more. I intend to use the Samadhi true fire to cook this cauldron and force out the strange entity within. You must prepare your defenses to avoid ambush. Very well. You may proceed without concern for us. The two retreated a few steps, creating distance between them as they cast their protective spells, summoning winds and rain. The tortoise master raised his cloud-head staff, stirring the air, and in an instant, a fierce, invisible whirlwind enveloped him, providing a protective barrier. The crane boy, cradling a lustrous jade ruby, murmured incantations as the jade emitted shimmering waves of light, encasing him within. Bai Xiaoyi, cautious not to tempt fate, first summoned a magical umbrella to shield himself before retrieving the precious lotus lamp from his sleeve. Your pockets truly hold an abundance of treasures. The tortoise master chuckled. Eyes narrowed. Bai Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly, dismissing it with a casual remark. Just some tricks of the trade from the rivers and lakes. The crane boy nodded knowingly. He too had concealed various items within the pockets of his robe. With a gentle flick of his fingers upon the Bao Yin lamp, 12 lotus petals unfurled gracefully, revealing a mesmerizing violet spiritual flame within. Instantly, the atmosphere within the stone chamber grew oppressively warm, a testament to the terrifying heat of the flame. Bai Xiaoyi intermittently exhaled small puffs of magical energy, which, through the transformation of the Bao Yin lamp, coalesced into 8 clusters of violet divine fire. He dared not exert too much effort, fearing the stone cauldron would melt away, and the precious immortal face grass within would be lost. The 8 small flames flew sequentially to the base of the cauldron, commencing their scorching embrace. Though the violet flames appeared diminutive, their power was astounding, in mere moments. Smoke began to billow from the cauldron, and fine cracks emerged at its base, threatening to reduce it to mere stone debris. The immortal grass within stirred restlessly, as though something within was on the verge of leaping forth. Observing the efficacy of his actions, Bai Xiaoyi blew another breath of magical energy to sustain the violet flames. Suddenly, a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds erupted, as a peculiar object shot from the cauldron and landed on the ground, bouncing incessantly. The onlookers turned their gaze, and to their astonishment, it was a grayish-white human arm, severed at the elbow, adorned with a sprouting, immortal face grass. This grass seems to be parasitically linked to this strange entity, exclaimed the tortoise master in surprise. In the blink of an eye, numerous severed arms began to emerge from the cauldron, approximately 40 to 50 in total, each bearing its own sprout of immortal grass. Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. To obtain the immortal grass, he first needed to address these bizarre appendages. As the arms leapt from the cauldron, they crawled across the ground with their fingers, some darting towards the trio with astonishing speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in their wake. The sound of repeated impacts resonated as ripples formed on their protective shield, akin to raindrops splashing upon the surface of water. Fortunately, despite their incredible speed, these strange hands lacked strength and posed no real threat to the group. Yet, more and more of these hand-like creatures joined the fray, creating a chaotic scene in the chamber filled with swirling shadows, while the shield overhead reverberated with the din of collisions. Tai-E, the chaos you have stirred. You must quickly devise a means to eliminate these arms, urged the tortoise master, his eyes darting in a state of agitation. Indeed, my head feels as if it might be rattled senseless by these vexing entities, the crane youth lamented. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bai Xiaoyi's mind, and with renewed confidence, he declared, "Watch and learn." The parasitic hands, harboring the immortal grass, could not be burned or struck with a sword. Any misstep would risk destroying both the hands and the grass. Were it anyone else, they might be left helpless, either retreating or abandoning the pursuit of the immortal grass altogether. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoyi possessed a method of restraint. Calmly, he first stowed away the Bao Yin lamp, then crouched down, placing his palm against the ground. Countless crimson threads, resembling human meridians, began to spread and grow from his hand, intricately weaving across the floor. This was the secret art of the blood spirit threads, a technique of boundless utility. The dismembered hands flailed chaotically, but upon touching the ground, they became ensnared like mosquitoes caught in a spider's web, controlled by the blood spirit threads, rendering them immobile. Marvelous. Truly, the Taoist technique is formidable. The tortoise master clapped in commendation. Quite intriguing. Before long, all the dismembered hands were captured effortlessly in the web. Bai Xiaoyi, having subdued all the hands, rose to pluck the celestial beauty grass, gathering a substantial handful to tuck into his sleeve. Since the tortoise master and the celestial crane boy had previously expressed disinterest in this item, he did not offer any to them, nor did they seem inclined to accept. He then leaped onto the edge of the stone cauldron, peering inside to investigate what treasures it might hold. Initially, he discovered the remains of a puppet snake, which he stowed away in his sleeve space, intending to refine and restore it later, for it was his own creation, and discarding it would be a pity. Subsequently, he found 2 golden beans belonging to the tortoise master, which he summoned with a wave of qi and directed towards him. Taoist friend, your golden beans. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. The tortoise master received them with satisfaction, tucking them into his bosom. Inside the stone cauldron lay a variety of miscellaneous items, and he activated his golden eye, illuminating the interior to examine for any precious artifacts. To his delight, he uncovered a palm-sized fragment of green copper, radiating a brilliant spiritual energy. Its origin as a precious relic was uncertain. He casually picked it up and placed it in his sleeve, for who could say when it might come in handy. The remaining items were mere refuse, unworthy of his attention. Closing his hand and focusing his mind, he turned to leap down. Did you find anything of note, Taoist friend? The tortoise master inquired curiously. Since the dismembered hands were solely dealt with by Bai Xiaoyi, he had no intention of sharing any spoils, and his question arose merely from curiosity. Bai Xiaoyi replied, merely remnants. If you are curious, you may take a look for yourselves. The tortoise master waved dismissively and then posed, what shall we do with these dismembered hands? Observing the severed arms strewn across the ground, standing eerily like bamboo shoots after rain, Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before suggesting, I shall set a fire within the stone cauldron and incinerate them all. The tortoise master and the celestial crane boy acquiesced, allowing him to proceed while they stood by, merely observing. Once Bai Xiaoyi had dealt with the sinister arms and retracted the blood spirit threads, the three reconvened to deliberate over the 4 stone doors. The doors stood approximately 2 zhang in height and width, intricately carved with lifelike depictions of divine beasts, emanating an inscrutable and mysterious aura. After scrutinizing them for some time without discernible clues, the tortoise master proposed, "How about I divine a reading to discern which direction is auspicious? We shall proceed accordingly." "That seems the only course," the others concurred, lacking alternative suggestions. The tortoise master reached into the shell on his back, retrieving a palm-sized turtle shell and placing 3 copper coins within it, before closing his eyes and reciting incantations, shaking the shell rhythmically. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let the immortals reveal their guidance." One by one, the 3 copper coins fell from the shell and clattered to the ground. In any case, Bai Xiaoyi and his companion could discern little from the situation. They listened as Master Turtle gazed upon the divination symbols and declared, "This is the hexagram of Jin Mountain, auspiciously positioned to the west. We shall proceed to the White Tiger Gate." Naturally, the two had no objections. The trio approached the stone gate adorned with the figure of a white tiger. Bai Xiaoyi placed his palms against the stone door and, without exerting much force, pushed it open. The 2 leaves of the stone door gradually parted, and the 3 peered inside, discovering yet another stone chamber of similar size and design. To their astonishment, they found 2 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle for treasure. It was the pair of strikingly handsome youths who had previously erupted into violence during their initial transmission. With the door now ajar, hesitation was no longer an option. Exchanging glances, the 3 surged inside, and the stone door promptly closed with a creak behind them. Within this chamber stood a colossal stone cauldron, brimming with an array of treasures, weapons, and various exquisite artifacts, all glittering and eye-catching. Hovering above the cauldron was a peculiar, wrinkled white orb the size of a watermelon, adorned with 2 pairs of diminutive fleshy wings, fluttering in the air in a most bizarre manner. The 2 youths continued their combat within the chamber. One wielded a circular wheel, while the other brandished a crescent moon blade, the 2 spinning and clashing in an intense aerial duel. Below them, they exchanged blows relentlessly, each executing a myriad of techniques. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions were perplexed. Why were these 2 engaged in such a fierce battle? Could they have fallen victim to an illusion? Bai Xiaoyi, with his silver-eyed right hand possessing the ability to create and dispel illusions, sensed a glimmer of understanding. "What shall we do?" the celestial crane youth inquired. "Shall we wait for them to eliminate each other before we intervene, or should we test the waters now?" "Let us observe a while longer," replied Master Turtle, stroking his beard as he remained still. Thus, the 3 stood at a distance, watching the conflict unfold. The 2 combatants were evenly matched, locked in a struggle of equal strength. Suddenly, one of them appeared to regain awareness, his face a mask of horror as he shouted, "Lan Di, awaken swiftly." Regardless of his cries, his adversary, with eyes aflame, relentlessly pressed the attack, showing no mercy whatsoever. Unable to unleash his full strength for fear of harming his companion, he resorted to defense, finding himself at a disadvantage as he sustained several injuries. Noticing Bai Xiaoyi and the others, he pleaded amidst the chaos, "Why do you stand idly by, witnessing our demise without offering assistance? I implore you, kind friends, extend your aid, and I promise a generous reward afterward." Master Turtle remained unmoved, replying, "I observe that your actions, driven by discontent, led you to commit murder. You are no virtuous individuals. Our refraining from exploiting your misfortune is already an act of benevolence. What reason do we have to save you? Seek your own fortune." The youth, filled with regret and fury, caught a glimpse of the strange orb above the cauldron, suspecting it to be the source of their troubles. With a determined grimace, he seized a fleeting opportunity to launch his golden steel 100 blades will toward it, intent on eliminating the threat. Yet, the orb deftly evaded his attack, and the wheel struck nothing but air, a truly dismal outcome. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream escaped the youth's lips as he looked down to find his companion's crescent moon blade had pierced through his own chest. The companion remained ensnared in a dreamlike state, still grappling with a grotesque monster. With fervent determination, he executed a decisive move, and with a resounding thud, the crescent blade pierced cleanly through the creature's chest. This act was not a solitary occurrence. It was repeated in a relentless cycle, each thrust penetrating the youth's torso with brutal precision. The blade continued to ravage the young man's chest and abdomen, reducing his form to a gruesome mass of blood. His mouth was filled with the metallic taste of his own life force, rendering him incapable of uttering a scream, and he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The companion, drenched in the blood of his adversary, gradually regained lucidity, perhaps having vanquished his foe within the illusion. He found himself without a target, prompting the dissolution of the phantasm. Upon witnessing the tragic scene before him, He understood the gravity of the situation. With a piercing scream, "Brother Chow?" he faltered, collapsing beside the youth in a desperate attempt to render aid. His trembling hands hovered uncertainly in the air, unsure of how to proceed. Brother Chow clung to the last vestiges of life, blood pouring from his mouth, yet he managed to muster a gentle, albeit painful, smile as he murmured, "Survive." His gaze then turned vacant, signaling his departure from this world. The youth wept in profound sorrow, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged from his throat. After a heart-wrenching cry of despair, he extended a trembling hand to close Brother Chow's eyes. He glanced at the crescent blade suspended in midair before slowly shutting his own eyes, allowing the blade to descend and pierce through his chest. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed atop the lifeless form of his companion, tragically choosing such an end, forever entwined in death. Bai Xiaoyi sighed, lamenting, "What a wretched fate they have met." Chapter 40. The dual crescent blades. The immortal crane boy remained unmoved, coldly inquiring, "They have perished. Is it not time for us to act?" The tortoise master gestured graciously, "Please, immortal crane friend, you go ahead." The immortal crane boy stepped forward, preparing to extend his hand, but the brain creature, sensing movement, turned to face them. Possessing profound mastery and a refined spirit, the immortal crane boy was not easily ensnared by illusions as the two youths had been. With prior vigilance, he focused his mind and, feeling a brief disorientation, quickly regained clarity. Raising his hand, countless glowing star points burst forth from his white robe sleeves, resembling a cascade of stars from the galaxy. Surging towards the brain creature. Initially relying on its swiftness, the creature evaded capture, but the immortal crane boy adapted his strategy, dispersing divine needles throughout the stone chamber. Wherever the creature fled, it would inevitably be pierced by these needles. As it sustained more wounds, the creature became battered and eventually succumbed, crashing to the ground. Bai Xiaoyi felt a sense of unease. The resolution seemed almost too effortless. Just as they moved to investigate further, a sudden explosion resounded. The brain creature unexpectedly detonated, catching them off guard and leaving their minds reeling with a disorienting buzz, their ears ringing. When Bai Xiaoyi regained his senses, he found the stone chamber unchanged. Yet the tortoise master and the immortal crane boy had vanished without a trace. The four walls and ceiling of the stone chamber began to seep a viscous, inky liquid, within which appeared to be ensnared countless terrifying faces, howling in rage as if yearning to break free. A cacophony of disordered whispers echoed in his mind. White Xiaoyi gradually felt a throbbing in his head, as though it were crammed with a multitude of chaotic thoughts. 361 Antivirus cleaning in progress. 3,261 viruses cleared. 361 virus scan in progress. No viruses detected. As such information flickered through his consciousness, all discomfort dissipated. Upon opening his eyes again, the stone chamber remained unchanged, devoid of any eerie liquid. The turtle master and the crane boy were frantically dancing about, their eyes bloodshot and ears oozing blood. White Xiaoyi instantly recognized that they had fallen victim to the hallucinogenic infection unleashed by the brain monster's death throes. Without hesitation, he leapt before them, opened his silver eyes to emit a divine light, and proclaimed with a booming voice, "If not now, when?" The brilliance of his silver gaze shattered the illusion enveloping the two, who gradually regained consciousness, the blood in their eyes receding as clarity returned. They soon realized they had been ensnared by foul illusions. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your rescue," they expressed in gratitude, bowing deeply before settling into a meditative posture to suppress the lingering corruption and eliminate any further repercussions. Before long, the two managed to stabilize their energies, and the trio convened to discuss the division of the treasures. The turtle master suggested this perilous ordeal was averted thanks to the assistance of Taoist Tai, who should choose 2 items first. The crane boy has also contributed significantly and shall select next. As for myself, I have played no part in this, so I shall humbly choose last. We can then take turns selecting the remaining items until all are claimed. What do you think? The old turtle's arrangement received unanimous approval from both companions. "Let it be so," affirmed White Xiaoyi. The crane boy nodded in agreement. "Taoist Tai, please proceed," urged the turtle master. Without further ado, White Xiaoyi soared into the air, extending his left hand as his divine eye radiated golden light. Scrutinizing the contents of the stone cauldron, he found it filled with various precious mundane items, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, upon noticing the 2 magical artifacts, the solar and lunar wheels, glimmering on the ground, he made his decision. "I shall take these 2, he declared, descending to the ground and reaching out with both hands. A surge of energy pulled the circular and crescent-shaped wheels toward him, which he caught securely. "Your discernment is truly commendable," praised the turtle master, then turned to the crane boy. "Please, your turn." The crane boy, unreserved, leapt onto the stone cauldron, selecting a sword and a small hammer. The turtle master observed and remarked, "Though these are mere mundane objects, The materials are of decent quality, suitable for refining. When it was his turn to choose, he casually selected a precious jade cabbage, intending to gift it to one of his concubines upon his return. After several rounds of selection, Bai Xiaoyi had also acquired a golden gourd and a jade egg, discreetly tucking them into his sleeve, unseen by others. Within the remaining stone cauldron lay numerous artifacts. A few found them cumbersome and of little value, thus choosing to abandon them. In light of this, both the tortoise master and the celestial crane boy were compelled to salvage some fabric from the deceased, fashioning their finds into makeshift bundles strapped to their backs. While this scene appeared somewhat comical, necessity dictated their actions, for not everyone was as fortunate as Bai Xiaoyi, who had refined a storage treasure. Observing that Bai Xiaoyi bore only a precious umbrella and 2 golden wheels on his back, the tortoise master could not help but counsel, "Dear Taoist friend, are you certain you wish to forego selecting more? I see several fine items remaining." Upon reflection, Bai Xiaoyi considered the oddity of not carrying a bundle while others did, and thus replied, "Very well, I shall not be polite. Please proceed." The remaining items were those others had overlooked, and neither party minded how he chose to acquire them. Bai Xiaoyi then tore a piece of fabric from the corpse, soared back into the stone cauldron, collected a few items haphazardly, secured them into a bundle, stowed the dual wheels within the Shumi pearl, and finally, holding the umbrella in hand, slung the bundle onto his back before flying out. When it came time to choose a stone door, the trio reverted to their customary method, consulting the tortoise shell. To the north, the black tortoise. Upon concluding the divination, the tortoise master gestured towards the north. The three approached the northern stone door, each placing a hand upon it to push it open, revealing yet another stone chamber. However, this room was devoid of contents, the stone cauldron completely empty, save for a scattering of rubble around. The trio swiftly entered the stone chamber, surveying their surroundings. It appeared that this chamber had been previously visited. Offering no treasures or fortunes, concluded the tortoise master. The celestial crane boy leapt into the air to peer into the cauldron, only to confirm the absence of any findings. Returning to the ground, he shook his head, his meaning clear. Then let us continue to open another door. Tortoise friend, please divine once more, Bai Xiaoyi urged. The tortoise master retrieved the tortoise shell and performed another divination. After a brief moment, he announced the result, directing them once again to the north, still the black tortoise. The trio proceeded to the northern door, pushing it open to enter. This chamber resembled the last, yet held distinctions of its own. Why is there no colossal cauldron in this chamber, but rather a circular platform? Inquired the celestial crane boy, his curiosity piqued. The tortoise master approached the platform, circling it for a closer inspection, and recognized, this must be the Qian transference platform for returning. One merely needs to stand upon it, and channel their energy to be transported back to the cave. Understanding this, Bai Xiaoyi reminded himself to memorize the sequence for returning to this location, lest he lose the path home, an unfortunate outcome indeed. As this chamber offered little of interest, the tortoise master once again consulted the shell for divination, this time determining that the auspicious direction lay to the east. The trio then made their way to the eastern dragonstone door, each placing a hand upon it. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a chamber shrouded in an unusual darkness, starkly contrasting with the others they had encountered. Although the other stone chambers cannot be deemed particularly bright, they are at least illuminated by the embedded fluorescent stones above, casting a dim light. In stark contrast, this particular stone chamber is engulfed in utter darkness, devoid of any light whatsoever. From the outside, it resembles an unfathomable abyss, evoking a sense of mysterious unease. The three individuals hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to venture into this pitch-black chamber. At that moment, a creaking sound emanated from the opposite side, as someone pushed open the stone door of the dark chamber. Backlit, the three could only discern 3 dark silhouettes, unable to identify who they were through the thick darkness. "Who might you be, esteemed fellow? Could you kindly reveal your name?" called out Master Turtle to the figures across the way. However, the three seemed oblivious to his inquiry, boldly entering the dark chamber without uttering a single word, vanishing into the shadows. Master Turtle, visibly vexed, muttered incessantly, "Cowardly wretches. Not even daring to utter a name. Are they in such haste to meet their fate?" The celestial crane youth, lacking direction, asked, "What shall we do now? Should we also enter? It's pitch dark inside. We might encounter unforeseen dangers." Master Turtle expressed his concerns. Yet, Bai Xiaoyi remained composed, responding, "Fear not. Allow me to employ my heavenly eye to glimpse within. I kindly ask both of you to hold the stone door steady." Master Turtle's eyes brightened. "Then hasten to use your divine powers, lest that group seizes the opportunity before us." With that, Master Turtle and the celestial crane youth positioned themselves to keep the stone door ajar, preventing it from closing. Bai Xiaoyi approached the entrance, revealing his golden eye, which emitted a radiant glow akin to the sun's rays piercing through clouds, mysterious and beautiful. Through the gaze of his golden eye, Bai Xiaoyi beheld an expansive void of stellar space, scattered with countless meteors and stars, while a grand surge of spiritual energy emanated from the universe's center. He discerned 3 small points of spiritual energy rapidly moving towards that center, undoubtedly the 3 individuals who had just entered. As he continued to observe, Master Turtle suddenly exclaimed, "Someone has opened a door to the left side of the black chamber." Bai Xiaoyi retracted his golden eye and, using his magical sight, confirmed that indeed 2 individuals had pushed open the stone door on the left side without hesitation and swiftly flew inside. The door then closed automatically. Bai Xiaoyi speculated with a high degree of certainty. This stone chamber must be the central chamber of the Xinyuan tomb. Earlier, through my divine sight, I observed it as a void universe. Once a person enters, they become infinitesimally small, and those individuals have all headed towards a mysterious location at the center of the universe. What opportunities might lie there? It became evident that Master Turtle's divination skills were no mere illusion. They had quickly guided them to this very spot. Hearing this, Master Turtle grew anxious. What are we waiting for? We must enter as well. Indeed. Bai Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. The 3, with no time to lose, soared into the dark stone chamber. As they entered, the environment shifted dramatically, and they found themselves suspended in a vast void of cosmic space, surrounded by various floating meteors, while distant celestial bodies twinkled with myriad lights. "What place is this?" exclaimed the celestial crane youth in astonishment. This was his first encounter with such an environment. Bai Xiaoyi himself was not particularly knowledgeable. If it were truly the vast void of the universe, it felt oddly disjointed and suffused with a sense of unreality. Yet if it were an illusion, the various meteors appeared so palpably real that he could not discern truth from deception. This small space seemed as though it were meticulously arranged by human hands. Regardless of its nature, they hastened to pursue. "Tai, my friend, where did they go?" The Turtle Master inquired urgently, turning his head. Bai Xiaoyi surveyed his surroundings for a moment before pointing towards a densely starry direction. Ahead, there lies a meteor belt. Beyond it is a grand formation resembling a 9-star ring. They must have headed that way. Then let us proceed. The trio ceased their chatter and swiftly propelled themselves in that direction. A plethora of peculiar, oversized starstones increasingly obstructed their path, just as they nimbly dodged various meteors. Bai Xiaoyi's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a strange shadow. He could not help but shout a warning. "There is something." The 3 immediately halted, floating in midair, forming a protective circle back to back. "Tai, what did you see?" the Turtle Master asked. Bai Xiaoyi focused his mystical sight, his expression grave, a shadow. But I could not discern it clearly. Suddenly, an eerie black figure glided like a specter behind a cluster of meteors. "There!" Bai Xiaoyi pointed urgently. The others hastily followed his indication and indeed saw something flitting between the meteors. The entity twisted and turned, weaving around them as it played a game of hide-and-seek. The trio dared not underestimate the situation and promptly summoned their protective measures. Bai Xiaoyi unfurled his treasured umbrella, which radiated with resplendent hues, casting a luminous screen to envelop them. Just as their defenses were established, the shadow lunged toward them with alarming speed. Without needing to be reminded, the 3 simultaneously chose to disperse to evade the impending collision. The black figure zipped past them, brushing against their protective light, and landed on a nearby colossal meteor, where it settled cross-legged, ceasing its erratic movements. As they turned to face it, its form became clear. It was a grotesque creature resembling an octopus, bearing 4 bizarre faces, with dozens of writhing tentacles, some adhering to the meteor while others twisted in the air. Its head was the size of a house, round and glistening, with a gigantic visage facing each of the 4 cardinal directions. The face directed at them bore an expression of apparent agony, its mouth agape, as if it contained the dark void within. The 3, in perfect harmony, chose to strike simultaneously, unleashing their respective powers. "Draw," Bai Xiaoyi commanded, gesturing with his hand. As a brilliant white beam erupted from the base of his umbrella, transforming into a dazzling arc aimed at the octopus creature. "Summon the winds and rain." The Turtle Master twirled his cloud staff, conjuring a mysterious dark cloud that unleashed a barrage of icy arrows. The celestial crane disciple remained silent, extending his hand to unleash a cascade of twinkling starlight, surging forth like a torrent of water towards the creature. The trio of attacks converged upon the octopus-like creature, piercing through its form and shattering the meteor with a resounding crack. Yet, the creature remained unscathed, turning and swiftly evading into the gaps between the meteors. Bai Xiaoyi, fully aware of the situation, pondered why their strikes seemed to land on emptiness. Was it yet another illusion? While his mind speculated, his hand continued to maneuver the flying sword in relentless pursuit, trailing a dazzling white light that curled like a silver dragon, shattering stones and fracturing rocks with unmatched precision. The Turtle Master and the Crane Boy did not falter either. The trio coordinated seamlessly, dividing their forces to encircle the creature from 3 directions. As the flying sword and spell struck the octopus once more, they again passed through it as if it were nothing but air. The turtle master furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Hold on. Could this creature be an illusory apparition?" The three halted their offensive, and Bai Xiaoyi commanded the flying sword to slow its pace, maintaining a vigilant watch around the octopus. "Allow me to examine it with my divine sight," Bai Xiaoyi declared. As he extended his right hand to unveil his silver eye to pierce through the illusions, the octopus was not idle in its stillness. It twisted in a circle before coming to a halt in midair, its tentacles writhing outward, revealing a grotesque visage with a distorted mouth wide open, emitting piercing, shrill sound waves. The trio felt a sudden, excruciating pain in their heads, overwhelmed by a deafening cacophony that prompted them to clutch their skulls in agony. As the information of 361 flashed in his mind, Bai Xiaoyi broke free from the torment, shaking his head to regain his composure. Observing the turtle master and the crane boy still writhing in pain, he quickly realized that this was no mere illusion, but rather an assault on their very souls. Seeing his companions in dire distress, blood streaming from their orifices, he knew time was of the essence. He swiftly gestured, channeling his energy to send the flying sword hurtling towards the octopus. With a decisive thrust, the flying sword penetrated the creature's corporeal form. Unlike the previous encounters with its ethereal guise. "Excellent," Bai Xiaoyi shouted inwardly, exhilarated by the opportunity. Seizing the moment, he rapidly altered his gestures, directing the sword to execute a swirling, tornado-like assault aimed at obliterating the creature. However, the octopus, no fool, recoiled from the blow that had nearly severed its head and made its escape. Bai Xiaoyi intensified his magical energy, propelling the flying sword at great speed. It again pierced through the octopus, yet failed to strike true, passing through the void. A frown creased his brow, his expression grave. Could this octopus possess the ability to conceal itself in the void, only appearing when it chose to? Having tasted defeat, the octopus seemed reluctant to engage further, vanishing from sight in a matter of moments. Bai Xiaoyi continued to command the flying sword to navigate the skies, ever cautious of potential threats. As I turned back to observe Master Turtle and the crane boy, both were languidly suspended in the void, their eyes closed, utterly motionless. In my anxiety, I called out, "What has happened to you?" Master Turtle weakly quivered his finger, emitting a feeble voice. "Allow us a moment to recover." Seeing that they were not dead, I felt a measure of relief. However, I had no effective means to dispel the spiritual corruption afflicting them. They would have to endure it through sheer willpower. I stood watch beside them, vigilant and alert. Occasionally, I glanced at their state of recovery, noting that Master Turtle's nostrils had transformed into a skyward orientation, resembling that of a turtle, which weighed heavily on my heart, a sign of the dire transformation worsening. Turning my gaze to the crane boy, I observed a significant growth on his neck, resembling a large tumor, within which something seemed to writhe with life. After a brief period, Master Turtle was the first to regain his composure, gradually adjusting his posture to hover upright, appearing increasingly hunched and aged. He coughed a few times before lamenting, "Oh dear, I nearly ascended." "How are you, Master Turtle? Is everything all right?" I inquired with concern. Master Turtle waved a feeble hand, indicating he was unharmed, but expressed worry about the crane boy's condition. I sighed and gestured for him to look, fearing the worst. Upon glancing over, Master Turtle was taken aback. The crane boy, who was already approaching a semi-altered state, had once been a graceful young man, now facing such a grim fate. With this new calamity, I wondered if he could endure it. Just as I finished my thought, the crane boy suddenly arched his back and flipped upright, squawking with his sharp beak, "Who dares to speak ill of my master?" Before we could recover from our shock, the crane boy began to tremble inexplicably, tilting his head as if exerting great effort, his expression contorted. Suddenly, the tumor on his neck exploded, showering blood as another crane head emerged. The newly formed crane head squawked twice before drooping down and exclaiming, "Master, I have finally emerged. From this day forth, I shall no longer be suppressed by that dullard. I shall speak my mind freely. What a joyous day it is." Master Turtle and I stared in astonishment at the crane boy, now with two crane heads, our mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Chapter 42. The 9-star formation crane boy. "What have you become?" Master Turtle asked, seeking to confirm his suspicions. "Are you still you? Are you still human?" One head of the crane boy was somber and taciturn, while the other was lively and loquacious. The quiet head attempted to speak. "Master Turtle." This, but was swiftly interrupted by the animated head. "What do you mean by this?" "Let me explain it. I am him, and he is me. We are merely two manifestations of differing personalities. How to clarify this? It's akin to your left hand and right hand. Your left is rather clumsy and seldom used, while your right is dexterous and frequently employed. Yes, that is precisely the case. Do you understand now? I shall clarify with an analogy. Your posterior emits frequent flatulence, while your chest often produces belches. It is indeed a stroke of genius to conceive such a perfect metaphor. I said to the old turtle, pray, do not present that expression of someone who has never seen the world. I am aware that this matter is difficult for the average person to comprehend. Should you find it truly incomprehensible, I would forgive you. Let us consider the head beside you as mere decoration. For it is a mute fellow who only murmurs to himself, and you might find it hard to believe. But this character takes pleasure in gazing at his own private parts. Ha ha ha. He often enjoys admiring himself in the mirror. The crane boy hastily covered his chattering mouth, his face betraying a bashful demeanor as he said, my apologies, my apologies. I inadvertently let this loquacious fellow slip out. The turtle sage wiped the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly smiling. No matter. No matter. I think it is best we deliberate on our course of action. The path ahead appears perilous. Should we abandon our quest and return? Bai Xiaoyi had to adjust to the crane boy's duality, suggesting, in that case, perhaps it would be prudent to retreat. Let us return to the labyrinthine stone chamber and explore further within its confines. Although he harbored no fear of that octopus creature, he had to consider the well-being of his companions. The turtle sage nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Bai Xiaoyi's suggestion. They had barely entered when they encountered this deadly specter. Had it not been for Bai Xiaoyi's timely intervention, they might have met their demise here. His intention was to seek treasure and uncover mysteries, not to court death. The crane boy concurred. Then let us return. After confirming their decision, as they turned to retrace their steps, 3 figures emerged from behind the meteorite. I advise against futile plans. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions recognized them instantly. They were the fox-faced man, the old bench elder, and the old woman with the basket, whom they had encountered at the lonely smoke inn. So it is you, Bai Xiaoyi said coldly. What do you mean by that? The fox-faced man replied with a wicked smile. This little microcosm is the heart of the Xianyuan tomb. Entering is easy, but exiting is not. After your arrival, have you seen a way out? The 3 suddenly realized they had indeed not seen any exit upon their arrival. Even if they returned to their original point, it would be an expanse of emptiness. What were they to do? The turtle sage lamented, it is my fault. My fault. I acted too impulsively. However, self-reproach was of little use now. Bai Xiaoyi bowed respectfully to the fox-faced man, humbly inquiring, might I ask, esteemed elder, how one might exit? The fox-faced man laughed heartily. What a bargain this would be. We are not kin. Why should I assist you? Bai Xiaoyi pressed, what price do you require? A price is indeed necessary. You simply need to help us break the formation and obtain the treasure, and we shall naturally escort you out. The fox-faced man said, his eyes gleaming with cunning. The 3 were momentarily engulfed in contemplation and hesitation, though they had little choice. Bai Xiaoyi sought further clarification. What sort of formation is it? And what dangers might it entail? Fox-face remarked, upon crossing this meteor belt, one will encounter a star formation surrounded by 9 celestial bodies, namely the Tianpeng star, Tianrui star, Tianchong star, Tianfu star, Tianqin star, Tianxin star, Tianju star, Tianren star, and Tianying star. These 9 stars are entangled, imprisoning 2 ancient treasures known as the Howdy treasures. I wish to claim one, while the bench elder and the carrying woman intend to seize the other. Indeed, the 2 elderly figures exclaimed in unison, as if to assert their claim over the treasures. You have calculated quite well. The benefits are all yours. Are we to toil and risk our safety only to serve as your pawns, without reaping any rewards? We shall not partake in this, the turtle master retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Humph. Fox-face's expression turned icy in an instant. Then you shall remain forever trapped here, unable to escape. Do not think that the void creatures you encountered were merely a singular entity. There are thousands more lurking ahead. The turtle master's face paled, caught in a dilemma. Observing the tense stalemate, Bai Xiaoyi stepped forward to ease the situation, saying, this matter is of great significance. Let us deliberate for a moment. May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder? Fox-face, with an air of certainty, replied with a sly chuckle. I am called Hu Jiugu. Please wait a moment, esteemed Hu. Bai Xiaoyi said, turning to confer quietly with the turtle master and the crane boy. What do you propose? Bai Xiaoyi inquired. The turtle master, visibly agitated, huffed. This person has ulterior motives. I fear we may fall into her trap. The crane boy, however, remained unfazed and remarked, yet, we have no other options. We cannot simply remain here indefinitely, can we? Do you wish to speak? He turned to the other head, which had been blinking incessantly, and released its mouth. To their surprise, upon regaining its freedom, the crane's beak unleashed a torrent of insults. You wretched, impotent turtle. You cannot even respond to a woman. Better keep your mouth shut. The crane boy swiftly seized its beak again, leaving it to glare furiously, emitting muffled sounds. The turtle master, feeling vexed, thought, let them insult others, but why must they always mention me? Bai Xiaoyi, having cleared his ears, seemingly overheard something he shouldn't have. Redirected the conversation. We must proceed one step at a time. I shall inquire further details shortly. Alas, it seems we have no choice. The turtle master sighed heavily. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi emerged as the leader of this small group. Turning back, he called out to Hu Jiugu, "Esteemed Hu, we can assist you in breaking the formation, but you must elucidate the key points for us." Hu Jiugu, with a knowing smile, replied, "Naturally, time is of the essence. Let us continue on our journey as I elaborate on the matter." The three exchanged knowing glances, gathered their belongings, and swiftly pursued her. The six of them converging towards the nine-star formation. They soared through the void as if swallows in flight, skillfully dodging the meteorites that approached. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they encountered a colossal meteorite, resembling a small hill. Just as they intended to circumvent it, a sudden flurry of void creatures erupted from behind the meteorite. "Be cautious." Hujugu raised her sharp voice and exclaimed that these void creatures could traverse between the material world and the spirit realm at will, only revealing themselves when they launched an attack. "Quickly, tell me how to deal with them." The turtle master urged impatiently, having developed a fear of these entities. For as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. "What do we need to handle?" "Just flee," Hujugu replied. "As long as we keep moving, they cannot initiate their curse of grievances. If they dare to appear while in motion, they can only attack with their tentacles, which are easily severed." As Hujugu deftly dodged the approaching void creatures, she spoke loudly. The others grasped her strategy and found it remarkably easy to manage the situation. True to her words, they continued flying, with a dozen void creatures trailing behind them, unable to catch up. "How long will they pursue us like this?" Bai Xiaoyi asked, flying cautiously on his sword, which also served as protection against sudden ambushes from the void creatures. "Do not worry. Once we enter the nine-star formation, they will retreat." Hujugu seemed to have a deep understanding of the situation. After flying for about half an hour and passing through a belt of small meteorites, the environment changed dramatically. In the vast emptiness, 9 enormous spheres of various colors floated around. To call them planets seemed an understatement, as each appeared to be around a dozen acres in size. Yet, they resembled miniature models of celestial bodies. At the center of the 9 spheres hovered an ancient and majestic bronze square cauldron, roughly the size of a small house. With 4 legs and 2 ears, its sides were intricately engraved with patterns of stars, sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as designs of ancient mythical beasts such as the Taotai and the Swanee. Bai Xiaoyi focused his magical sight and noticed that one corner of the cauldron seemed less angular, but he did not pay it much mind. Above the cauldron floated an antiquated, circular bronze mirror, approximately the size of a basin, emitting a radiant beam of light that enveloped the cauldron in a luminous halo, exuding an aura of ancient and eternal sanctity. This was the 9-star formation, along with the Howdy Cauldron and the Howdy Mirror. Hujugu halted, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained greed. The others followed her lead and ceased their flight, while Bai Xiaoyi turned to see that the void creatures had retreated into the unknown. "How can we break this formation?" Bai Xiaoyi inquired. "There is a small formation on each of the 9 celestial bodies. We simply need to send 9 individuals to each star to stabilize the formation and stop its operation, and the 9-star formation will dissolve," Hujugu explained. "Is it not possible to take the treasures directly without breaking the formation?" the bench elder asked curiously. The 3 of them had previously made an agreement. Hujugu would take the Howdy Mirror, while he and the pole elder would take the Howdy Cauldron. Now, seeing the cauldron's immense size, he worried about how to transport it and felt a twinge of regret. "If possible, I would just take the Howdy Mirror and leave, regardless of our agreement. That is utterly impossible. Under the formation's enhancement, the 2 treasures weigh as heavily as the stars. No one can take them away." Hujugu replied with certainty. "We need 9 people for the formation, but we currently have only 6, which is far from sufficient. Even with the 2 little ones in the basket, there are still only 8 of us. Do you have other plans?" the turtle master inquired with a hint of confusion. Hujugu smiled mysteriously and corrected him, saying, "You are mistaken. To break the formation, 9 individuals must remain stationary. If even one departs, the formation will reactivate. Therefore, those 9 cannot move freely. The task of obtaining the treasure counts as 2 additional individuals, totaling 11. We are still 5 short." With a wave of her hand, Hujugu confidently declared, "There is no need to rush. Let us wait a moment, for others will surely arrive." She had already made arrangements, deliberately leaving a map for that group, and it was certain they would come to this place. The 6 did not wait long before they saw a group of 4 cultivators arriving, eagerly clutching a map in search of this location. Their excitement palpable at the sight of the 9-star formation. The 9-star formation. "Finally, we have found it. According to the map, once the formation is broken, treasures will soar from the cauldron, and everyone can seize them based on their own abilities," exclaimed one cultivator with a long tongue. "Are you not celebrating too soon? Breaking the formation requires 9 individuals to act simultaneously, and we only have 4, reminded another cultivator, whose eye sockets were infested with maggots. Look over there. There is another group of people. They must have the same goal as us. Indicated a cultivator with tentacle-like hands. That would bring our numbers to sufficient, said a cultivator with sagging skin. Hu Jiugu whispered a warning to everyone. I will communicate with them. Do not speak too much. Chapter 43. Breaking the formation, Hu Jiugu swiftly approached the group of four, cheerfully exclaiming, I wonder if you esteemed friends have come in search of the treasures of the Emperor Hao. The four, seeking collaboration, replied, Indeed. Hu Jiugu responded with delight. That is wonderful. We are troubled by the lack of numbers to break the formation. Would you esteemed friends be interested in joining forces to dismantle this 9-star formation and liberate the treasures of the Emperor Hao? The four, without suspicion, eagerly agreed. If that is the case, let us work together to break the formation, though we are curious about how the treasures will be divided. Hu Jiugu explained. Once the formation is broken, numerous spiritual treasures will erupt from the cauldron, scattering in all directions. Everyone may seize what they can. To demonstrate sincerity, we can allow you 4 friends to choose which star to break first. I must advise, however, that the stars closest to the cauldron require greater spiritual energy to break. But the opportunities are naturally the finest. Please proceed according to your capabilities. Bai Xiaoyi felt a strong urge to scoff. This old fox was filled with deceit, lacking a single truth in her words. It seemed he must remain ever cautious. The 4 were overjoyed, exclaiming, Our friend is indeed straightforward. After reaching an agreement, the 2 groups gathered, and excluding the 2 children in the basket, there were now 10 individuals. Hu Jiugu proclaimed, To break the formation, only 9 are needed. And since we have 10, I volunteer to be the temporary coordinator. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Bai Xiaoyi and his companions, under pressure, naturally had no objections. The newly joined 4, having just received a favor from Hu Jiugu, allowing them to choose the star to break first, saw that the opposing side already had 5 individuals while they had only 4, and thus could not voice any dissent. Only the bench elder and the burdened woman furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Originally, it was agreed that 9 would venture to break the formation, while 2 would procure the treasure. To their dismay, only 4 had arrived, and thus their plan to send one of them to retrieve the treasure could not be realized. The burdened woman glanced at the 2 young apprentices in the basket and had an idea. She cast a reassuring look at the bench elder and addressed the group, stating, These 2 little ones are still quite young, and it is indeed inconvenient for me to bring them along to break the formation. I must trouble fellow Taoists who to assist in keeping an eye on them. The bench elder's eyes lit up, and a sense of relief washed over him. They could send these 2 apprentices with Hu Jiugu to gather the treasure. At that time, the lie would ensnare the 4 foolish ones, allowing them to move the cauldron out of the formation, subsequently reactivating the great array, and together they would eliminate those 4 miscreants. As for the remaining trio, it was previously agreed they would merely accompany them without participating in the treasure hunt, but they could be given some leeway. Should any unwarranted thoughts arise, they would also be dealt with. Hu Jiugu, understanding the burdened woman's intentions without needing to ponder, realized that due to the lack of numbers, they could only arrange for the 2 alchemical apprentices to accompany her. Maintaining her composure, she responded, A trivial matter indeed. You can rest assured to entrust the little ones to my care. Thus, the matter was settled, with Hu Jiugu orchestrating the plan while also keeping an eye on the 2 young ones. The others then each chose a star to break the formation. One by one, they selected their stars, with the 4 cultivators opting for the 4 stars closest to the Great Cauldron: Tianpeng Star, Tianrui Star, Tianchong Star, and Tianfu Star. Anticipating that when the treasures emerged, they would be the first to seize them, the bench elder and the burdened woman chose the central Tianqin Star and Tianqin Star, planning to ambush the 4. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions selected the outermost Tianju Star, Tianren Star, and Tianying Star, also intending to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Hu Jiugu, carrying the 2 baskets of the burdened woman along with the 2 apprentices, stood ready outside the formation, her face alight with excitement as she shouted an encouraging call. Dear friends, let us unite our strength, break the 9 stars, and together obtain the ultimate treasure. If not now, then when? To the stars. Upon hearing her command, everyone soared into the air, each hastening toward the stars they had chosen. Bai Xiaoyi rode the sword light into Tianju Star. Upon entering this star, he saw dust swirling and stones flying, a clear indication of the array's operation. These miniature stars were not large, and one could easily perceive their upper and lower poles. At the North Pole, there stood a small rotating axis array. To succeed, they merely needed to stabilize this axis, halting the star's rotation. Without wasting time, he quickly flew to the North Pole, where he found 8 massive stones standing on the ground, each adorned with mysterious engravings. At the very center stood a towering stone totem, carved with the grotesque visages of an unknown beast, fierce and bizarre. As the giant stone totem slowly rotated, the entire star followed suit. Regarding how to stabilize this pillar, Any method that achieved the goal would suffice. One could grasp it with immense strength or channel their spiritual energy to bind it. Bai Xiaoyi chose to extend his hand and unleashed hundreds of blood spirit threads, adhering them to the pillar and pulling with all his might. The power of the rotating stars is indeed formidable. Initially, Bai Xiaoyi could not budge it with mere physical strength and hastily resorted to his mystical energy to halt its motion. With his legs firmly planted on the ground, he secured the precious umbrella within his satchel, exerting all his might to pull at the blood spirit silk. His magical energies surged forth, and at long last, the totemic axis gradually came to a standstill. Gritting his teeth, he dared not loosen his grip, fearing that any relaxation would cause the axis to move again. Rendering his efforts futile, he fervently hoped that the others would hasten their actions, so that together they could stabilize the 9 stars axis and bring the grand formation to a halt. Meanwhile, Hu Jiugu observed from outside the formation, her excitement mounting as one star after another was anchored in place. Excellent. The stars, Tianpeng, Tianrui, Tianshong, Tianfu, Tianqin, Tianxin, Tianju, Tianren, and Tianying, were all secured. After such prolonged scheming and planning, the moment she had awaited had finally arrived. Hu Jiugu's heart blossomed with joy. Encouragingly, she proclaimed, "Fellow practitioners, the 9 stars have been stabilized. Allow me to stir things up, and the spirit treasure shall naturally emerge. Hold on, my friends." With that, she discarded her basket and disregarded the 2 young apprentices, soaring towards the center of the grand formation. From a distance, the old woman with the shoulder pole noticed that Hu Jiugu had not brought the apprentices along to seize the treasure, and she felt a surge of indignation. How selfish Hu Jiugu was, caring only for herself without regard for others. Though vexed, she recognized that it was not the time for confrontation. Fortunately, she could communicate mentally with the 2 apprentices and urgently commanded them to retrieve the Emperor Hao Cauldron. The 2 young boys and girls, who had been playing in the basket, one with a rattle and the other with a golden arrow knife, immediately sprang into action upon receiving the command. Darting towards the heart of the grand formation, Hu Jiugu caught sight of them from the corner of her eye, smirking coldly, but paid them no heed as she flew directly to the center of the formation, aiming for the precious mirror. As she approached the mirror, her heart brimmed with delight, ready to reach for it, when suddenly, a chilling light flashed unexpectedly, hurtling toward her with astonishing speed. Hu Jiugu was taken aback, too startled to grasp the Emperor Hao mirror, and swiftly retreated to evade the assault. In that moment, a powerful, resonant female voice bellowed, "Halt!" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a still alluring middle-aged woman clutching a jade pipa, accompanied by an elderly crone with disheveled, floor-length white hair and a hunched back. The old woman wore tattered garments, her face a map of wrinkles, her form gaunt, and she leaned on a bronze divine tree adorned with 9 black, lifeless birds, their eyes rolled back and tongues lolling. Upon seeing this figure, Hu Jiugu's expression darkened, her vigilance sharpening. The old woman stood firm outside the grand formation and thundered, "Hu Jiugu, as a descendant of the burial emperor, you dare to guard the treasures only to thieve them for yourself. Do you not know your crime?" Although Hu Jiugu dared not underestimate her opponent, she remained unyielding. With a cold snort, she replied, "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be the esteemed matriarch Bai Hu in the little pipa. The term theft is indeed unpleasant to the ear. It is merely a relic of our predecessors. I am willing to inherit their aspirations and embrace their treasures, for it is better to utilize them than to let them languish in the vast river of time. What harm is there in this?" As I spoke, I tightened my grip on the enchanting banner, ever ready to invoke my magic. "The little pipa's spirit," Shiyu angrily exclaimed, "for the past few years, there have been many who journey to Kungsu, and it is none other than you, this ancient wretch, who spreads rumors to lure them here, plotting your own schemes." Old Granny Bihu waved her hand, signaling for silence, and interjected, "If you were to take other items, I might turn a blind eye. But you absolutely must not lay a finger on the treasures of the Emperor Hao." Hu Jiugu scoffed, "Those other items are of no use to me. Today, this treasure is mine." With that, she reached for the Emperor Hao mirror. Old Granny Bihu urgently shouted, "Wait, hear me out." But Hu Jiugu paid her no heed. Already close to the treasure mirror, with a swift motion, she grasped it in her hand. Clutching the blood-red banner in one hand and the Emperor Hao mirror in the other, she turned to flee. Seeing this, old Granny Bihu was consumed with rage, exclaiming, "How audacious!" She shook the bronze divine tree, and 9 lifeless birds sprang back to life, transforming into 9 dark shadows that soared into the sky. Once airborne, they expanded in size, resembling houses, their eyes ablaze with fierce fire, shrieking as they charged toward Hu Jiugu. Having just exited the 9 stars array, Hu Jiugu sensed the impending attack. Prepared, she turned back and waved the enchanting banner, unleashing a torrent of ominous energy that billowed forth like smoke from a chimney, coalescing into ferocious wolves. Thus, she retreated while casting spells, gradually distancing herself. The wolves and the fiery birds met in midair, engaging in a furious clash. Old Granny Bihu, witnessing Hu Jiugu's relentless flight, vanished in a flash and pursued her. The little Peepa's spirit, Shiyu, turned pale with fear, trembling as she exclaimed, "This is dire." With the Emperor Hao mirror taken, the Emperor Hao cauldron alone may not suffice to contain the situation. She too took flight in pursuit. Meanwhile, the 9 individuals atop the 9 stars each reacted in their own way. Bai Xiaoyi, upon seeing Hu Jiugu seize the mirror and depart, swiftly gathered the blood spirit silk and shouted, "Jiugu has taken the treasure. We shall pursue." He called to the Tortoise Master and the Celestial Crane Boy, in accordance with their prior agreement, to assist Hu Jiugu in obtaining the treasure and to accompany her in her escape. Now that Hu Jiugu had acquired the treasure, they naturally followed. 3 figures swiftly emerged from the great array, converging together. Bai Xiaoyi, the Tortoise Master, and the Celestial Crane Boy confirmed their identities and pursued Hu Jiugu in unison. As for the bench old man and the carrying pole woman, during Hu Jiugu's conversation with old Granny Bihu, they had already discreetly sent their disciples to the base of the Emperor Hao cauldron. These 2 disciples were no ordinary children. They had been crafted through secret arts, endowed with divine strength and powers. Quietly, they approached the cauldron. And just as they pressed their delicate arms against it, intending to lift it, an unexpected force began to draw their spiritual energy into the cauldron. They were so frightened that they attempted to withdraw their hands. Yet no matter how hard they struggled, they could not pry them loose. As if they were glued in place, a grotesque visage emerged from the bronze cauldron, grinning malevolently at them. Chapter 44. The thousand-faced Wrath, the bearer of the shoulder pole, and the 2 law boys were connected in mind and spirit. Sensing a wave of sinister and terrifying energy engulfing the 2 boys, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they cried out, "Old man, something is amiss." The children are ensnared by the great cauldron and cannot be moved. The bench elder, hearing this from the adjacent star, shouted in astonishment, "What?" His mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. At that very moment, Hu Jiugu seized the mirror of the Emperor of Heaven and made a hasty escape. As they listened to the exchange between the 2, their minds became a tumultuous whirl, unable to grasp the situation clearly. The bench elder, releasing his grip, soared into the air, calling out, "Forget it, old woman. We must swiftly retrieve the cauldron." The bearer of the shoulder pole still harbored a shred of doubt. But the array, the bench elder interjected urgently, "Look, the 3 over there have already fled. The array has activated. Even if we cannot take the precious cauldron, we must save the 2 boys." Turning her gaze, the bearer of the shoulder pole indeed saw Bai Xiaoyi and the others flying away from the array, pursuing Hu Jiugu. Cursing under her breath at these wretched individuals, she too took flight towards the central cauldron. In their haste, they overlooked the presence of 4 malevolent cultivators ahead. These 4 were utterly bewildered, having expected that stirring the cauldron would result in the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Why had they taken the mirror and fled? What was that old crone doing? Why was a fight breaking out? How had the 2 children ended up beneath the cauldron? Were they playing? They had agreed on 9 individuals stabilizing the 9 stars, so why had 3 suddenly escaped? And why had the 2 elderly figures rushed forward? This was dire. They were attempting to seize the treasure. The cultivator with a sagging countenance reacted swiftly upon seeing the bench elder and the bearer of the shoulder pole flying towards the center, shouting out in alarm. The 4 of them immediately took to the air, obstructing their path. Amidst her vexation, the bearer of the shoulder pole was infuriated by the sudden appearance of these 4 hindrances and bellowed, "Get out of my way." She drew a pair of golden scissors from her waist and hurled them forward, transforming into a streak of light. The 4 hurriedly countered, some evading, while others produced treasures to defend themselves. The cultivator, who had transformed his hand into a tentacle, swiftly flung out a straw hat, which spun with a green glow, shielding him. The stream of light from the scissors struck the hat and him, severing both in twain. The bench elder also tossed a stool into the void, which fell and suddenly sprang to life, charging forward with the ferocity of a tiger, colliding with people. It knocked down 2 individuals before leaping onto the back of another cultivator, ensnaring him tightly. The person screamed in terror, "What is this ghastly thing? Help!" The stool, with its eerie form, opened a mouth with a crimson tongue, licking its tip before suddenly devouring the man's entire head. The other 2, horrified, had not anticipated such ferocity from these 2 old fiends and hurriedly unleashed their respective techniques to defend themselves, seeking any opportunity to retreat. At that moment, the colossal cauldron suddenly emanated an overwhelming and earth-shattering force, imbued with malevolence, madness, and resentment. This formidable energy transformed into a wave, rapidly expanding like ripples, sending several individuals tumbling away for dozens of yards. The crowd was struck with terror. What was happening? They rushed to gaze at the cauldron. To their astonishment, the once azure-hued emperor's cauldron had turned a vivid crimson, exuding a dense, sanguine aura that began to slowly radiate in all directions. The burdened old woman cried out in anguish, "Child!" The bench elder turned his gaze towards the base of the cauldron, where he beheld two skeletal figures clad in garments meant for children, their clothes saturated and oozing a putrid, flesh-like substance. Two cultivators recognized the peril and discreetly turned to flee. Yet, the bench elder and the burdened old woman, still clinging to a flicker of hope and curiosity, remained to observe, eager to witness any potential turn of events. The emperor's cauldron quivered under the crimson glow, intermittently flickering, as a vengeful visage slowly emerged, enveloped in white mist. This face was neither human nor beast, resembling a specter or demon, with dark, mournful eyes, hollow nasal cavities of a skull, and a mouth twisted in agony. Following this, a grinning countenance appeared, equally bizarre, yet adorned with a sinister smile. Soon after, a face of sorrow emerged, followed by one of fear. Then, an overwhelming multitude of faces, vengeful, smiling, weeping, and fearful, began to swarm forth in a cacophony of expressions. These spectral visages, wreathed in white smoke, dispersed chaotically, producing a symphony of strange sounds, some weeping, others laughing, some shrieking, and yet others lamenting. In that instant, the air was thick with turmoil, the eerie faces surging like a tide, instilling an unfathomable dread. "Quickly flee," the old woman urged. The bench elder, though reluctant, recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted as he pivoted to escape. The burdened old woman followed closely behind. The spectral faces surged forward, their speed astonishing, swiftly closing in on the pair. As the burdened old woman soared through the air, she believed their velocity was sufficient to evade the pursuing apparitions, only to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. Turning in horror, she was met with a grinning visage that matched her pace, its laughter echoing incessantly. In the midst of her flight, the burdened old woman felt her flesh dissolve into a viscous substance, separating from her skeletal frame, leaving behind only a white skeleton concealed within her garments, drifting in the void. The bench elder, glancing back, witnessed this ghastly transformation, filled with both sorrow and terror. An enraged face drew nearer to him, prompting him to hastily reach into his pocket and hurl an object while shouting, "Get away!" It was a piercing spear, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, aimed directly at the furious countenance. However, it seemed to strike nothing but the void, effortlessly penetrating the eerie visage and plunging into the abyss, leaving the distorted face unscathed. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the void creature. Yet, these sinister faces moved with even greater speed, capable of uttering fatal curses mid-flight, their malevolent power overwhelming. Seeing his attack fail, the old man with the bench was about to launch another strike, when crimson light suddenly erupted from his hands, cracking like fragile glass, and in an instant, he was reduced to mere sparks scattering in the air. Bai Xiaoyi and his companions pursued Hu Jiugu and the old woman Bai Hu, who were embroiled in a battle while fleeing. They soon entered the meteor belt, and Bai Xiaoyi and his companions followed closely behind. After flying for a while, Hu Jiugu realized she could not shake off Bai Hu, so she decided to confront her adversary head-on, intending to defeat her before making a swift escape. The two stood upon massive meteorites, with Bai Hu primarily employing 9 fiery divine crows in battle, while Hu Jiugu unleashed a relentless barrage of smoke wolves to engage in combat. As the two became locked in a fierce standoff, with no clear resolution in sight, the old turtle man observed the conflict and inquired, "What shall we do now?" The situation was precarious, fraught with the potential for unforeseen events. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaoyi shouted to Hu Jiugu, "Senior Hu, we are bound by our agreement to assist you in acquiring the treasure. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise. Please reveal to us the method of escape." At that moment, Hu Jiugu was deeply engrossed in her battle and had no time to heed their words. She retorted, "Can't you see that I am busy? We shall discuss this later." Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, several smoke wolves were swiftly dispatched by the fire-eyed crows. She hastily regained her focus and intensified her magical energy, summoning even more smoke wolves. The old turtle man, infuriated, exclaimed, "You deceitful vixen, how dare you toy with us?" The crane boy, unable to contain himself, joined in the tirade. "You, with your sharp face and pointed tongue, speak as if you were releasing flatulence. Do you even consider yourself human? If you wish to forsake your humanity, then be a beast, for you are already half transformed. Why not be reborn as a creature? I am in dire need of a soft pelt for wiping. Perhaps you could donate your fox skin for that purpose. But alas, your flea-ridden fur is far too repulsive. I would hate to catch an infection. If I were to contract lice, I would have to shave everything below, and that would be quite unsightly." Initially, the crane boy had grown weary of silencing her, as it was tiresome to keep his hand over her mouth. Yet, he ultimately could not resist the urge to once again cover it, hoping to prevent any further bizarre utterances. Meanwhile, Bai Hu, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but mock. Trust no one, especially this traitor. Can you believe you would trust a wrinkled old woman with a fox face? She might lead you to your doom. Instead, why not join forces against her, and I shall personally guide you to safety. Upon hearing this, Hujugu became alarmed and quickly interjected, do not heed her words. This old monster is far more treacherous than I. Listen carefully, for I shall speak but once. The way out is the same as the path you took to arrive. There exists a dark, invisible portal. With a little search, you shall undoubtedly find it. The old hag, Bai Hu, interrupted, exclaiming, these are deceitful words. Do not trust her. Quickly, help me eliminate this wretch, and I shall personally guide you out. Madame Hu, filled with fury, retorted vehemently, you old crone, cease your nonsensical words and manipulation. Do not listen to her fabrications. I swear to the heavens, if I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Bai Hu, with a cold and dismissive smile, replied, you truly fear nothing. I too can swear to the heavens, should I utter a single falsehood. May I suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Madame Hu continued, I see the one who fears not is you. Do you truly not fear the divine punishment that may befall you? Turning to Bai Xiaoyi and the others, she urged, if you truly do not trust me, then let us join forces to vanquish this old hag, and I shall lead you out myself. The turtle master, uncertain whom to believe, inquired of Bai Xiaoyi, Daoist Tai Yi, what do you think we should do? Bai Xiaoyi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, we cannot involve ourselves in their quarrel. Thus, we shall attempt the exit as who claims. If it proves false, we may return to demand an explanation from her, as I doubt they will reach a conclusion anytime soon. Very well, let us proceed with haste. We must not return only to find them gone, the turtle master declared. Bai Xiaoyi nodded, unperturbed, and remarked, allow me to leave a puppet to monitor them. With that, he produced a golden flying fish from his sleeve, leaving it behind. The metallic puppet fish had 2 bulging eyes and large fins that flapped like wings, soaring gracefully in midair. This was one of the 18 guardian puppets he had crafted, the golden fish. The turtle master and the crane boy had previously witnessed his mastery of puppetry and were unfazed by it. Bai Xiaoyi clapped his hands and said to the two, all right, let us depart. The 3 of them immediately took flight. However, before they could venture far, a sudden and formidable wave of pressure swept over them, spinning their forms around uncontrollably. The turtle master called out in disarray, what on earth is happening? Chapter 45. Departure. Bai Xiaoyi felt an ominous premonition and urged, whatever it is, it cannot bode well. We must flee swiftly. The trio hastily regained their composure and continued their flight. Not long after, they heard the sounds of an escalating dispute from behind them. Look at the mess you've created. The cursed specter has escaped. A calamity awaits the world. How was I to know that such a vile creature was sealed within that cauldron? You didn't know? All you see are treasures. You're oblivious to everything else. I was about to explain, but you didn't wait for me to finish before snatching the Emperor's mirror and fleeing. You've brought upon us an unimaginable disaster. I shall see how you handle this. Old hag, hurry, they are coming. As Bai Xiaoyi flew, he glanced back to see Hujugu and Bai Hu in hot pursuit, their faces etched with fear and panic. Close behind them was another figure. The delicate Pai Pa stone jade fairy, equally pale, clearly frightened. In the end, 2 cultivators, misled into breaking the formation, appeared as though they had encountered something profoundly terrifying, flying while frequently glancing back in dread. As they gazed further behind, an overwhelming multitude of grotesque and fearsome faces of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear surged forth, enveloping the entire microcosm in a thick, suffocating white mist, accompanied by a cacophony of discordant sounds, replete with endless malice and dread, reminiscent of demonic waves crashing upon the shore, profoundly shocking and horrifying. Something sinister lurks behind us. We must accelerate, shouted Bai Xiaoyi. Hearing his voice, the 2 glanced back out of curiosity, only to be seized by terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Without further ado, they unleashed their magical powers, their figures darting forward with renewed speed. The vengeful faces approached at an alarming pace, swiftly catching up to the 2 stragglers. One fearful visage soared beside a cultivator whose eye sockets were infested with maggots, emitting a sound of dread before he could even throw his talisman, transforming into a stone statue. Meanwhile, 2 more faces flanked the other cultivator, one embodying sorrow and the other fury. In an instant, the latter let out a blood-curdling scream as his mind exploded in chaos, giving rise to numerous tiny tendrils that emerged from his eye sockets, nostrils, mouth, and ears. His body gradually emanated a crimson glow, culminating in a sudden explosion that scattered him like stardust. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, everyone shuddered in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, use the howdy mirror to repel them, cried the ancient lady, Bai Hu. Do you think I do not wish to? Retorted Hujugu, exasperated. I have only just acquired the Howdy mirror and have had no time to study how to wield it, yet you keep pursuing me. Bai Hu, filled with resentment, insisted. If you cannot use it, then hand the mirror over to me. You think I would hand it over to a decrepit old woman? Just then, the myriad vengeful faces caught up to Shi Yuxian, who turned pale with shock, her face ashen. She frantically plucked her pipa, generating waves of sound. Yet it proved futile, causing her immense anxiety. Grandma, save me, she cried, but before the words left her lips, she was turned into a stone statue by a fearful visage, drifting in the void, only to be engulfed by the relentless tide of eerie faces. Upon hearing her cry, Bai Hu glanced back, her expression growing graver as she beheld Shi Yuxian's tragic demise. As the myriad vengeful faces were about to engulf her, her mind surprisingly calmed. Realizing there was no hope for redemption, without hesitation, she uttered, "This old woman shall depart." With that, she erupted into a flurry of black crows that scattered in all directions, her figure vanishing without a trace. Hu Jiugu, witnessing this, exclaimed, "A clever and ruthless technique of shifting forms to evade death. What a sly and unyielding old ghost." Turning back, she saw the perilous situation unfolding, her gaze landing on the three figures ahead, a plan forming in her mind. As they flew, a flicker of a demon banner released a thick white mist, transforming into a white fox that darted forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the rear of the immortal crane boy, wrapping around his ankles and abruptly ensnaring him. The immortal crane boy, feeling an obstruction at his feet, fell back, cursing, despicable and shameless. He hurriedly retrieved his jade rui to strike at the ground beneath him. In a swift motion, Hu Jiugu leapt past him, uttering, "A dead friend is preferable to a living foe. Do assist me in stalling for time." The celestial crane boy, having summoned the jade rui, had just scattered the white fox and was attempting to escape anew. Yet, his feet faltered, and he was quickly pursued by the vengeful figure of Qian Yanfeyuan, who confronted him with multiple deceptive forms. Even on the brink of death, he shouted a warning, "Beware." One crane head transformed into stone, another into putrid liquid, and the body became starlight, thus fading into oblivion. Bai Xiaoyi and the Turtle Master turned back to observe, both astonished and enraged. The Turtle Master swung his cloud staff, commanding, "Summon the winds and rain." A barrage of icy arrows surged towards Hu Jiugu. Bai Xiaoyi also released his flying sword, exclaiming, "Unleash." The sword, akin to a dragon, radiated brilliant white light, arcing gracefully to confront Hu Jiugu. Anticipating such an assault, Hu Jiugu brandished her crimson demon banner, its demonic characters glowing with a fierce red aura, releasing a cloud of thick black smoke that split into two streams. One spiraled to dissolve the Turtle Master's icy arrows, while the other morphed into a gigantic black serpent that engaged Bai Xiaoyi's flying sword, intertwining them in a fierce struggle. Hu Jiugu attempted her trick once more, as the demon banner expelled a plume of white smoke that transformed into a swift fox, darting towards the Turtle Master's ankles in an effort to ensnare him. Upon witnessing this, the Turtle Master's expression changed dramatically, the recent demise of the celestial crane boy still fresh in his mind. He was engulfed in panic, crying out, "Fellow Taoist, save me." Bai Xiaoyi, seething with rage, realized that a companion had just perished, and now he himself could be next. Aware of the imminent threat to his life, he could no longer conceal his prowess. His eyes glinted with a cold light as he flicked his wrist, sending forth an object that soared from his right hand, a resplendent golden circle that sped towards Hu Jiugu, initially dismissing it as a mere trinket. Hu Jiugu scoffed and raised her demon banner to shield herself. However, to her astonishment, the seemingly ordinary golden circle pierced through her layered defenses and struck her precious demon banner, creating a significant rupture. "What?" Hu Jiugu gasped in shock. With her magical artifact destroyed, all the spells it had conjured became ineffective, allowing the Turtle Master to narrowly evade disaster. The six-character bright mantra circle, having breached the demon banner, swiftly returned to strike Hu Jiugu from behind. Still reeling from the shock, Hu Jiugu sensed a disturbance at her back and, fearing the worst, hastily raised the Hao Emperor mirror to shield her neck. A thunderous boom erupted as the golden circle, with immense power akin to a mountain's descent, struck her. The copper mirror was dislodged from her grasp, sending her tumbling helplessly into the void below. Bai Xiaoyi, witnessing the effectiveness of his strike, silently praised, "What a splendid treasure." As he noticed the copper mirror spinning towards him, it was akin to a heavenly pie falling from the sky. How could he refuse to catch it? In an instant, with remarkable agility, he reached out and deftly drew the copper mirror into his sleeve, transforming it into a fleeting shadow absorbed within the confines of the shumi bead. Suddenly, he felt the silver bracelet embedded with the shumi bead grow heavy. Realizing that this copper mirror was no ordinary object, it must have occupied a significant portion of the shumi space, likely weighing even more than before. Not restrained by the six-character Great Bright Mantra, Internally elated, he extended his hand once more to retrieve the mantra circle, securing it upon his right wrist, and swiftly turned to continue his flight, quickly catching up to the ever-hasty turtle master, who was relentlessly fleeing. What has become of that wretched fox? The turtle master could not help but inquire amid his desperate dash for survival. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he was profoundly shaken, wishing fervently for wings to hasten his escape, leaving no room for contemplation. He only understood that Bai Xiaoyi had cast a spell to rescue him. Having heard a few sounds, he remained oblivious to the particulars of the situation. I struck it, and it fell below. Whether it lives or dies is of no concern to us. Our priority is to flee swiftly, Bai Xiaoyi replied. The two ceased their idle chatter and focused entirely on their flight. Strangely, the myriad of vengeful spirits pursued them for only a brief moment before dispersing elsewhere. Bai Xiaoyi speculated, could they be chasing after Hujugu? That old fox is unlikely to perish so easily. As the saying goes, good people often meet untimely ends, while calamities linger for a millennium. With bated breath, the pair flew without pause until they reached the vast emptiness through which they had entered. As the vengeful spirits did not follow, the turtle master felt a wave of relief wash over him, observing the surrounding darkness. He thought he had gone blind had it not been for the faint twinkling of distant stars. Where's the portal? Why can I not see it? He wondered, scanning his surroundings without any success. Allow me to use my divine sight, Bai Xiaoyi declared. With that, he extended his left hand, opening his palm to reveal a golden eye that emitted radiant beams of golden light, sweeping the area in search. Indeed, a portal was present. In no time, the golden light unveiled a dimly discernible black void, indistinguishable against the backdrop, yet utterly exposed under the illumination of the divine sight. Excellent. Let us proceed, the turtle master exclaimed joyfully. Just as they were about to leap into the portal and escape, a resounding voice echoed through the distant void. Powerful and awe-inspiring, audacious members of the Zong Emperor clan, releasing ancient deities in secret. Your sins are unforgivable. Divine retribution shall befall you. Unable to resist the urge, the two glanced back, witnessing an immense, radiant figure looming at the farthest reaches of the small universe. The figure was shrouded in blinding light, obscuring its features, revealing only a simplistic outline. Suddenly, the figure's eyes emitted two beams of overwhelming white light that struck the center of this realm, causing the entire world to tremble. Quickly, Bai Xiaoyi dared not linger, pushing against the portal and swiftly entering the exit. Such a colossal being was beyond his current reach. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The turtle master, not lacking in sense, followed closely behind. With a creak, the stone doors swung open. The two felt a rush of light as they burst forth from the dark portal, stumbling onto solid ground. With unwavering steps, they leaped gracefully, landing directly upon the altar within the stone chamber. Standing back to back, they steadied themselves and channeled their powers into the altar. A flash of white light surged, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the cavern housing the teleportation platform. At that moment, the cave was devoid of any presence, enveloped in silence. They steadied their racing hearts and exchanged a glance, understanding each other without the need for words. With a powerful push, they soared towards the cave's entrance. Unexpectedly, as they approached the exit, a net flew towards them, aiming to ensnare them. The turtle master, filled with rage yet amusement, thought, if he could not contend with the cunning spirit, how could he not handle these ambushing scoundrels? Which fool dared to defile the entrance? Cursing loudly, he hurled his cloud staff forward, skillfully spinning it to send the net flying away. Bai Xiaoyi observed keenly as two robed, mysterious cultivators emerged outside the cave. Without hesitation, he unleashed his flying sword, lacking the time or inclination for formalities. In a flash of white light, the heads of the two adversaries fell to the ground. Without missing a beat, he leaped, and the sword returned to him, merging man and blade into a streak of white light as they burst forth from the cave. Ascending towards the azure sky, the turtle master, lagging behind, shouted, "Wait for me, fellow Taoist." Retrieving his cloud staff, he fished a cloud bean from his robe and popped it into his mouth, chewing it vigorously before releasing a plume of dark smoke that enveloped him as he soared away. Chapter 46. The riverboat. The mountains were high, the waters vast, and the sky expansive, with drifting sands and clouds tenderly caressing the pines and willows. Bai Xiaoyi and the turtle master traversed back to the Daiqian Gaoyang region over 6 days and nights, parting ways amicably. Bai Xiaoyi soared back to Luo Chun Mountain, skimming low over the surface of the Luo Chun River, casually snagging a grass carp, intending to roast it at home for a delightful meal. This scene left an old fisherman in the river stunned, believing he was hallucinating. After rubbing his eyes several times, he confirmed that he truly witnessed a living deity, hastily dropping his fishing net and kneeling on his boat, praying for blessings. Upon returning to Tiandu Peak, Bai Xiaoyi decided to first alight at the riverside courtyard at the mountain's foot. His feet touched the ground lightly. A gentle breeze caressed him without stirring too much turmoil, a testament to his growing mastery of sword flight. The flying sword circled twice in the air before resting within the main shaft of his umbrella. Arriving at the courtyard door, he unlatched and pushed it open, only to find it draped in cobwebs, realizing that air had not returned. With a sigh, he closed the door once more and, with a gentle leap akin to a dragonfly skimming water, ascended the mountain. Upon reaching Tai residence, everything appeared unchanged. The diminutive giant tree swayed slightly in the absence of wind, and Bai Xiaoyi understood it was rejoicing. A faint smile gracing his lips as he patted a drooping branch before making his way to the loft. He first visited the storage room, filling a wooden basin with water to place the large grass carp caught from the river, planning to roast it over a campfire that evening. As he opened the grand door to the loft, he sorted the mundane materials he had gathered during his journey, placing them on the second floor. Leaping into the waterfall's pool, he shed his clothes and bathed, cleansing himself of worldly dust. Upon returning to the attic, I first lit 3 sticks of sandalwood incense to pay homage to the goddess Enwa. Ascending to the second floor, I repeated the ritual, lighting another 3 sticks in reverence to the Buddha, many treasures. Upon reaching the third floor, I contemplated for a moment, retrieving the Bai Xiaoyi lantern from the Sumi pearl and placing it on the central altar. I then found an incense burner and lit 3 more sticks of sandalwood, silently reciting, "Father, Mother, should your child ever return home, I will summon you for offerings." With that, I settled into a lotus position on the cushion, reflecting on the gains and losses of my recent excursion. The harvest was indeed substantial, having unexpectedly acquired the ancient treasure, the Howdy Mirror, along with various extraordinary items such as the immortal face grass and the sun-moon wheel. However, it was regrettable that I had not located the true dragon's bones. Fortunately, my cultivation of both the spiritual and corporeal mirrors had yet to reach its limits, allowing for further enhancement without the immediate need to pursue other paths of enlightenment. Despite the serendipitous encounters I had experienced, my soul remained insufficiently potent and consolidated, requiring years of spiritual nourishment and consistent meditation practice. In time, when my soul grows stronger, should I still not find the true dragon's spine, I might consider entering the path through the ghostly blood divine nerve or the many treasures Buddha Prajnayastra. One belongs to the realm of the ghostly teachings, while the other to the Buddhist path, neither of which I genuinely wish to devote myself to. It must be acknowledged that perfection is a rarity in this world. Often, one must make do and proceed step by step, addressing matters as they arise. Before long, I retrieved the Howdy Mirror from the Sumi Pearl for study. This ancient mirror, cast in bronze, resembled a full moon in size and shape, with a smooth reflective surface that bore a faint circle of shadowy incantations. My eyes gleamed with curiosity as I scrutinized it through my mystical vision. After observing for nearly half an hour, I discerned the mirror's ritualistic incantation. To wield this treasure, one must embrace the mirror with both hands during meditation, continuously reciting the incantation to refine its essence, resulting in a natural communion between the user and the mirror over time. Flipping the mirror to inspect its reverse, I observed primitive wave patterns and fish engravings, though lacking in distinctive features. With no pressing matters at hand, I embraced the mirror and commenced my inaugural ritual of refinement. Seated in a lotus position, I held the full moon-like mirror close to my heart, closed my eyes, and recited the enigmatic humming incantations. As my spiritual energy flowed, the mirror began to emit a subtle glow. As night fell, I concluded this session of cultivation. The refinement of the Howdy Mirror, akin to that of the Sumi Pearl, would grow in potency the longer it was practiced. It was a matter of diligent effort over time, not something to be achieved in just a day or two. After a brief tidy-up, I descended to the storage room, retrieved the grass fish, and soared down to the riverside cottage, gathering dry wood to kindle a bonfire. Having previously refined the Samadhi True Fire Bai Xiaoyi lantern, my understanding of fire magic far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Igniting the wood was effortless, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements, my spiritual power coaxing the flames to life. Though seemingly a simple act, the intricacies of this fire magic encompassed the profound mysteries of nature, straightforward for me, yet an insurmountable challenge for those untrained. Without mastering the profound principles governing the natural order of the universe, no matter how fervently one may wield their magical prowess, which shall remain wood, unaltered in the slightest. It is only through the fusion of mystic arts and secret techniques that transformations may arise. Having procured the fish and taken it to the riverbank, I deftly threaded it onto a slender stick and positioned it by the campfire, allowing the gentle heat of the flames to roast it gradually, turning it occasionally. Should an uninformed soul attempt to roast the fish directly over the flames, it would not be a delicacy, but rather a charred remnant. Upon reflection, it is now the depths of winter. The mountains stand desolate. The cold river mirrors a solitary figure. with flickering flames casting a melancholic yet warm glow in the midst of solitude. As I gazed into the enveloping darkness, devoid of any lights or signs of life, an overwhelming sense of loneliness consumed me. Perhaps this is the inevitable price one must pay in the pursuit of enlightenment. Lost in thought and sentimentality, I withdrew a jade flute from my sleeve and began to play the heart-purifying and universal goodness mantra. As the melody flowed through me, I took a few sips from a flask, brandishing my flying sword in a dance of intoxicated reverie. This is the essence of a carefree existence. The universe is both unfeeling and filled with affection, while the path of humanity is etched within the heart. The landscapes, ancient and infinite, endure through the cycles of cold winters and warm summers. After the performance, I plunged my sword into the earth, took another swig from my flask, and turned the fish to check its readiness. It was then that a grand boat, leisurely navigating from upstream along the Luo Spring River, caught my attention. The vessel boasted a two-story pavilion, illuminated by candles that cast a warm glow through the windows, topped with glazed tiles and adorned with two large red lanterns. "Look, miss, there is a household over there," exclaimed a girl with two braided pigtails, her cheeks flushed, her petite frame animated, her eyes sparkling with life. Beside her stood a strikingly beautiful woman with elegant hair and a sorrowful expression, idly leaning against the railing of the boat, clutching a silk scarf. Upon hearing the girl's remark, Zhao Lanny was roused from her reverie. A glance revealed a bamboo cottage not far from the riverbank, with flickering flames dancing outside. "What place is this?" she inquired. The girl, oblivious to the answer, could only shake her head in response. She then turned to a young man leaning against the boat's railing, sword in hand, and asked, "Sir Zheng, do you know where we are?" The young man, initially in quiet meditation, slowly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings before responding in a deep, resonant voice. "I cannot discern our precise location, but I suspect we are not far from the capital." The girl rolled her eyes at his vague answer. Just then, a young monk emerged from the pavilion, hands clasped in prayer as he chanted, "Amit Ba." Judging by the height and characteristics of those mountains, we must have arrived at Tiandu Peak. Zhao Lanny turned to the young monk, offering a respectful gesture and curiously asking, "Reverend, may I inquire if anyone resides at Tiandu Peak?" Upon hearing her question, the monk's face lit up as if an epiphany had struck him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten? Xiaohong may have found salvation." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lanny immediately inquired with concern, "What do you mean by that?" The young monk joyfully replied, "It is said that a venerable master, the Hunyuan umbrella Tai Zhenjuan, is cultivating in this mountain. Remarkably, this elder is known for his benevolent deeds, unlike those deceitful cultivators whose righteousness is hard to discern. Furthermore, it is rumored that he possesses miraculous healing abilities, capable of restoring life to the deceased." Zhao Lanny, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and quickly pressed, "Is this true?" The young monk scratched his bald head, uncertainly stating, "There are indeed such rumors circulating within the Jing'an office, but I have not visited him myself, so I cannot ascertain their truth. Since that is the case, we might as well approach the shore to seek an audience. If the rumors are false, we shall suffer no loss. If true, we may save Honger's life," Zhao Lanny said, gazing at the mountain with eyes brimming with hope. Observing the flickering flames, she added, "Let us inquire with the household at the foot of the mountain. That should clarify things." She then instructed the boatmen to steer the vessel closer to the small courtyard. However, lacking a proper dock, they could only anchor several paces away. Bai Xiaoyi had already noticed the approaching boat and, with keen interest, munched on roasted fish while sipping wine, curious about their intentions. "Good sir, may I inquire if this is the right place?" Zheng Yijian stood at the bow of the boat, cupping his hands in greeting. Bai Xiaoyi glanced over, leisurely responding, "Indeed it is." Relieved to find someone communicative, Zheng Yijian felt at ease, having feared they might encounter something inhuman. He promptly commanded the boatman to lower a small dinghy, assisting Zhao Lanny aboard, while the little maid, Xiaobian, clung to them and also boarded. Zheng Yijian then took up a bamboo pole, ferrying the small boat to the shore and helping the two ladies ashore. On the deck, the young monk, with a nimble leap, seemed to soar like a great rock, gracefully landing on the bank. Bai Xiaoyi, noticing the four approaching, continued to indulge in his meal, dismissing them entirely. However, as the young monk drew closer and recognized his features, he hastened to the bonfire, respectfully clasping his hands in salute. "I pay my respects to Tai Zhenjuan." The other three were equally astonished, having not yet ascended the mountain to seek an audience, yet encountering the esteemed figure by the riverside. They hurriedly stepped forward to bow. "We greet you, Tai Zhenjuan." "Ah?" Bai Xiaoyi, intrigued, remarked, "I do not recognize you. How is it that you discern me?" The monk replied, "The Zhenjuan displayed remarkable prowess during the Yulan Pen Festival, earning widespread acclaim within the Jing'an office, where many admired him. Naturally, I have heard much about you. Given your presence here and your appearance, I can think of no one else but you." flattered by such praise. Bai Xiaoyi felt a surge of delight and could not help but regard the monk with newfound fondness. Chuckling softly, "You are quite astute. It seems I have some ties to the Buddhist order myself. May I ask, what is your Dharma name, young monk?" The young monk promptly introduced himself. "I am called Buxiao. This young lady beside me is the daughter of General Zhao, commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army of Qian, accompanied by her maid, Xiaobian. And this is the valiant Zheng Yijian." Bai Xiaoyi nodded, surveying the gathered individuals while memorizing their names and appearances for future recognition. He inquired about their unexpected decision to dock at this humble place rather than continuing their journey through the night. Zhao Lanny, upon encountering this esteemed elder, revered by the tireless monk, found her initial trepidation dissipating. The sight of this handsome young man, eloquent and refined, stirred her heart, yet she hesitated, uncertain how to express her desire for assistance. Noticing Zhao Lanny's silence, the monk assumed she was a timid young lady unaccustomed to conversation, and thus spoke on her behalf. "The matter is as follows. I have been dispatched by the Jing'an office to escort Miss Zhao to Gaoyang. While passing through a forest over 100 miles from here, some of our party, weary from prolonged travel, sought to rest on shore." At this point, Zhao Lanny felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that the weary traveler was none other than herself. Bai Xiaoyi gestured for them to sit upon nearby wooden stumps. "Please, make yourselves comfortable and speak at your leisure." The monk continued, upon reaching the shore. "We encountered a vast forest and sought to gather some wild mushrooms and vegetables for a fresh soup. However, during the cooking process, a young maidservant, tasting the broth, suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. Could it be that she ingested a poisonous mushroom? I initially thought so as well," the monk replied, "but before I could render aid, I witnessed several colorful mushrooms sprouting rapidly from her mouth, revealing that it was not a common poison." Sprouting mushrooms? Bai Xiaoyi pondered, recalling his own encounter with the majestic deer spirit in the forest upon his arrival in Gaoyang. The monk's expression turned grave as he elaborated. "Indeed, first from her mouth, then her face, and soon her entire body was covered in mushrooms. I fear she has fallen victim to some bizarre affliction, and I am powerless to assist her. It was by chance that we passed by the Taoist temple and sought your benevolence." As he spoke, he performed a respectful gesture towards Bai Xiaoyi. Zhao Lanny finally summoned the courage to utter, "I beseech the esteemed Taoist to alleviate our suffering." "Is the maidservant still alive?" Bai Xiaoyi replied with a question of his own. The monk shook his head. "We have only traveled half a day since then. She has not yet perished and lies within the cabin." Bai Xiaoyi stretched, stifling a yawn before saying, "She seems to possess a strong constitution. Since I have nothing pressing at the moment, my curiosity has been piqued by your tale. I shall go see her, though I cannot guarantee her recovery." The monk expressed his gratitude. "Naturally, we are grateful for your willingness to extend your aid, regardless of the outcome. We appreciate your kindness." Chapter 47. The small mountain village. Bai Xiaoyi rose, withdrawing the flying sword embedded in the ground and stowing it within his treasured umbrella. With the umbrella in hand, he gracefully leaped, appearing like an ethereal being in white as he glided across the river and lightly landed on the deck of the boat. The monk quickly instructed, "I shall accompany you to take a look." With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air and landed on the ship's deck beside Bai Xiaoyi. The monk hurried ahead, leading the way. "This way, esteemed Taoist." Bai Xiaoyi followed the monk into the last small room of the ship's cabin. Upon entering, a pungent odor of decay and mildew assaulted his senses. Bai Xiaoyi held his breath and peered inside, where he beheld a girl, her skin ravaged and covered in mushrooms. Lying upon a moldy straw mat, her face contorted in agony, she appeared to be trapped in a nightmarish slumber. This was Xiaohonger, as the monk softly introduced. Cautious not to disturb her, Bai Xiaoyi swept his mystical sight around the room, gaining insight into the situation. Just as he concluded his examination, Zhao Lanny and two others stood waiting outside the door. Zhao Lanny, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is there any hope for Xiaohong?" "Let us speak outside," Bai Xiaoyi replied. "The air here is thick with toxic spores. It would be detrimental for ordinary mortals to breathe it in." He stepped out first, followed closely by the others. Once on the deck, under the anxious gaze of the group, Bai Xiaoyi contemplated for a moment before speaking. "I suspect you are unaware of the nature of her affliction. Do you, esteemed immortal, know what this sinister poison is?" The monk interjected. Bai Xiaoyi recounted. "In a forest over 100 miles to the west, there dwells a peculiar practitioner who calls himself the Deer Power Immortal. He possesses antlers upon his head and wields an enigmatic magical branch adorned with various flowers and fungi. A mere brush from this branch can lead to parasitic spores infecting the victim, and within moments, they would be overwhelmed by mushrooms and perish. I fear that Xiaohonger has fallen victim to this poison." Zhao Lanny, upon hearing the severity of the situation, grew frantic and murmured, "What are we to do?" Fortunately, Xiaohonger was not directly cursed by his spell. She likely ingested some of the scattered poisonous fungi by accident. The poison has not penetrated deeply. allowing her to survive thus far. He paused, then continued. However, if no measures are taken, she can only last a few more hours. The maid, Xiaobian, upon hearing this, immediately knelt in desperation, pleading, I beseech you, esteemed immortal, save Xiaohonger. She and I have shared the same master, living and eating together like sisters. As a noble lady, she cannot kneel and beg for her lowly servant's life. I must take this humble position. Bai Xiaoyi raised a hand to signal her to rise. Do not rush to plead. First, listen to what I have to say. Zhao Lanny helped her to her feet. If we wish to fully eradicate the fungal poison from her body, we must seek out the deer power immortal, whether by request or by force, and compel him to release the spores within her using his magical branch. This is the path to a solution, Bai Xiaoyi explained. The monk wore a troubled expression, pondering the difficulty of finding the deer power immortal. Even if we manage to locate him, the time it takes may prove fatal for Xiaohonger. Bai Xiaoyi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I may have a method to stabilize her condition. Please enlighten us. The monk urged. All vegetation fears salt water, Bai Xiaoyi advised. You could immerse her in a saline solution and have her drink plenty of salty water. This should suppress the mushroom poison. However, this method should not be prolonged, as excessive exposure could lead to dehydration and death. I believe this method will indeed prove effective. The monk reflected, grasping the rationale behind it with certainty. Bai Xiaoyi once again retrieved a small porcelain vial from his sleeve. He uncorked it and poured out a pill, no larger than a fisheye, which he presented to Bushio, saying, I bestow upon you another yuan supplement pill. When mixed with the brackish water, it shall be administered to her, providing nourishment for her vital energy and sustaining her heart and lung strength. Bushio, the monk, solemnly accepted it, performing a one-handed bow and expressing gratitude. Thank you, true lord, for this precious medicine. Bai Xiaoyi tucked the vial away, waved his hand, and with a graceful flourish, soared away with the wind, departing from the ship. True lord? Zhao Lanny exclaimed in bewilderment, puzzled by his sudden departure. Will he not assist us in subduing that deer force immortal? Bushio chuckled softly at Zhao Lanny's naivety, shaking his head. To receive guidance and medicine from the true lord is already a tremendous blessing. How could we dare to covet more? The following day, at the break of dawn, Bai Xiaoyi rose to prepare for his morning rituals. First, he visited the chilly pool beneath the waterfall to groom himself, consuming a grain of fasting pill. He practiced the yuan insect flying sword technique, feeling his blood and energy surge with vigor, as if arrows were released, his muscles and bones strengthening further. Upon returning to the third floor of the pavilion, he sat cross-legged to cultivate the chi refining method from the White Bone Sword Classic, harnessing the natural energies of heaven and earth to transform them into his own magical power. After an hour, he devoted another hour to practicing the ghostly blood deity scripture, which also intertwined the physical and spiritual energies. He then spent half an hour reciting and contemplating the treasure of the Tathagata's Wisdom Sutra, a text so profound that each reading brought forth new insights. Having exhausted his efforts on these foundational texts, he finally allowed himself the leisure to contemplate other matters. Recalling the celestial face herb obtained from the Xianyuan tomb, he took out the golden elixir canon and diligently reviewed the section on the everlasting youth elixir, discovering that he was still missing several auxiliary herbs. These herbs typically grew in remote, wild mountains, and he could only seek them out by chance. Noticing that the day was still young, he resolved to venture out and test his luck. He gathered all essential items, including the treasure lotus lamp, into the Shumi pearl, and summoned the plum deer he had not tended to for some time, using a bamboo branch. In a short while, the deer gracefully bounded down from the rocky cliffs, stopping before the entrance of Tai residence, and lowering its head to softly call out. Bai Xiaoyi regarded the divine deer, pleased to see it thriving on Tiandu Peak, growing ever more majestic and robust. He leaped upon its back, descending the mountain. The deer, accustomed to leaping across steep and rugged terrain, moved as if traversing level ground. Bai Xiaoyi directed it where to go, using the bamboo branch to sift through dense underbrush in search of the herbs he sought. After 2 or 3 hours of this back-and-forth searching, he had gathered a bountiful harvest, having nearly all the required herbs, save for one which he needed a few more of, prompting him to consider finding additional supplies for future use. Reflecting on this experience, he thought it wise to recruit a few apprentices to assist him in cultivating herbs and gathering medicine, sparing him the burden of attending to every minor task himself. As he looked up once more, he realized he had no idea where he had wandered, surrounded by a vast expanse of desolate mountains. By his rough estimation, he had ventured some 70 to 80 miles away. What was that? By chance, he caught sight of a multitude of diminutive figures moving on a nearby hillside. Utilizing his keen spiritual eye, he discerned that these were numerous mushrooms of various sizes scuttling across the ground, akin to ants in the midst of relocation, each closely following the other in a serpentine line, their destination unknown. How peculiar. Intrigued by this spectacle, he gestured with his bamboo staff towards the scene ahead. prompting the Sika deer to carry him closer for a better view. Upon approaching, he observed these mushrooms in vivid hues, all traversing the earth en route like appendages, advancing swiftly. They formed a procession several yards in length, climbing over the hillside and into the depths of the dense forest. Bai Xiaoyi, having briefly indulged in the novelty, soon lost interest. He had no desire to follow them indefinitely. Upon cresting the hill, he discovered a quaint village nestled in a small valley, with wisps of smoke rising into the sky, stirring his curiosity about the local customs and traditions. Arriving at the village's entrance, he noticed around 30 to 40 villagers congregated by a pond, their voices raised in a cacophony, the cause of their commotion unclear. Just as he contemplated riding closer on his deer to witness the hubbub, a villager suddenly spotted him, instantly causing a panic-stricken uproar. Oh no, a monster has arrived. The crowd turned in unison towards him, erupting into chaos as they shouted about the monster, scattering in all directions until not a single soul remained. Bai Xiaoyi was perplexed. Was the reaction truly warranted? He certainly did not resemble a monster in the slightest. In that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the pond, where bubbles were rising, revealing an object bobbing about. Frowning in concentration, he discerned that it was a person confined within a bamboo cage. Approaching the riverbank, he deftly unleashed a strand of blood spirit silk with a flick of his hand, ensnaring the cage and lifting it from the water. With a splash, the cage landed upon the ground, revealing a pregnant woman with a pronounced belly, who was curled up, choking on water and coughing, fortunate to be rescued before suffocating. Before Bai Xiaoyi could contemplate his next move, an elderly woman with gray hair and tattered clothing stumbled out from a nearby dwelling, crying out and collapsing beside the cage. "Xiaoyi, my Xiaoyi," she wailed, tears streaming down her face, her hair disheveled, utterly heartbroken. She then turned to Bai Xiaoyi, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "I beseech you, great immortal, spare my daughter. This old woman is willing to be reborn as a cow or horse to repay your kindness. Please, I implore you." Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback by the unexpected plea. Disembarking from his Sika deer, he inquired gently, "Good elder, I do not know you. I am merely a wandering herbalist passing through, and I intervened only upon seeing this lady submerged in water." "An herbalist?" The old woman was momentarily bewildered, her expression one of confusion. "Not an immortal?" With a benevolent smile, Bai Xiaoyi shook his head in denial. "No." At that moment, the woman inside the cage struggled to lift her head, speaking with great difficulty. "Mother, it is not this gentleman." "Oh, it is not." The elderly woman gradually ceased her weeping, wiping away her tears and mucus, her expression vacant as she turned around to untie the bamboo cage, pulling the woman within out. Just as she attempted to lead the woman away, the latter grasped her hand and, in a frail voice, uttered, "Mother, I have yet to express my gratitude to this young man for saving my life." The elderly woman, momentarily lost in thought, returned to her senses and, in a flurry of reverence, knelt before Bai Xiaoyi with her daughter. "Dear elder, there is no need for such formalities. It was merely a trifling act." Bai Xiaoyi gestured for them to rise, urging them not to bow in such a manner. The elderly woman struggled to rise, supporting herself on her knees, but her daughter collapsed onto the ground, sorrowfully wiping her tears. Seeing her daughter in such distress, the elderly woman squatted down and embraced her, both of them weeping uncontrollably. The woman sobbed, "Mother, I am afraid. I do not wish to die." The elderly mother caressed her daughter's damp hair, lamenting, "My poor child, what sin have we committed? If you were to perish, I would follow you into the afterlife." This revelation piqued Bai Xiaoyi's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Elder, might I ask what transpired that led the villagers to treat such a living being in this manner?" The elderly woman choked on her words, finding it difficult to speak. Just then, a group of stout men emerged from the village, each brandishing tools and weapons, encircling Bai Xiaoyi with expressions of indignation. "A monster! Yes, it is this creature. Let us slay him. This vile beast must die. With those antlers, it must be him. Charge!" They rallied each other, rushing forward with various farming implements raised to strike Bai Xiaoyi. Naturally, he regarded these foolish villagers with disdain. Channeling his energy, he bellowed, "Who dares?" His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very mountains and rivers. The crowd felt a deafening buzz in their ears, their minds spinning as a wave of force knocked them to the ground. Just 2 words had felled them all, leaving the elderly woman and her daughter astonished. As no magical force had been directed at them, they remained unaware of any unusual occurrence. Bai Xiaoyi glared and demanded, "You simpletons, have you mistaken me for that monster? I am but a herbalist passing through, not the creature you believe me to be. If you persist in your disrespect, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." The villagers, recovering from their disorientation, began to rise, one among them calling out in confusion, "Are you truly not that monster? Then why do you possess a deer with antlers?" Bai Xiaoyi stroked the back of the deer and replied, "This is merely an ordinary spotted deer I encountered in the forest, It is no monster. His tone turned cold. Now I ask you, why did you unjustly imprison this poor pregnant woman in a bamboo cage and submerge her in the river, committing such an atrocious act? It is utterly unforgivable. Tightening his grip on the bamboo branch, he warned that any unsatisfactory answer would lead to their swift demise. An elderly villager stepped forward, parting the crowd, clasping his hands together in apology, and sighed. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, then we sincerely apologize. Please extend your understanding and forgiveness. Sir, you are indeed a person of great capability. I hope you do not take offense. As for submerging Pan Xiaoyi in the pig cage, it is not our desire. But we find ourselves without alternative. Alas, Bai Xiaoyi, incensed, could not help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. In this vast world, how can you commit murder and still attempt to argue your case? The village elder wore a sorrowful expression. You may not be aware, but if Xiaoyi were to drown, it would be a mercy. Should she survive, in a few days, she would surely perish in a more horrific manner. Thus, we have unanimously decided, in accordance with custom, to submerge her in the river, sparing her from such cruel suffering. If you doubt this, you may inquire with Xiaoyi herself and her mother. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, sensing deeper implications at play. He turned to the elderly woman and softened his tone. Madam, is what he said true? The old woman clutched her daughter tightly, closed her eyes, and nodded gravely. Chapter 48. Trust me to survive. Bai Xiaoyi let out a cold snort. Even so, such treatment of a pregnant woman was inhumane. Please, do not be angered. Follow me, and you shall understand. The village elder beckoned, indicating for him to follow. He led the gathering towards the village. Bai Xiaoyi addressed the elderly woman. Do not grieve just yet. Allow me to ascertain the situation. Perhaps I may provide some relief. You should return home to prepare warm water and change into dry clothing to avoid catching a chill. It was uncertain whether the mother and daughter took his words to heart. But Bai Xiaoyi paid them no further mind and followed the village elder. They wound their way to a solitary house halfway up the hill. The dwelling, a short distance from the village, featured mud walls and a black-tiled roof, with tightly shut doors and windows. Bloodstains trailed out from within, exuding an eerie, ghastly aura. The village elder explained, 7 victims like Xiaoyi have met their demise thus far. For those unwilling to take their own lives, we house them here. Just yesterday, one perished within, and we have yet to attend to her burial. If you wish to learn more, you may enter and see for yourself. Nearby villagers murmured quietly. I went inside this morning and was so horrified I nearly retched. I would never enter again. Let whoever desires to go. I feel the same. Just the thought makes me nauseous. Let us keep our distance. It was better for Xiaoyi to die in the river, lest there be no one to collect her remains. What horrors had Bai Xiaoyi not witnessed? He was certainly not deterred by the villagers' words. Stepping forward with determination, he waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that flung the door open with a resounding crash. With a clang, the double doors swung wide, releasing a foul stench from the dim interior. This display elicited gasps from the crowd, with whispers circulating. This gentleman is surely no ordinary man. Could he be the legendary immortal? Perhaps Xiaoyi is truly salvageable. Bai Xiaoyi peered into the dwelling, his keen eyes discerning the grim scene within. The room was awash in congealed blood, staining the walls and floor in a gruesome tableau. In a dim corner of the room lay a layer of straw, alongside a blood-soaked mat, upon which rested the lifeless body of a woman. Her abdomen was grotesquely torn open, as though something had violently erupted from within. The expression on her face was one of sheer terror, reflecting the torment and despair she endured before her demise. Among the onlookers, some, driven by morbid curiosity, approached only to recoil in horror, rushing aside to vomit uncontrollably. Bai Xiaoyi turned away, sweeping his sleeve, causing the 2 doors to creak closed on their own accord. Old man, would you kindly enlighten me on this matter? Bai Xiaoyi inquired gently of the village elder. Confronted with such an eerie occurrence, he sought clarity and understanding. The elder, with a sorrowful expression, shook his head and sighed. Come, let us sit beneath that locust tree, and I shall recount the tale at my own pace. A group of villagers moved to a nearby grand locust tree, where the elder gestured for Bai Xiaoyi to take a seat on a stone beneath its shade, and then began to narrate the sequence of events. The story commenced 3 months prior, on a night when a young woman named Suofeng was mending clothes in her home. By the flickering candlelight, she discerned the shadow of a pair of majestic antlers outside her window, mistakenly believing that a wild deer had wandered into the village. Initially, she paid it no mind. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. She felt a wave of confusion. Who could be at the door at such an hour? After calling out several times with no response, her apprehension deepened, and she hesitated to open the door. After a moment of silence, a peculiar voice, mocking yet eerily human, beckoned from outside. Dear lady, do not fear to open the door. I am an old spirit from the mountains, here to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. Half convinced, she peered through the crack in the door and was astonished to see a radiant white light enveloping a colossal white elk. This creature was unlike any deer she had seen before, adorned with 2 pairs of antlers blooming with strange flowers, and its face bore an uncanny resemblance to both human and animal alike. Cloaked in a flowing white robe, its presence was both magnificent and unsettling. With 3 legs grounded while the 4th appeared to dangle unnaturally. As an intoxicating scent of musk wafted through the air, she found herself entranced and, in a daze, opened the door. The elk stepped gracefully into the room. Once the door was shut, a cacophony of heavy, ragged breaths filled the air, echoing throughout the village. The townsfolk assumed it was merely a couple engaged in intimate relations, dismissing it with a disdainful remark about their lack of modesty. At dawn, Suifeng awoke, her body racked with pain. Despite her overwhelming fear and anxiety, she remained silent and continued her daily life. However, just 4 or 5 days later, her abdomen began to swell alarmingly, and within a matter of days, she appeared as though she were in the final stages of pregnancy. Unable to conceal the truth any longer, she was pressed for answers, and she disclosed that a spirit had granted her a fortuitous chance, leading to her unusual condition. On the 5th day, Suifeng suddenly cried out in agony, prompting the villagers to believe she was about to give birth. They summoned the village's experienced midwife, along with a host of well-meaning relatives eager to assist. Just as they prepared for the delivery, Suifeng's swollen belly convulsed violently, and with a resounding pop, the events took a dramatic turn. A sudden explosion erupted, splattering blood across the faces of all present, leaving them in a state of sheer terror. Some fainted and collapsed. Others screamed in madness, while a few retched uncontrollably. From the remnants of her abdomen, grotesque fungi, resembling creatures with tendrils, shot forth, each taking flight into the world, escaping through windows or doors in a disordered exodus. This calamity had claimed several victims, and Pan Xiaoyi was the 8th. Those unwilling to relinquish hope arranged for the afflicted to reside in a small cottage outside the village until their fates were sealed. For those who suffered the agony of such a demise, the village resorted to the cruel method of drowning them in the river, treating them as unclean. Bai Xiaoyi, after absorbing this grim narrative, wore a troubled expression, riddled with uncertainty, pondering whether this mischief was the work of the deer spirit, and why the descriptions differed so markedly from his initial encounter. Had it mutated, or had its kin? Alas, in this chaotic era filled with demons and strange occurrences, the common folk endured relentless suffering, striving to survive amidst the turmoil. It is indeed a lamentable situation. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned to the village elder and instructed, "You must promptly arrange for the bodies inside to be gathered, cremated, and interred to prevent any further bizarre incidents." The village elder complied and summoned several young men to carry out the task. Bai Xiaoyi then added, "Lead me to Xiaoyan's home, so I may diagnose her condition." The elder, harboring a glimmer of hope, guided Bai Xiaoyi to Pan Xiaoyan's residence, where they found mother and daughter had returned as instructed. Xiaoyan had changed into clean garments and lay upon her bed, appearing hollow and lifeless, like an empty shell. The elderly woman was in the kitchen, boiling water, occasionally lost in thought, her tears falling unabated. Upon their arrival, she immediately knelt before Bai Xiaoyi, beseeching, "If you can save my daughter, my family shall serve you faithfully in gratitude." "Let me first ascertain the matter at hand before discussing anything further," he replied, assisting the elderly woman to her feet. Accompanied by a few village elders, they entered Xiaoyan's chamber. The elderly woman, mustering her spirit, gently urged, "Xiaoyan, allow this gentleman to examine you. Perhaps he can offer a cure." Xiaoyan, appearing despondent and haggard, turned her gaze towards them but remained silent, neither nodding nor speaking. Bai Xiaoyi, standing to the side, had already discerned the source of her affliction. Unlike the red spores that had spread throughout the body of another victim, the toxic fungi within Xiaoyan had concentrated in her womb, multiplying until her abdomen swelled beyond its limits, ultimately causing it to rupture. The elderly woman, unaware that Bai Xiaoyi had completed his assessment, turned back to implore him to check her pulse. "Please, esteemed sir." Bai Xiaoyi raised a hand to interrupt her. "I have diagnosed the ailment. Miss Xiaoyan suffers from a minor illness, and with a simple intervention, I can restore her health." He intentionally downplayed the severity of her condition to reassure the gathered crowd and inspire their trust in him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a wave of joy swept through the onlookers, including the elderly woman and Xiaoyan, who were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of hope streaming down their faces. They implored him urgently, "Please, sir, act swiftly to save her." Bai Xiaoyi, however, spoke calmly, explaining that this was no ordinary ailment, and the remedy required was far from conventional. It necessitated an abdominal incision to extract the problematic substance, after which the illness would heal itself. His nonchalance caused a shift in the expressions of those present, and the village elder questioned skeptically, "Isn't an abdominal incision tantamount to death?" How is that any different from a fatal rupture? Unfazed, Bai Xiaoyi replied with ease. While it is true that a typical abdominal incision spells doom for most, I possess a secret technique that will ensure her survival. It all depends on whether you are willing to place your trust in me and take this leap of faith. The crowd was momentarily at a standstill, uncertain whether to believe such an outrageous claim. At that moment, Xiaoyin decisively rose, exclaiming, I am willing to give it a try. After all, it is merely death we are contemplating. If the gentleman truly possesses the means, I would be reclaiming my life. A bargain beyond compare. Bai Xiaoyi nodded appreciatively. Recognizing Xiaoyin's clarity of thought, to treat her offered a glimmer of hope. To abstain from treatment was to court certain death. The elderly woman soon caught on, sincerely stating, Since Xiaoyi is willing to try, I too am inclined to trust the gentleman. We place everything in your capable hands. She attempted to kneel in gratitude, but Bai Xiaoyi gently halted her. Observing that the family of the afflicted had consented, the others had little to contest. Thus, it was settled. Before the procedure commenced, Bai Xiaoyi outlined some preparations. A makeshift enclosure was to be erected in an open area outside the village, with a platform bed set for Xiaoyin to lie upon. A bonfire stacked nearby, and a large wooden basin alongside 7 coarse porcelain bowls, as well as hot water, cloths, and garments, everything meticulously arranged. Once all was in readiness, it was already the witching hour, and Xiaoyin's abdomen continued to swell. The urgency for intervention could not be overstated. Bai Xiaoyi resolved to perform the surgery that very night. The enclosure was ablaze with flickering flames, and all villagers, aside from the children, gathered outside, whispering among themselves. If Xiaoyin can be saved, it would be wonderful. That poor child. Indeed, I've heard it involves opening her up. I wonder if she will survive? Better than drowning in the river. Perhaps there is truly hope. I believe in the divine physician. Look, here come Xiaoyin and her mother. Chapter 49. With the assistance of 2 elderly women, Pan Xiaoyin, her abdomen swollen like a drum, slowly and laboriously approached the enclosure. Bai Xiaoyi had been waiting patiently and lifted the curtain, saying, Please assist her inside. She can lie on the platform bed. The 2 women helped Pan Xiaoyin into the enclosure, with Bai Xiaoyi following closely behind. Once Pan Xiaoyin was settled on the bed, Bai Xiaoyi addressed the 2 elderly women. The scene may become quite unsettling. I advise you to wait outside. Please ensure no one inadvertently enters and disrupts the proceedings. We entrust everything to you, sir. They replied before stepping outside the enclosure, guarding the entrance. Bai Xiaoyi, seeing that all was in place and ready for action, smiled at Pan Xiaoyin, saying, Do not be afraid or anxious, Miss Xiaoyin. I assure you, you will feel no pain or discomfort. As if you were merely taking a peaceful slumber, and upon awakening, all will be well. Pan Xiaoyin finally relaxed, lying flat on the platform bed, her gaze directed toward the heavens. Bai Xiaoyi picked up 7 large porcelain bowls and arranged them sequentially at her feet, hands, shoulders, and atop her head. From her sleeve, she drew forth 7 talismans, clasping them in her hands. Adhering to the ritual, she stepped upon the 7 stars of the northern dipper, chanting incantations under her breath, and suddenly proclaimed, I command. With a flick of her wrist, the 7 talismans soared into the bowls, igniting with a resounding boom, transforming into a blaze. This was the 7 stars of the northern dipper life-sustaining array, recorded in the true explanation of talismans, serving as a multifaceted safeguard. After all, it was a major surgical procedure. Should the protective energies falter, unforeseen calamities could arise. Bai Xiaoyi stepped behind Pan Xiaoyin, extending her right hand above the young woman's face. Miss Xiaoyin, open your eyes and gaze upon my palm. Obeying, Pan Xiaoyin opened her eyes to behold a silver eye emanating a soft glow, her spirit instantly entranced, rendering her devoid of the 5 aggregates and 5 consciousnesses. Bai Xiaoyi retracted her hand, retrieving a cloth to cover her face, and then moved to her abdomen. Without the need to unfasten her garments, she extended her right hand, letting dozens of blood-spirit threads, glowing crimson, cascade down from her palm like strands of noodles, burrowing into her belly, seeking flesh. With the blood-spirit threads now extracted, Bai Xiaoyi stood with her hands clasped behind her back, remotely guiding the threads to occupy vital blood vessels and meridians within her abdomen, ensuring her safety before initiating the cesarean procedure. Moments later, a fissure appeared in her abdomen, blood-spirit threads wriggling through the opening without a drop of blood being spilled. A blood-red mass, the size of a basin, was gently lifted forth by the threads, suspended in midair. Through the translucent fetal membrane, one could discern a cluster of fungi jostling within. With a wave of her hand, the mass floated softly into a wooden basin on the ground. As the blood-spirit threads wriggled, the fissure in her abdomen rapidly sealed itself. Bai Xiaoyi decided to leave the blood-spirit threads within Pan Xiaoyin's body to stitch her wounds until she healed, at which point the threads would be expelled and returned to nature. By merely channeling some magical energy, the threads could continuously generate vitality. Casting her mystical sight upon Pan Xiulian's condition, she discerned no abnormalities, and thus extended her right hand once more, unveiling her palm's silver eye to release the spirit-binding spell. Gradually, Pan Xiulian awoke from her stupor. Bai Xiaoyi lifted the cloth from her face and inquired, "Miss Xiulian, how do you feel?" Pan Xiulian, her expression one of bewilderment, replied, "I feel considerably lighter, as if that heavy burden has been lifted." Unable to resist, she bent her head to gaze at her abdomen, only to find it flat, devoid of that substantial belly. Enlightenment dawned upon her, and joy surged within her. "Heavens, I am indeed well," she exclaimed, attempting to rise, but Bai Xiaoyi swiftly restrained her. "Do not move hastily, Miss Xiulian. Allow me to summon 2 matrons to assist you in changing your garments before you get up." Bai Xiaoyi turned to call out to those outside the tent, "The 2 elder ladies may enter." Upon hearing their names, 2 matrons, one of whom was naturally Xiulian's mother, lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Upon seeing Xiulian's belly now deflated, her mother was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in her eyes. "Xiulian, you are well?" Pan Xiulian nodded, beaming with radiant smiles. Bai Xiaoyi remarked, "I have extracted the contents from her womb and placed them in a wooden basin. Please refrain from disturbing it for now. I shall attend to it later." Miss Xiulian is out of danger, though her body is severely exhausted. With proper care and recuperation, she will surely recover. Kindly assist her in changing into fresh garments. The divine healer, you are truly a living deity," an elderly woman reverently praised. Pan Xiulian's mother fell to her knees, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for saving my daughter's life. Our family is impoverished and has nothing to offer in return. But I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Please rise, good lady. I am not in need of gold or silver, nor do I require any form of recompense from you. I simply seek your assistance in gathering medicinal herbs when I occasionally venture from my secluded practice on Tiandu Peak." Bai Xiaoyi stated his request. He believed in performing good deeds without expecting anything in return, yet he was no saint. Furthermore, this task was not particularly difficult. It merely demanded time and effort, which he preferred to devote to his cultivation rather than trifling matters. The elderly woman promptly promised to do her utmost. Bai Xiaoyi nodded and turned to exit the tent. Outside, a crowd of villagers had gathered, eager to inquire about the situation. The village elder stepped forward and asked, "How did it go, sir? Was it successful?" Bai Xiaoyi smiled gently and nodded. "Rest assured, dear villagers, the treatment was indeed successful. Miss Xiulian is now well, and once she has changed into her new attire, she will join you shortly." The crowd remained somewhat skeptical until, moments later, 2 elderly women assisted Pan Xiulian as she lifted the curtain and stepped out. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with exclamations of a true divine being. "She has indeed recovered, a living deity among us." The villagers erupted into joyous celebration, expressing their gratitude for Bai Xiaoyi's miraculous healing. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoyi decided to rest for the night in the quaint mountain village, planning to return to Tiandu Peak at dawn. The village elder arranged for him to occupy an unoccupied dwelling, complete with fresh linens, oil lamps, and tea. After dismissing the crowd to rest, Bai Xiaoyi closed the doors and windows, lit a lamp, and took out the true explanation of talismans to study. He retrieved yellow paper, specially crafted vermilion ink, and a talisman brush, practicing as he read. Upon encountering a talisman for qi travel, he found it intriguing and spread a sheet of yellow paper on the table. Dipping his brush in the ink, he channeled a strand of magical energy to inscribe it. The brush danced across the paper, and as he completed the talisman, the lines began to writhe, climbing up the brush handle towards his hand. Just as they were about to continue their ascent, a prompt appeared. 361 virus cleaning in progress. The lines rapidly retreated down the brush, settling back onto the paper without further movement. Bai Xiaoyi was accustomed to such occurrences. It was a common phenomenon in talisman drawing, likely a consequence of the talisman's magical influence. As the night deepened, Bai Xiaoyi extinguished the candle and lay down to rest. Although his cultivation had progressed significantly, allowing him to restore his energy through meditation without rest, indulging in a leisurely sleep was a delightful form of relaxation, a reflection of human nature. Just as he was drifting into slumber, the sound of a startled cicada outside disrupted his tranquility. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the gentle glow filtering through the window, stirring my curiosity about the world beyond. I rolled out of bed and approached the window, cautiously parting the curtains to peer outside. To my astonishment, I beheld an extraordinary creature, a towering, snow-white deer adorned in a cloak of pristine white, attempting to mount a doe in an act of union. I, Bai Xiaoyi, was taken aback, pondering how fate had conspired to bring this creature to my doorstep. Truly, one can stray from the path to heaven, yet find oneself unwittingly drawn to the gates of hell. With a swift motion, I extended my fingers as if wielding a sword, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that surged through the window. The sword of light raced forth, reaching the creature in an instant, poised to cleave it in two. The deer, quick-witted and alert, sensed the impending threat and lowered its antlers to defend itself. Crack! One of its antlers was severed by the flying blade, leaving the creature in shock, its carnal instincts vanishing in an instant. It hastily turned, its front legs hitting the ground as it fled. Yet, how could I allow it to escape? I directed the flying sword once more, its trajectory shifting dramatically as it lunged at the deer. As the creature leaped, it failed to evade the blade, which struck true, severing its neck and sending its head soaring into the air, spinning before it fell to the ground. Frowning in concentration, I noted the absence of blood, deducing that the creature was not yet fully vanquished. The sword struck again and again, cleaving the deer into numerous pieces that littered the earth. Recognizing that this enigmatic beast had not yet met its end, I stepped outside, resolved to incinerate its remnants into oblivion. However, before I could approach, the creature's lifeless form began to exude a viscous, greenish liquid that pooled on the ground, from which numerous tendrils erupted, some ascending skyward, others twisting and curling in every direction. In a moment of urgency, I propelled myself backward, soaring several paces into the air to hover. Yet more tendrils surged toward me. I conjured my flying sword into a barrier, severing them with precision. As countless roots burrowed into the earth, the ground trembled violently, dirt flying in every direction. This commotion roused the entire village, the cacophony of terrified screams mingling with the barks of dogs and the crowing of roosters. Oh heavens! The earth dragon has awakened. Flee! Flee from your homes! Cried the villagers. Look! What is that? A tree demon! Everyone, save yourselves! Shouted someone, pointing at the tendrils that had now reached dizzying heights, spreading across the entire valley. I had not anticipated such rapid transformation from this creature. I shouted a warning to the villagers. A demon has manifested. Quickly, retreat to safety. Some villagers, upon hearing my voice, looked up in awe, exclaiming, "It is a celestial being. Floating in the air, we are saved." With deft gestures, I summoned the brilliance of my flying sword, resembling a silver dragon as it pursued the tendrils, relentlessly severing them. Yet, the tendrils continued to regenerate, multiplying with each strike, proving relentless. Realizing that mere swordplay would not suffice to vanquish this foe, I reached into my sleeve and retrieved a radiant green lotus lamp. With a graceful form akin to a swallow, she deftly evaded the numerous encroaching vines, simultaneously wielding the lotus lantern to unleash a torrent of rolling violet flames. The purple flames roared and danced wildly, latching onto the vines and igniting them into a fierce blaze. As fire conquers wood and wood fuels fire, a tempest of flames surged forth, consuming every vine in its divine inferno. Just when it seemed the ordeal had reached its conclusion, the vines abruptly retreated underground, extinguishing the flames. What? Can they escape by hiding underground? Bai Xiaoyi mused aloud, extending his left hand to unveil his golden-eyed divine vision, which emitted a beam of golden light that scanned the entire mountainous terrain. He discerned a formidable surge of spiritual energy fleeing deep beneath the earth, 100 meters down. Without delay, he summoned his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued into the depths of the mountains. Nowhere to run, he commanded, crossing several peaks to catch up with the vines. The flying sword, with the force of thunder, plunged directly into the ground, vanishing instantaneously. Under the guidance of his golden light, the elusive creature was rendered visible. The sword burrowed into the earth, stirring the very essence of the land to morph into a colossal mudstone dragon that ensnared the entirety of the vine's root system. With a resounding roar, the surface erupted, sending shards of stone skyward as the mudstone dragon, entwined with the root vines, soared into the air. This was the earth dragon sword technique from the white bone sword cannon, which harnessed the power of the earth's veins to summon a mighty mudstone dragon. It had been employed by the white bone sword immortal in his confrontation with the Valley Dan immortal. The mudstone dragon constricted the tangled mass of roots with an iron grip, regardless of the frantic thrashing of its numerous tendrils. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to incinerate it with the lotus lantern, a peculiar face emerged from the center of the root, vaguely familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to the figure of Lu Li he had encountered earlier. Lu Li the Great, Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed, instantly recognizing him. The face twisted in rage, proclaiming, "I bear you no grudge. Why do you persist in tormenting me?" This assertion solidified his identity, likely a result of some tainted transformation, though it was unclear where his formidable branch artifact had disappeared to. Killers are forever hunted. With that, he ceased the dialogue, exhaling a breath of magical energy that, ignited by the lotus lantern, morphed into a ferocious violet flame dragon. It ascended into the sky, enveloping both the mudstone dragon and Lu Li, relentlessly burning them. A piercing scream echoed as the roots, vines, and bulbous mass were reduced to mere stardust ashes. Returned to the scabbard, the mudstone dragon disintegrated into fragments, collapsing into dust as a shimmering silver flying sword pierced through the debris, emerging triumphantly. Bai Xiaoyi, deftly gathering his sleeve, absorbed the sword into the confines of his sumi pearl. Upon returning to the small village, he observed the considerable destruction. Several houses lay in ruins, and the roads were riddled with fractures. He lamented, the villagers will have to toil for quite some time to rebuild their homes. At this moment, the majority of the villagers had fled, likely seeking refuge in the mountains. A few elderly, infirm, and disabled individuals remained, congregated on the flat ground outside the village. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi descend from the sky, they hastily knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We greet the great immortal." Some called him deity, great god, or mountain spirit. Bai Xiaoyi declared, "The moose demon has been vanquished by my hand. Henceforth, there shall be no more troubles from this source." The crowd erupted in praise, expressing their gratitude to the great deity for ridding them of evil. He summoned the spotted deer and once more entered the surgical tent, glancing at the lump of flesh in the wooden basin. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a surge of energy, slicing through the fetal membrane with a swift sizzle. Numerous vividly patterned mushrooms emerged, crawling out of the basin and scuttling chaotically across the ground, gradually forming an orderly line as they moved outward. Bai Xiaoyi leapt onto the back of the spotted deer, fixating on the mushrooms, pondering to himself, "I am curious to see where you are headed." Chapter 50. The misty forest at dawn. As the first light of day broke, frost clung to the grass and trees. Deep within the dense forest, a light cavalry unit of several hundred was advancing quietly. Leading them was a black-faced general, his rugged beard framing a weary countenance. Accompanied by his aides, perched atop a tall steed, the general inquired of the left commander, "Pray, take out the map and verify if we have strayed from our course. Can we still reach the designated location upstream of the Luochun River by continuing in this direction?" "Yes, General," replied the left aide, producing a sheepskin map from his saddlebag and consulting a compass. After a moment of comparison, he concluded, "General, the direction is correct. If we continue for another 50 or 60 miles, we shall reach our destination." The general nodded, falling silent as he tugged on the reins and kicked the horse's belly, prompting a whinny as the steed quickened its pace. However, before long, a mist began to drift through the trees, initially unnoticed by the riders. Yet, as they pressed on, the fog thickened, and soon they found themselves enveloped in a disorienting white haze, unable to discern north from south. "Left commander, activate the compass for positioning," the general commanded. "Yes, General." The left aide retrieved the compass once more, only to find the needle spinning wildly, a phenomenon that filled him with unease. "What is happening?" The general turned to inquire. "I am uncertain. The compass cannot provide a bearing." Observing the erratic motion of the compass needle, the general furrowed his brow and issued a loud command. "Everyone stay close. Do not stray from the ranks." "Understood," the cavalry responded, and the group continued to navigate through the misty forest. Before long, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah, what is this? Mushrooms! Mushrooms!" As one soldier cried out, others soon followed in terror. "Your face. There are mushrooms growing on your face. Look at your hands. They are covered in mushrooms." In a panic, the soldiers clawed at their faces, hands, necks, and chests, desperately trying to remove the fungi. The pain and itchiness became unbearable, driving them to scratch relentlessly until their flesh was raw and their bodies began to rot. "What is happening?" the general demanded, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. The aide, trembling in fear, gazed at the general, stammering, "General, your face." The general, puzzled, reached out to touch his face, rubbing off a handful of mushroom remnants, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Urgently, he realized that General Chu and his men had wandered into the misty forest. Within the forest, two figures sped through the dense foliage. One was an elderly nun clad in a black and white checked robe, the venerable Ma Du. One of the 8 bodhisattvas of the Ulambana festival. She leaned forward, her feet leaving a flurry of afterimages. Amidst the rushing wind, she stirred countless fallen leaves and disappeared into the distance. The other figure was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, floating gracefully in the air among the trees. Her hair was styled in a celestial bun, flowing elegantly, her face resembling that of a moon goddess, clad in a delicate, light green garment. She held a dim yellow lantern in her right hand and manipulated a colorful silk ribbon with her left, entwining it around her as she hovered in midair. As Ma Du dashed forward, she complained, "It's all your fault, you androgynous rabbit. Why must you bathe? Is it unbearable for you to go a day without washing? Look at the trouble you've caused." The lantern-bearing woman wove nimbly between the trees like a fluttering butterfly, with no inkling of when this place had transformed into a misty forest, which appeared quite eerie. To the astonishment of all, this seemingly exquisite woman spoke with a deep masculine voice. "This is troubling. The mist bears a strangeness." Ma Du's expression changed as she abruptly halted. Using her powers to scrutinize the surroundings, only to be taken aback. This was not mist, but rather mushroom spores. The surrounding fog began to converge upon her, forming a mass that enveloped her. With profound magical prowess, Ma Du remained unafraid. She huffed heavily, expelling the spores that had contaminated her lungs in a gust of white vapor through her nostrils. With a flick of her robe, she dispersed the spores. However, this respite was short-lived, as the fog slowly retracted towards her. The lantern-wielding woman gracefully alighted on a tree branch, her keen eyes scanning the area. Noticing that no mist approached her, she glanced at the lantern in her hand, seemingly struck by inspiration. It appears that the mist fears the light. As Ma Du contemplated how to extricate herself from the clutches of the spores, she heard the woman's suggestion. She reached into her treasure pouch at her waist and retrieved a blue, lifeless infant. With a firm grip, she squeezed the infant's ears, releasing 2 streams of ghastly green flames. In an instant, the mist recoiled as if confronted by its nemesis, clearing a substantial area around her. With a self-satisfied smile, Ma Du resumed her flight. The lantern-bearing woman, smiling softly, followed suit. After a short while, the 2 women, tracing their path, finally discovered the cavalry unit, but alas, they had all perished, their bodies now overrun with mushrooms. Ma Du's countenance turned pallid, her demeanor cold as frost. In her frantic search for the leader, she found him sprawled beneath a horse, covered in a mound of mushrooms, resembling a grave. Alas, we are too late. General Chu and his entire light cavalry have been lost. Ma Du lamented. The lantern-bearing woman exhibited no signs of despondency. Instead, she inquired. General Chu has received military orders to breach the dam upstream of Luochun River, intending to flood Gaoyang City. Now that the mission has failed, we too bear an inescapable responsibility, and I fear it will be difficult to justify our return. The elderly nun Ma Du pondered for a moment before responding. If we return in such a haphazard manner, how can we face the Northern King when he questions us? It would be utterly indefensible to claim ignorance. Our only course of action is to ascertain the true nature of this forest so that we may return with an explanation. It is not due to our negligence that we find ourselves in this predicament. Rather, it is the ill fortune of General Chu that has led him to this dire situation. If fate has decreed his demise, there is little we can do. The lantern-bearing woman flicked her hair and suggested, then you should take the general's bronze medal back as proof, and we shall further investigate what lies within this misty forest. Bai Xiaoyi leisurely followed the mushrooms through the woods on his spotted deer, until the sun rose high in the sky, leading him to a mist-laden grove. The mushrooms, lined up in a long procession, marched clamorously towards the misty forest. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to ride into the woods, a voice called out from a distance. Is that the true monarch Tai over there? Turning around, Bai Xiaoyi spotted a group of 4 approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar faces. At the forefront was a monk clad in a crimson robe, wielding a staff, and riding a fierce red-haired creature, the leading figure, Master Guanxi, who guided the participants of the Ulambana festival. Accompanying him was a figure wrapped in red silk, face devoid of features, holding a yin-yang flower mirror in one hand and a treasure mirror with a rotating mechanism in the other. Additionally, there were the unceasing little monk encountered on the riverboat in Zhengyijian. Bai Xiaoyi was somewhat surprised to encounter these 4 here, since they had called out to him. It seemed there was something to discuss, so he hesitated before entering the forest. He shook out a small golden duck puppet from his sleeve, which landed on the ground with a couple of quacks before pursuing the group of mushrooms. Master Guanxi and his companions approached, and with a single palm pressed in reverence, he exclaimed, Ba, esteemed friend Tai, I extend my greetings. Bai Xiaoyi, remaining on the back of his deer, returned the gesture, saying, greetings to all esteemed friends. I wonder, Master, why did you call out to me from afar? Is there something you wish to discuss? Master Guanxi replied, do you intend to enter that misty forest? To which Bai Xiaoyi responded, indeed, that is my intention. May I ask why you inquire? Master Guanxi continued, within this forest lies great peril. We too are about to venture inside to investigate. Upon catching sight of you, we thought it would be prudent to invite you to join us, as mutual support would surely be advantageous. The little monk, who had been brimming with words, seized the opportunity to interject, Master, you may not be aware, but our arrival in this forest is due to the guidance of the true monarch Tai. Master Guanxi, intrigued, uttered a surprised, oh. The little monk continued. The night before last, guided by the true monarch, we came to this forest in search of the great deer spirit. However, we have yet to locate him. And shortly after entering the mist, Miss Zhao Lanny and her maid suffered from inexplicable afflictions, their faces sprouting mushrooms. In the wake of our astonishment, we refrained from recklessly delving further and promptly returned the 2 individuals to the vessel. Utilizing the methods imparted by the true monarch, we swiftly suppressed the toxic mushrooms and transported them to the capital for treatment. General Zhao, upon learning of this matter, hastily sought assistance from the Jing'an division, which led to the summoning of Master Guanxi and his companion, Taoist Baojing, for aid. Bai Xiaoyi listened attentively and, with a slight nod and lowered gaze, remarked, I see. So your journey is to seek the elusive Daxian, the source of this mushroom toxin? Logically speaking, Daxian has already been vanquished by my hand. How then do these toxins persist in wreaking havoc? Is there perhaps a hidden truth? Indeed. But what brings you, Taoist Tai? Master Guanxi, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired further. Bai Xiaoyi responded with a faint smile, briefly recounting the plight of his small mountain village. I was just about to pursue those mushrooms for further investigation when you called out to me. Suddenly, Monk Bushio exclaimed in distress. Does this not mean we have lost this crucial lead? This complicates matters further. Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand with a relaxed smile, reassuring him. I have already dispatched a puppet to follow. Thus, we shall not lose the trail. Do not worry. Upon hearing this, Monk Bushio let out a quiet sigh of relief. Master Guanxi posed a new question. According to your account, if Daxian is deceased, how then can we dispel this toxin? Bai Xiaoyi speculated, though Daxian is dead, his branch artifact must still be hidden within his lair. We might as well venture inside to search for it. Perhaps we shall find it. Master Guanxi nodded in agreement. If that is the case, let us all enter and investigate. What say you, Taoist Tai? Noting the absence of any discussion regarding the disposition of any treasures found, Bai Xiaoyi discreetly heightened his vigilance while maintaining a smile, replying, that is precisely my intention. Having concluded their discussion, the five of them formed a team and proceeded into the misty forest. With Bai Xiaoyi's puppet leading the way, he rode alongside Master Guanxi, while the other three followed on foot behind. Chapter 51. All is mist. The five were traversing the gray misty forest, guided by Bai Xiaoyi's directions. Internally, he harbored doubts as he received constant notifications from 361. 361 virus cleaning in progress. Cleaning 5 viruses. 361 virus scanning in progress. Cleaning 4 viruses. Could it be that this mist harbors toxic pollutants? He immediately employed his mystical sight and, indeed, discerned the troubling signs. There is poison within the mist. Take heed. He cautioned casually. The four were taken aback. And Monk Bushio, struck with realization, exclaimed, I should have suspected as much. No wonder Zhao Lanny and her maidservant, being frail, succumbed to this toxin upon entering the misty forest. The three immediately focused their energy to expel the spores from their lungs, temporarily holding their breath to circulate their internal qi. The treasure mirror, however, remained unfazed, for it possessed no facial features and thus required no breath. Was it even human? As for the two steeds, one was a zombie, impervious to fear, and Bai Xiaoyi's plum-blossom deer, being the pet of Daxian, was likely immune as well. With only a few steps taken, the gray mist seemed to come alive, swirling around several individuals, increasing in density as if enveloping them like clusters of cotton. The group waved their sleeves in an attempt to disperse the mist, their magical energies reverberating, yet it continued to return, an incessant annoyance. Zheng Yijian, an ordinary martial arts master unversed in the ways of cultivation, felt the disturbance acutely and expressed his vexation. Is it possible that this mist is intentionally seeking us out? If this persists, I shall soon exhaust my inner energy. The monk, Bushio, waved both hands in unison, parting the mist into several streams, and cast a sidelong glance at Bao Jingsheng, who remained remarkably unperturbed and pristine amidst the chaos. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Dear friend Bao Jingsheng, do you possess some secret technique that spares you from this annoyance? The group turned their gazes towards Bao Jingsheng, and indeed, the mist seemed to shy away from him. Reluctant to draw near, holding a bronze mirror, Bao Jingsheng wore a puzzled expression. I am not sure why. Bai Xiaoyi observed the fire-spouting wheel in his other hand and speculated, perhaps all flora fear fire. Could it be that these spore mists are deterred by the flame in your grasp? While he was not concerned about spore contamination, being shrouded in mist did impair visibility. To test his hypothesis, he retrieved the lotus lantern from his sleeve, flicked it open, revealing a blazing violet divine flame. In an instant, the gray mist dispersed violently, creating a clear area of several dozen feet around them. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of fire was this, so overwhelmingly powerful? Bao Jingsheng's fire wheel could only clear a space of 5 or 6 feet, yet Bai Xiaoyi's divine lamp illuminated the surroundings, benefiting even them in the process. What divine power, commented Master Guanxi, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess without mentioning the artifact, to avoid any implication of envy or covetousness. Bai Xiaoyi displayed such a remarkable treasure with confidence, for he had grown formidable in his own right. Even a display of modest skill could command respect and deter any thoughts of condescension. Just a minor obstacle. Let us proceed. With the mist's entanglement dispelled, the group indeed moved swiftly, soon catching up with a procession of mushrooms. Bushio leapt ahead to observe, delighting in the peculiarities of these small creatures. Bai Xiaoyi extended his palm, and a little golden duckling trailing behind the mushrooms flapped its wings, hopping onto his hand, before he tucked it into his sleeve. Out of sight, as the group continued to follow the mushrooms at a leisurely pace. They walked for about the duration of a half-incense stick before discovering a series of mushroom-shaped mounds ahead. What is this? Bai Xiaoyi, ever the active one, hastened forward to investigate. You must come see. These are the remains of soldiers and warhorses. The group approached calmly to examine the scene, and indeed, it was as he said. Master Guanxi pondered aloud. From the attire of these soldiers, they must belong to the forces of the rebel king. How did they come to be here? Zheng Yijian, knowledgeable about the wars across the land, speculated. Could it be that a fierce battle lies ahead? And the enemy sent these troops as part of some cunning scheme, only to be unexpectedly ensnared in this forest and succumb to the gray mist? Master Guanxi nodded, conceding a high degree of agreement with this conjecture. As all hope seemed lost, there was no need for further deliberation. A voice murmured, "Goodness gracious." And thus they pressed onward. The group did not linger, closely trailing behind the mushrooms. A faint sound began to emerge, causing Master Guanxi to raise a hand, signaling for everyone to pause. With a focused gaze, he cautioned, "It appears something approaches. Fellow practitioners, exercise caution." With a swift motion, Zheng Yijian unsheathed his sword, assuming a defensive stance. The monk Bai Xiaoyi also readied himself, displaying a face of tension. Bai Xiaoyi remained seated upon his cicadere, holding a lantern in one hand, exuding an air of tranquility. From the depths of the dense fog, a cacophony of noises gradually intensified, obscured by the mist, rendering the nature of the source unclear. Activating his spiritual sight, he discerned numerous shadowy figures darting about in the fog, effectively surrounding them. As the mushrooms began to fade from view, Bai Xiaoyi waved his sleeve, releasing a streak of golden light that landed on the ground, producing two quacks. It was the familiar golden duck, following suit. "Be cautious," Master Guanxi shouted. Suddenly, from the dense fog, a multitude of beast heads emerged, gnashing their sharp teeth and spewing smoke as they lunged towards the group. A casual glance revealed a wild boar's head, a tiger's head, a leopard's head, a deer's head, a crocodile's head, a bird's head, and a rat's head, encompassing all creatures of the forest. These disembodied heads soared through the air, darted across the ground, and burrowed beneath, surrounding them with formidable presence. Each individual employed their own methods to counter the threat. Zheng Yijian wielded his sword with finesse, cleaving a ferocious wild boar's head that charged at him. Yet, the severed head continued to scurry swiftly along the ground, attempting to bite at his ankle. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leaping aside and thrusting his sword downward. The boar's head, exhaling white smoke, deftly maneuvered behind him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder blade. Letting out a pained cry, he fell back to the ground. Meanwhile, several rat heads emerged from the earth, gnawing at his legs, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries as he rolled about in distress. On the other side, Bai Xiaoyi, having mastered the indestructible body, wielded his hands like blades, slicing and dicing with precision, maintaining an organized defense. With a decisive stomp, he crushed several rat heads. Casting a glance at Zheng Yijian, who was in dire straits, and leaped over to assist him, clearing away numerous beast heads to spare him from further peril. The precious mirror emitted fiery rings, soaring into the air and unleashing trails of flame that struck wildly, exploding in bursts of fireworks, both entertaining and perilous. Master Guanxi hovered in midair, remaining still as his zombie companion roared, aiding him in dispatching various beast heads. Observing everyone exerting effort to vanquish these eerie entities, Bai Xiaoyi felt compelled to contribute as well. After all, they were mere trifles, unworthy of revealing his trump card. A simple strike with his flying sword would suffice. With a wave of his left hand, a silver light surged forth, spinning around him at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, dispatching any entity that dared approach with remarkable prowess. The flying sword spared not even the rodent's head hidden beneath the earth. After clearing the beast heads from the surface, it plunged directly underground, akin to a needle piercing through cotton, facing no resistance. It relentlessly pursued its quarry underground, eradicating the lurking malevolent entities until, with a sudden whoosh, it burst forth from the ground, shooting into the mists beyond. Numerous beast heads and sinister forms remained unaccounted for. The pressure upon the group was notably alleviated. Zheng Yijian, disregarding his injuries, wielded his sword with a sense of boundless admiration for the flying sword's ferocity. Despite his own swordsmanship, he found himself at a disadvantage. He pondered whether the true monarch Tai was accepting disciples. After approximately half an hour of collective effort, they vanquished the malevolent beings. At that moment, each member exhibited varying degrees of fatigue. Zheng Yijian, in particular, was rendered immobile, slumped against a tree trunk. Not Xiao, observing his numerous wounds, tore some fabric to assist in bandaging him, advising, "Hero Zheng, there may still be many unknown dangers ahead." given your injuries. It would be wise to retreat for your safety. Zheng Yijian, not one to act foolishly, was on the verge of acquiescing when Bai Xiaoyi interjected. If you allow him to venture out alone now, he may lose his way in this fog and meet certain doom. Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of shame for his ill-conceived suggestion. Noticing the monk's awkwardness, Zheng Yijian chuckled warmly. Do not fault the young master. Your concern for me is appreciated. It is merely my lack of skill that has burdened you all, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Now, what shall we do with Zheng, who is incapacitated? Xiao, with a compassionate demeanor, turned to the others for guidance. Bai Xiaoyi then addressed Master Guanxi. Friend Guanxi, how do you propose we handle this situation? Master Guanxi, suspended in midair with his eyes closed in meditation, stirred only when called upon, feigning confusion. Is everything cleared? Upon receiving confirmation, he exclaimed, then let us depart. Bai Xiaoyi was left incredulous, reflecting on how indifferent the monk had become. Previously, during their journey to the Ulambana festival, when faced with a sudden peril, he had chosen to disregard it and simply walked away. Yet, this situation was different. Zheng Yijian was indeed his companion. Could they truly abandon him? Bai Xiaoyi was indifferent to this, but Xiao was unwilling to let the matter rest, exclaiming, Master Guanxi, Hero Zheng is injured and cannot travel swiftly. Master Guanxi turned, seemingly bewildered, and after a cursory glance, remarked, then let him ride upon my steed. The grotesque red-haired zombie, with its hideous visage, scraped its claws against the ground. Emitting a low, displeased growl, Master Guanxi raised his 9-ringed staff and struck it firmly on the head, causing it to collapse to the ground, legs splayed. Dare you resist? Lie down obediently. Xiao assisted Zheng Yijian in mounting the beast, instructing him to hold tightly to the red-haired creature, lest he be thrown off when it began to move. The 5 companions resumed their journey deeper into the forest, and after a brief yet spirited dash, they arrived in a valley. Here, ancient trees towered ominously, shrouded in darkness, with vines sprawling like spider webs, and the ground was adorned with a myriad of colorful and peculiar fungi. As the crowd treaded carelessly, they crushed several mushroom caps beneath their feet. The fungi, having seemingly arrived at their destination, paused not far ahead. Bai Xiaoyi pointed forward and remarked, Master Guanxi possesses profound powers and faces no scarcity. He ascends into the air, hovering gracefully, and nods in acknowledgement before continuing onward. The group traversed through several rows of trees and suddenly arrived at a breathtaking sight, a verdant pool nestled within a mountain gorge. The water shimmered with a jade-like brilliance, exuding a radiant glow. At the center of the pool floated a branch adorned with an array of peculiar flowers and mushrooms, twinkling like scattered starlight, clearly no ordinary object. Surrounding the pool, 3 figures faced off against one another. One of them, with a mane of white hair and a long white beard, sported a pair of antlers blooming with flowers atop his head. He was entirely naked, crouched on all 4s, and one of his feet had morphed into a fleshy lump, baring his teeth at the 2 individuals opposite him in a fierce manner. Bai Xiaoyi recognized him instantly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is that the great deer spirit? How could he still be alive? What then did I slay before? The 2 individuals confronting the great deer spirit were unfamiliar to him. But Master Guanxi recognized them and called out their identities. Old Nun Madu, lantern holder. Upon noticing the group of 5, Old Nun Madu's expression darkened, and she rudely berated Master Guanxi. What brings you here, you bald donkey? Master Guanxi replied with a radiant smile. If you can come, why should I be barred? You call me a bald donkey. Are you not one as well? Humph. You may come, but this beast shall be left to you. We shall only take that branch. Old Nun Madu declared, not allowing anyone a moment to respond. She raised a white bone bowl towards the wondrous floral branch in the pool and began to draw it in. The bone bowl emitted a brilliant white light that illuminated the pool, resembling a bright moon casting its glow. Instantly, the floral branch sprouted numerous tendrils that flailed wildly, attempting to leap into the bowl. The great deer spirit could not bear to watch his precious treasure being seized and let out a piercing howl. Eek. The floral branch immediately broke free from the influence of the bone bowl, naturally descending back into the pool, and all the tendrils retracted completely. Old Nun Madu, thwarted in her attempts by the bone bowl's dark magic, stumbled back 2 steps in frustration. If you won't give it to me, I shall take it myself. With that, she sprang into the air, diving towards the center of the pool in an attempt to retrieve the treasured branch. Just as success seemed imminent, a strand of white hair swept towards her. Realizing the futility of her endeavor, the old nun quickly turned and circled around on the water's surface to evade the attack. As she prepared to reach for the branch once more, a metal staff suddenly flew through the air, striking her in the lower back. Ouch! She cried, sent flying against the rocky terrain, a result of Master Guanxi's covert ambush. Meanwhile, the great deer spirit regained his strength, his white hair billowing in the wind as it swirled around, ensnaring old Nun Madu. In a moment of utter disarray, The elderly nun Ma Du found herself ensnared in a cocoon of countless white strands. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of invective. "You wretched bald donkey," striking from the shadows. "Ignoble and shameless." Turning her gaze, she noticed Ti Dengzi leisurely enjoying the spectacle, which only fueled her fury further. "Why do you merely watch, you lifeless rabbit? Come to my aid." Ti Dengzi, amused by her comical predicament, chuckled softly. "Mother, your powers are profound, and your methods inscrutable. There is no need for my assistance. I shall pursue the treasure." With a graceful turn, he flung forth a vibrant plume of colorful smoke and darted toward the branches above the pool. "Hold on," Master Guanxi called out, halting him with urgency. In moments of haste, action must be taken swiftly. He swiftly formed a hand sign, summoning the 9-ringed iron staff, which soared into the air, buzzing and spinning above the pool, conjuring a powerful gust that set everything in motion. Ti Dengzi's colorful smoke spirals were caught in the tumult, forming a swirling ring that proved difficult to penetrate. With a slight furrow of her brows, Daimei swiftly altered her hand sign, redirecting the rolling smoke toward Master Guanxi. Quick-witted as she was, Master Guanxi was no novice. With a flash of movement, he closed the distance toward Ti Dengzi, executing a formidable Tathagata palm. The palm transformed into an immense golden seal, pushing forth with overwhelming might. Ti Dengzi's heart raced as he realized this monk was beyond his capabilities. He hastily evaded the strike, which crashed onto the rocks with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying and dust rising. Unperturbed, Master Guanxi unleashed a series of 18 palms, each bearing the weight of a house-sized, illusory golden seal, crashing down with resounding force. The earth quaked, and chaos erupted around them. Ti Dengzi, perilously dodging and weaving, resembled a leaf swept away by tumultuous waves. Bai Xiaoyi, unwilling to partake in such a bewildering conflict, retrieved the golden duck and, with a gentle pat on the plum-blossom deer, leaped gracefully backward. As Master Guanxi pursued Ti Dengzi, he called out, "Treasure mirror, unceasing friend." Hastened to seize the wondrous tree. Caught off guard by the monk's sudden engagement, the two were momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, the monk's timely reminder rekindled their purpose. Were they not here to retrieve this treasure to save lives? Without hesitation, they soared into the air, like swallows skimming across a placid surface, creating ripples as they darted toward the heart of the pool, aiming for the wondrous flowering branches. At that moment, the surface of the pool was clear, as Ti Dengzi called back his colorful smoke for protection, while Master Guanxi summoned his staff, wielding it with finesse and executing a variety of intricate maneuvers. Simultaneously, Treasure Mirror and the unceasing monk reached the center of the pool, extending their hands to grasp the miraculous flowering tree, only to find it seemingly alive, leaping from the depths of the pool into the sky. Both were taken aback. However, Treasure Mirror, possessing a higher realm of understanding and profound skill, swiftly kicked the swirling fire wheel beneath him, propelling himself upward with increased speed and direction. The unyielding monk, lacking the requisite mastery, could not alter his course midway and directly proceeded to the opposite shore. The precious mirror pursued the wondrous flower tree, perpetually a hair's breadth away from seizing it, yet it always eluded capture. Frustration bubbled within him, prompting an exclamation. Could it be that this entity possesses a spirit of its own? It was not surprising he thought so. The marvelous flower tree darted through the air, more agile than any bird, flitting about the canyon without fleeing, and without the assistance of the celestial being, Dear Power, it seemed impossible to manipulate so skillfully. The unyielding monk returned from across the way, for he lacked the means of flight and only knew the art of leaping and gliding. Thus, he remained below, attempting to intercept. One pursued in the air while the other rushed below, both engaged in a frenetic chase, yet neither could grasp the coveted treasure. Bai Xiaoyi turned his gaze toward the celestial being, Dear Power, observing the elder nun, Ma Du, who had employed some secret method to extricate herself and was now embroiled in combat with Dear Power. The latter soared through the air, his flowing white hair enveloping him entirely, resembling a ball of yarn as he darted about. Ma Du extended both hands. One wielded a white bone bowl, emitting a chaotic white light that conjured eerie tendrils wherever it landed. The other hand clutched a stillborn infant tightly, from which two streams of green ghostly flames erupted, pursuing Dear Power relentlessly. Everyone else was engaged in battle, save for Bai Xiaoyi and Zheng Yijian, who, injured, remained on the back of the red-haired beast. Too afraid to move, Bai Xiaoyi observed the pool of water, seemingly extraordinary, and contemplated its acquisition. After some deliberation, he first stowed the precious lotus lamp back into his sleeve. Then, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, quickly shrouding the entire canyon. Only those few wielding fire found themselves with a small space free from the encroaching mist. What has caused this sudden fog? I cannot see anything. The unyielding monk exclaimed in alarm. Bai Xiaoyi paid him no mind. Instead, He retrieved an empty wine flask from the shumi bead, punctured a small hole in the bottom with his fingertip, then held the neck of the flask forward and softly commanded, "Gather." He pouted and blew a stream of magical essence, swirling the green water into a vortex that drew it toward the flask. In an instant, the entire pool of water was consumed within the shumi bead. To onlookers, it would seem he had merely filled the flask, yet it was a clever ruse. The water entered the flask's mouth and flowed through the hole at the bottom into the shumi bead. Amidst the dense fog, each person was too preoccupied to notice, unconcerned with his actions as long as he was not attempting to seize the treasure of the tree branches. After collecting the pool water, he felt the silver bracelet grow heavier, a secret delight swelling within him. This pool was truly extraordinary, for otherwise, the bracelet would not have changed so. He also stowed the wine flask within the shumi bead, then retrieved the precious lotus lamp, snapping his fingers to activate it. As the violet flame flickered to life, the fog rapidly dissipated. He casually remarked, "My apologies." A gust of wind just extinguished the fire. The environment returned to clarity, revealing new developments in the ongoing battle. The wondrous flower tree, for reasons unknown, came into the possession of the illustrious Dali de Xian. As the treasure swayed, shimmering starlight illuminated the entire canyon, causing it to tremble. Vines burst forth from the earth, hurtling towards all present. Cursed beast. Each individual employed their own skills to seize the treasure, claiming it for themselves. The adept Ma Du La and I skillfully maneuvered to evade numerous vine attacks. These tendrils possessed formidable power. When they struck the boulders, they shattered them into fragments. Guanxi Chansher and Ti Lanternzi, along with the illustrious Bao Jingsheng and the relentless monk, united in a coordinated assault on Dali de Xian from various angles. Guanxi Chansher soared through the air, deftly wielding his staff, which extended to great lengths, capable of bending and twisting to find its mark. No matter how Dali de Xian attempted to evade, he was inevitably struck heavily on his lower back. With a thunderous impact, Dali de Xian crashed into a pile of rubble as numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him and dragging him into the rocks, rendering him unseen. Bai Xiaoyi observed from a distance, perplexed by Dali de Xian's significantly heightened combat prowess compared to their previous encounters. "He has vanished into the stones." Ma Du La and I exclaimed, preparing to cast a tracking spell, when the relentless monk, heedless of caution, leapt past her, intent on pursuing. His thoughts raced. One less adversary is better. He hurled his white bone bowl forward, unleashing a beam of light that struck the monk squarely. "Beware!" Zheng Yijian, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not contain his alarm and shouted a warning. Alas, words often lag behind the events they seek to prevent. The monk, caught off guard, felt an itch at his neck, only to be besieged by numerous black, fleshy tendrils. Darkness enveloped him, and his head was severed from his body. The bloodied head, sprouting tendrils, soared into the white bone bowl. Ma Du La and I beckoned, and the bowl returned to her grasp. Peering inside, she saw the head ensnared by a mass of foul, writhing tendrils, gradually consumed. A glance at the headless corpse lying on the ground, blood gushing forth, brought a triumphant smirk to her face. "Little Master Buxiao," Zheng Yijian cried out in anguish, lamenting his helplessness, which only solidified his resolve. Bao Jingsheng stood in shock, unable to fathom such disregard for martial ethics. Was the goal not to besiege Dali de Xian? Ti Lanternzi floated in the air, adorned in a rainbow of smoke, unable to restrain a compliment. "Well done, mother. Now it is 2 against 2. Ma Du La and I, wary, cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaoyi and coldly remarked, "Are your thoughts not too optimistic? There remains the formidable Tai Jinjuan wielding the Hunyuan umbrella, likely a more daunting foe than the old beast." Ti Lanternzi, previously unfamiliar with Bai Xiaoyi, turned to scrutinize him closely upon hearing Ma Du La's words. Increasingly captivated by his striking handsomeness and undeniable charm, Guanxi Chansher, too, wore a frosty expression, lost in contemplation as he regarded Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi noticed the crowd's inexplicable focus on him and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely happened to pass by and am not associated with them." Master Guanxi frowned and asked with displeasure, "What do you mean, Taoist Tai?" Bai Xiaoyi, fully embracing his role, retorted with wide eyes, "Master, you are feigning ignorance. You all came here with a mission, whereas I did not. We merely crossed paths by chance. Is that not so?" Master Guanxi narrowed his eyes, his brow twitching twice, ultimately left speechless. Indeed, the situation was as he described. Nearby, the elder nun Madu laughed heartily. Her tension alleviated, and said, "Taoist Tai, your noble intention is commendable. I salute you." The lantern holder also cast him a sly smile, winking flirtatiously. Bao Jing, in a sarcastic tone, huffed, "What a farce. This so-called true monarch Tai is merely a hypocritical gentleman." Just then, a multitude of enormous rocks came crashing down from the canyon above. Everyone gasped and hurriedly dodged, looking up to see countless vines on the cliffs, sending boulders tumbling down. The trickster Dali had already reached the mountain's peak, casting spells from midair. Up there, Zheng Yijin pointed out. His words were superfluous since everyone could already see. Master Guanxi, Baojing Medu, and the lantern holders seemed to receive a silent signal, synchronously taking flight into the air. They deliberately maintained a certain distance, remaining vigilant of one another. Chapter 53. Eating fruit. As the colossal stones fell into the canyon, they exploded into showers of stone fragments, creating a cacophony akin to rolling thunder, leaving no place unscathed. The demon beast, Fan and I, rode Zheng Yijin, chasing after Master Guanxi. At that moment, only Bai Xiaoyi remained. Suddenly, a colossal hand shot forth, effortlessly deflecting a massive rock hurtling toward him. Bai Xiaoyi sat calmly on the deer's back, contemplating. He had initially come out of curiosity, yet the situation had escalated to this extent. Was there still a need for him to stay? The enigma of Dali held no allure for him. He was not a relentless investigator seeking the truth. What significance did it hold? The mystical flower branch that others felt compelled to seize held no value for him. There was no necessity to engage in such a contest. With these thoughts, he decided there was no longer a reason to remain, unwillingly entangled in this troublesome conflict, which brought him no advantage. Just as he was about to turn and leave, an unexpected occurrence transpired at the canyon's summit. What happened? It turned out that Master Guanxi and the elder nun Madu, along with the other two, had cornered and pursued Dali, setting his fur ablaze with ghostly flames. This provoked Dali into a furious rage, his eyes aflame, as he retaliated against Master Guanxi, spitting blood from the force of the strike, and brandishing the mystical flower branch skyward in a fervent offering. In an instant, the stars above descended in brilliance, illuminating him in a radiant glow. From the steep cliffs on either side of the canyon, an overwhelming number of vines sprouted, growing larger by the second, creating an unprecedented spectacle. The mountain slopes could not withstand the strain, collapsing and burying themselves into the canyon below. Should he fail to escape in time, he would soon be buried beneath the earth. Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback, unable to react swiftly. He inhaled deeply and soared into the air, rising to the mountain's peak in a flash. This miraculous flight, achieved through the manipulation of his own energy, allowed him to ascend as if he were an object being levitated. Such a method was quite energy-consuming, typically accessible only to those of profound spiritual power, far less effortless than flying with magical artifacts or secret techniques. A thunderous rumble echoed as the entire gorge was engulfed by tumbling stones, sending up a great cloud of dust and debris. "Oh no, my beautiful deer," Bai Xiaoyi lamented, knowing full well it had been crushed into a pulp by the falling rocks. Above him, a chaotic tapestry of vines wove through the sky, nearly cloaking the entire canopy. Without further delay, he swiftly stowed the precious lotus lamp within his shumi pearl, waved his sleeve to release his flying sword, which transformed into a brilliant streak of white light, enveloping him and propelling him through the vine entrapment. This display was one he had often practiced with his companion, feeling entirely at ease as he navigated through the myriad obstacles and soared beyond the confines, gazing towards the distant clouds. The text subtly indicated that the wondrous flower tree was a remnant of a deity from the Sumi world, inadvertently cast into this realm, and fortuitously discovered by the deer spirit. Over the years of use, it had insidiously tainted the creature, causing its body to undergo a strange transformation, sprouting antlers and altering its temperament to that of a beast. During a fateful encounter with the deer, a demonic affliction fully erupted, leaving the creature's body under the control of the flower tree's branches. In a moment of peril, the deer's spirit managed to seize control through the bridge of communion, escaping with its life. Such complexities were beyond Bai Xiaoyi's complete comprehension. The world was in constant flux, and who could scrutinize every detail? He flew away from the misty forest, glancing back to see the myriad flashes of light illuminating the area, suggesting that the struggle continued unabated. After approximately half an hour of flight, he safely returned to Tiandu Peak, his sword light descending and coming to rest upon the stone platform of Tai residence. The flying sword circled in the air a couple of times before he returned it to his sleeve. Recalling the green pond water he had collected in the misty forest, he resolved to find a suitable place to store it, realizing that keeping it within the Shumi Pearl was a waste of space. After a brief search, he discovered a stone hollow not far from a waterfall, which contained a sufficient amount of clear water. Estimating its capacity, he deemed it perfect, as it would not leak. He blew a breath of energy, causing the clear water in the hollow to splash forth and flow into the mountain stream. With a flick of his left hand, a delicate stream of water poured from his wrist into the hollow, transforming into a substantial flow, creating a pleasant sound. Before long, all the green pond water was transferred, filling the hollow nearly to its brim. Bai Xiaoyi then turned and flew back to the loft to rest. Days later, he had successfully refined the everlasting youth pill, yielding 5 pills in total, each capable of preserving one's youthful appearance for a century. He promptly consumed one and stored the remaining 4 in a jade bottle, placing it within his shumi pearl. Once again, he indulged in vanity, taking out the haughty mirror to admire his own reflection. Feeling that his complexion and appearance had improved significantly, exuding a faint ethereal charm. Stepping out of the loft, he intended to cleanse himself in the waterfall pool, only to be astonished to discover that the stone pit containing the green water was utterly empty. He hurried over to investigate, finding no signs of leakage, and could not help but feel perplexed. How could it have vanished so inexplicably? Just as he was scratching his head in confusion, a branch descended from above, extending right before him. To his astonishment, he noticed a large, pale pink fruit at the tip of the branch. The fruit had a peculiar shape, resembling an embryonic infant, curled up in a fetal position, with a head and face but lacking features, akin to an incomplete creation. How had it grown so large so suddenly? He recalled that it had been no bigger than a thumb upon his return. Filled with both wonder and doubt, he mused. Could it be that this pool of green water has been consumed by you? With a skeptical expression, he pondered this possibility further. The branch shook twice, and he understood. Were you asking me to pluck this fruit? The branch moved again in affirmation. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the large fruit and pulled it down, at which point the branch returned to its original position. Bai Xiaoyi, not one to be naive, realized that the fruit must be extraordinary and decided to count how many little ones had actually formed. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, he soared gracefully among the massive branches, meticulously searching and uncovering a total of 7 additional fruits, bringing the total to 8, including the one in his hands. The 7 appeared to be still maturing, lacking just a little to reach completion. He returned to the 3rd floor of the loft, leaning against the balcony railing, and sat down on the floor, contemplating the large fruit in his hands, his thoughts drifting. This fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary divine fruit. He wondered how potent its effects might be. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the large fruit. To his surprise, the flavor was sweet, novel, juicy, and exceptionally delightful. As the juice flowed into his belly, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted within him, akin to the mighty flow of the earth's veins, rolling forth with fervor. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, he was alarmed to see his 10 fingernails rapidly growing, gradually transforming into root-like structures. As the 361 antivirus software worked its magic, the roots reverted back to nails, retracting swiftly to their original state, making the previous transformation seem like a mere illusion. Bai Xiaoyi nearly discarded the fruit, but fortunately, his extensive experience had granted him a degree of immunity. Had an ordinary person consumed this fruit, the likely consequence would have been transforming into a tree, firmly rooting into the ground. However, he was no ordinary individual. A smile crept upon his lips as he conceived an idea. He promptly seated himself in a meditative position, attuning to the explosive spiritual energy surging within him, silently channeling his cultivation techniques to refine it into magical power. After several hours of refining the energy released from the fruit juice, he took another bite. Once again, a small cosmic explosion occurred within his abdomen, with spiritual energy rolling incessantly, and he continued the process of refinement. 7 days later, after consuming the entire spiritual fruit and refining it into magical power, he turned his mind inward once more. The waves of magical energy surged forth, vast as a small half-ocean, truly boundless and profoundly awe-inspiring. Compared to his former reservoir of magical power, it had increased by an unimaginable magnitude, a truly divine fruit, a tremendous opportunity. At this moment, his realm had long surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of spiritual energy, rendering him a veritable sovereign among the realms of spiritual energy. His soul, too, had been nourished and enhanced to a certain extent, faintly hinting at the possibility of leaving the corporeal body. Once his soul grew a bit stronger, he would be able to begin exploring the mysteries of the soul mirror. In the following days, he diligently practiced on the mountain, and during moments of leisure, he would take out several items acquired from the Xinyuan tomb to refine them anew or study talismans and alchemical arts. One day, the weather turned gray and cold, with temperatures dropping significantly, and gradually, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Bai Xiaoyi stood at the edge of the loft, extending his hand to catch a few snowflakes, and could not help but express his emotions in song. Wan Saiha, drunken I sing. Beauty fades swiftly, as the fields turn to waves of clear water. While he was lost in this delightful reverie, he faintly heard a resounding call from below the mountain. Zheng Yijian earnestly beseeches the true monarch Tai to accept him as a disciple. Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback. Zheng Yijian was seeking him as a master? He was well acquainted with Zheng Yijian, who, from his demeanor and actions, was indeed a noble hero. However, Bai Xiaoyi harbored no intention of taking on disciples, so he pretended not to hear, allowing Zheng Yijian to kneel for as long as he wished. Surely, He would leave once he could no longer endure. From that day forth, every hour brought Zheng Yijian's calls. This continued for 3 days, with the wind and snow falling intermittently, yet he showed no signs of departing. Bai Xiaoyi felt compelled to meet him, if only to dismiss him and regain his peace. He lightly soared into the air, ethereal as a celestial being, and descended the mountain. After 3 days of continuous snow, the valleys and peaks were blanketed in white, save for the verdant summit of Tiandu Peak. Bai Xiaoyi did not waste resources or magical power to set up any formations. The giant tree, transformed from his little companion, shook off the snow on its own. With no snow covering the tree, it appeared vividly green. However, beneath the tree, the ground was thickly carpeted with snow. Were it not for Bai Xiaoyi's ability to fly, it would be a daunting task for an ordinary person to traverse the mountain on foot. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he lightly touched the tip of a century-old pine tree, standing there as lightly as a feather. Below, a figure knelt, covered in accumulated snow. With frost adorning his brows and a face reddened from the cold, clutching a treasured sword, trembling in the wind and snow, nearly on the verge of fainting. Zheng the hero, what brings you here? Bai Xiaoyi inquired as he gazed down. Upon hearing his voice, Zheng Yijian seemed to awaken from a trance. Lifting his head to behold the figure he had longed for, he hastily prostrated himself once more, his voice weak yet resolute as he implored. I beseech the true monarch to accept me as a disciple. The treetops swayed slightly as if unable to bear the weight, and Bai Xiaoyi gently descended to the ground. This was indeed his intention, to facilitate conversation. Zheng Daxia, please rise. Do not ruin your health by kneeling unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi noticed that Zheng Yijian remained unmoved. Realizing that without a definitive response, Zheng would likely not depart easily, he continued. My cultivation is insufficient to serve as a guiding example or to lead others into the path of enlightenment. If you truly wish to embark upon the journey of cultivation, seek out a venerable master of profound skills and great renown. Before Bai Xiaoyi could finish, Zheng Yijian banged his head thrice against the ground and pleaded fervently. I yearn for the sword Dao. Other pursuits do not appeal to me. I humbly request that the true one allow me to chop wood and fetch water in the mountains, or tend to the furnace and sweep away dust. I only wish for you to take me in. Seeing Zheng's unwavering determination, Bai Xiaoyi found himself at a loss. I have no intention of taking on disciples, and I know my advice will not sway you. My resolve remains firm. You must decide for yourself. With that, Bai Xiaoyi waved his sleeve and soared up the mountain, leaving Zheng Yijian silently kneeling in the snow. The following day, Bai Xiaoyi noted the absence of Zheng Yijian's calls and surmised that he had finally given up and departed. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, a familiar voice echoed through the mountains. Tai Yi, Tai Yi, Tai Yi. This was the call he had established with Wu Anyu. Should there be matters to discuss, one would call out thrice. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes and called out. Xiao Budian, lower the vine bridge to welcome Wu Anyu. The giant tree transformed into numerous intertwining vines, forming a bridge down the mountainside. Shortly thereafter, Wu Anyu, clad in thick cotton clothing and carrying a basket of dyed red eggs, trudged through the deep snow towards Tai Yi residence. Goodness, the snow is excessively thick, and no one has come to clear it. Wu Anyu grumbled, shaking off the snow as he removed his hat. Bai Xiaoyi's voice resonated from the 3rd floor of the pavilion. I am on the 3rd floor. Come up to see me. Ah, little immortal. Let me clean off the snow before I ascend. I wouldn't want to dirty the floor. After a considerable effort to brush off the snow, Wu Anyu finally removed his shoes and entered the pavilion barefoot. Before long, he approached Bai Xiaoyi with the bamboo basket, gently placing it beside him before kneeling and greeting. I pay my respects, little immortal. Bai Xiaoyi performed a hand gesture, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy that dispelled the chill enveloping Wu Anyu. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped Wu Anyu, making him feel uncomfortably hot, yet he could not remove his cotton coat in front of Bai Xiaoyi. It has been some time since we last met. You seem to have put on some weight. What brings you here today? Bai Xiaoyi inquired leisurely, his eyes half closed. With a beaming smile, Wu Anyu replied, Your Honor has given birth to a son, and I have come to present you with celebratory eggs. Bai Xiaoyi glanced at the basket of eggs Wu Anyu had pushed forward, opened his eyes, and smiled. How thoughtful. Congratulations on your joyous addition. I graciously accepted the eggs and, in return, offered you a fine jar of wine, ensuring that once you partake, you shall savor every drop with delight. With a flourish, I produced a bottle of exquisite liquor from my sleeve and presented it to Wu Anyu. The basket of eggs held little significance for him. What he cherished was the sentiment and camaraderie behind the gesture. In this world, there are still those who wish to share in his joys. Wu Anyu carefully cradled the wine jar in his arms, his delight evident, as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I am most grateful, dear immortal friend. By the way, on my way here, I noticed a large red coffin placed at the fork in the road at the foot of the mountain. Surrounded by a few mourners clad in mourning attire, weeping as they supported the coffin. It seems they intend to bury it at the mountainess entrance. I wonder if this poses any inconvenience? Bai Xiaoyi adopted a composed stance, feeling a wave of relaxation as he stood up, lifted the basket of eggs, and placed it solemnly on the offering table. He remarked, "Why choose to bury it in this desolate mountain instead of the vast wilderness? It feels rather inconsiderate. Fortunately, I have obtained the land deed for this mountain from the authorities, so I hold the moral high ground in this matter. Before they proceed with the burial, let us descend and investigate the situation." Wu Niu rose as well, responding, "Indeed." The two descended the vine bridge, traversing a short distance until they reached the fork in the road, where a large red coffin lay in the center. Behind it, a mat was spread out, and 5 individuals clad in mourning attire, old and young, men and women, were kneeling and weeping. Bai Xiaoyi, perplexed, approached them and inquired, "Dear villagers, my condolences for your loss. May I ask why the coffin is halted here instead of being laid to rest?" One of the women, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, lamented, "Alas, my husband intended to come and learn a trade, but tragically, he perished on his knees at the foot of the mountain, leaving behind our elderly and children. How shall we survive?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi's heart sank, and he quickly pressed for details. "May I know your husband's name?" The woman, choking back tears, replied, "My husband, Zheng Yijian." Bai Xiaoyi was astounded. Zheng Yijian had perished? Died on his knees at the mountain's foot? Hadn't he departed? What a stubborn soul. Never did he anticipate such a turn of events. It was truly beyond comprehension. "Oh, Zheng the hero, what agony you have brought upon yourself. With your departure, you leave behind a family of orphans and widows. How shall they endure? How can you be so heartless? You have forsaken your role as a son, a husband, and a father." Bai Xiaoyi was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, feeling both pity and resentment. For his own selfish desires, he had abandoned his family, throwing away his life. The mourners, upon hearing his words, wept even more passionately, overcome with grief. Unable to contain himself, Bai Xiaoyi inquired further, "What do you plan to do next?" The woman, sobbing uncontrollably, managed to utter, "Once we bury my husband, our family of 5, being old and frail, will have no means to survive, so we shall accompany each other and take the plunge into the river together. Woe is us." Bai Xiaoyi was horrified, realizing the family's resolute and fierce spirit, and he urgently urged, "No, it must not come to that. Surely, it need not end this way." At that moment, the coffin lid creaked and shifted, revealing a figure that sprang forth, landing on the ground and kneeling down, bellowing with fervor, "If the esteemed Lord does not wish to witness this scene unfold, I implore you to show mercy and accept me." Bai Xiaoyi cast a glance and recognized Zheng Yijian, unable to suppress a laugh tinged with anger. "Ah, Zheng Yijian, so you have been toying with me all along." With a disdainful huff, he turned his face away. Zheng Yijian hastily clarified, "I do not jest with you, my lord. I am compelled to resort to such desperate measures. If your heart is as hard as stone, this scene will indeed become a grim reality, devoid of deceit." The 5 individuals on the straw mat, consisting of women and children, bowed their heads in earnest supplication. "Great Lord, please show us your boundless compassion. We shall bow before you as a family." Among them were 2 elderly figures in their 70s or 80s, a pregnant woman, and a small child of 3 or 4 years old. Altogether, they, along with Zheng Yijian, incessantly knocked their heads to the ground in desperation. Bai Xiaoyi, moved by the sight, felt a stirring in his heart, while beside him, Wu Niu could no longer bear to watch. His heart softening like water, he pleaded earnestly, "Little immortal, have pity on them. Think of them as a humble servant, capable of assisting you with tea, washing, cooking, and enduring all manner of hard labor. Moreover, the snow piled knee-deep on the mountain requires clearing. This free labor is an opportunity not to be missed." Bai Xiaoyi shot him a glance, surprised by his eloquence, which he had not previously witnessed. Yet, his resolve remained steadfast. He would not relent. With a frosty demeanor, he retorted, "Are you threatening me with the lives of your family? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. My decision remains unchanged." Zheng Yijian, utterly unprepared for Bai Xiaoyi's heartlessness, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. In a fit of fervor, he drew his treasured sword from his waist. With a swift motion, he placed the blade against his own throat, his expression fierce as he proclaimed, "Since the esteemed Lord refuses to accept me, I find life devoid of meaning and shall bid farewell to this world. Forgive me." With that, he shut his eyes tightly, despair settling in his heart, and decisively plunged the sword into his neck, blood gushing forth in a torrent. "Oh no, master! Do you truly wish to die?" His family was seized by terror. Having expected mere theatrics, they were now confronted with the chilling reality of his intent. Bai Xiaoyi was equally astonished, taken aback by Zheng Yijian's fierce determination. He would not bow. Refusing to be accepted, he chose to end his life. Time was of the essence. Bai Xiaoyi swiftly unleashed a flurry of blood spirit threads that penetrated Zheng Yijian's neck. Under the thread's desperate intervention, the wound was forcefully sealed, halting the flow of blood. Zhang Yijian, perhaps due to the excessive loss of blood, felt his consciousness wane, and with a final flicker of life, he collapsed into the snow, his sword slipping from his grasp. His family, unaware that he was still alive, rushed forward, falling upon him in grief, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh dear, how could you leave us so soon? We could have abandoned swordsmanship, couldn't we? You heartless one, why did you truly take such a step? Get up. We are not finished. Father, what has happened to you?" The cowherd, Wu Niu, was utterly dumbfounded, having never encountered such obstinacy. With an air of impatience, Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand and said, "Enough, enough. Stop crying. The person is not dead yet." The woman, still weeping, replied, "My child's neck is nearly broken, and blood has flowed profusely. How can one not die?" After uttering these words, she declared, "You all can decide what to do next. I shall take my leave." With that, Bai Xiaoyi turned and ascended the mountain. Wu Niu, regaining his senses, hurriedly called out, "Little immortal, please bestow a grand name upon my son." Though Bai Xiaoyi appeared to walk leisurely, in mere breaths, his figure vanished into the forest, leaving a distant voice to echo, "No time. Just choose any name. Dog egg would suffice." "Dog egg? Wu dog egg?" Wu Niu pondered earnestly before finally concluding, "Dog egg it shall be. A humble name is easy to nurture." Upon returning to Tai residence, Bai Xiaoyi faced a basket full of chicken eggs with a dilemma. Should he eat them or not? Eating seemed unappealing, yet discarding them would be wasteful. Despite his current accomplishments in cultivation and lacking nothing, he could not shake off his ingrained habit of frugality. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to store them in the miscellaneous room for future consideration. Once at leisure, he suddenly recalled the cloud summoning technique he had obtained from the turtle sage and took it out for study. To cultivate this technique required gathering 5 types of special atmospheric clouds: the heavenly clouds that endure the sun's relentless heat, the fiery breath from the depths of the earth, the smoke from countless hearths, the murky vapors from the ocean's abyss, and the spiritual essence from cultivators. It was evidently a daunting task. Instantly, his enthusiasm waned. His mastery of sword flight had become increasingly proficient, and coupled with his surging magical power, the allure of the cloud technique diminished. He dismissed the idea of embarking on a quest to gather the necessary atmospheric essences, resolving that should he chance upon them in the future, he might collect some along the way. Over time, he would eventually accumulate enough to refine the technique. 3 days later, amidst a biting chill, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky once more. After completing his morning exercises, Bai Xiaoyi whimsically decided to fish upon the frigid river, envisioning a delightful evening by the fire, grilling fish while savoring wine. With this thought, he set his plan into motion, secured his abode, and took flight with a bamboo branch towards the mountainside. He recalled that a small bamboo raft, along with a conical hat and raincoat, remained in the riverside courtyard, and he intended to retrieve them. Upon arriving at the riverside cottage, he noticed the chimney exuding dark smoke and the flicker of firelight within, an unmistakable sign that someone was residing there. Annoyance welled within him. Which household had taken over this dwelling without his consent? He strode purposefully to the door, knocked, and called out, "Who is inside?" Moments later, the door creaked open, and Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback to find none other than Zhang Yijian's wife, the very woman who had mourned a few days prior. Upon recognizing him, she quickly performed a respectful bow, exclaiming, "Greetings, Tai immortal master." Bai Xiaoyi was left in a state of bemusement, having anticipated that his stern refusal would deter them from intruding any further. Little did I anticipate that I would directly move into this vacant villa nestled at the foot of the mountain. How did you come to reside here? His tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction. The woman replied with utmost respect, "On that fateful day, when our master Lang took his own life, we owe our survival to the benevolence of the immortal who saved us. However, I fell into a faint and sustained serious injuries. Fortunately, Brother Wu Niu came to our aid, arranging for us to recuperate here." In his heart, Bai Xiaoyi chided Niu, "You are such a meddler. It is known that inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is fraught with difficulty. I fear that it will be exceedingly hard to part with them in the future." Yet, reflecting on the past, the construction of this small courtyard was indeed initiated by Wu Niu, who rallied the villagers to build it together. To be precise, he possesses the rightful authority over this abode. Given the circumstances, to dwell on such matters would only reveal pettiness. I might as well acquiesce to their presence. After all, should I wish to take on a disciple, it would be out of the question, especially after the incident with Zhou Zhigang. I have come to understand that cultivating fewer entanglements will lead to a lighter existence. With a sigh, he inquired, "How is Zhang Yijian's health?" The woman responded, "Fortunately, he possesses martial skills and inner vitality, making him robust and resilient. He has nearly recovered, and this morning he set out on a bamboo raft to fish in the river, but has yet to return." Bai Xiaoyi nodded, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Suddenly losing interest in fishing, he returned to Tai Yi residence to meditate. As evening descended, Zhang Yijian called out from below the mountain, requesting an audience. Noting that he made no mention of apprenticeship, Bai Xiaoyi descended the vine bridge to bring him up, curious to hear what he had to say. In the guest chamber, Zhang Yijian entered, carrying 2 hefty carp. He bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the true Lord of Tai Yi." Bai Xiaoyi, intrigued, asked, "What brings you here? Surely you do not still wish to become my disciple?" Zhang Yijian hastily clarified, "I have come to understand that the relationship of master and disciple must be mutual. If the true Lord does not wish to accept me, it must be that I lack the aptitude to earn your favor. I cannot impose myself upon you. So let us leave that matter aside. Today, I had a bountiful catch while fishing and brought these 2 carp as a humble offering, hoping the true Lord will not disdain them." In truth, he had garnered inspiration from Wu Niu. When one scheme faltered, he devised another, hoping to subtly move Bai Xiaoyi's heart through this gesture. In this life, his only passion lies with the sword. Bai Xiaoyi, discerning his intentions, recognized the tenacity and unwavering dedication Zhang Yijian had towards his pursuit of swordsmanship. Such resolve is commendable, and he couldn't help but admire him. Had he sought guidance from another, he likely would have been accepted long ago. Yet, in Bai Xiaoyi's case, such tactics were ineffectual. Were it not for Zhang Yijian's inherent sense of chivalry and goodwill, he would have been cast out long ago, not permitted to cause a ruckus here. Gazing at the 2 fish, Bai Xiaoyi thought it a waste not to partake. Thus, he suggested, "Since you have brought me these 2 fish, why not gather some dry twigs and branches outside to build a fire and roast them? I shall contemplate a way forward for you." With a heart full of joy, Zhang Yijian eagerly took the fish and dashed outside, collecting snow to kindle a fire and preparing the fish on skewers beside the flames. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasting fish. Bai Xiaoyi, drawn by the aroma, approached the campfire and settled on a clean stone, taking a fish skewer in hand to roast it personally. "Greetings." Zhang Yijian rose to acknowledge him and joined the circle around the fire, sitting casually. Bai Xiaoyi, without casting a glance his way, focused intently on the fish and spoke slowly. "On that day in the misty forest, as everyone engaged in a fierce battle against the deer spirit, I chose to withdraw to avoid complicating matters. I wonder how the conflict unfolded afterward. Were you able to seize the magical treasure, the branch of the flower tree?" Zhang Yijian recounted. The deer spirit was besieged by 4 mages, its body reduced to shreds by Master Guanxi, and then turned to ashes by the woman with the lantern who unleashed a fire of red and white. Alas, the treasured branch vanished into thin air, leaving our efforts in vain. Then, it seems you were unable to retrieve this artifact to save the young lady from General Zhao and her 2 maids. They must have perished, Bai Xiaoyi speculated. Zhang Yijian nodded in tacit agreement, his voice filled with reflection. Ordinary people in this world face countless crises at any moment. One can unexpectedly lose their life without any assurance of safety. Only by becoming stronger can one protect oneself and their family from calamity. Bai Xiaoyi perceived the determination in his gaze, understanding his sentiments. Once the fish was cooked, Bai Xiaoyi produced fine wine for Zhang Yijian to savor. As they nibbled on fish and sipped wine, they exchanged light-hearted banter, savoring a fleeting camaraderie reminiscent of the bonds formed in the martial world. Reflecting on his past lives, Bai Xiaoyi was suddenly filled with myriad thoughts. "Have you ever heard the poem titled Inviting the Wine?" he inquired unexpectedly. Zhang Yijian, feeling slightly intoxicated, shook his head. "I have not." Seized by poetic inspiration, Bai Xiaoyi brandished the skewer like a sword, leaping gracefully, his white attire billowing. As he began to dance and recite, "Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flow from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning as black silk and evening as snow?" His swordplay mirrored the elegance of a dragon, curving and twisting as he danced lightly over the brook. In life, one must revel in joy and not allow the golden goblet to face the moon empty. Heaven has bestowed talents upon me. Surely they shall be of use. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. He moved like a startled swan soaring above the treetops, leaving no trace of green behind. Zhang Yijian watched, entranced. Such swordplay was precisely what he had longed to learn. Yet fate had denied him this opportunity. Upon completing his performance, Bai Xiaoyi felt a profound elevation of spirit. With a hearty laugh, he gracefully returned to his seat by the campfire. Feeling considerably uplifted, he devised a compromise and addressed Zhang Yijian. "I understand your passion for swordsmanship. If you truly wish to learn, promise me 2 conditions, and I shall illuminate a path for you." Instantly invigorated by Bai Xiaoyi's offer, Zhang Yijian replied without hesitation. "I accept. No matter the conditions, I shall fulfill them." Bai Xiaoyi solemnly stated, "For the first task, I need you to seek out a woman named Zhang Yingying." Driven by a desire for vengeance, She will undoubtedly seek trouble with the 4 powerful families of Min, Liao, Lu, and Luo in Gaoyang. Please investigate her current situation. I once imparted to her the technique of the flying sword. If you manage to find her, it will be your destiny. Present her with my token, and she will teach you the Xinyan insect flying sword technique. Understood. Zhang Yijian committed every word to memory, knowing that despite the challenges ahead, this was a path he could take. Bai Xiaoyi then reached into his sleeve and produced a palm-sized golden metallic duck, tossing it casually. The duck quacked twice and flapped its wings, landing in Zhang Yijian's embrace. This is a small trinket I crafted. It holds no particular power, but it serves as my token. Zhang Yijian, intrigued, stroked the golden duck. I will certainly find Miss Zhang Yingying. For the second task, Bai Xiaoyi continued, once you have mastered the flying sword technique, assist me in gathering 4 types of cloud essence. These consist of the Tiangang cloud essence, which remains unyielding under the relentless sun high above. The fiery essence exhaled from the earth's core, the smoke from myriad households, and the murky essence from the abyss of the sea. Each type requires a jar's worth, and I implore you to concentrate and preserve them. As for the smoke, it should be 1 strand from each household, totaling 1 jar. Anticipating any potential misunderstanding, he elaborated further. Very well, I shall fulfill this task. Zhang Yijian vowed silently, determined to accomplish both assignments diligently. Bai Xiaoyi, confident in his capabilities, considered it a fair exchange. After all, he faced no loss. It would benefit him as well, and thus, why not? As the night deepened and supplies dwindled, Zhang Yijian descended the mountain alone, while Bai Xiaoyi returned to the loft for a well-deserved slumber. Following their meeting, Zhang Yijian's family promptly vacated their riverside residence. Returning to Gaoyang together, Bai Xiaoyi resumed his monotonous and arduous training regimen. However, trouble soon loomed, as calamity often strikes unexpectedly. Within a month, a messenger from the Jing'an office, Lu Yong, arrived with urgent news, bursting through the door with a cry, "Disaster! Disaster!" Bai Xiaoyi, already seated on the meditation mat in the living room, inquired about the commotion. Lu Yong, brimming with impatience, replied, "The 6 Desires living Buddha from the Dadawa Temple has sent you a challenge through the Jing'an office. I have brought the challenge document for you to examine." With that, he tossed a bundle onto the floor. Bai Xiaoyi, puzzled, pointed at the package, which unwrapped itself to reveal a blood-soaked piece of human skin, causing him to recoil in disgust. The skin floated slowly, unfurling to display one side drenched in blood and the other stark white. Inscribed with crimson characters that appeared to have been carved from a living person's back, the document reads, "On the 10th day of the 2nd month, at Jianyang Dock outside Gaoyang City, a debate on the path of Dharma is summoned by the Dadawa Temple's 6 Desires." After perusing the gruesome missive, Bai Xiaoyi questioned, perplexed, "I have never met this 6 Desires living Buddha from the Dadawa Temple, nor do I have any connection to him. What madness compels him to seek me out?" Lu Yong sighed. How did the title of the Flesh Lotus Buddha Mother come about? It is simply because she is the biological mother of this 6 Desires living Buddha, and within the realm of cultivation, some elevate her to the status of Buddha Mother out of reverence for this 6 Desires living Buddha. Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback, realizing that he had come seeking vengeance for his mother. What realm of cultivation might he possess? Lu Yong shook his head helplessly, "That I cannot ascertain. He must surely be at least as formidable as the Flesh Lotus Buddha Mother, for otherwise, how could a mother derive her status from her son?" This posed quite a dilemma. Then, a thought struck him, and he looked at Lu Yong with suspicion, demanding, "How could he possibly know my background? You haven't intentionally leaked this information, have you?" Lu Yong quickly raised both hands in denial. "That is a misunderstanding. I have not divulged anything externally, nor have I discussed it even within the office. However, your temple's address is registered within the office. You filled it out yourself, so it's not exactly a secret, and many are aware. That is indeed strange." Lu Yong lowered his voice, adopting a serious demeanor. "I caught wind of a rumor, though I cannot vouch for its authenticity." "What rumor?" "I heard that Master Guanxi let slip some information while casually chatting during his stay at the Detua Temple on Wusong Mountain." Upon hearing that it was Master Guanxi who had revealed this information, Bai Xiaoyi's heart immediately confirmed its validity. That petty, vindictive old monk harbored resentment simply because he had not sided with him during the deer fighting contest. Since he was aware of my location, why not confront me directly? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to settle things face to face? Why resort to such convoluted schemes, sending a talisman to the Jing'an office? What is his intention? Bai Xiaoyi was utterly perplexed. Yet Lu Yong, having mingled in the rivers and lakes, speculated with a stubbled face. "I have heard that there is a selection for a new abbot at the Detua Temple. I suspect he intends to amplify this incident to enhance his own prestige and seek a higher position." Bai Xiaoyi scoffed. What kind of living Buddha is he? He is merely embroiled in a constant struggle for fame and fortune. What path does he truly practice? What sin does he comprehend? If he thinks he can ascend by suppressing me, he might be gravely mistaken. Does he have detailed information on me within the Jing'an office? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated, especially in the battles among cultivators, where the greatest folly is to act blindly, risking failure at any moment. Thus, one must be thoroughly prepared. Lu Yong replied, there is indeed information, but it is classified. Accessing it requires expenditure of merit points. Upon hearing that retrieving information required merit points, Bai Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, recognizing the blatant exploitation characteristic of feudal dynasties, with oppression evident at every turn. Yet, he rarely undertook any tasks, leaving his merit points perpetually empty. Alas, I shall visit the office tomorrow to investigate, Bai Xiaoyi resolved. In gratitude, he gifted Lu Yong 2 flasks of fine wine before sending him on his way. As another day passed, Bai Xiaoyi spent the night converting spiritual energy into magical power. At dawn, he tidied up and released his flying sword, setting off towards the grand city of Gaoyang. At this moment, it was the cold spring of the first month, where desolation reigned. He gazed down from the heights, observing the vast expanse of white, a barren land with scant human presence. All was dormant, save for the bustling metropolis that stood tall upon the plains, still gathering a semblance of life. As usual, he descended into the wild woods beyond the city, directing his steps towards the city gates. The encampment of refugees that once cluttered the outskirts had vanished, leaving only an open space where a few merchants drove their mules and carts in and out. Bai Xiaoyi mused that those refugees had either perished or been conscripted for arduous labor elsewhere. No dynasty could tolerate a horde of idle refugees languishing outside the capital, consuming resources and tarnishing the dignity of the nation. He ambled to the city gate, where a guard, having spotted him from afar, hurried forth to greet him with respect. Master Tai, it has been long since your illustrious presence graced us. Today, I am fortunate to see you, truly. A blessing from the ancestral graves. Bai Xiaoyi found himself at a loss for words. He had encountered sycophants before, but none so fervent that it seemed the horse's rear would be bruised from the flattery. Peering at the somewhat familiar young sergeant, Bai Xiaoyi racked his memory. What was your name again? The sergeant, with a grin, replied, Master, you are indeed a noble who forgets easily. I am Gu Ba. Bai Xiaoyi clapped his fist in realization. Ah, Gu Ba? Why are you still here? Haven't you moved on? What is there to move for? It's quite good here. Safe and sound. Unlike other military camps, many who were sent to Falau Pass never returned. Gu Ba exclaimed. Bai Xiaoyi patted him on the shoulder. Well said. You truly understand the wisdom of self-preservation. Too much praise, master. Are you entering the city? Gu Ba called out. You lot, do not obstruct. Make way for Master Tai. Bai Xiaoyi waved dismissively, until we meet again, and proceeded into the city, swiftly disappearing into the throngs of people. After navigating through multiple checkpoints, Bai Xiaoyi returned to familiar territory, arriving at the 8-story building of the Jing'an office. As he approached the entrance, 2 unknown inspectors greeted him respectfully. Greetings, master. What brings you to the 8th floor? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to respond, a voice boomed from within. You 2 newcomers lack discernment. This is Hunyuan San Taizhenjuan. Squinting into the building, Bai Xiaoyi recognized Lu Yong emerging. The 2 guards were taken aback. This figure's reputation had long preceded him, yet they had never encountered him before. They immediately bowed again. We pay our respects to Taizhenjuan. There's no need for excessive formality. We are all fellow practitioners. Bai Xiaoyi replied as he passed by them and approached Lu Yong, saying, You are quite early today? Lu Yong greeted him with a smile. I anticipated your visit to inquire about the documents, so I arrived here early to await your arrival. Thank you for your efforts. The 2 walked side by side into the building, where numerous personnel bustled about, each attending to their duties, some hurrying along, while others engaged in brief conversations. Many who recognized him bowed upon his entrance, exclaiming, We have the honor to meet Taizhenjuan. This title was indeed earned through deeds that commanded respect and reverence from many. Bai Xiaoyi, ever humble and polite, returned every courtesy with grace. Lu Yong spoke as they walked. The higher-ups are aware of your request and wish to meet with you. I wonder if you are available? Bai Xiaoyi, puzzled, inquired. Who wishes to see me? It is the esteemed Master Li Wenji, who oversees the affairs of the 8th floor. This name was unfamiliar to him, yet he felt no trepidation at the prospect of a meeting. Lead the way, please. Lu Yong guided Bai Xiaoyi into a mechanical lift for the first time. The lift ascended with a series of clicks, directly transporting them to the 8th floor. This level was markedly distinct from those below, adorned with elegant decor and devoid of idle folk, exuding tranquility. The 2 traversed a corridor and arrived at a grand door. Lu Yong approached and tugged on a cord. A bell chimed softly within. The true monarch Tai is here, he announced. A melodious and clear voice responded from inside. Please, enter, true monarch. Lu Yong gestured for Bai Xiaoyi to proceed, offering a slight smile before turning to depart. Bai Xiaoyi, undaunted, raised his hands and summoned a gust of air that effortlessly swung the 2 doors open. As he stepped inside, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman exuding an air of determination, poised at a desk where she was immersed in painting. This must be Li Wenji, the master of the 8th floor. As he observed her, she continued to paint without lifting her gaze, casually inquiring, "Do you have the inclination to appreciate my work, The Spring Residence in Luo?" Bai Xiaoyi stepped lightly into the room, directing his attention to the exquisite landscape painting on the desk. Esteemed Taoist Li, this masterpiece captures the essence of nature with remarkable fluidity. It is indeed a rare gem. Li Wenji beamed with delight, her smile radiant as spring sunshine. She finally raised her head to meet his gaze, pausing her brush to respond. To receive such praise from the true monarch Tai is both an honor and a surprise, filling me with joy and pride. Bai Xiaoyi, wishing to avoid unnecessary pleasantries, directly asked, "May I inquire why you wish to see me?" Li Wenji, without pretense, replied, "It pertains to the matter of the 6 desires. I am eager to hear more." She began to explain. The monk of the 6 desires possesses formidable skills and a fearsome reputation, causing many venerable elders to regard him with caution. "Do you know why? Please enlighten me." Li Wenji's expression turned earnest as she explained. He has undergone countless reincarnations, possessing memories from his past life since birth, yet he neither refines the physical body nor cultivates spiritual energy. Bai Xiaoyi, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Then what does he cultivate?" "He cultivates the spirit, seeks enlightenment through Zen, and comprehends the truths of the universe." Bai Xiaoyi's confusion deepened. Without refining the body or cultivating energy, what abilities could he possibly possess? Was he merely engaged in a war of words? Li Wenji, perceiving his doubts, countered, "Do not underestimate him. His abilities are unfathomable, encompassing both the realms of spirit and enlightenment. This is a unique Buddhist method of reincarnation cultivation. He is born an arhat. Hence he is referred to as a living Buddha." Bai Xiaoyi inhaled sharply. He had yet to step into the realm of spiritual awakening, and now another level. The enlightenment realm had emerged. Was this a divine intervention, a sign that the heavens were displeased with his flourishing life, prompting them to send formidable beings to suppress him?